earlier, it's like, yeah, sometimes it just feels like you're getting paid pennies and they're getting paid millions just because they're in the corporate board or have a financial investment they put into the company that they want returns on. But maybe they want so much returns that they go, that's a tasty little return. I wouldn't mind more of that.
Yep.
So,
yep. Well, a lot of that started back in the 80s with Reagan when they brought in the trickle down theory that never did work, never was going to work, whatever. And that started a pretty big diversion between, I used the wrong word, but sorry, between what CEOs get and profits and what actual employees make.
Yeah, like I think they do have different skill sets and such, and I wouldn't be surprised if, as I get better skills, I have better management, and it's plausible to me to be at the top. However, when I notice that those chairman of the board, everyone's like poured like $50 million into the company, and they want 60 million back over time. So they supply a short-term gratification for a long-term satisfaction. So I get that. However, it always can feel to the people at the bottom that like I just paid like $3 for a bottle of milk, and it's like, well, some of that went to the farmers, but some of that went to the middlemen, and the rest went to the higher ups that went, I could make an extra 2 cents for my own bank account.
Yeah, we don't really have that structure here in the States. With the larger corporations, the CEOs and the people that at the top that get paid so much, they don't generally put in any of their own money. They just get hired to out of a pool of big CEOs to change the direction of the company or to manage some kind of incident or something. So they're just getting hired to come in. They don't spend any of their own money. They generally get a signing bonus of millions of dollars. They're making millions of dollars a year. And then they usually end up with a separation bonus of millions. So you can get a CEO who's getting paid $5 million a year, but then is also getting stock options, just plain old stocks and bonuses of say 300 million a year, which is incredible. If somebody put 50 million into a company and only wanted 60 million back at the end of a certain term, that's really not that egregious at all. We just let our country go rampant.
I guess from a corporate standpoint, like there's a shit ton of money for like keeping the company stable. So it's like a ship captain kind of scenario where technically you could just get paid for doing that job, but it's more like these extra things are, shares and stuff as like going, you really did secure this company, and because the company was secured for the next 3 years, and we did make that extra money, here's 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 that gratuity.
Yeah, but the numbers here don't really make sense. Companies here tend to exploit the workers, barely increase pay. Our pay levels are so low, it's not even funny. They barely crawled up since the 80s, 70s, late 70s, maybe the 80s. Whereas, like, if you look at it, you'll see this barely moving chart of employees' pay, but CEO pay has just gone in leaps and bounds. And with the whole economic situation, with the trickle down theory and everything, the new laws that they put in place, companies will put more money into their what's it called when they pay the stock, when they pay into the stock, instead of giving any of that money to raising employee pay. They have to
Do you have any unions fighting on the behalf of the employers? Because where I'm at, there seems to be a sense of like, if things aren't going right as an employee, we'll just put the tools down and go, how much profit can you make if we're not actually building that thing for you?
Yeah, we're in the US is really big into union busting here. Amazon was one of the latest ones that's famous for all the horrible things they did to people that did try to form unions at a company that legitimately didn't even let their employees go to the bathroom or have water on hot days. And the laws here allow, I shouldn't say that. I guess technically there's some laws that don't allow union busting, but it's hard to get them enforced. So we don't have the number of unions that the United States used to have when employees made better wages. More
As an employee, you think like, if I quit and they call my bluff, I'm just out of the job and I'm replaceable.
Yes, 100%. That's what happens here.
And I think like when people see the appeal of joining a union, they go, will I have someone fighting on my side to go, you'll get $35 an hour, and we'll make sure you're getting paid your worth because you've got skills, you've got training, you can actually train other people, you've got various licenses. Good for you, buddy.
Yeah, I'm pretty pro union. I know there's a lot of people that have a problem with it because of union dues, and there have been some pretty egregious incidents where unions really fucked things up and stole money and stuff like that. But overall, as far as collective bargaining and stuff and access to attorneys for workplace violations and stuff, personally, I'm pretty pro union. My industry does not have a union. And we're a right to work country. So, except for if there's a state law that somehow overrides it, a federal law that somehow overrides it, you can be fired at any time with no good reason.
Oh, so you have no unfair dismissal laws in place.
Correct.
Interesting.
Like we have some, and those are the ones that override it. So, for instance, under Obamacare, which they're trying to repeal, you cannot be fired for an illness that puts you out of work. So like that law would supersede it, right? Sexism, racism, you can't be fired for those reasons if it can be proven. But in a lot of places, you can be called in and say, and be told that, hey, it just doesn't seem to be a good fit. or, we've noticed that your work input hasn't been the way we wanted it, and they don't really have to show anything. They can just let you go. Not everywhere. Not everywhere. But in enough places that it does maybe cause a lot of people to not fight when maybe a union would be the better choice.
Feel like when you're on a job site with like 100+ different individuals, you have to sort of go, okay, how am I going to deal with conflict resolution? How am I not going to be the thorn in their side? How can I behave in a way that they aren't going to be a thorn in my side? Because at the end of the day, we're at a job and we've got to go home and feed our families, right? And
Right.
I figure like the better I can make my workplace for me and my comrades is by encouraging a environment of enthusiasm, compliments, and just recognizing that these people have real skills and their value, rather than you're here to do this task for me.
Yep. I would agree. I would agree. I mean, it's been shown over and over again that the happier people are at work, the better work they do, the longer they stay at their jobs, the less you have to pay to train new people when they leave, et cetera, et cetera. Like there's been lots of studies that show the costs for companies when they have an environment that is constantly changing and they have to constantly rehire and retrain new people. But it doesn't necessarily seem to do any good. And they just took the what's it called? Oh, my brain is really dying this evening. We have
Well,
go ahead.
just saying on the personal level, like if you're just feeling like a cog in a machine, you just feel like you're a slave to the work, instead of feeling like I'm here, I'm getting stuff done, and I'll get a paycheck, and I can decide what to do with that. So for me, mentally, I go, okay, let's just say I get a pay, I go, okay, I can treat it like um, half of that is work paying for me to stay at home, being there. So, sort of like a
Yeah, you kind of cut out. I see you turned your mic off, so I guess maybe you know that.
yeah. I think the point I was trying to raise the now completely.
It happens.
But yeah, when you're at a workplace where you're just grinding the gears till you get home, you just can feel like you're not there for a reason other than getting the money.
Yeah, which is a big thing also here in the States. Um, it's just the work atmosphere that's here. Again, not everybody. Like I'm in a weird situation myself. Um, I love the work I do. I love all my coworkers. We have a great group and we keep each other going and we laugh and we have a good time. But the company changed our department around a few years back and moved us on to commission. So now our managers get paid based on our work, how much we bring in, which then created this horrible system of micromanaging and yelling and, because they're looking at their paychecks and they're like, oh, I can get an extra $100 in my paycheck if this person brings their numbers up 2% or whatever, right? I'm making that up, but I'm making the numbers up, but that's the situation.
Yeah,
So,
if I make someone else work harder, I'll get paid more, which is weird for like the core basis of employment is like I'm doing a job and I'm getting paid to do that job. I'm not getting paid an extra $2 because you did better. Like
right, right.
you should
We do. I mean, we know that we get paid more when we bring in higher numbers. We know that we are doing our best because we want to get paid too. So when something happens, and let's say we lose a big deal with no fault of our own, just because some kind of legal stuff happened or whatever, like coming back and screaming at us because the deal was lost and you're now not getting paid for it. Bitch, we're not getting paid for it either. Like, we know that. You don't have to tell us that. That's how commission works. But it's just, you know what I mean? Like, so if we did not already have each other as a good core group, and support each other and laugh with each other, this would probably be a really thankless job. But if you do well, your commissions are high, you've got that nice paycheck, so you deal with it.
and only that environmental positivity I feel can produce um, those stable commissions that are helpful not just to your pocket but to the pockets of other people. Like if you're just purely doing it by finance and not taking care of the co-workers or each other in that commission environment, it's just going to self-collapse, I feel.
Yep. And we've told them that all the time. Ever since they instituted it and they tried to push stuff on us, like stupid, idiotic stuff, to try to bring the numbers higher so they get paid more, we would go back at them and we would say, this is not going to work because this is what's going to happen. And they don't listen. They're greedy. They want the extra money. So they're like, well, we're just going to try it. We want you to do it anyway, blah, blah, blah. And then sure enough, like we do the best we can, navigating the legal system, making sure we don't do anything to get sued or get fined or anything. And we just put up with it for however long it takes for them to realize that it really is not working, just like we told them. It's
Yeah,
like,
trial by fire is going to be.
yeah, like we know what we're doing. We know our jobs. We've been doing this for a lot longer than you decided to put the commission in place. Like, just listen to us. But they don't. They just don't.
To an extent, I would find a commission job unappealing because when I'm getting a stable wage, I know like how much I can do in a week. And if I happen to do slightly less or slightly more, I go, okay, I just had a rough week. Let's try better. But with a commission, I'd be like, okay, I got to be on constant pressure to motivate myself and get that extra dollar. And I'm not sure if I'd be built for that.
Yeah, we didn't know either because the job came first and then they changed it to commission. The thing is though that it turns out if you're really good at the job, which we were, again, we were a specialized department. Um, our money, our salaries more than doubled. Um, but it's all commission. Like if you lose that commission, if you don't do well, then, but but then you get hooked into that money cycle. But it is like there are some months where something just happens, you lose all that work, and you barely get any commission at all. So we all try to live off of our much, much lower base salary because it is questionable. It really is. Al's here. Yay. Al. What's up? Come on, buddy. I'm boring people with work talk. You got to put your mic on and talk to us.
I only found the commission briefly fascinating because I'm not involved with it, but I can understand from your point of view. It's like work talk. What kind of other things do you find interesting as conversation?
Not much, but Al says he's sleeping. He comes into VC as he's sleeping. Whatever, bro.
Listen to my sultry voice as you go to sleep, young man.
Oh, that was perfect. That was perfect. But then I'm still talking, so then he's got the high screechy voice to listen to as well. I don't know. It's weird because I'm not used to really talking about anything anymore in this particular space because it's
You're not feeling like you have to defend a position or attack it?
no, I mean I could go off, but I don't want Omni getting upset with me. I do have issues with this particular space and this community. But I just
Is
mean,
it a moderation issue or is it a participant issue?
I'm sorry?
Is that a moderation issue or a participant issue? Because we all have different dynamics when we're engaging in a debate or hostile environment versus like what we're having now is an amicable discussion where the environment's calm, the people are calm, and we haven't really gone into a realm of discussion where I strongly disagree with something and you agree something. So you feel like is it like you could go off into a tangent of something that you're really passionate about, but you're not deciding to do that?
So if it's calm like this, I generally don't, unless something really egregious comes up, which is rare. In the busier VCs, there are things that do come up that I just, as a human being, feel the need to hit back hard on.
Mm.
The racism talk, the sexism talk.
Yeah,
I find those utterly, utterly disgusting that adults think that it's okay to discuss if racism is okay, if like it usually surrounds the Bible talk that they've started to do a lot here. If slavery was okay, if slavery would ever be okay, there are legitimately people in this server that have advocated for slavery to come back because some people need to be managed.
yeah. When I'm looking at stuff like that, sometimes I feel like if I did something wrong and the punishment was indentured servitude instead of like chopping a limb off because I stole, if I have to pay that back over time and then my indentured servitude ends, that's probably preferable than having a body part cut off. So it, if indentured servitude was the extent of slavery, I could understand that. Like, I do have to sort of pay off my debt to somebody that I've wronged. However, that's vastly different to like a power dynamic of like, you can't leave until I say so. That comes into sort of imprisonment vibes where I don't think if you haven't done anything wrong, that any sort of imprisonment or punishment should be upon you as a human.
Yeah, absolutely. But they'll do it differently. They're not even talking about because somebody stole something or whatever. They're legitimately talking because certain people are not as good as other certain people and things like that. And it's just incredible. They do the same thing with women. Legitimately, somebody here was a couple people here apparently were talking that there needs to be laws in place so that women are not allowed to have sex before marriage because they need to be saving that for the man that they are handed over to.
I feel for equality, the man should be under those same laws. A man should be a virgin before marriage, logically.
There you go. Somebody here who was a glober, mind you, not even a flat earther, told me that women are responsible to be forced to give birth if they get pregnant, even if it's because they made the wrong choice and say, liked some guy and went to their house after knowing them a while, went to their house to watch a movie, and the guy did something to them. That's their fault for making the wrong decision about that man. And we need to go back to the times where fathers and uncles and brothers made the decision of who women were, what men women were allowed to talk to and be around.
Yeah, I think that diverges from the sentiment of like, if you get pregnant and you have a young living human in you, and like there are biological consequences to the choices you made, whether they were wise choices or unwise choices.
Sure. But to then equate that to saying that something like that would never happen if it was a man that your father or uncle or brother chose for you to spend time around is completely wrong. It is possible that it's going to be somebody that's more likely to do that to you because your father, your uncle, your brother might not be looking at the same thing in a man. So to put the onus on the woman because she thought a guy was nice. And this person legit told me, which was my point that I kind of diverted myself from, because all men are just trying to have sex. So the woman, it's the onus is on the woman to stay away from men unless the father chooses the man for them. Because if they do get pregnant in any way, and the man leaves them, or the man is the type that would choose a horrible way to get rid of that pregnancy or whatever, the onus is all on the woman for picking the wrong man.
Oh, they got to sort of flip the script. If you pick a bad partner for you as a man, like it's your choice to stay with that woman or leave her. But if someone else chose that woman for me and said, I've got to stay with her, you got to say, like, what if your mother chose a woman that you must stick around and you don't really have a say? They would object because it would feel like, well, what about the things I wanted of a woman? And sure, men can go, oh, that bloke seems like he's got his life work together. He seems to be helpful. But where's the romance in that when you're not the woman falling in love with the man and producing a potential child? You're not doing all the things that the woman is doing in the relationship. So why would you choose for someone else when as the man you're not choosing, who will impregnate you? Like that's not a choice that the man has.
Right. Exactly. The man doesn't have to deal with it. And traditionally, if the man did accept marriage to a woman he didn't really love because it was a transaction, he got money for it from the woman's father and stuff, it was normal for him to have a mistress because women had no rights to the finances or anything else, so they couldn't see that he paid money for an apartment for his mistress. She couldn't question when he said he had to stay late at work to visit his mistress.
You're right to point out the double standard. If the men can have a mistress, then the women it could choose to have men on the side too. But that seems
Except,
to be,
except
um,
can't, because women are only judged by being a baby vessel, and that other man might contaminate their baby vessel parts. Right? And
yeah, and
legitimately,
and that does. Sorry,
go ahead.
I was just going to say, when it comes to relationship, like I wouldn't want to be a vessel for the woman, and I wouldn't want the woman to be a vessel for me. We're here to cooperate and live together, and I've got things in my past that and behaviors that go, you know what? I'd probably want to improve those behaviors. Who's the person in my life who'd want to be part of that process? And could they handle it? And vice versa.
Right. Right. But yeah, I mean, things get like, and people are allowed to have their opinion, right? It's not the opinion that bothers me. It's when they say crazy, crazy stuff and then try to legislate other people's beliefs. Like in this same conversation, the person legitimately said to me, I was talking about the woman's right to have an operation to, if they needed to get out of the relationship, because a lot of people don't stop to think about, in the United States, the number one cause of death for pregnant women, murder. They get pregnant of their own volition by maybe picking the wrong person or by somebody forcing it on them. And that person becomes very menacing. And this person legit said they have to risk being murdered because they made the wrong choice to be alone with this person and let that happen to them. And was legitimately like pushing for, what's that called? What they make fun of the Muslims for doing, the fundamental Muslims, Shia law. Like women just absolutely cannot be around men unless their father says so. So he legit said if they get murdered by the father, that's their fault for being in a position to get pregnant. Even if they didn't, even if it was forced on them.
And that's what when I'm reading some of the religious texts, I go, well, it's not really okay for the men to be sleeping around before marriage either. It's about being a man of integrity that shows that like you are an attractive man because you have integrity, skills. You're not breaking people's hearts by sleeping around. You're not treating individuals like they're just entertainment vessels.
Right.
You're a better person because you're treating the women in your life better. And you have a mother probably, and you have a sister probably. And if a man dared do the thing that you were doing to this particular woman, to your own sister or your own mother, you would feel disgusted.
And that's how it should be if that's the world they want. If they want a world where they want to control women based on how they morally feel about that kind of stuff, then it's up to men to make the world where women are safe from that. Right? They're the
Yeah.
ones who want to control that situation. They need to make that world. But they don't. They put everything on the woman. It's the woman's responsibility for going out into the world and getting a job and talking to the other sex. It's the woman's responsibility for wanting to have a life that they like instead of going right into marriage from high school, if they even finish high school. like women still get asked what they were wearing if something happens to them. It's this whole setup to put everything on the woman, and they never once mention, like in their minds, it's normal for men to do this to
Yeah.
women because women
I,
are
I,
putting
I,
it out there.
I don't think that's an acceptable interpretation of text when it's up to the man to show integrity and honor. If men don't have that same, if they don't have that same sense of duty, um, like I know as a reasonably strong man, like if I see someone trying to take advantage of a woman or mistreat her, I'll go like, I know she can't defend herself, so I will do it for her.
Yeah, but it rarely happens when there's going to be somebody else around to save them. But even at that, I mean, there's the ones that these guys don't like to admit. And like I said, you like this guy, you spend more time with him, you start to get flirty, you go to watch a movie with him, and you're just into the, oh, I feel safe, I feel comfortable, I really like him, I'm going to snuggle up with him. And next thing you know, he's taken that as an invitation to do more. That happens when there's no proactive consent. That happens, right? So
Yeah,
now,
and you're dropping signals, he's dropping signals, and the flow might go. And it's about reciprocation, it's about consent. And at the end of the day, it's like, would I like a partner in my life for the rest of my life? Because there'll be things that I go through as a 50-year-old, as a 6-year-old, and I think it would be helpful for me to provide assistance financially, emotionally to a woman, and vice versa. That's why I would want a relationship.
right, right. But I'm just saying, there are times where it's not a violent, I need to be careful the way I say it because it's always violent. But what I'm saying is it's
Yeah,
not, it's in a
gaslighting. Yeah,
somewhere where somebody's going to see it happening and be able to stop it, right? To help. A lot of times it happens in privates, and there's not going to be
yeah.
anybody there to help.
They don't have any accountability. It's the social situations where I'm reminded of, like, um New Zealand and Maori tribes, and like, because your reputation counts and how you treat people will travel. And so when you're actually being held accountable for your actions by other people, it does give you the sense of like, I can't get away with this bullshit. But when you're alone and when you're in private and there's no one to catch you, that's when the cowardice comes in. I can do it because I'm a coward who thinks I can get away with it.
Yep. But then to me, to put that on the woman as if she's now responsible for uh, either having to continue the situation if this guy then turns violent or menacing or something, just because she felt comfortable and safe with somebody enough to flirt with them and stuff. To me, that's just crazy. That's just crazy. And then the other thing to look at is the United States has the worst maternal mortality rate for childbirth and pregnancy in the Western nations. So every time a woman decides to go ahead and continue the pregnancy, she's doing that knowing that she is risking her life, right? So there may
Yeah,
be times when the situation that she is in with the father and stuff might make her decide that she's not ready to risk her life for that, right? It's a real concern. Some people, again, would still say because of something that happened, a failure in prophylactics or whatever, she's now responsible to risk her life for that situation that neither her nor the father are ready for. And I find that weird too.
Yeah, I think from certain perspectives, like there is a new life starting, and so the basis is like there is a new life starting. Let's take care of it, but that shouldn't be like solely like biologically it is, and it is dangerous. But yeah, I kind of see where you're coming from.
Yeah, and like I said, so that's the nuances where if instead of discussing the situation, you just come at me with, no, it's her fault for being in that situation, and we need to go back to when men handed women over to other men, and women aren't even allowed to go to college, have a life, get a job, travel, whatever, because in case something ever happens to them and they get pregnant, like that's what gets to me. How in 2025, how do you tell me that because of your black and white beliefs that women have to go back to the days where they can't leave the house by themselves in case they meet a man or something happens? Like,
Yeah. Well, some men do abandon their pregnant partner and they just leave them to go handle it biologically as if like we're not part of a society that's made out of various age groups and we need a structure that like understands that yeah, the ideal is like both partners would be both looking after their own child in a community. A community raises a child scenario. It's not fully on just the two parents providing the meals, etc. There's a social context involved. And so by removing the context and just going into black and white issues, it's like it sounds discouraging to risk pregnancy, even if you survive, um, which we can increase the likelihood of both the survival of the fetus and the mother. But sometimes that's just not possible. People have real mass miscarriages, and that happens, and it's sad for the woman, and it's something real. It's tangible. It really happens.
yep, yes, it is. But it's just, I don't know. It's just total anathema to me, to consider that people seriously want me to have lived that kind of life, to have had no agency of my own, to just be given over to some man. Like it's just incredible to me that people think that that's a viable situation, just because of their particular morals.
Yeah, I think what they've done is interpreted some amount of scripture, taught it in a twisted way, and just converted that to I get to have things my way, but you don't get to have things your way. Where when I'm reading some of this stuff, it's more like, okay, we're talking about things, we're negotiating, we're working towards a common goal, and that scenario is vastly different than the black and white person A should do this particular thing.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And then like other things, it's the misogyny that really creates the issue for me. Um, because there's other ways to deal with it, but they don't want to deal with it that way. They want to deal with it the way that they want, which is subjugating women and not letting women have a life and have to belong to men. Iceland has Iceland did not agree with that particular um situation itself, and I'm just trying to be careful what I said. So what they did, instead of trying to religiously force women back into the box and become objects again, become breeding vessels and whatnot, they went the other way where they gave women full autonomy. If a woman gets pregnant, she gets everything paid for. Here in America, pregnancy still isn't even covered by health insurance. You have to use Medicaid for it, and Medicaid is being dismantled. So you are going to be out of pocket anywhere from $5,000 to $30,000 if you have a baby. Iceland pays for everything. They give you a baby box, which is all the stuff you're going to need to start out having a baby. Clothes, diapers, bottles, everything. And you get 3 years, I think, off of work that you can take however you like. So you can take 3 years altogether. You can take a year and then wait a year, like go back to work and then take the next year off, like when they go back to school or something.
Yeah, and it gives the options for paternal leave for the father to be around the child for those early years much more frequently as well. Whereas if I'm away at work all the time, 12 hours a day, and I barely see my kid, I don't get the really close relationship that I could develop either. So there's a downside to, being the man who's always like alpha on top kind of thing.
Yep. But this is, in fact, for single women. They do not in any way shame women for having a child out of wedlock. And they support them with free childcare and 3 years off of work and stuff. And work cannot hinder your advancement. So what this has done, in fact, has drastically lowered abortions because women do not have any kind of financial worries or anything if they do get pregnant and choose to have the baby.
That's interesting in the regards of fatherhood because, like, if you're not really obligated to stay around for the child and the government is helping provide various finances or various community programs, I still feel like if you are a, a woman who gets pregnant and you're not having the relationship with the man, you're sort of replacing the relationship or the responsibilities that some men would like to take off by the government providing those facilities instead of the partner.
Well, I mean, this is the assumption here, right? Is that the man did not want to be part of the relationship or the relationship just was not viable. If the couple is together and having the baby together, then yes, he benefits by all of this too. My point is that here in the States, they shame women for getting pregnant without having a man to take care of them. There are no social nets whatsoever. The woman now has to find money. Like women are being forced to carry and have children in the United States as we speak, whether they want to or not. But they're given nothing to help
What
that.
would be an interesting solution is like if you're a man who sleeps around, you should be taxed more because you're providing more children to the public that the sector has to take care of. So, if, if, would you would the men be willing to only work for like $4 an hour if the rest was being given by tax to take care of the children which they didn't want to take care of?
Absolutely, they would not. And then that's where we go back to the murder being the leading cause of death in pregnant women. That's why women die, because men do not want to have that paternity test and have to pay child support or anything. So 100% they would not want people to know they were sleeping around and would also probably continue to murder women. But that's an interesting solution. That would be, and instituting that might actually stop men from producing unwanted babies within 10, 15 years, probably. But anyway, there's more people coming in, and so there probably should be a topic change.
Yeah, so instead of prostitution, if you're wanting to sleep around with the women, you don't pay the women, you pay the tax department pimp. Because like there may be the consequences of a children who want to be given an education later in life like yourself. And
Right?
I think, yeah, especially I think the men who've been um, the product of sole parenthood, they go, oh no, I didn't have both mum and dad here. I only had one or the other. And I go, oh,
Yeah, I don't necessarily find that much of an excuse, because if you went through that yourself, how do you put that on somebody else? Like, I don't see the enforced staying together. I don't like that either. I don't think people should have to live together intimately if they don't get along. Um, but to then fight child support is weird to me. Like, if it's your child, do you really want them to have less than you had?
well, it sounds like the people who advocate for like having a lot of control or say over what women do haven't been in a situation where um only their mother had to raise them with no real help. So they don't understand the problem because they haven't lived it. Because the consequences of them having this mentality actually affects a real human, not just the mother, but the child that's been raised without knowing their dad or just anything like that.
Yep. Yep. I'll agree with that. But again, in that case, I'll say then, like, it's up to the dad. And that's generally where you're going to find what kind of assholes the parents are. Um, if it was a really horrific relationship, then it's probably better for the children, no matter what, that they're raised by the best parents and not in the middle of that kind of conflict.
People
Uh,
who, yeah, are surrounded by constant conflict. I have
yeah,
a very different approach to life because a couple of close people that I know are separated, and you know, due to the circumstances, the wife in this case is getting less custody. She's not a really big fan of it because it's basically one Sunday every month. You know, they get to see their own kid, and it's just like uh, they're feeling very disgusted that the man's manipulated the legal system just so that he can make a complaint, but the complaint is treated as though it's actually happened. And it's just like, yeah, there's injustice on both sides, unfortunately.
yeah, there are, but again, that's on the adults. Like, you feel for her in this situation, um, and those kids are going to be one of the ones that are probably really screwed up, because I am sure if he's pulling this, I am sure he is saying all kinds of nasty stuff about her in front of the kids.
And true, like, I don't know the bloke. He's like 5 states away, apparently. And so um, I would caution myself to only believe her side of the story because yeah, relationships, there's usually two sides in the truth. So yeah.
All right, I'm trying to get Shoebill back in here to see if we can talk about the debate instead of talking about this boring stuff.
It's interesting for a while. We have some similarities, and like because I'm not a woman and I wouldn't know what it would like to be a pro-life woman. I can only say that like I feel that there's a huge benefit to being alive and having choices. And so I feel like if I'm denied my choices, I'm not the fullness of a human being. And so to deny some of the choices of women but enjoying them myself, that's hypocrisy and it's not acceptable.
Thank you for that, because that is in fact true. I do try to keep it limited to actual horrific things that happen, and they can't even handle that, let alone handling the fact that women should just have the right to exist in their own space and have their own lives. So that's totally beyond them, because they still believe, and by they, I'm talking about a certain cohort here, that women should sacrifice, that they're not a true woman if they don't sacrifice themselves for their fetus, even to the extent where you bring up their already existing kids, like maybe they want to sacrifice the fetus to stay with the kids that they already have, and they don't get that at all. A woman, the epitome of a woman.
What are the sacrifices the men are willing to make to ensure that, you know, their lifestyle of their partner, the lifestyle of their potential child is like there? What are the sacrifices they're making?
Oh,
Like they're different kinds of sacrifices where, like you quite rightly say, it's like you know, as much as you work, as much as you sacrifice, your life may not be in the line because the growth of that particular new child
yeah.
has endangered you physically.
Well, that's the sacrifice they're talking about. That in the event that there is a risk to the mother's health, or their first three pregnancies almost killed them, and this fourth one wasn't expected, and they don't think they're going to make it this time, so they'd rather do something proactive to stay with their three existing children. They legitimately believe that a woman is only a woman if they willingly sacrifice their life for that fetus. It's crazy. It's unbelievably crazy. Lori, are you going to talk to us? Change the subject. What do you got?
Yeah, yeah. I just
I
was
don't have
interested in what
much.
was firing you up, and you described what you fired up. So the conversation is complete. Thank you for the engagement.
Thank you too. I just always feel bad when nobody's talking, so then I start talking too much. So I'm always happy when somebody else talks.
Yeah, I don't have a topic change. It's 5 o'clock and my brain is done. It's not braining yet.
No excuses, Lori. Come on. Drink coffee. Drink that coffee and let's go.
Yeah, I haven't had the coffee. That's maybe the problem.
I'm gonna say that probably is. Oh fuck, wait. It's 5 o'clock. When's the F1?
F1. Is there an F1?
Yeah. What do you mean, is there an F1? You don't keep track?
No. I probably should.
You probably should.
Yes, I actually probably should kind of. I'm really good at staying on top of mainstream stuff because sometimes that stuff doesn't interest me. But I'm trained to be a translator and an interpreter, and actually, as an interpreter, it's kind of important to stay on top of stuff because if the person you're interpreting refers to current cultural events, you should kind of know what's going on.
Yeah, to some extent, that's probably in fact true. All right, we've got plenty of time. F1 doesn't start about 8 hours, a little less than 8 hours.
Is this Formula One or something else?
Formula One. Spanish Grand Prix.
Let's go brum brum.
Imagine if instead of Spanish Grand Prix, you get the Spanish Inquisition.
No, thank you. No, thank you. Some days feel like that is true in here. So I'm okay with it not happening. Surely we can count on somebody else coming in. Well, if it's going to be so quiet in here, I'm going to mute as well and start getting ready for bed, I think. I'll be back in a little bit.
Is everyone muted?
No, just some of us are instigators of conversation. Others are more response.
Conversation leeches?
No. If you have something to talk about, I'm more willing to listen than to talk.
Or conversation leech, yeah, gotcha.
It's one interpretation.
I
However,
mean, how would you interpret it?
I listen before I talk.
I see. But if you're not going to speak, though, and you're the only person in here, then I'd be monologuing, essentially, right? So... Would you like me to do that, to monologue?
I'm not asking you to monologue.
Oh no, I'm not saying you're asking me to. I'm just asking you if you'd like me to do that.
No, I'm usually more conversation interested, and usually that involves someone saying, "Oh, I find this thing interesting to talk about. What do you think?" And that's where I come in with my thoughts on the subject.
I see.
Oop, I heard conversation for a little bit there, but then it stopped.
That's unfortunate.
Yes, very unfortunate. You should start again.
Oh, I don't know what you guys would like to talk about now. I mean, it says OmniTalk, so theoretically I should be able to talk about anything, but that's in theory, but that's in practice not really easy.
Good point, but yes, you really can't talk about anything.
So what are the things I can't or can talk about, whichever list is shorter?
They prefer no medical talk, even though we do get around it if we're very, very careful. And of course, nothing against TOS because we don't want any strikes. No racism, that kind of deal.
Oh, racism, that's such a rubber term, you know, like what does racism even mean?
Oh, please.
No, I mean, like, obviously there are some things everybody would agree that it's racist, right? But then there are things that are labeled as racist where others might not agree that that's racist. So,
Okay, so here's the thing. It doesn't really matter what other people think. It matters what Discord and YouTube think. And if they consider it racist and somebody turns it in, we're going to get a strike.
why is YouTube TOS relevant on Discord? Is there somebody in here that like records and streams everything or something? Or
Correct. If you look above, the Earth is Life bot is in the room. That means it's being streamed live to YouTube.
no, I see. What about mass migration? Can we talk about mass migration?
I mean, you can as long as you don't use that as a way to devolve into some people are worse than others and shouldn't be allowed to do things and blah blah whatever racism.
Right.
Who wants to go where? How many people?
Well, I have a bit of a theory on mass migration, right? Like, it obviously doesn't apply to every single scenario, but I think it's part of it, which is that mass migration is a humanitarian illusion which allows corrupt regimes to export dissent, avoid reforms, and externalize their internal failures. So essentially, like some governments are encouraging or even allowing migration as a sort of pressure release valve, if you like. So they don't have to improve any conditions in their country. They don't have to build their economies or address any quote human rights unquote abuses.
Well, that could be true, but I mean,
Yeah, there are many people who might be dissatisfied with their country and want to leave it and go elsewhere. Is that what you mean by mass migration, or just like
Well,
I don't
obviously
want to be around my own country?
that's the symptom, but I'm saying like part of the root of that problem is that certain governments are encouraging it, right? Like basically, oh, if you don't like it here and you're like dissatisfied and you're dissenting, then get the fuck out, go to the West, you know, like be their
Yeah,
problem.
that's more of the benefit of democracies, where the people in the system go, well, this leader's doing an absolute trash job. Can we find a replacement?
How does that usually work out in practice? Do people like get voted out that much, or are people like, well, this guy's like kind of trash, but he's like, in my opinion, better than the others, so I'm still gonna vote for him and his party? Isn't that usually more likely what happens?
depends on the country and the situation, really.
I mean, like, if we were to take your country as an example, I assume you guys are Americans, right?
No, I am. I don't think anybody else is.
I'm from the deep south of Australia, so it's different for me.
So there you go. You have this two-party system where I'd argue that the parties are like two sides of the same coin. Like, yeah, on the surface they disagree on some things, but ultimately when it really comes down to it, like they both fuck you over. So they just do it in slightly different ways, and sometimes in the same way. Especially when it comes to sending your tax dollars to Israel and stuff like that. So that's something they both can agree on.
Yeah, there's things that they both do that are the same, but I would argue that in many, many other ways they are in fact different.
I don't know about that. They both serve Wall Street. Both of them wage wars abroad. They sell you hope every 4 years, and then they just govern for those multimillionaires that donate for their party.
I think when people get motivated to join politics, they feel they can be part of the change, and something happens along the line which they go, well, I'm not even sure how much change I can make, and then politics becomes a whole different thing. Because if I was more interested in politics and actually producing changes, I'd be like looking at what the population is giving back as far as feedback is concerned about like how garbage or how good a particular part of that society is running.
Can you like name any major changes that have been undertaken by either party, really?
In the United States,
Yeah, of course, yeah. I mean, I wouldn't.
so the one party is dismantling all the safety agencies we have. So we are now in the middle of yet another salmonella outbreak that was not announced to people, and there were no recalls done because the one party is the party that wants these agencies to not exist. The other party is fighting to keep this agency. It is also tornado season.
Excuse me, which
agency,
agency is that? What's the name of that agency?
the hang on. Not the Food and Drug Agency. What is it called? Hang on. Let me get it.
You're not talking about the
Well, it
FDA.
would be,
You're talking about
would be the
labs.
FDA that's responsible usually for like food-related safety stuff, as far as I know.
We have a bunch of them. Let me get it for you.
Mm.
USDA. Thank you. The FDA is part of it, but it's the USDA particularly handles the food industries. We also, like I said, are in tornado season, and they are defunding the weather services so that people are not getting alerted when tornadoes are bearing down on their towns. Only one party is responsible for that. The other party would like those agencies to stay. There's FEMA. There's been disasters from the tornadoes where whole towns were ripped apart. And it used to be that the agency FEMA would go into those towns and give temporary shelter, clean water, do laundry, help them.
Can we quickly go? Can we quickly go back to your point about agencies being quote unquote dismantled and that being a salmonella outbreak, and it's somehow the Republicans' fault that nobody was informed? I believe what you're referring to, right, is that 2 Republican representatives were introducing a bill that was aimed at preventing the USDA from implementing a proposed rule, which hadn't even been law yet, right? It was just proposed to reduce salmonella in raw poultry products. Poultry, as far as I know, refers to like chickens and turkeys and stuff. However, this first of all, it's a bill that's been introduced. It hasn't been voted on. It's not.
That is not
Speaking about. Secondly, the bill was salmonella outbreak was cucumber. It wasn't poultry. So in either case, it wouldn't have made a difference, right? Whether the law was passed or not. So this seems like misinformation. Like not by you deliberately. I'm not saying you deliberately are spreading misinformation. I think it's more like your source outlet where you read this is spreading misinformation.
Shut the fuck up. You are putting words into my mouth. I never said it had anything to do with the poultry bill. It was, in fact, the cucumber thing I was looking at. So don't you misrepresent me. I am done with this conversation if this is the games you're going to play, because you just put an entire story in my mouth that I never said.
Oh, you didn't claim that the Republicans did something that prevented people from being informed about this? That was not your claim?
Did claim that, and it is true. You're the one that brought the 2 lawmakers and the poultry fucking shit into it. I never said that. That is not what I was talking about.
Can we have a civil conversation? Can you please calm down?
Not after the trick you just played. No, absolutely not. You lied about what I was saying. You put words into.
Lie about anything.
And when I tried to correct you, you just kept talking over me. So no. How is that supposed to be a civil conversation?
Okay, then let's do this, right? And I'm sorry if I was mistaken, right? That I wasn't trying to imply anything or say or whatever. Can you like give me a source for whatever it is that the Republican Party did, which led to people allegedly not being informed about this outbreak?
For fuck's sake, am I your secretary? Sure.
I mean, it was your claim after all, right? So that's usually how that works.
Yeah, but that's not what you asked me to do. You asked me for situations where one party wanted something, was making big changes that was different than the other party. And I
then you gave an example, and now I'm asking you to elaborate on that example.
I think I fully explained that. I mean, I was still getting to the point where FEMA is no longer taking care of natural disaster victims. That's a pretty damn big change. People have nothing.
Have no happily, but I'd still like some clarification on that salmonella claim. I'm happy to like talk about the FEMA thing afterwards.
No, I told you. You are not having a civil conversation. You put words and the situation into my mouth that was not true. So no, I will get you USDA information, but I don't discuss things like this with people who just make shit up. I don't.
You're yelling at me, you're accusing me of lying and all that, so I don't think I'm the one who's
This is
being
what you just
responsible.
did. You literally, I can go back and get the clip
Oh,
off the live
okay.
stream that
That's,
we
that's
had.
fine. You can do
So-
that. All I did was the
So
reason.
you were saying that
I
you assumed
The
that I
reason
was
I
talking about
mentioned
the
everything
situation.
is because that's the only thing I could find
Thank
that
you.
was any way connected with the Republican Party and the Salmonella outbreak. That's why I referenced it. I'd never said you said it had anything to do with this
Okay.
bill in particular. I said that that's the only thing I could find, and I assumed that this is what you're referring to.
You said that you assumed that that is what I was talking about. And when I went to tell you that was not what I was talking about, you kept talking over me to continue saying that. There was an executive order signed, more than one, affecting the food safety in America. And one of it, a couple of them involved the fact that we do not get alerted to food outbreaks anymore. So there's been a couple salmonella outbreaks. One of them killed 2 children, I think now, from lettuce that was contaminated and was sold to to different schools throughout the country, that they never warned people about the outbreak and children died. And if you think I'm making that up, that's on you. I'm not making it up. It's my country. I am fully aware of what's going on in my country.
Okay, I've been Googling and asking ChatGPT. There's no publicly available evidence of a formal executive order that prohibits the disclosure of foodborne illnesses.
Did I say it prohibited it?
I mean, you said there was several executive orders, some of which are
They no
regarding
longer
informing,
have to do
they're
it.
regarding informing people about the food outbreaks. Well, I'll check for if it's like, oh, you don't have to inform them. 1 second.
Yeah, because GPT is an excellent form for this. But, you know, we'll take this one situation that you just don't have the correct term to search Chat GPT for.
So what I did find, however, is in November 2024 there was an E. coli outbreak, and the FDA did not publicly disclose that either, right? So that was prior to Trump and prior to the
It was
again.
post-election. Thank you. When
Yeah,
was the
but
outbreak?
you don't get inaugurated in November, so therefore it wasn't their doing, right?
Oh my God. And this just tells me how uninformed you are about how our politics work here, which is just another reason, I guess, to not engage with you.
I see.
How many executive orders has Trump signed since his inauguration?
A lot, I would assume.
Yeah, how many? Use your Chat GPT and ask.
I don't know. I don't care. It's not relevant to the conversation.
Oh, well, it might be relevant to why you cannot find the information.
Okay, I have the facts of the executive orders. Okay.
Thank you.
So, as a part of the commencing reduction of the federal bureaucracy, executive order, they eliminated several food safety committees, including the USDA's National Advisory Committee on Microbiological Criteria for Foods, and the National Advisory Committee on Meat and Poultry Inspection. The president had determined they were unnecessary. So yeah, I guess it stands to reason that if you cut committees whose like job is for oversight for airborne foodborne illnesses, then you're gonna have you're kind of fucking around.
I think that's an oversimplification of the issue. It seems to me that there are several agencies, committees, whatever you want to call them, that have overlapping jurisdictions, right? So why
Yeah, I
wouldn't
get it,
you
but
streamline those?
do you think that you would want to get rid of the like? Why would you say that those committees are like unnecessary?
No, not
I mean,
all
like,
of them are, but
why would Trump
if
say
there
that?
is overlapping jurisdictions, you would want to streamline, and that includes like cutting down on job posts and stuff. Like, why do you need several agencies that all deal with like food related stuff and shit
No,
like
it's
that
like
when there's
it's
one should be enough?
Because they deal with different parts of the industry and different types of foods. Why are you
Again,
asking
which-
questions when it's
which
clear you don't
seems-
know what you're talking about? And this is
Which
why you
seems
are.
to be a waste of resources, right? Why diversify like this instead of like
I think
streamlining all
you're
of this
kind of.
into like one
Are you
agency?
arguing just to argue?
Yep, he is. And I've already told him, and I broke my law. I already told him he is not worth discussing this with because this is exactly what he's doing.
Sorry, what was your question? I couldn't understand you because the woman is being pretty loud.
The woman is very loud and will continue to be loud to any.
The woman, I was listening to the woman on Discord, the only one who's actually there, the one woman that lives on Discord. She was talking too loud. I
Uh,
couldn't hear.
I love you, Mr. President. Big fan.
It's good to see you, Mr. President. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. I know you love me. I love America. I love money more than America, actually. I love money a lot.
I mean, that's understandable.
Thank you, sir.
I love money more too than America.
I mean, think about like all the other like committees they have. The committees there are that are probably even more useless. Like, I don't think I would fuck around with the ones ones that have to do with like food safety, in my opinion.
I think bloated bureaucracies need to be streamlined, and I don't particularly care what they're doing.
Yeah, but it's a little troubling when you like streamline the bureaucracy and then you see like. I mean, of course, it's like not possible to prove like 100% causation or anything, but you can prove I guess you could show correlation. Like if there's oversight in like food, if there's been oversight in um like like more foodborne illness, like as a result of such, you could definitely show a positive correlation.
So the only executive order I could find relating to this, and obviously this was not done deliberately, was that certain agencies, federal health agencies in general, not just food ones, such as the CDC, the FDA, NIH, and so on, were to pause all external communications, right? The problem is the directive didn't specify the duration and certain other specifics, which led to some confusions among officials whether they should or shouldn't alert the public about food recalls and stuff, right? So that's what happened essentially. So this was not deliberately done. It's just I suppose an unfortunately worded executive order. And again, this was in January 2025, but there are examples prior to this of the FDA choosing not to disclose stuff like details of an E. coli outbreak in lettuce in November 2024 and so on. So this happened prior to the Republicans being in power and prior to this executive order.
So
Does
you think maybe it's just a coincidence, like they got rid of a committee involving like informing people of foodborne illnesses, and then there was a bunch of foodborne illness. It's just like a coincidence, I guess.
I have to first verify that fact before I can comment on that.
Whether they got rid of the committee. What
Yes.
do you mean? Like it was part of the Reduction of Federal Bureaucracy Act? I mean, not act because it's not an act. It's like an executive order or whatever. I don't think like if you go to the commencing the reduction of the federal bureaucracy on the website, it doesn't like list all of the like it just kind of like outlines like getting like like streamlining the bureaucracy. It doesn't like list every single thing it got rid of on the page for some reason.
One moment.
I think this conversation kind of gone its course, anyways.
NACMC.
It is done. It's over with. I told you. I said it was a few years ago. It was over. Actually, I stopped it with my executive orders.
Now, Mr. President, will you be attempting to run for a third term? Thank you, sir.
Okay, so even after he dissolved or disbanded whatever these two committees, right? There's like 6 more that have the same or similar roles, whether they're direct or indirect roles, that have to do with foodborne illnesses, food safety, safety of meat, poultry, egg products, stuff like this, right? So there's 6 fucking more, right? Oh,
I'm sure they all
seems
do
like
different
you
things.
have a
I'm sure they all do different.
bureaucratic nightmare
I'm sure they
going
all
on
do different.
here.
They probably do different things.
Again, they have overlapping responsibilities.
I don't know. I guess I'm not I'm not in the FDA, so how would you know? How would you know their responsibility that? How would you know that their responsibilities are overlapping? Like you can have like the advisory committee on meat and poultry inspection, and then you can have like one that's about one that's called something about like food safety, but those are different things. You know what I mean? Like one's about inspection and one's
But it's
about food
primarily
safety.
the USDA FSIS that's responsible for product recalls and public health alerts and stuff. So not really.
Well, that's not the same as inspection.
It's literally called Food Safety and Inspection Service, FSIS. So yeah, they do safety and inspection both.
Is Mr. President still here?
There's a point where we're gonna have to agree to disagree because I'm not gonna assume that you're assuming that their overlapping responsibilities are unnecessary, and I'm assuming that they are necessary. So that's just gonna be a disagreement, right?
That's inefficient, in my opinion. But yeah,
It's fine.
obviously there's gonna be some hiccups while they consolidate and reshuffle.
Yeah.
Yes, Mr. President is still here. He's still listening. I'm
Well,
a
yeah,
very
President was
great
asked a
listener.
question.
I was asked a question. They asked me if I was going to attempt to run for a third term. What I'd like to do, I'd like to take you guys back to the 80s, to the swamps of Dagobah. That little green puppet guy, he was talking to me. He said, Donald Trump, do or don't. There's not a try. There's no such thing as trying. So it's not that I will attempt to run for the third term. No, it was I will,
I will
and I
do.
will win. I will do it. I will become the first person since Franklin Delano Roosevelt, great president, the guy, FDR in a wheelchair all day long. He got to sit down. I get to sit down. Very inspiring guy. So, yes, I will be running for that third term and I will be winning it.
I had a follow-up question, Mr. President.
You are fake
With
news. You are fake news. I'm not going to listen to it.
yeah, with all due respect, and I don't mean to sound offensive, but you seem to have put on some weight. Are you sure you are still able of running?
Well,
Running. I get what you're saying.
Well, I don't think I'll be able to run anymore, but I will run for a new term. It's called a figure of speech. It's called figurative language, where they take the words and they don't mean the words. Like when I say I love America, that's figurative language. It's I really don't mean it in the inside. What I really mean is I love money.
Mr. President, how's your new jet?
My new jet. They gave it to me from Qatar. I couldn't point to it at a map, but I can point to the golden bathroom in the back of the jet. Very great plane. Never been in one quite as well decked out as this one before. I'll tell you that.
And how do you feel about the Qatar leadership?
I told you I don't know where they are. I don't know what they do. I think they did the Olympics one time. Forget when that was, but I know they did the Olympics. A lot of great athletes went there. Probably some of the athletes helped build this plane up from the ground up. Very talented people worked on this plane. Very talented craftsmen chiseled the toilet out of gold. Actual golden toilet.
Thank you, Mr. President.
You're very welcome.
Now the
your
only thing you need after that is a golden shower.
Well, my good friend Diddy, when he gets out of prison, let's just say he'll give me one of those.
You could just give him a pardon and a
I
free
could.
lifetime supply of Johnson's baby oil.
We don't do Johnson's. We have our own private supplier, actually. The photos you saw of the shelves, that was just the cover story. They never showed you the airplane hangar full of the baby oil that we use, the airplane hangar. Very big building, very large building, powerful building. They built it bigly, and they put so much baby oil in there, but they never showed the picture. It's all classified. They only saw the shelves. They only found 100 of them.
Mr. President, is it true that you're going to pardon Derek Chauvin?
Derek Chauvin, that was the guy from Minnesota. Is that correct? The guy from Minnesota?
Yeah.
Well, the rumors are false. I don't deal with people from Minnesota. I don't talk to them very much, actually. I don't trust it. Because they have, what do they have? They have Minneapolis and the other one. They had the Twin Cities. I don't trust the Twins. Don't trust Twins. I saw The Shining and I promised myself I'd never trust
Yeah.
Twins ever again.
There you go. Did you see the Twin Peaks?
I didn't see them because I don't trust them. I don't know if they're really mountains or not. I couldn't tell, actually. I didn't look at them because I just don't trust the Twins. The Twins aren't real. Twins are very bad, actually. Twins are bad. I'm against them, actually.
I think twins might actually be our first evidence of cloning.
Wait, Mr. President, how do we feel about late-term abortion for twins?
Well, if they're twins, I don't really give a care. Just pick one, roll a die, flip a coin. Because we can't have any more twins. No more. Bye-bye.
What about triplets? Are triplets okay, or are they even
Triplets
worse?
are okay because they're not twins anymore.
Mashallah.
So you're saying we just have to take a baby and put another one in there, or take one out?
Yeah, just toss another bun in the oven or take one out. Doesn't really matter as long as it's not twins.
This is
How's
some good policy.
negotiations with Mr. Bukele going for like more prisons and stuff? Any progress?
The associations with who?
Mr. Bukele
Well,
of El Salvador.
Mr. Bouquet. I don't talk to flowers because they're not people, so I never talk to the bouquet.
Mashallah.
President, how many Diet Cokes have you had today?
That's a very great question. Well, since I can't count past about 5 or 6, could not tell you. Could not tell you.
So
More
at
than
least 6.
5 or 6. More than 6, but I don't know what the number is. They'll have to get out my chart with the dots on it.
In base 6, it's 11.
In base 6, it's 11, folks. I did not eat 7. I did not eat 7 Coca-Colas. More than 7.
Why do you like diet better than regular Coke?
It just tastes better.
Yeah, sensible.
It does.
That aspartame is the best taste.
Yeah, the natural sugar. But actually, they don't use the nasty Mexican Coke uses real sugar, and the regular American Coke, great American Coca-Cola, made by the greatest Confederate soldier. You can look it up. John Pemberton, really racist guy, made the Coca-Cola.
Good guy.
And he puts the high fructose corn syrup, folks. I don't agree with getting high, so they put it in the Coke, and I don't drink it. The Diet Coke doesn't have any high fructose corn syrup. It has the aspartame.
Nothing tastes better than aspartame.
Nothing tastes better. Nothing after tastes better either.
Fair enough. Do you think the Mexican Coke is brought here by asylum workers? Asylum, uh, asylum patients from Mexico?
I can tell you that after this year, they won't be made by those guys anymore. I can't tell you about how it is now, but I can promise you after a year, we'll know 100% that there aren't any.
Are you against asylum, President?
Well, I went to the asylum yesterday actually. The people, they were scratching at the doors. They were in the padded rooms. I said, we don't need any more people that need to go in asylums.
Fair enough.
Nico, I saw your text in the chat. There are no tariffs on Diet Coke. In fact, there's a negative tariff on Diet Coke. I'm paying them to bring it in.
Well, what do we make I actually, I don't know. Do we make the Coke here?
We do.
We
But I
make in
still pay
Georgia?
them. They make it in the great state of Georgia. But they also make it in Mexico. So I pay the Mexicans to bring it here because it tastes so good. Even though it has the real sugar in it, which is less good for you than the aspartame. But sometimes I enjoy it in the glass. In the glass. I like look at the glass. That's why I have my windows right behind me now, actually. My big Oval Office windows.
Okay, I'm done. Anybody want to talk about something else?
That was pretty incredible. That was great. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome.
I love
It's a
this
fine
president.
impression, it was a very good impression, one of the best impressions I've ever seen. Yes.
It's the greatest impression. They do it so well. They do it so bigly good as is.
Now we just need Tom Cruise.
Bravo, sir. Bravo. Bravo fucking oh.
Maybe Tony will come back from getting food soon and he can tell us about the debate. Maybe Shoebill is still listening and will come in and start telling us about the debate.
What debate?
I've listened to a bit of it when Kyle was comparing the horizon to a hula hoop, but
I saw that part and the part of the hotel bit, right? Oh, here's Shoebill now. Tell us about the debate. We're waiting for Tony to come back.
It was brutal.
Yeah.
I mean, Kyle had nothing. He just said some looks like things. That was the extent of it.
Any highlights? What stood out?
Pardon me?
What stood
I
out
did
to you?
think
Like,
that
you remember? I'm sorry, I think we overtalked. Go ahead, Oblate.
I particularly like the hula hoop analogy by Kyle. I I haven't stood on a hula hoop that's like I don't know 3 to 5 nautical miles in radius, but when I do, I'll let you know.
Or bring it up because that's the only reason Tony comes around is to try and make himself feel good too. So he's just as bad as flat earthers. He's bringing all of his problems in, which is
Well,
everyone knows that's what I did the worst. Is I brought every bit of frustration I had and laid it on Globers as soon as I could.
well, if you saw the MDD just now, the opening, they had 10 minutes each. It was fucking brutal. And Tony was very just simple matter of fact. It was like, here's the distances between points on the Earth. Figure it out there. And he goes, oh, we can't.
There was a moment in time when I thought Kyle was refreshing and exciting.
Oh boy, did you?
Well, you should
Yeah,
refresh.
he was trying to do a curriculum and trying to give us something that we could work with. And his humbleness was appealing amongst everyone else's bullshit.
In other words,
But he turns out
in other words,
to be another religious zealot, so who cares?
he was just making a purse out of a sow's ear.
I've heard you say that before. Could you explain it again?
Well, taking a little piece of complete scrap and calling it a Gucci purse. I mean, yeah, Kyle had nothing. If you should refresh and just watch this evening's MDD, just the first 20 minutes. Kyle was absolutely flummoxed. It was just ridiculous. I mean, he could not bring up a single technical item in support of flat Earth. Not one.
Jaron turned it on for a minute live about a couple hours ago or an hour ago or something, and he said Kyle was so useless that he had called Jaron up and tried to explain flat Earth to Jaron, as if Jaron had never heard any of it in 10 years. It's like Jared was listening and he just started Flat Earth 101. Pretty good, man. So I just want you to know, PhD Tony, Duffy, Mick Toon, and Rob Parks have not watched Nat Geo, much less our other work. So I would still like to see a demonstration of bottom-up obstruction, and I can still, all kidding aside, still ask for it. Fortunately, I can ask for both sides because there's no flat earthers that are ever going to test anything again, ever. So it's over with for forward motion and learning, and that's the crime. It's not about learning anymore. It's about making shit up.
Please tell me you're not talking about the Nat Geo that Eden keeps talking about.
Well, I'm sure you know nothing about it. So why don't you? That's not Nat Geo. See, let's go for the round robin of what people think they know, and that's how flat earthers got a lead ever, because people think they know shit and they criticize shit that's upside down that they're not They don't even know what they're talking about.
It
No,
sounds like a vague description. What's this Nat Geo? It's like not really specific enough to tell us what you're talking about.
Dan, are you talking
Okay,
about
well,
the
I'm
Nat Geo
sorry
flag?
that you can just be that out of the scene, but the most well-documented observations that have been made and exposed to the most people with both flat and impartial observers present was videoed by a Nat Geo crew and placed out into the public with video evidence from different cameras and such, and then a narrative that doesn't match the images.
So, are you talking about the Nat Geo where they had a helicopter rising up above the water
Again,
level?
that's not Nat Geo, and you're wrong, and you should get
I'm
something.
asking a question. You can say
Okay,
yes or no,
that was
and then
that
tell
was
me what the Nat Geo actually is.
okay.
Just
My
Tell me
my
what it
friend
is.
said
If I'm out of the fucking loop, just include me in the fucking loop, you dipshit.
no, my
Yeah,
friend.
PBS was the helicopter. Nat Geo was the black and red battle flag.
And the balloons that Nat Geo had the sense not to show because we didn't have a helicopter. We used helium balloons, and the flat earthers spotted them on the ground. So it was easy for us to debunk stuff that day.
So you were in that video? That was you?
No, my friends were in that.
Oh.
But
So
I've
then-
worked with them in those places since. I've been back to those places working with the same people.
Okay.
Right. So
But
I have
one that
seen
even-
that video of the boat with the stripes going away from the viewers, right? And that was the Nat Geo demonstration of the horizontal stripe flag. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Well,
the one that Ian brings up.
It was
Okay.
used, the flag was used as something we could measure in the distance.
They botched it.
They just doubled down, the blue shirt guys in that doubled down and said that they saw the stripes disappearing one after another and that it was just an editing issue. And I know they're lying because we had too many other cameras. But the crux of that whole thing is that the 1 foot observer and the 5 foot observer, in other words, the guy in his belly and the guy in the tripod, did not see anything different. And on the globe, we assumed they should have. And when it moved further away, nobody saw anything different. Like when it went from 1 to 3 miles, it still sat at the same point on what they called the horizon or the obstruction point. And while they said the stripes disappeared one at a time, they didn't. And in every picture, you can see the shoreline behind them. So it's likely that that wasn't a water line at any point. And nobody busted out the math to try and understand what the expectation would have been. So the Globers fought for the 2 or 3 inches that were sitting in the wave line, saying that there was your obstruction when those were actually waves.
Did your
So
friend?
Here's the point. If you and I stood somewhere and launched a boat, a toy boat, whatever, if we're both standing there, we should be able to see bottom up obstruction happen right away. We don't have to wait for it to get out into the fog and the smog and the haze and the weather and the moisture or the refraction. We could see it right away within 1, 2, and 3 miles.
Well, depending on like
Maybe.
like the refractive conditions.
Chances are, though, the exaggerations of your refracted conditions aren't going to be dramatic at these closer ranges. We made the mistake before of going all the way up to 35 miles thinking we were proving something. And that was the mistake. We should have concentrated on 1 mile.
I will say probably around 3 miles is when you're gonna see it, like within a margin of error around 3 miles. If you're at 6 feet high, is when you'll see it start to disappear. But the boat has to go far enough for you to see the bottom of the obstruction. The Nat Geo people didn't go far enough.
Okay, you're wrong. and you're spouting technical know-how without knowledge of what happened. I just got through explaining that the 1 foot observer and the tripod 5 or 6 foot observer should see something different. And that is the man who I'm talking about. That is the declaration. That is the claim. His name is Ross Blocker. You know the clip I'm about to upload. So it's crazy that you're saying that because you ignored everything I said in defense, like you need to defend something. Why don't you defend real math? The 2 observers at different heights should see something. And as it moves further away, everybody should see something. So the progressive nature of the globe should appear. I don't need to go again 7, 8, 9 miles and cherry pick a still shot. Let's just see it happen. That's the claim of the globe. The bottom-up obstruction happens due to the curvature of the Earth. And most often it happens due to other conditions. So let's watch it happen due to the curvature of the Earth, but don't pretend that you're stuck at 6 feet now. Remember, we had a 1 foot observer make the claim. And the reality is, good one, Lair. Nice deflection. And the reality is both flat earthers and globers won't go and show it again. Nobody's doing it. Nobody gives a fuck. So we can argue all we want. The reason why Nat Geo is mentioned so often, Coco, I'm sorry to be such a dick. It's because it's so well documented. There's no one doubting the images, or the validity of the intent, or the mathematics, the intent, the layout of the thing. In other words, if we were to go do it ourselves, you and I, we'd do the same thing. We just watch something become obstructed because it'll start happening right away. It'll be noticeable to the tune of 8 inches at a mile away, and it'll be like some 24 inches by the time it's 3 miles away. So it's dramatic enough to be picked up with a simple binocular or telescope.
I mean, something static, but like these Lake Pontchartrain examples might be a good place
Go
to.
ahead, defer. I can only speak for where I have experience. You can defer all you want. I'm just telling you, don't misconstrue what happened out there with other things and the other things that we've done since.
Oh, that's fair enough. I wasn't there filming at 1 foot high, and I wasn't filming 5 foot high. I don't know how far away the boat went. Like, that's fair.
So I hope you're all happy. I hope you're happy with what you don't know. I mean, I don't know. You seem to be pretty proud of what you don't know. Seems like you should have questions, not answers.
I have been asking questions, and you jumped down my throat for not knowing exactly which particular film was involved with which particular documentary. I have seen it. I just don't know the names and the places and the people involved. I haven't committed all that stuff to memory.
I think it's too bad. It's too bad you can't fit a supercomputer in your pocket.
Well, I just looked at the Nat Geo video, and they never show like a 5 foot observer and a 1 foot observer simultaneously.
Well, the statements are made by the lower observer, who should be seeing more dramatic curvature.
Right. I would probably say that the boat still wasn't far enough away.
Because you're being stubborn and not doing any of the mathematics. Now, bust out the calculator. One guy's at 1 foot, one guy's at 1 foot, one guy's at 5'5", right? Call it 6 or 5, whatever you want. But one guy's at a tripod, one guy's on his belly. Now, I got other shots from the news guys and all my friends hanging out there too. It's not the only shots. I want you to know that every shot from every elevation at every distance looks exactly the same. It didn't dip behind anything at any point. No matter what you say about 3 miles not being far enough, just try the calculation first.
Are we sure that all of these views are simultaneous as well?
We're sure that the people making the claim, the blue-shirted skeptic crew made their own documentary and included none of any extra footage that shows anything like stripes disappearing one at a time. So their claim, they have no evidence of their verbal claim. None.
Yeah. Nat Geo doesn't show it behind the curve.
No, the guys who did it themselves and made the statement, the IIG group, the blue shirted guys, Ross Blocker, they have their own video. Plenty of opportunity to show it. It was made months later. We weren't allowed to put out anything till Nat Geo did. So, I mean, you have to take the totality of this into consideration, that you're fishing for a reason or excuse isn't really there. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so furious about this. Why would I be that dumb? Oh, it's like, oh, you're right. Oh, it's different. And it's like, I'm not that dumb.
Do you have the videos of all the other people's views?
I have dozens of people's views. I have external from people's cameras, from news cameras, from teams from both sides, and Nat Geo's cameras. And we've gone back several times.
He just wants you to provide the evidence. He doesn't want to do any of the work himself.
Well, no, I'd like to see the other views, and I'd like to make sure that they're all simultaneous.
But nobody's claiming anything different. See, this is where you're like you're like reaching now for something when you're just actually smarter than that. And it's not, I mean, you're going to make me go cherry pick stills? Is that what you want me to do?
No, I'd like to see.
Are you saying that now I can add you to the list of people that have never watched this?
I've never watched it.
I saw the one that Nat Geo posted. I saw the one, it's like 10 minutes long, by National Geographic themselves.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't seen the other videos that you're talking about.
Well, I have a full playlist of them, of everything that, I could put out without disturbing anyone or using anyone else's stuff. I just posted a link to it. We could pick video. You can watch theirs if you like. The IIG group, theirs is on there. You can watch independent people who I don't know that were there, and you can see the news that was there. Matter of fact, the news has the best footage. Their camera was by far the most compelling. Here's the news shot, and the greatest thing about the news shot is how well you can see the shoreline in the background. Now, granted, that news shot's probably up on the road, closer to 18 feet, but yeah, sure. When I tell you that you could see across that lake 10 miles, you can. And just so everyone knows, the 66 feet of drop would have a middle point that's the obstruction of only 16 feet. So if you really were good and weren't pretending, you'd be able to justify it based on our height. That's why we moved on to do 17 and 27 at the same location. But in fact, your standing height plus on a road plus a tripod probably matches the 16 feet. So when we look all the way across with our mirror stuff, it's not that phenomenal. It's possibly mathematically possible. But I like letting people figure that out, because then all I got to do is show you the 17 mile and you got to start all over again. So just so you know, we've done this day and night. This is, lasers at night, mirrors by day, and the full span of that 10 miles that you see, where that boat in the news shot is only 3 miles away.
Well, what I would like to see, like if I were doing this, what I would like to see is multiple cameras, all time stamped at different eye heights.
Well, you certainly can do that when you get around to it, right? I can't go back in time. I can only tell you no one's contesting it except you. No one.
I'm not contesting anything. I would like more, more
Okay.
information to actually make a case.
The dude laying on the ground, who you can see there, is what I just posted, is the guy making the verbal claim and recently doubling down, which I'll show you as well, that the stripes disappeared one at a time and that the white stripe became obstructed, which it never did. So when they made their own thing, don't you think they would have shown? If they felt that there was an editing problem, don't you think they would have shown what they're claiming? As a matter of fact, in their thing, they even showed the balloon experiment, which is pathetic because we spotted the balloons on the ground. And they're still claiming they couldn't be seen until they were 34 feet. So I mean,
in the
they
picture
lied.
you sent, those two zoomed in views of the flag, those are both at like the 1 foot height. Do you know?
Most likely. You can kind of tell, with the foreground being all blurred out.
That's just kind of.
I don't know that to tell you that. I just know that the difference, which is my biggest point, Foamy, is the difference isn't there. In other words, both skeptics were right there at different heights. They could have said, look, here I am and I see this, and here I am and I see that. Because mathematically it's a big difference. So they didn't show that. This is all that ever got shown. At every distance, it looks the same. So that's what you got to realize is it didn't experience anything from any distance from any height.
Well, if I were doing this, I would have done it a lot different than they did.
Too bad you didn't.
Too bad you don't. In the meantime, there isn't anyone really questioning the concept or the execution of this. It's just the narration doesn't match the observation. So Coco, I'm going to have a little bit of patience with you. So as they were turning it around, it wasn't being observed except, in this guy saying, look, here it is turning around. I'm not sure wouldn't affect how much of the banner was seen. It's just like thinking that's a question for me is really funky. Ooh.
Well,
yes, it affected the angle. Thank you.
Yeah. So the bottom part came up out of the water as the top part was tilted back. And is seen better than the other one? Is that what I'm seeing? Or no?
There's nothing being demonstrated there to see by the angle. I think he was just trying to show the point when they got there and pivoted. I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Dan, let me just explain for sanity's sake. I'm fairly new to the community. The only exposure I've had to this has been from that Eden guy who calls everybody that works for Nat Geo and PBS Satan worshippers. So it's kind of a turn off.
He calls us Satan worshippers too, though.
So I am not familiar with this. Like, I looked into it for him in some respects, but it was a big turnoff, and I'm not familiar with it. And I do apologize. I had no idea your friends or anything had anything to do with it. I've just been slammed with, like, on an almost daily basis, Eden saying, Nat Geo, PBS, Satanists. Are they lying to everybody? Are they doing this? Are they doing that? And it's just, that's all I know about this.
He doesn't even say, are they lying that much? He just calls them the devil repeatedly. It's like the water boy. That's how I hear it in my head. It's like the water boy's mother.
Right.
Geo and PBS are the devil.
Yep. Evil.
I just want you to know my frustration comes because people pretend to care, but when you find the stuff, it's too boring for everyone. When I
Yeah.
start showing you, oh look, we did this and then we moved to here and we did it there, and then they all said we can't do it over water, so we did it here and we did it by day and we did it with this light and that light and infrared, and then with bare eyes and mirrors. People don't really care. They like to complain. I would have done it. I would have done it differently. Think about what I got to contend with. I would have done it differently. It's like, really? Tell me about it. What would you have done differently?
Now hearing your story and your part in it and everything like that, I can understand your frustration with it and everything. So I'm just trying to explain like our end of it is I never heard this from you because I barely met you. I've only heard it from that weird person. That's all.
All right. Well, I just put out two differences. Like, for instance, at 3 miles, the guy at 1.5 feet should be seeing the about 1.5 feet of obstruction.
Yeah, and I do appreciate that you've been putting these links in here for us because again, this is the first time I'm seeing anything beyond the parts that Eden showed
And
about.
because he doesn't know about it either. So just tell him to shut the fuck up.
How many feet apart are the stripes?
They're like a roller. They're like 11 inches, 12 inches, 11 and a half, something like that. It's a 6 foot flag.
Oh.
And I'm still proud to say I have it in my possession.
And what's the third image? It's like it's just like obstruction and like refraction or something.
What's the question?
At 3 miles, angled. Why does it look like that? Oh, is it because they're like just looking at it in an angled way?
It looks like the ship was starting to turn around. It's not a ship, it's a boat. My bad.
It's definitely not a ship.
Yeah. That was really bad wording on my part. Yeah, not a ship.
Also, people will go, oh, look at the flag. Look at it. It's all obstructed. It's waving around. And I'm like, yeah, it was that way before they even left. It was never pulled taut. And it's like, so I have all these people with all these crappy excuses. But the reality is, if you went there at night, you can just see all the way across that lake. And when you got something across there that's on the water line like you can see the water line across that lake. I'm sorry. I mean, it's not that hard. So we've been back there a lot. We went all the way up to 27 miles. Instead of going across, we went lengthwise. And here we are doing that by day and by night, 27 miles. Now you should have like 150, 160 feet of earth between you. So just so you know, the end of that argument is, well, the light must be bending and that's where the argument starts. They go, well, if it's bending, it's probably refraction. And in some cases, refraction's a really good answer. But I don't think that this light is arcing up and over to get to you for any reason. Particularly because we have a level sitting on it, but that's another story. And there's lots of documentation of this. It's what we would have called, measurable, observable, repeatable, like real science, like, right on. And you just go out there with like a big mirror and let the sun hit it, and it looks like a flippin' star across the way. I mean, it's bright like the sun. And there's some other images that look like obstruction, and I'm pretty sure it's not. I'm pretty sure it's what you would call noisy air or convection in the distance. And I would bring up infrared shots to show you that. And so The early Stephen Hawking PBS thing was the helicopter thing. So there was a supposed fakery done at this site beforehand. And my friend Sydney talked these dudes, a skeptic group, like a paranormal debunking group, to go out with her and do flat Earth experiments. And Nat Geo, they asked the public to come because they wanted help. Nat Geo got wind of it, and they were bugging Mark Sargent to do something for a video. So Nat Geo flew Patricia Steer and Mark Sargent out to go observe this crap. And this crap was the day after a meetup that we had. So like a bunch of people were at my house the night before, you know, and then left and came in like the cavalry, because the person that planned the Nat Geo stuff she didn't know about the flat Earth community. We came on like the cavalry. And so she had like 40 people supporting her. And she thought she was the only one. And her story, I posted in that list of all the setup, all the numbers, is very, it's very boring, to be honest, to watch 2 hours of explanation. But it's there. And we went back several times, and as loud as, as stupid as flat earthers are, this wasn't dumb. And what we do is like standing up on the road, and in the distance in the shot I post is one of those mirrors, and you could see it, 4 or 5 feet off the water over there. But when we're up and we see it, we have to send someone down to the water line. So in this picture, you could see someone moving down to say, I can still see it, I can still see it, I can still see it. Technically, each step, if chronicalized better, is a data point, because they say we can't do it over water and that we can't do it when you get too low. But yet it didn't change the observation. In many cases, it didn't. What did change it is the atmosphere during the day. When it gets too hot, there's too much shit bouncing off the water, and it creates a barrier itself.
Hey, bros, what's up?
Hello, Dan.
Joby, who's the other one?
It's a guy.
For what?
Oh, Alu, you're a piece of shit. I remember.
Wait, why?
You're a total fucking useless.
Why?
Because you think triggering people is your goal, and
What?
I'm just more fun than that. Just triggering me is pretty boring.
I didn't say you're not fun. I want to have fun with you. I just said hello.
But you don't mean it. You're already trolling me.
What?
And you're already tickled. Your balls are already tingling. I don't
They're static. My balls, I don't feel them right now.
Well, whatever gets you excited. Weren't you the dick that kept saying, I miss you, I miss you, I miss you every day? Wasn't that you? Let me just check my DMs. I'm pretty sure.
I did miss you. No, you'll find them. I did.
Oh, yeah. Let's see. March 31st, April 1st, April 2nd, April 7th, April 9th. I miss you. I miss you. I miss you.
Damn,
But I
really
did.
miss you, bro.
I did miss you.
Creep.
Why?
I don't know why, dude.
Why is that Lewis obsessed with you, Dan?
Lewis Hackett?
Oh, Alu, you fucking
Oh,
water man.
I don't know. He doesn't know me at all.
Well, but I just wish you loved me the same way that you loved that homeless girl that you picked up and put a wedding dress on.
Oh, yeah. That's the story you made up.
Is it?
Yeah.
But you told it to other people.
Multiple times.
Except she wasn't homeless. You're an idiot.
But that's against the story that you told other people.
You're going down a path to drive me away, and you'll feel accomplished. This is what I said. I will disagree. You will say it again. It's my life. It was live, so you don't know what you're talking about. You didn't watch it. You're misunderstanding.
No,
you want to misunderstand. You think it's cute. You think, and then you wonder why I don't give a fuck if you miss me, dude.
No.
Go miss me. Just miss me.
Hold
Why
on.
is what's
We
the
have a hold on,
possibility?
Joby. We have a misunderstanding.
No, we don't. You
Yeah.
have taken control,
No, no,
and
no,
I
no,
don't
no.
appreciate it. You
I
don't
don't
have
have any
anything to
control.
say.
I'm
You don't
powerless.
have doubt. You don't have interest, and you don't have anything. You have a
I
cute name.
apologize.
You have a
Wait.
cute name. That's
I
what
know.
you have.
Hold
Aw.
on,
I think
hold
he's
on,
cute.
hold
I
on.
like that you think I have a cute
Dan,
name, but
let,
I
let
don't.
Alu,
I assume nothing. If you have
I
a
have a question.
video, a live stream, I would love to see that.
Wait, Alu, I have a question for
Do
Dan.
you have you just said that you have a stream of that event.
I didn't say that. I said it was live.
Wait,
Can I
guys.
see that?
Let's calm down.
No,
Here.
you probably can't.
Why not?
I only have still shots. I think it got erased because it went over 12 hours.
So it's only what you said about the event versus.
Oh my God. See, this is there anyone here that cares to moderate anything? I will leave. I will leave. This is not fun. It's not a game. You end up calling me things like a pedophile and a rapist as an extension
called you that.
of everything. You fucking lying piece of shit. Who the fuck is in charge here? Okay, you've got exactly 15 seconds.
Guys,
Who's listening? Who's listening?
All right,
Who's in charge?
I'm moderating. Alu,
What
be
is
quiet.
going on?
Okay.
What
Alu,
is
be quiet,
happening?
or I will mute you. Dan, I have a
I
question.
never called you a pedophile, bro.
Dan,
Never.
let's discuss the pros and cons of whole house versus under sink reverse osmosis water
Like
filtration.
that never happened.
Whole house is wasteful. Don't even think about it.
Really interesting.
Totally. And reverse osmosis is still wasteful. Because
Dan.
it uses water to dispel the
What I know
water.
about you is that you have
I'm
a
gonna leave.
respectable business.
I'm gonna
You
leave.
have a respectable business in reverse
Dude,
osmosis.
you
and I
are a
respect that.
fucking sick troll.
What did I do to
Monster
you,
here.
bro? What am I
Who the
doing
fuck-
wrong?
You're
I
still
came in here
doing
and I
it.
said hello.
You're not my
I
friend.
came in
You're
here,
making up
I
shit.
said hello,
You're looking for
and
me
you're
to get
losing your
upset,
mind.
and then you're gonna
You're
feel
losing your
accomplished
mind
because
because I
rage
said
quit.
hello,
Dan's gonna
and I don't
rage
know
quit.
what's going
Dan's gonna
on.
rage quit.
I don't know what's going on right now.
Dan's gonna rage quit.
I don't know why you're getting so upset.
Dan's gonna leave. I did what I wanted. What a dick.
What is going on is that we were having a conversation and you guys popped in here and immediately started over talking.
What did I do but say
It was
hello?
quiet in here. What are you
It was
talking about?
quiet. It was quiet.
I
You like bitch.
literally just said hello.
Quiet, I can go back and get the clip if I so care to get the clip.
Please
Go do it. Do it right now. Do it right now.
I was in the
And
middle
they
of telling
say,
a
I've
story.
only got still shots. How does that go into pedophilia? This is only about the still shots and poop. Nothing about.
Yeah, we're talking about
Nothing about-
reverse
Not an
osmosis.
inquisition. I shared a story. I told it clearly. This guy thinks it's funny to twist it around and get me
Please
upset.
tell me where I called you a
Shut up,
pedophile.
dude. I'm out of here. This is a cunt room now. It's a piece of shit room. I'll come back when it's not a piece of shit because there's nobody willing to shut the fucker up. So you're being
Yeah, dude.
pieces of
You're
shit.
clearly the
deflecting
same one
because
here.
I got too much flat earth for you. Too much real math.
What?
Too much reality. Larry,
What the fuck
and
are you
going
talking about
quiet
right now,
as
Dan?
usual, Larry, when you could fucking do
Dan,
something about it.
Dan, I don't know what
Fuck
the fuck you're on
you,
about.
weak fucking piece, dude.
Dan, I don't have a clue what you're on
I saw
about.
you on that
came in
one
here, I
Jordy
said hello.
episode.
You went
Massive
off about
respect,
how
bro.
I think you're a pedophile. I never called you that. Go find the clip where I called you that. I didn't do
Dude,
that.
stop
You sound
obsessing
insane.
about what you think
sound
about
insane
me.
right now.
Shut
I
up.
came in, I said hello, and you started accusing me of shit.
Then
haven't
I
done
said,
anything.
shut the fuck up, and you won't.
Guys, let's
I
all
haven't
be
said anything, Dan.
Let's
Can
all
we
be
just
friends.
hang out?
I've done nothing to you.
Can we
I've
reset?
done nothing to
Can we
you.
restart?
You've been attacking me. You've been calling me
Shut
this and that and the
the
third.
fuck up.
Why? Because some old man is telling me to? What have I done to you? What's wrong with you?
Dude, I'm
Calm
gonna
down.
find who gives a shit, and I'm gonna. It's
I
simple.
give a shit, Dan.
If
I didn't come
shit
in here
like
to be
you is
abused.
allowed
I
to
come and join a room
if
and you
shit
start yelling at me.
like
For
you
why?
is
For what?
allowed to be here, I'm going to excuse
What
myself.
did I do to you, Dan? I came in, I said
You're
hello, and you
still
started
doing
going
it.
off.
You're still doing it.
What
I've
have I
asked you.
done to you?
I've asked
What
you
have I done
to
to you?
stop sending me gay messages. To stop
I
pretending
have
you
asked
miss
you.
me.
I've
That's not a
said
Stop
gay
I
message.
miss
pretending you're
you
my friend.
because
And
I
stop
enjoy
trying
your
to make up
contributions
Ollie,
shit
why don't
about
you just
in
leave for
conversation.
now? Because we were having a nice conversation.
I don't think I'm
for now.
obligated
What do you
to
mean?
leave because some
It was
old
quiet
man
as
is
dog shit
losing
in
his
here before
fucking
they
mind.
joined.
I'm saying we were having a nice conversation, so
This guy losing his mind is not my problem or my fault.
I don't know your
Listen,
history.
I don't
We
either.
don't have
I don't
any
know what's
history.
going on.
I
I
told a
agree. I
very
don't know this
interesting,
guy. I don't know why
funny
he's losing his
story,
fucking mind
and this
on me.
cunt wants to make it into pedophilia, homelessness,
What are you talking
and
about? I've never called you a pedophile, Dan.
He wants to
Dan,
make it
Dan, Dan, I have literally not at any point called you a pedophile. I don't know what you're fucking talking about. You're out of your fucking mind.
Some sort of imaginary personal attack. You projected some imaginary personal attack which didn't happen.
Dude, look at our messages. It's just me saying I miss you 15 times because I liked his contribution to conversation.
Dan,
Dude,
I don't
you're
know
a
what's going
creep
on.
and a stalker. All right.
What are
I'm
you
Dan, why don't you just
talking about?
Right.
Dan,
So
why don't you
there's
just
nobody here with any balls or
Dan.
guts. Nobody here with
why
any
don't you
balls
just
or
relax
guts.
so then
Right?
if he calls you
Nobody
a
here with
pedophile,
any
we'll
balls
kick him
or
out.
guts. Right?
Dan, I came in
Dan,
here.
it's okay.
I
We
said
can
hello.
kick him out if he
So-
calls you a pedophile.
Professor,
But
I
until then,
believe
we
you
just
have
can
enough
just like
Go back.
stop
Go
yelling.
back.
enough
Go to
to
the clip.
act like a moderator for a second. Just get us on track, so I don't have to hear his
Dude,
fake
if you mute
inquisition.
him for 5 seconds, right? Like, go back through the logs.
He's doing it
go back-
again. Do you hear this?
I can't talk without him
His
speaking.
dictation of
Listen.
space is a game, and you guys are falling for it. And I don't
I don't know what
appreciate
game I'm
your
playing.
stupidity, Rube.
What game am I playing? I can't talk without you talking.
You're
I
not
don't even know.
welcome to go into your round of questioning
What
on
round
shit.
of questioning? What are you
Dude,
talking about?
I've exposed you as a
I'm
creep.
not asking any questions.
Yeah, we really need a mod in here.
Just shut the hell up.
Who
Are
are
we
you?
Both of you.
Who is
Or
this
are we
lady?
going to
Who is this
conversation?
lady yelling? I don't understand.
Stop talking to me.
I
Stop
have not.
sending
I
me
have
shit.
not.
Stop
I have not.
pretending you miss
I
me.
haven't called anyone a pedophile. You can
Just
check
mind
the
your
logs.
own fucking business.
Go back through the video. I have not been antagonistic to Dan, not once in this entire conversation.
What a
Not
creep.
once.
Can we go back to having a conversation, or is this just going to be a screaming match now?
Lady, who is this lady? I don't understand what she has to do with anything.
Okay,
I
listen.
haven't.
Everybody take a deep breath.
I have not
count
said
to
a
five.
single.
Everybody.
I have not
Everybody.
called. I have not called Dan a
Dan,
single
okay.
thing. He started
I know,
accusing me of
I know,
calling
Why
me
are
a
you letting
pedophile.
this man
I
run
have
your
never
room?
done that.
Everybody,
The man
everybody.
has run the room since he got here. Run
Okay,
the room
everybody.
since he
I've
got
never
here.
done
I
that.
told
I've
you,
never
here it
called
comes.
him a pedophile.
It's still happening.
That's
You're
not
letting
true.
it happen.
It's a
You're
lie.
sick. I'm gonna
I
have to
don't know
come
what's
back.
going on.
I'm sorry I tried to entertain you. If you could sit with that guy for a while.
Bro,
Man,
I
dude,
don't.
everybody,
I just joined the call, man.
Videos to personal
Everybody-
I literally, I just joined the call. That's all I did. I joined the call, and there's chaos. I don't know what's
videos
going
to
on.
personal attacks. These are two different subjects. You
I
can either
haven't
deal with the
personally
evidence,
attacked him.
and we don't. No, I know, but that's where the discussion went when it doesn't need to.
But I don't
When
know
you're
this
discussing
person. I
still
just said
frames,
that I
when
missed
you're
this
dis-
the
when
conversation.
Dan
I
is
don't
discussing still
understand
frames,
what's going
when
on.
Dan is discussing still frames of photography, let's keep it on that. I don't
I
see
came
the
in, it was
need to
perfectly
diverge.
silent.
Dan doesn't need to diverge into personal.
No.
I know. For
Public,
some
public.
reason,
Please
he
hear
went.
me. Hear me. I came in.
For some reason, you're not letting me finish my sentence, so you're being a
You're
prick.
not understanding. I'm not trying to be a prick. I apologize. I came into the
How
room.
about you
and it
let
was
me
dead
complete my
silent.
sentence so you know what I'm understanding instead of presuming what
Go
I'm
ahead. Go ahead.
understanding.
If
That
I
would be
can,
really nice.
I'm just worried I'm not going to be heard. Because I've been attacked a lot in this conversation, and I don't know what's going on. So I'm a bit.
I agree with you, and what I'm saying is what I saw Dan do with your conversation is like you were inquiring about still frames, you were inquiring about videos, and then he went into private messages and personal allegations, and I don't think that's logically valid. So I don't need to defend your personal messages or your any previous past that he's imagining in his head. I'm just noticing that when we wanted to talk about the subject of evidence, it got quickly twisted into personal attacks about how credible the person is as an individual instead of just talking about the evidence. And that's where I feel like it got heated.
Dan a pedophile or what? talking about for like 20 minutes.
Yeah, let's talk about that.
I don't know the guy, so
Maybe you're one.
perhaps.
I don't know what's going on because I didn't call him that. I never did. Go back through the VC. I know this is like recorded, right? Go back through it. I never called him that. I just said hello.
You get the clip, that's fine, whatever. You came in, we were in the middle of a conversation, and you just started talking over us, you guys.
No,
And
I came in
was
and it
quiet
was
when we
quiet.
came
I
in.
don't.
It was
I don't-
quiet. It
I
was quiet.
apologize
Dog
if I
shit in
did.
here.
If I did, I'm sorry, but I don't think I did. It was very quiet. I waited a couple
It's
seconds.
okay. Can we stop the meta conversation and just get back to
Well,
the
I'm just
topic? It's
confused
okay.
because I'm being
Let's move
dragged
on.
into this thing where apparently I'm calling someone a pedophile. I don't know what's
Can we just
going
move
on.
on?
I never did that. How am
We
I
gotta
being
move on.
accused of that?
you stop saying that word and just move on.
What? Stop saying what word? You can accuse me of being like accusing someone of being a pedophile, but I'm not allowed to question why.
Said that, stop lying, stop using the word.
How am I lying? What did I say? I never said he was a pedophile.
Yeah, this lady's a Karen.
Oh my god.
What is fucking happening? Are you people fucking out of your minds? I joined a call. All I did was join a call and say hello.
Okay,
You're out
so
of your
the
fucking
problem is
mind.
when Coco
You're out of your fucking
tries
mind.
to mod people, she's a Karen, but when Lion does it, it's okay.
I don't even know who Lion is.
Crazy boomers, dude.
Can we just all watch box turtle videos on YouTube?
Well, we might as well, because the conversation we were having, which I was actually kind of enjoying, is now over. So thank you.
So you weren't even part of the conversation.
I was having a conversation. We were in the middle of
He was having a conversation with Dan, yeah.
But he was talking.
Joby, first of all, you started the pedophile thing this time and last time, so you're sick, and
Dan,
it's not
I want you to
fair
realize something.
for you guys.
I've been on your side.
Everyone just
Dan.
watched Joby come in and pretend we weren't talking, and we're listening to him repeat himself. There was nothing going on. We weren't talking, and you're going to say Coco wasn't in the conversation, and you're going to pretend the other asshole pretended I made stuff up. That I was
Dan, I
making
want you to realize something.
So you're all
I've been on your
fucking
side.
sick. Why don't you reset? We could have a conversation if somebody really cared. But just to play games, I'll just fucking yell at you.
Dan, I want you to realize something. I've been on your side. All right. I am aware that
But
people have tried.
not. Somebody's got to get rid of this guy. He's
I don't
not
know what I've done.
a real
I'm
person
literally trying
that
to help
really
him.
cares. He is trolling. Period.
I'm not
right?
trolling. I am literally.
Period.
Like, what's
Get
wrong,
the fuck
bro?
out of here. Get the fuck
need to
away
get
from
help.
me.
You
Stop
need to
being
get help.
gay. Stop sending me shit. You fucking creep.
Hey, dude,
What's wrong with being gay?
First
Because
off,
the
that's
Fucking
homophobic.
creep.
Second
you
off,
talk about yelling
Leave me the
over.
fuck alone.
you're yelling, bro.
Stalker. Creep.
Why are you screaming? I've been on
Why are
your
you
side this whole
obsessed
time.
with me?
When
I want you
people
to
try
leave
to
me
insinuate,
alone.
when
I'm
people
gonna cry
try,
like a girl. You won't leave me alone, dude.
I haven't
But-
bothered you,
I'm
bro.
not into you.
I haven't bothered you.
Yeah, you know how girls
I
are.
don't
Don't
know. I like when people accuse you of when
Nobody
people.
mentioned
First off,
personal
I don't know. I don't know who this guy is.
So the personal attacks about stalking and that were irrelevant to the photos that Dan believes are valid evidence for his conclusions.
I don't know what you're talking about, bro. Here's what I'll say, right? I have said several
Listen,
times.
don't let him do this.
The
You're confusing
the
two
amount of
different
times
things
that
for
I
those
have
two different
defended
subjects.
you.
Why are
is
you guys
absurd.
letting this guy take the room?
Why are you
What's wrong
screaming
with you?
over me? What's
It's
going
because
on?
you don't have anything to say. Let's test this.
What do you mean? You
Let's
won't let
all
me
test
say
this.
it. How do you
Let's
know
test
that?
this. We're all going to be quiet and try and get into a conversation. We're going to let you start.
What do you mean? I'm in the middle of a sentence. Why would you then
I
get to
just
interrupt
think it
me
would
and
be
then start talking?
important to know.
I don't
you
care,
have
bro. I'm
fuck all
talking.
to say.
I'm talking right now, and you're screaming
Good.
at the
We're
top of your
all
lungs.
looking forward.
I am talking, and you're screaming
We're
at the
looking
top of your
forward
lungs.
to it.
I agree. Let me speak without you screaming, bro. Relax. I have supported you. I've been on your side.
Dude, don't talk about me! You fucking creep!
What do you
You
mean?
don't know me!
You're
Why did
accusing
you
me of
write
shit
that to
that I'm
me?
not
You
doing. I'm not
sickening
upset
little
with
fucking
you.
creep!
I don't have a problem with you.
You're
Why are you
fucking
fucking
tickled by
like
this.
losing your
You
mind
like
right
this.
now?
You like this.
What are you
That's what-
talking about?
This is what
I
you're
like
here
what?
for.
I like getting
You
yelled
like
at by
to
you.
get
I
people
like being
upset,
yelled at
so
by
you
you. Is
could
that what you're
say
saying?
you had the power
I
to get
don't
someone
fucking get
upset.
it.
Well, you
I don't
do,
fucking get it.
and I don't know
don't
why
fucking get it.
they're giving you
I don't know.
their
I don't know
platform
why you are
just
sitting
so
here
I can
fucking
yell at you
screaming at me.
because
All
I'm
I did is come
fucking
in and say
comfortable
hello.
yelling at
All
you.
I did is come in and say hello, and I have been accused of calling you a pedophile. I have been accused of this and that and the third. Go back through the chat. I have done none of that. I have literally done none of that except for ask you for the space to speak. Can I speak? Dan the
Who is this
Waterman?
gay
Can I
Glover
fucking
retard
speak?
guy? Who is this guy?
I'm a flat earther. What the fuck? Let me speak. All right. First off, Dan the Waterman. I don't know what's wrong with you. I have defended you from these allegations. I understand that there are people who I frankly consider to be demons.
This is sickening.
that
This
think-
platform
that
is
think-
sickening.
that
You guys
think-
are all sick
that
for
think
allowing.
I can't fucking speak, dude. I can't I think it's disgusting that just because you were extremely kind and offered a homeless woman a couple $100 to get her address and come stay with you, that's like perversion. All right. I think that's gross that they did that to you. I think it's gross that they think that just because you, right, were kind enough to allow a 17-year-old into your home, buy her a wedding dress, right? Tell her that she's pretty, right? And allow her into your home.
You dumb little shit. Shut
the
the
fuck am I
up.
doing wrong?
Listen to me. Listen to me. Listen to me. Okay.
I'm
Let me
trying
tell
to
you
help.
something. You
with the
are
evidence
quite
that Dan
obviously
was
a
bringing,
very
his
sad
quality
boy
photograph
who's at
evidence that he
home
believes
in
am I
mommy's
is
basement. Okay,
Those
and
personal
you're
attacks don't
lonely,
change
and you just want to
what
talk
Dan
shit
has
to
provided
people.
as
And
what
guess
he
what?
feels is
You're a
evidence.
douchebag. Shut the fuck up.
He isn't a pedophile.
Yeah, so let's go through who's a pedophile. The guy claiming that Dan's a pedophile. He's a pedophile. Joby is a pedophile.
Nobody's claiming anybody's a pedophile. I don't understand where this comes
Hey
from.
guys, I just want to let you know my headset died, so if you're saying anything to me, I couldn't hear it.
That's nice. Your headset dies at a miraculous moment. Now, can we move on to something else?
Allegations of stalking or allegations of any other suspicious behavior are irrelevant.
I don't have any. I wasn't accusing him of anything.
Irrelevant to you interrupting me halfway through my sentence. Those personal attacks are irrelevant to the data that Dan the Waterman feels is evidence for flatness.
Okay, I mean, again, right? We spent the past 20 minutes talking about how I accused him of pedophilia, which I never did. Why is Joby muted? Hello?
Joby should be muted
Why?
for trolling.
What did you troll about?
Yeah, you heard him. No,
No,
you're
I
trolling.
didn't.
Should we mute you?
I didn't. I told you my headset died, so I didn't hear
Yeah.
anything.
What'd I do? I was
There
just
we
hanging
go.
out.
There we go. Thank you. God damn, bro. You guys are out of your fucking mind. I came in
Dude,
and
what
said
are you
hello.
talking about, dude? Are you gonna say
I came
anything?
in. I came in and said
Importance?
hello, and I immediately got
cares.
accused of calling someone a pedophile. You're out of your fucking mind.
Bullshit, dude. You need to bring up a topic.
I'll bring up a topic. Why are you gay and cringe? How about that?
I've been questioning that about you this whole time.
You don't know who I am. I don't know who you are. You haven't been questioning anything.
Instead of this bullshit,
How about you grow up?
let's talk about the final experiment. Like, people have been silent about it, and I want to know what the flat earthers
I came in
opinion.
here just trying to have a good conversation about dialectics.
Sure, if there are flat
And
earthers
then
in the
Dan the
room
Waterman started accusing me
I'm a
of
flat earther.
calling him a pedophile for some fucking reason.
talking over me.
Nobody's talking.
Um,
Said I'm a flat earther.
we could talk
I'm
about
gonna go for a
socialism.
cigarette and I'm gonna calm down. But fuck you people for what you just did.
Oh, calm down.
There was no reason to raise a personal issue. If you Dan might say, like, I don't appreciate constant private messages.
I don't appreciate coming into a room and then immediately being accused of calling someone a pedophile. When go back through the call, I never did that, and I would never do that. So go back through the call. Go back through the call. Find where I called him a pedophile. I never fucking did that. You're out of your fucking mind. You're a bunch of fucking freaks, and you ruined my night. I'm a real human being. Good night. I'm
We
gonna smoke a cigarette
recognize-
and I'm gonna come back.
we
I don't recognize
recognize-
anything Australian, man. I'm gonna smoke a cigarette and I'm gonna come back. And
Why did you?
I appreciate. Thank you. Thank you.
Why did you lie that you don't know Dan while you're sending him thousands
However,
of private
Dan
messages?
was talking about his evidence that he believes shows flatness. And
What
maybe
evidence that I've said several times I miss you in DMs? I appreciated. There was a time a while back in Flat Earth server where I appreciated his input on Flat Earth. And so yes,
You just
I have
said that
sent
you don't know the
I
guy
have
a
sent
few
him.
minutes
No,
ago.
I did not say that. Again,
Yes, you
go
did.
back.
We can go back on the
go back-
recording. You
go back
said,
on the
I don't even
recording."
know this old man who's yelling at me.
Look,
That's not what I said.
Fucking lying
Alu,
down.
Alu,
That's not what I said.
Alu, go have a cigarette and calm down, and then let's come
Listen,
back and talk.
before I do, I want to say, yes, I have sent him messages because yes, I appreciate his aspect, his take on Flat Earth. And I've
just
said this
go-
before. For you
go
to say that I've said anything wrong to this man is incorrect and untrue. I'm gonna smoke a cigarette, but I want this known. This is unfair.
Okay, it's noted. I'm a senior moderator. Your concern has been noted. Move on. Anyway, should Finland invade Russia? Yes or no?
Yes. Yes. Obvious yes.
Yeah.
Go for it. Charge.
Why? What do they have to gain?
The glory of Finland and many dead Russians. I mean, come on.
Just be a lot of dead Finnish men.
Lots of mineral rights. Lots of minerals.
It'd just be a lot of dead
Lots of
Finnish men. They
We
don't
won
even
them
have an
once,
army.
we'll win them again.
What are they gonna use? Fucking herring?
Yep. Joby, you're trolling too much again. Just
I
go
know.
back to your e-whoring.
What are you talking about? We're talking about Russia and Finland.
I think that Finland needs to do one for the NATO team and attack Russia.
Yeah.
Yeah, attack
Let's
Israel.
declare
not Russia.
war.
Nah, we don't want to attack Israel. Israel's useful. Israel's too useful to be attacked.
Useful to what?
It's kind of hard to attack Israel from Finland. though.
Global commerce and the oil.
You mean
global
planar
oil supply?
commerce?
Huh?
Planar commerce?
We could just make
Yeah,
a deal with
planar
Iran, and we wouldn't have a bunch of like.
No, we can't make a deal with Iran, you idiot. Iran is diametrically opposed to the existence of the United States or any
So
secular
is
state.
Israel. So is Israel.
No, it's not. Israel wants the United States to exist to support
Why do you
them.
think Israel funds all these like migrant caravans and shit like that?
Oh my God! You didn't just say that Israel like funds migrant caravans. What the hell?
Yeah,
are you
that's
talking
that
about, bro?
sounds.
That's
that sounds
one of the
pretty-
most bonkers shit I've ever heard. Do you know how many people I know that have Israeli citizenship and American citizenship, dual citizenship? They do not want America to go bye-bye. They like us.
Yeah, that's because without us, they wouldn't be a thing.
No, they probably would be a thing. They just
No,
wouldn't be
Iran
as
would kill them
strong
in
of a
one
thing.
day.
Iran would not kill Israel. Are you
They
stupid?
would blow them up in one day. We pay for their
Are you
Iron Dome.
stupid?
We
Are you
pay for their
dumb,
Iron
bro?
Dome.
Are you dumb as
Yeah, so
fuck,
they now
bro?
have the Iron Dome, so how would Iran do it
So
then?
you know that Israel has nukes and is willing to use them, right?
Yeah,
so
we
how
paid
is
for their
Iran
nukes.
gonna?
Yeah, we bought their nukes.
No, they
Then they
stole
don't
their
need the
uranium. They
US anymore.
stole the uranium from the U.S.
Yeah, actually, it's a great story. So real, there's like several documentaries about it. It's a friggin' really good spy story. But they
You don't
stole it.
know, Job. You don't
And
know
then-
anything. You don't know anything about politics, do you? Or how the world actually works. You just have this unhinged internet version of what you think global politics is, but it's not based on anything in reality, is it?
There's no
He
such
knows
thing as
nothing
global
about anything.
politics.
Dude,
Yes,
just get a library card, man. Like, library cards are a great
There
thing.
is absolutely something called global politics. Have you heard of something called Marxist-Leninism? You fucking troll moron.
Marxist-Leninism is not global.
Yeah, are you fucking stupid? Yes, it
It's not
is.
global. No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
It's only in Russia. It's only in Russia and some parts of California.
What?
What do you
Oh,
mean?
God.
It's South America. Do you know how many countries in South America were Marxist-Leninists at one
He's
time?
just-
Do you know how many
he's
countries
gotta-
in the world? Holy
No,
hell, man.
those countries are Christian.
He's just got to be trolling. I hear it in his voice.
Venezuela.
Oh my God, man. I'm hoping so. Please, please.
Venezuela is a market economy. What are you talking about?
Yeah, he's got to be trolling.
He always is.
I always
Yeah.
keep him.
He's in gems playing truck simulators and talking shit for hours. No point.
So is this like a group of edgelords from Gems that just came over and they made Dan leave? Is that what I just jumped into? Great.
Yep.
I hope you guys feel good about yourself.
I know Dan did try to like get a blowjob from a 16-year-old boy.
I
think that was the thing he was talking about.
We're not going to talk about that, so we can go ahead
No,
and move on.
that was just like the context. I'm not talking about it.
You literally just did, so we're going to move on from that conversation. Thank you very much.
No, that was just the context. But yeah, what else are we talking about now?
I don't know. You just seem to be.
Arlo said that he's a flat earther. I was wondering what his evidence is for flat Earth, if he actually is one.
No, he's not a flat earther.
For what? What evidence do you need?
No, not from you, Job.
What? Don't ask me then.
I didn't ask you. I don't know why you answered. I was asking Arlo, you fucking idiot.
Alan's taking a smoke break. What are you talking about?
And good thing too, because he, she, they got their panties in a bunch for seemingly no reason.
Do you not want?
Anyway.
You're trying to get us to talk about it again. What are you trying to do?
Whatever I want. Anyway, next topic. Nukes real? Yes or no? Discuss.
Yes.
Hi, my name's Randy.
Nuclear reactions are possible with bombs. They're entirely feasible.
Yeah.
Steam power.
Steam power.
If nukes are real, why didn't Chernobyl blow up like a nuclear bomb?
Checkmate, Glober.
Damn. That's deep, yo.
Do you know about the Chernobyl rocket?
Chernobyl's real or something?
Nope.
So it's a theoretical rocket design that uses
the power plant wasn't designed to be a bomb, so that's a false equivalence.
And yeah, well, this rocket basically is like it's a rocket that's powered by like a continuous Chernobyl, basically. It's a liquid core.
Regardless if it's a joke or not, I'm still.
No. This is it's called the nuclear saltwater rocket.
Why
God.
salt water?
So fucking toxic.
I don't know exactly. I haven't watched the video in a while, but basically what it does is it's like a continuous Chernobyl. It just like spews out. It basically like spews out the same amount of power as Chernobyl on a continuous basis, and it doesn't care about a meltdown because. Yeah, for real.
It's toxic salt water.
Yeah.
If radiation isn't real, then why don't you move the Pripyat?
Speaking of toxic salt water, I have an infinite source of it. Flat earthers, because they are toxic and they cry a lot.
I don't really deal with flat earthers a lot that deny that radiation exists. There are some, but usually it's like total fucking knuckle draggers like RTH that say shit like that. Usually they say that, yeah, there is such a thing as radiation and nuclear power, but nukes are fake. That's the most common position that I hear.
So Hiroshima and Nagasaki just didn't happen. Just didn't happen at all.
No, those are firebombed. They happen during. They're firebombed.
Yeah, that's the claim is.
Right. Wow.
I've smoked my cigarettes. What's going on, boys?
Hey, the best denial that I've seen is Steve A denies that there are white sharks.
What?
Oh shit!
He denies that there's white sharks?
Yep.
They're not great. They can't be great.
Shut up.
Yeah. Yeah, because America is great.
What do you think about?
Yeah, I think he denies the great white sharks. For some reason.
I've seen few of them. What do you mean?
Fuck off.
No,
You're
you haven't.
blind.
You've seen holograms.
We got them around, yeah. We got them
You've
in New
seen a
York
robot.
now, and I don't like it.
Yeah.
What are they just blue?
You have them in New York in sewage.
We have fish bigger
Those are
than
Jews
your
you're
average
thinking about,
Detroit.
not white sharks.
You ever
Listen,
see a
I'm
New
just
York
saying.
sewer rat? Huh?
In New York, we
shark.
have sewer rats taller than your average Michigan man.
Nah, Michigan guys are big. First of all, dude.
Nah, I don't agree.
We're the biggest, and strongest, and toughest of them all.
I've met them. They're Discord
not true.
admins. They're not real people.
Okay. The Michigan men are the men. The
What
rest of
men?
them boys.
I don't think Michigan men exist.
Wait, what kind of place are you running here?
I agree. What kind of place are you running here?
What kind of place? This is a safe space for people that believe that communism is cancer.
Why?
E-hosts.
Are you
How many
against
E-hosts do we have?
Sodism?
Like 3.
Yeah, communism sucks, bro.
Sorry,
You
like
know-
3 people talked, and I couldn't really hear what anyone said.
I asked, do you have a problem with Posadism?
Sodism. I don't know what that is. You have to educate me.
Posadism.
I don't know what that is.
Posadism.
I don't know what that is.
You're free to look it up.
Sure.
Damn.
Why don't you just tell me what it is?
Because then he wouldn't look as cool.
Yeah, I mean, like, is that the whole point? Is just say, oh, you don't know about this one aspect of communism? That was the whole angle you went for there.
That's what Discord's about. That's Discord in a nutshell.
It's the Fourth International.
The third law of
Red
Discord,
Tape,
bro.
Red Tape would tell you about it.
Yeah, as he's jerking off with baby lotion.
Oh, let's not go to the sex comments.
I'm hanging out.
Stop with the sex comments again.
Oh, sorry.
I don't like it either.
Talking about lotion.
Oh. I mean, I don't really care what flavor. I mean, there's value in Marxist analysis. It's just the fundamental system doesn't work. I'm not saying it's like necessarily. I mean, I kind of joke about it, but it's not entirely worthless. But it's, I think, overall been a negative influence on the world.
You don't like communism because you feel like it's a direct enemy to what?
To global freedom and the ability of people to the ability of people to freely associate and practice their own forms of individual commerce and all rights.
Well, what does that mean?
Exactly what I said.
Yeah, exactly.
I think that's pretty fucking clear. Actually, what I just said. What
I don't really agree.
Okay, so
it's something you disagree about.
So what aspect of communism do you feel like is successful or efficient for the functioning of a state?
Well, it's like asking,
I forgot that Allah is a troll.
Christianity, do you agree with when there are multiple branches of Christianity? You have the prophets.
No. It's a fundamental question. It's a fundamental question. I asked you a specific question. If there's a specific branch that you're associating with, then answer the question in association with that branch.
I don't personally consider myself to be any branch of communism, but I do understand that communism is like a very diverse groupings of ideologies that often contradict each other. So like saying I'm against communism is kind of like saying, I don't know, I'm against food. Like what kind of food? What exactly?
Well, no. Saying I'm for communism is being against food because historically that's what communist companies struggle with.
I mean, that was quick and witty, but it didn't really mean anything.
No, it did, because when you look at every single Marxist country that has ever existed in the history of the world, they have suffered from food insecurity.
Cuba is a country that has existed for 60 plus years by being embargoed by
people
most.
Let me finish. Cuba all the time, bro.
Let me finish.
Yeah. What do you mean?
Well, let me finish.
Yeah, well, Cuba wouldn't have gotten embargoed if they
finish
hadn't
or can I
hosted
not?
Soviet nukes in Cuba. Go ahead.
Can I finish?
Yeah, my
Cuba
bad. Go ahead.
has existed for 60 plus years with the same government, and it's kept its people relatively fed enough. So
No, it
that
hasn't.
was.
In the same cars since the 50s.
What do you mean by that? No, it
What the hell are
hasn't.
you
Like,
talking
No, it hasn't. The average
what do you
Cuban
mean?
lost.
They haven't
The
had
average
famine.
Cuban. Yes, they have.
No,
In the
they haven't.
90s, they were completely dependent on Soviet aid for fertilizers.
Which they got. What is the problem?
And in the 90s, when the Soviet Union
Right,
collapsed,
they
because
successfully got fertilizer. What is your problem?
hold on. Let me finish. If you're gonna attack
Well, you
me
didn't
for
let me
interrupting
finish.
you,
You started
okay.
interrupting me. I was in the middle of a sentence.
So how about we
No.
reset?
You are going to tell me reset. You interrupted me.
No,
and
I
now you're
am
telling me
because
let me finish.
I'm going to tell you reset. We're not going to interrupt each other, and that's how we're going to move forward.
You interrupted me, and now you're demanding I stop.
Okay, well, this is kind of just emblematic of communist victim mentality.
What do you
is that
mean?
how we're going to go
you
here?
interrupted me, bro. You did.
So
you literally
is your
interrupted
entire
me.
game? Is your entire game just being a whiny little bitch? Is that
Bro,
literally
you
what you came in here
interrupted
to do?
me, and now you're telling me to
every
stop
time he
interrupting
says
you.
more than 7 words in succession.
Bro, you interrupted me, and now you're telling me to stop interrupting you.
Yeah, I apologize.
You don't
I
like it when
apologize.
others do it
But
to
you
you,
won't.
but you like
But you
doing it
won't
to
stop
others.
doing it.
You're a
So
bit of a
I was
hypocrite.
trying.
No.
I will
You
stop doing it. We'll
apologize.
move forward.
Okay, then let me finish
We'll
the
move
point that I
forward.
was making. Let me finish
Okay,
the
then
point that I
make
was
it.
making.
Okay, then
I would
make
love
it.
to. You interrupted me when I was trying to. What the fuck? All
Go
right,
ahead.
so Cuba has existed in its current form for 60 plus years. It has been denied exports and imports. Let's be clear about what that means. It cannot trade, export, and import. The only ability it does is with countries that are blacklisted by the West, right?
And
that
why is
means
that?
Russia. That means Russia.
I
That
can
means
buy
China.
Cuban
That means
cigars from Finland.
that means Venezuela, etc. Right? Okay. Now let's for a second think about this, right? No, it is true. I don't know what you mean. The Cuba, right? Any company
I
that
can buy
does
Cuban
dealings
cigars in
directly.
Finland. That's
Stop
what I mean.
talking. Stop talking.
Hold on.
Any
Yeah,
You
let's
asked me a
go. Let's go
question.
hold on. One at a time.
Any company that does dealings with Cuba is immediately blacklisted. The only companies that can, right, without getting blacklisted by the United States, right, are the ones who already know they are going to be, and their entire business model is solely endowed upon the business model of trading with Cuba, right? So, like, let's be clear. Cuba is not able to trade with 90% of the Western world, the richest countries in the world, by majority.
Hey, whoa. Hold on.
No,
I'm going to interrupt you because you're lying.
I'm not
You're
going to hold on.
100% lying right now. Because why can I get off an airplane in London and the first thing I do is buy a Cuban cigar?
If I be,
What do you
because
mean?
it's on the black market.
You can buy
retard.
Cuban. What do you mean? You can buy Cuban cigars in pretty much every country but America.
If I go, no, I'm not going to hold on because you really want to talk. You interrupted me, right?
No,
and you guys continue to do that. No, I keep talking, and you guys continuously to interrupt.
I mean,
me. No,
we're not just going to let you monologue.
I say 6 words,
and you're
then
being
someone else
challenged.
interrupts me.
You're being challenged on the
I'm not
truth.
being challenged. I'm being
You
interrupted.
are being challenged.
I'm not
on
being
on-
challenged.
Yes,
I'm
you
being interrupted. I'm being
Then tell
interrupted.
me
Is
why
what I'm
I
actually
can't.
being.
You're saying I can't
start
buy a Cuban
talking.
cigar anywhere else.
Start talking.
Really?
Of course you can. That doesn't mean that it's legal to. Again,
Yes, it is.
the market.
But it's legal. I can buy it from a government-run store in
people keep
Finland.
interrupting me.
Yeah,
I have a point
You
to
are
make.
lying.
I have a point to make, and people keep
Well, you have
interrupting
to.
me as I
You
make
have
it.
to. I just want to point out that you have to do what he's doing.
work like this.
You have to. You have to lie. You
I
have to
engage
lie.
with you as you interrupt me.
You have to lie in order to support
You are
communism. There's no
interrupting
other
me.
way.
Bro.
How about you
I
just move
continue to
before
try to make my point, and you
actually
keep
have a brain
interrupting me
cell?
as I try to make it, and then you call me dishonest as if I've made
But
my
we
point.
have to correct you when you're speaking
You
false
haven't
things.
corrected anything, and if you have something
Yes,
to
you
correct,
have.
I have.
there is
I can buy cohibas from Finland from a government-run store.
You just corrected multiple times.
As an honest
You're
person,
lying again.
as an honest person,
And you're not listening at all. You're not here to discuss. You're here to monologue.
What I'm saying right now, as an honest person, if you have a problem with what I'm saying, you could wait till I'm done saying it and then
You're never
engage
done.
with me. No, I've gotten
Address. Oh, you're never done.
Address.
You monologue like Samuel L. Jackson.
I have
all right?
not
Like,
monologued.
you love a monologue.
I have not monologued. That is not-
Can you please just address the counterclaim that was made? Because
I would love to make a finished point, but you won't allow me to. You continue to interrupt me.
Yeah, I want you to respond to the allegations that you're lying, because you were challenged on providing false information.
You're not going to interrupt me in the middle of my point, accuse me of lying, and then interrupt me continuously and tell me that I won't respond.
So will you or will you not engage with the challenge that was made to your claim?
I don't know what challenge you're making. I would just like to speak with 5 people.
Yeah, I can make
multiple people. You little fucking weasel.
I can't say a single fucking word without you interrupting.
Yeah, cry about it. You know what?
No,
cry
bro,
about
like you're actually a crybaby.
So I just checked on the website in the Helsinki airport. You can buy Cohiba cigars.
I'm not going to let someone come in here and lie about communist states and then just interrupt everyone and meta bitch and call people pedophiles. So if you want to take it up with the people upstairs, you can take it up. But I maybe shouldn't have gotten involved in the first place. I was trying to direct the conversation. You made that impossible. So if you have a response to what was said to you, because you did lie demonstrably, you can make it in the text chat and I'll unmute you. All right, go ahead, guys.
Yeah, you can just buy Cuban cigars from airport in Finland.
You can also fly. You can also fly. You can also fly on U.S. airlines to Miami. So none of what he said was true. Yes, the embargo is a problem, but like the communists always lie. That's what they do.
And the embargo,
of telling the truth.
And the embargo is only for the U.S.
Right, literally, it's only the United States of America. That's it. There isn't nobody else involved. That's why anytime I go to Europe, as soon as I get off the plane, I buy a Cohiba. And I'm probably not the only American that fucking does that. Like, I was like, holy hell. Like, I can take some bullshit, but when the bullshit makes my Brooklyn BS detector go, like, way too loud, I can't take it. Like it's just, like, holy hell. We gotta lie about Cuba being, like, some dreamland. I mean,
it's because communists have to lie, because the entire basis of communism is an affront to human nature and free association and basic principles of human rights, which would be okay if it was even remotely effective, but it isn't, as demonstrated by the failure of every single Marxist-Leninist state in history. So what communists do is they try to direct you down these esoteric paths. So first we have the ad hom, oh, you don't even know what communism is. Yeah, I do. I've studied I probably know it most likely better than you do, to be honest. But like, you go off of what is materially true in the world, not what your fantasy of the world is. And yeah, that's it.
And 100% with communism, the problem has always been, sure, maybe in principle it has some good things. There are humans. And when humans get involved in anything like that, there will always be a bureaucracy and a mess. Communism is just built for a bureaucratic mess of people. Just, it's the worst. It never works. Oh. But, you know, Cuba can't trade with the outside world at all.
Yeah, because they're embargoed by the U.S.
Just the U.S. Just the U.S.
Yeah.
They can trade with Europe.
Yeah.
You know,
and to be clear, because I see Alu complaining in the chat, I jumped in here and everyone is pinging me that the VC is on fire. I come in to try to fix things. You think the mute was inappropriate? That's fine. You can go ahead and take it up with Omnivore. And we'll just move on. No, I'm not a coward, actually. I'll debate you on modern day debate. How about that? Okay, but you have to not talk over everyone. No, I'm saying on modern day debate, the platform. How about that on YouTube? We can debate it there with a moderator. I mean, I'll mute you, but like, this isn't okay. Like, I interrupted you to start. I apologized. I tried to redirect and say, let's not interrupt each other. And you tell me you start meta bitching. So I'll just stay out of the conversation and moderate. I said Modern Day Debate, the platform on YouTube. Yeah, you can whine about it. Okay, it doesn't matter. You want to debate here now? We can debate here now. But I'm the only moderator, so I can't really participate. You're unmuted.
Amazing that you say let's debate on Modern Day Debate, and then as soon as I say I'm in that server, let's go right now. All of a sudden it's a problem, but that's fine. You don't want to debate. You're the only mod. That's fine. I respect that.
Right now, nobody
Let's
has
talk
to
about
do
this,
it now.
right? I don't
Hold on, let him
think-
talk.
I don't think that it is entirely dishonest to say, here is my point of view. If you have a problem with my point of view, let me finish saying what my point of view is, and then debate me on it. That's fine. You're not willing to do that. That's okay. I understand that you're.
No, I'm perfectly willing to do that.
I thought you were going to be a mod right now. Are you engaging?
No, but you're addressing me directly.
Are you engaged? No, I'm not. Multiple of you have been afraid to discuss.
Oh,
this topic.
come on.
Not addressed you.
So I'm just going to point out that you're incapable of coming man to man and directly and being honest.
I directly said, let's go to Modern Day Debate right now and talk this through.
I'm going to move myself out of the conversation, but everyone sees what you're doing.
You just involved yourself. I didn't mention you.
You liar. Move on.
When did I say Mordwan?
He's just begging for attention and trying to get a reaction.
You're done. You know what? I'm gonna take the heat for server muting. I'm not going to be slandered like that. So go ahead and move on with the conversation. Anyone that actually wants to talk instead of play these little games, they can do that. Go ahead.
Sure. If you have the self-discipline to self-moderate yourself and go, I won't interrupt you 3/4 through this guy's sentence. I might think you're wrong. Just let it breathe it out and go, this is what I've heard you say. Am I correct? And they can go yes or no. How about that?
What's the problem? No, that he's being categorically dishonest and he's gaslighting me about what he's doing. It's obvious who he's talking to and he won't own up to it. So I don't have time for that kind of behavior. And I don't feel like he's going to be productive to this conversation. So why don't we move on to another topic?
Yes, please. What would you like to talk about? You probably don't even want to be in here. You probably want to be.
I literally just came to sort the VC out. That's
I know.
it.
I know.
And also, I fucking hate communism, and you are why, Alu. You are everything that is wrong with communism. Anyway, let's move on.
I was going to say we're changing the subjects.
I just really hate communism.
Why?
Because it's a stain on human existence. But I don't want to. Let's move on from politics. Do you want me to?
Stop politics. Hold on. Listen, dude, if you really want to see what happens with communism in the real world, all right, even though it's just a movie or a miniseries, just go watch Chernobyl. And that's what happens when a disaster happens in a communist country, because they don't know how to do anything functionally. All right.
If I wanted to learn something, why would I watch something of fucking Hollywood propaganda?
Okay, fine. Read a book. Voices from Chernobyl. Fantastic book.
Yeah, I just say, like, is there something else we can talk about? Because I don't feel like we're getting anywhere with this conversation.
So yeah, so let's talk about, have you ever climbed in the Adirondacks?
No, I haven't. But I love the Adirondacks. It's really beautiful.
So you've been there, you just haven't climbed there?
Correct. Yeah. I've been in the Adirondacks, and I've camped on Lake George and things of that nature.
Yeah.
So I've never actually climbed up there. So
one of my favorite places. We have so we have this sheer rock face kind of near where our place is up there, and you never know, like when I drive past it, you never know who's going to be climbing there or what's going to be going on or anything like that. And it's a fairly short cliff. I don't even know if I could tell you how tall it is, but it is at such a steep angle, like it's just up and down and stuff, that it is apparently fairly challenging. So instead of going to watch a horror movie or something, often when I'm up there, I'll go drive to the cliff and I'll see if anybody's climbing it, and watch that for horror instead, because it scares the crap out of me.
Hey Jesse, oh sorry. I'm like, am I echoing or is it?
Might be me. I'm on my open mic. I'm sorry.
I'm here.
Yeah. Anyway, so Jesse, how did you were just on the Twitter space, right?
Oh yeah. Yep.
How'd that go?
Oh, it went fine. They there was one guy who just likes to cut people off, and he was doing that, but not always. And someone told me that I must be doing my calculations wrong because there's no way I could get globe results with the Heffron method. But he doesn't know enough about the method to test for himself, so I guess we have to wait until Tuesday.
What exactly is the Heffron method to begin with?
So it's really simple. First, you take and record the time that a star clips a mountain peak. So it could be rising or setting, but that moment in time when it's just, half visible. And it takes about a second for it to go from full visibility to no visibility. It just like fades out as it sets into the mountain or rises from behind it. You take the time that happens, then you go into Stellarium, you turn off the atmosphere setting, and you put in the date and time that star clipped, and the name of the star. You search for the name of the star, so it's tracking it. And then you read and then you put in the latitude and longitude of the mountain peak that clipped the star into the location for Stellarium, so it thinks it's on the mountain peak. And then you read the altitude angle of the star from Stellarium, and that is claimed by the method to be the true geometric elevation angle to that mountain.
But how do you turn the atmosphere off exactly?
There's some little buttons along the bottom of the screen, and one of them is turns on and off the atmosphere. And when you hover the mouse over them, it says atmosphere, and the atmosphere, when it's on, it does two things. It dims all the stars to simulate how dim they're going to be with real atmosphere, and then it also applies refraction and lifts them up a bit.
If you're wondering about real life examples, there are vacuum chambers that people have built that are around 2.5 miles long. So we can study the effects with various amounts of air or little amounts of air.
I tried to get the star and the mountain in the vacuum chamber, but I had difficulties.
But yes, we can measurably gather how atmosphere can affect our observations. And
I
was reading up on. Am I under the impression that when the people were looking at their navigation tables for their dip angles, that math was already done for the navigators to make life easier and quicker, to make corrections to courses more frequently, right? And so when we're looking at observations to stars and Stellarium, we're more on a stable platform. Like we're talking about the celestial theodolite that's making a view from the mountain peak to the star that's lowering apparently in the sky. Yep.
Are you saying that if you take the square root of the hypotenuse and apply it to the coefficient of the wobulator that it gibulites?
I think you're capable of understanding what I'm saying.
I'm not sure. I did not understand a word I just said.
Well, if you don't understand a word you just said, what hope does the rest of us have?
Yeah,
not
he's
sure.
talking about turning the atmosphere on and off in stellarium, and no, you can't do that in real life. But what you can do is understand how refraction works over distance and calculate its effects.
Are you saying that
And
light travels faster in lower density air than it does in higher density air, and that causes the ray of light to take a downward curving path towards the more dense region in the gradient? And thus causing things to appear higher than they really are?
Yeah, the appearance of things in this instance will be apparently higher. Yes.
Can you keep explaining this Hepron stuff to us if you have a moment? Because that's new to me too.
Oh, well, okay. So there's a guy named Dr. Michael Heffron who runs a Great Pyrenees dog rescue in Colorado, and his name's on his public dog rescue website, so you can just Google his name and he's all over. So it's not doxing. He publishes all that, including his phone number, I think. But anyway, and he claims he was just recently became a flat earther, and he's working with the Allen Aether Cosmology team, and he came up with this method where you time the occlusion of a star and then do this little procedure to get an angle, and he claims that's the true elevation angle to that peak. The geometric elevation angle, a straight line elevation angle, as if there was no atmosphere.
Yeah, and Dr. Heffron's observations to me, when you're comparing stellarium to reality, is if you assume there's no atmosphere to the mountain from your survey point and no atmosphere from the mountain point to the star, this is somehow equivalent to turning on and off atmosphere in stellarium.
Well, it wouldn't even work if there was no atmosphere, because the last step of the procedure is to place stellarium at the latitude and longitude of the mountain itself, which, because we know the star rises 1 degree per 60 nautical miles as you get closer, even if stellarium gave the correct angle at the observer location, it wouldn't once you moved it forward, because that raises the angle by 1 degree per 60 nautical miles. And that's how the scam works, is basically they're moving the first thing of turning off astronomical refraction drops the angle by about 15 arc minutes, which makes it too low. So then they move stellarium away from them towards the star until the 60 degrees per nautical, or the 1 degree per 60 nautical miles raises that angle back up, and they move it far enough. They use a mountain peak that's the right distance, so that then offsets the loss caused by the removal of astronomical refraction, so that then the number matches what they want. But I've shown by measuring at different distances that you can also get globe results by being closer to the mountain. I went out
And
on
I
the
don't
20.
know. I was going to say, it doesn't seem like Stellarium has the capability to move the observer to the top of that mountain.
Well, you just hit F whatever. You go into the location. You hit the location tab, and then you put in the latitude and longitude of the mountain peak. That's the procedure. And
But
then
does
it,
the latitude and longitude include the altitude of the mountain peak in Stellarium? I doubt it.
now you have to put that in separately, but it doesn't matter because with the only thing that the altitude does for stars in Stellarium is change the amount of astronomical refraction correction because you're looking through less air higher up. Stars are so far away, other than our sun, that the elevation does not change. Your elevation above sea level does not change the elevation angle to a star with refraction correction turned off within hundredth of an arc second or whatever. So, and it only displays to the nearest tenth of an arc second or whatever. So if you do the arctan, the rise over run of, even going up 10 or 20 miles with a star being light years away, it doesn't change the angle enough to display. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and I'd also assume that Stellarium with the atmosphere off is still a globe with an atmosphere off.
What's that?
I was just thinking that if Stellarium is using a globe itself, it would be showing what a globe would see without atmosphere versus what a globe would see with atmosphere.
I'm not sure I follow that, but Stellarium can show you either how things would look if you're on a globe with or without an atmosphere. If you put in your observer location, the date and time, your barometric pressure, and turn on atmosphere, then it will correctly give you a very reasonable angle prediction for where you're going to see a given star.
Yeah, it's not like Stellarium is turning on and off. Refraction is changing Stellarium on a globe with atmosphere to flat Earth with atmosphere.
Oh, not at all. No, they're misusing it. There's no rational grounds for their method to be legitimate. But the people who like it don't understand enough about math and physics to recognize that. And the team promoting it, of course, takes advantage of that and then cherry picks their particular sites that more or less match flat Earth and say, look, it's perfect. And I did ask them, I says, well, let's say I go to a certain spot and I record the occlusion of a star and we use your method and it shows, it matches the globe prediction. What does that do for your method? Does that invalidate it? And they just says, well, go do it. So on the 27th, I went and did it.
Jesse, what I can do now is get a p-value. So let me think if this makes sense. So what I'm thinking is I'll write up Alan's hypotheses just as he's written them, right? And then I think it will have enough information to get a p-value.
Oh, yeah, that's going to be interesting.
Because their whole thing, I mean, in one sense, I have to give them a little bit of credit. I think it was kind of from Heffron, but they've at least tried to evolve the argument in that way by including null hypotheses. So, I give partial credit. I also give partial credit because I've never heard Alan say that you accept the null hypothesis, which would be a big no-no. And but I'm pretty sure I can frame it in such a way that I show that we can fail to reject that we can get a p-value that's inconclusive as to the test. I'm not sure how I would frame it, but
Right. How would we do this with the variation in scale? So, in other words, we're looking at distances from 22 to 82 miles. So, for the close ones, the error is huge, but in arc minutes, but not much in feet because it's close. At the far one, the 82-mile one, the error is it's 17 arc minutes, but because of the distance, that's a huge vertical error.
Yeah, that makes sense. I just fundamentally, I don't understand how someone could think you could turn the atmosphere off and that could make sense.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I just the logic of doing something like that.
I mean, I didn't understand the logic of using stellarium, which I assume is globe-based, which would show you a globe with atmosphere and without, and somehow turning the atmosphere on and off turns the globe with atmosphere to a flatness with atmosphere. That just didn't make sense to me.
Well, it's just being used as a black box to give the desired results without anybody, possibly not even Dr. Heffron, understanding why it gives the correct results.
Yeah, reading some of the comments on Dr. Heffron's videos, he was saying something like the speed of light is only known to 4 significant figures. Unfortunately, that speed of gravity value is 10 to the negative 11. So it's 11 decimal places, then those 4 significant figures. So it seemed like he didn't quite know what the number was exactly.
He is in Colorado, and Colorado is a green state, and he spends a lot of time at home, so it is possible that a certain weed has made certain calculations and understandings difficult for him.
As someone that's smoking right now, I resent that. No, I'm just kidding. Sometimes it can happen, for sure. You can get to a level of highness where calculations become difficult, but yeah. It might also be the oxygen, Jesse. You have to also take that in consideration.
Oh, I
We're all
forgot
oxygen
about
deprived
the
up here.
oxygen. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
actually, interestingly enough, this is kind of dark, so sorry if this is too dark. And trigger warning: suicide. 5-second warning. There's a theory that they've noticed that suicides are much higher at higher altitude in the especially in the western U.S. The suicide rate is substantially higher than the eastern U.S. in areas where all else is the same. And they think it has something to do with the altitude. I think, if I remember correctly.
How about that? Maybe people are they're like, well, I'm this high and I still don't get a kick out of it. Maybe something's wrong.
Yeah.
Well, when I was working, doing electrical engineering work on a fishing boat electrical systems in Alaska for the fishermen, there was a young man they'd hired to do whatever, menial labor or whatever. Well, smoking weed wasn't allowed, but of course, weed smokers can't quit just like for a summer job. So he would go into the bathroom and smoke a joint or whatever, and then he would be so out of it when he was done, he would drop the butt in the toilet and forget to flush it.
That's kind of you want to hide the evidence typically.
That's why you use a bong. No.
So I don't know. What do you think that they're? Let me ask you this, Jesse, and no disrespect. I'm on fairly good terms with Shane and Alan, but I sometimes wonder, are they aware that what they're saying doesn't make sense to some extent? I don't mean disrespect to them in that. It's just is it just a misunderstanding? Because there's certain things like Alan has said that the globe is a projection of the graticule. That no, the graticule is the measurements of whatever reference point based on the Earth's axial rotation. Like that's the fundamental basis of latitude, right? Is the fact that we have that orientation of the Earth. But like, do they like? I don't know. What do you make of this whole thing with Hafron and the theodolite? Because it seems to me so obvious that it's not what they claim, yet they keep saying it.
I think it's a combination of all of the above. I think one of them will make something up and say it, and the others will be like, "Oh, that makes sense." They don't understand it, but they also aren't going to question their own guy, right? So I think that goes on. There's a fair amount that they know is total BS, but they won't admit it. I think it's a combination of everything.
Yeah. No, it makes sense. Because like certain things I legitimately think, like I do legitimately think that Shane thinks that a dome is the same as a sphere. Like the whole dome of vision thing. I think they literally just see it and they don't geometrically understand the problem with cutting half the sphere.
Well, they think it's two domes attached together, obviously.
Domes all the way down. Hey Billy, what's up? How you doing? It's been a while.
Up? Yeah.
Not much. I just went full fat electrician on communism, but we moved on.
Did you guys watch the PhD Tony debate? No.
No.
He debated Kyle. He debated Kyle.
You know, the only thing I did is I went through the beginning of the presentation and I just looked at the slides. And it was so telling that like one was like a professional scientific presentation and the other was like talking about like beach balls and stuff.
Well, Kyle had two axioms, remember? He had what was it, the hula hoop axiom and the 1 point perspective axiom? Those were his two.
So can you explain what those were? Because is he still saying the perspective is causing curvature? Or like the apparent effect of curvature?
Well, he thinks that the horizon rises to eye level. It doesn't drop. He thinks that there's no drop. The horizon doesn't drop. He thinks even if you go higher, he thinks it always rises to eye level, like all the other flat earthers.
But it doesn't. That's the thing. Is like I don't. And like Ruhif and I were debating this, and basically we got to the point where with plain reality, I think after I was on Matters Now with you actually after that debate, the one with Brian Leakey and plain reality.
Okay.
And I don't remember, maybe it was with that one, maybe a different one. I don't remember, but they kept saying the horizon rises to eye level, and then Rufus is like, no, I have a measurement that shows that it doesn't. And they're like, well, it looks like it's at eye level, so but at high enough altitude, it doesn't even look like it's at eye level. Like,
yeah, you can clearly see it, but unless they draw a thick enough line, which PhD Tony brought up that Kyle was making the line thicker and to try and make it look like it was to eye level. So they're trying to be deceiving in that way or something. That was his only thing that Tony said. I think that was like pretty good too. But Tony did a pretty good job today with not flying off the handle, because earlier he was going crazy today, but it was because I guess it's not it's only on Discord, but in the debate he didn't do that.
Yeah, Tony's usually pretty chill in those debates. Like, maybe the only one that I saw that he got heated in MDD. I think Tony does a great job on MDD. Like, he cleaned Alan's clock when they debated, and the funniest moment of that was Alan was doing his classic thing where he's talking about how aether causes the Sagnac or whatever drift, and essentially PhD Tony was like, yeah, but it shows up in the Schrodinger equation. So Alan, how does the Schrodinger equation get affected by aether? Of course, Alan has no idea. I mean, that's the thing, is I've talked to Alan about that too, and that's kind of getting like, I feel like it's almost like a form of faith. It's like it has to work this way because we know the Earth is flat. And I keep telling Alan, I'm like, why would a gyroscope be pushed by the aether wind only while it's moving? I can't think of any, like, isn't that just textbook special pleading? I can't think of any valid explanation for why. I mean, Jesse, can you steel man something? Like, how could it possibly be the case that there's an aether wind, and it only affects gyroscopes when they're spun up in a vacuum and move and you know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know how I could steel man that, nor the Eötvös effect.
Right. Can you explain what the Eötvös effect is for?
Oh, sure. Yeah, if you got a sensitive scale and an accurate scale, and you put a weight on it, and you're near the equator traveling east, it weighs a certain amount. If you turn around and travel west, it weighs a different amount. As if the Earth was spinning and you were adding or removing centrifugal effect to it.
Okay. And so that makes an item weigh less depending on where it is in latitude or where it's moving.
Which direction it's moving. Which direction it's moving.
And I don't quite, how does that, okay, the physics doesn't quite make sense there. So why does the direction relative to the axis of rotation matter? Because in one direction, the centrifugal force doesn't work. I don't understand it.
Well, when you're on the equator, you're moving at 15 degrees per hour. That causes a centrifugal force, which makes you feel lighter. If you went fast enough, you would eventually be weightless of that, and that's what we define orbit by.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
So if you're going, let's say, so the sun. Okay, so if you were going east, no, so if you were going west, you would be going around at faster than 15 degrees an hour. If you're constantly going, let's say 500 miles an hour west. Let's say you're going 1,000 miles an hour west. A day will only be 12 hours for you now instead of 24. You'll be going at 30 degrees an hour if you're going west at 1,000 miles an hour at the equator. So then you're going to have even more centrifugal force pulling you away from Earth than if you weren't going that fast. And
okay, that makes sense. Yeah, so that makes sense when you talk about it like the orbit, right?
Yeah.
So
yeah.
when because the velocity cancels out, like, oh man, the physics is like my. You know what? You're right, Jesse, because I'm high and my physics brain is failing. So I understand that your joke was correct, but I also blame the
altitude. Yeah. But yeah, so if you're going east at 1,000 miles an hour, then you have no tangential velocity around the center of the Earth, and so then you're not going to have that lift that you were getting from the 1,000 mile an hour, the 15 degrees an hour.
Okay, got it.
And believe it or not, they discovered this like in the 1800s, I think, on a ship in the ocean. So they weren't even going that fast.
Yeah, that's right, because it was Baron Eötvös, right?
Is that to do with trade winds, or am I wrong here? Or am I totally out of
You might
base?
be wrong.
I think I'm
Well,
high.
but trade winds also relate to the rotation of the Earth. So in relation to sailing,
Well, yeah,
I don't
it's like it's instead of jet streams for planes, it's trade winds for when you're sailing. It'd be like that. I think that's what it is, but I could be wrong.
Now, Wolfie took a 500-gram mass and a little 500-gram digital electronic scale on a flight going generally eastward and going generally westward in Australia and recorded it. And he was even able to pick up the predicted weight change on that. So it's not even something that's impossible to do for ordinary people.
Yeah.
Well, people that have obviously are not just like
on the
barely
no-fly
getting
list.
by, barely getting by. Well, that too, but like people that can actually afford to do these things, because some people can barely afford to do anything nowadays.
Yeah, you'd need to be able to book an east to west or west to east flight.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's why I got to do I really want to do that gyro test, Jesse.
Yeah, that's a fun one.
I just don't have, the funds to charter a jet and I guess you could make a housing for a gyroscope that we could wheel on a jet, right?
Probably, yeah.
You're pretty handy.
I feel like the one thing that flat earthers make a good point about is that Will Duffy could have spent his money on something more to prove the globe instead of taken a trip to Antarctica, he could have used the money to
Well-
actually like do something more worthwhile.
But here's the aspect of what Duffy did that I think is maybe missed, and I don't know that this is 100% true, but this is my kind of read, is that I think Duffy knew that the two flat earthers going to Antarctica would split the community, and I think that was the plan more so than proving the globe per se. I think
But
the
that's
whole
like-
purpose,
but that goes
the
into
whole
like a
purpose
psyop.
was split
Oh,
and
sorry.
psyop flat Earth. Yeah, like
Yeah,
I think
psyop.
that's that. Like from that
The
perspective,
initial claim of Will Duffy is that he has a friend who has a faith in Christianity, who was a flat earther, and they were giving, and then he was in the background researching the flat Earth globe debate and thought what would be the litmus test, and through the various YouTube channels that are relatively popular, it seemed like most were saying that a 24-hour sun was not possible if Earth was flat.
Yeah. I think maybe that's I don't know. Maybe I'm attributing more Machiavellian motives. It just strikes me as like incredible that I didn't expect people to turn on Witsit, you know? I really didn't. And I thought that their allegiance to him was so strong because they simped for him. And it's pretty funny because you can go back and listen to like older clips from Earth Awakenings and hear these same people like simping so hard for Witsit.
Wait. What about that other Jesse that's now he's a flat earther again, or what the hell is that guy doing here? I hear him every day now. and this
Oh,
guy's
the other
pretending like
Jesse?
he
Don't worry
pretends like
about
he's
him.
a flat earther.
Don't
I
worry
think he's
about
like, is he working in the army or something? Is he like a fucking one of those black hats or whatever they're called or whatever?
I don't know.
Because like the dude's like, I know he's not a flat earther, and he's like trying to pretend like he is, and it's like, dude, I know you're not. You used to be, and there's no way you went from globe back to flat again. There's no way that happened.
Yeah. Once you break out of the flat Earth, I feel like I don't know, but my point is to say like it's odd to me that had that impact that to me was so unexpected and effective, and that wasn't like part of Duffy's calculus at all. Like it's like it makes me wonder like was he this like genius mastermind knowing that that was going to happen, or was that just an unintentional and direct side effect of the fact that flat earthers are so
Well, I think he's lying about that he didn't talk to anybody else about this. He definitely, him and MC Toon were talking about the shit ahead of time, and I don't know. That's why I don't like MC Toon anymore. I think he's lying about that. I don't have any evidence, but I'm pretty sure him and Duffy were talking about this stuff before this happened, and he was talking to other people, and he just doesn't want to admit to it. I don't know.
What I found
know why.
What I found fascinating was the number of prominent flat Earth advocates who had previously for years been saying there was no 24-hour Antarctic sun suddenly switched their tune and said that the flat Earth predicted a 24-hour Antarctic sun even before the ALE plane left Punta Arenas. Somehow,
yeah, like Joe Henvey was already making models trying to.
yeah,
or other people
somehow
too, yeah.
they knew there was going to be a 24-hour sun, which I find fascinating.
That's
yeah,
true.
that
Like,
was
a couple weeks,
that was the funny-
weeks ahead of time. They were already planning it. Yeah, you're right. Sorry, Mordwan.
Oh, no, I was just going to say that it was so funny, and I know it's all recorded, and it would be funny to do an edit of it, that Geo was for so long saying they weren't going to see a 24-hour sun. And then, yeah, for years, I think the other part of it was that made it so effective was it was such a big part of flat Earth proof that you couldn't go to Antarctica. Oh, well, that proves it, because otherwise, why wouldn't they let you go? So that, I think, was a big factor, too. Sorry, I kind of lost my train of thought, but like I don't know.
When
It's
I
just
was a
crazy
flat earther,
that-
that was a big thing for me too. I was like thinking, like, you can't even go there. Like, it was a big thing for me, like, because I didn't trust the government at the time too. So I believed in everything they said, and that was another thing that convinced me too. Yeah, like, oh, we can't even go there, and then like nowadays it's like a ridiculous thing to think now.
Yeah, absolutely, right.
Back
because
in 2015, it was definitely it was not as
that's like part of the key like evidence of flat Earth, right? Like the early evidence was like, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. Let me try to give a history of it because you were there early, right? It's like the laser tests. You can't go to space. Space is
moon
fake,
landing
and
fake.
you can't go to Antarctica.
Like they've definitely fed off the moon landing being fake because even there's Glober people still nowadays like that still believe the moon landing was fake.
Yeah,
So
millions.
that's a
There's
big,
probably millions
that's
of
big,
people in the U.S. that think the
that's a
moon
big
landing is
thing to
fake.
get in. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because if they could fake that, then they could fake the shape of the Earth. Because then they fake every NASA's. Like you don't trust NASA then too. That's the other like don't trust the government, don't trust NASA, and then bam, it's easier to be a flat earther.
Yeah. Yeah, no, and I guess like part of it too was, correct me if I'm wrong. Sorry, do you go by Billy or what is your?
Yeah, Billy's fine. Bill,
Okay.
whatever.
All right, cool. I didn't know what you went by, but basically, I think part of it too was there was no debunking of flat Earth in the
That's
beginning, right? So it was just like an unrestrained.
That's 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah, like there's no videos
Like if you
that were
looked
even
up,
trying to touch that shit at all. Yeah.
so if you looked up flat Earth proof in 2015 on YouTube, probably every single video would be like a flat Earth video, right?
Yeah, there was nothing debunking it at all. Yeah, and then like Simon Dan and other people started getting involved, like earlier debunkers that I don't even remember because I didn't like Simon Dan too. Though. I remember that though. He was one of the people I didn't like, and
Yeah.
I think Creaky Blinder was another one, but he got in later after Simon Dan. But I can't say exactly who was the first one. But I know that Craig and MC Toon weren't till like I think they said they were only like 4 years or something. Or MC Toon, I don't know how long. He might be longer actually.
Gotcha.
But I know
There
Craig
was actually
not that long.
there was actually stuff before that, debunking stuff. For example, I remember I came into this whole discussion all the way back in 2015. That's kind of when it's kind of blew up, and then of course other people have come after. It kind of actually feels weird to me because I remember when MC Toon and Simon Dan and all of these guys, FTFE came in, and I was like, okay, we got new people coming in. It feels weird to me that there was a time that I had been here already for long, and then they came as newbies. There was this guy when I came in 2015, like Voice of Reason, that was his channel. I watched him. There was one guy, Cool Hard Logic. His stuff was good, but I guess they were not as visible and their style was different. Like, for example, Voice of Reason, he was just doing really nice explanations of things.
Yeah.
But of course, flat earthers aren't actually gonna watch that, and then it's not the same thing as, for example, what MC Toon is doing.
Yeah, I wonder too, like, there was not, to be honest, we're not taught proof of the globe really in high school that I could recall. The only thing I remember, and I'm sure I learned about some aspect of geology or something, but all I can remember, my memory isn't perfect, is the Carl Sagan clip, which, by the way, no disrespect to Carl Sagan, he's the greatest of all time, he got it wrong, or oversimplified it for the sake of explanation. You know, he was showing Eratosthenes and was saying, well, these two measurements can only occur on a curve, and as we know from a bajillion times the flat earthers, 2 isn't enough to do that. But that was the only thing I remember. Do you guys remember differently?
Well, also wasn't also that Eratosthenes didn't actually do the experiment himself. He worked at a library that had the information and the data that he put together himself.
He asked someone to step out the paces, and in those times they were called stadia, and they got around 500 from his current location in Alexandria to that well. So it was close enough to the tropic in question, and then they paced it out. So he didn't necessarily have to go to that time, but every year there's an equinox and a solstice, so you go, okay, I'm currently under the sun. It's solar noon. What are the shadows doing near me?
Yeah. Well, at that time, they didn't have the technology we have nowadays to make it easier, too, right? Like, they actually had to take some type of transportation to get to these distances instead of nowadays where we have easy to do this stuff now. Well, if you have the
Yeah,
money.
and measuring the stuff like portions of the Arctic circles or portions of the equator weren't easy either. And when they were doing this, the French were doing this in around the 1700s, roughly around the same time. 70 years later, Captain Cook was surveying the coastline of New Zealand. So they had an idea of like what the sun was doing at a southern latitude and what it was doing at the equator and what it was doing at a similar latitude in the north. And so this is like symmetric. And so they could deduce from there what was happening.
Did you say Captain Black?
Captain James Cook, one of the early Australian, English navigators who was well travelled. Yeah.
Are there any Australian navigators or like Australian anything of importance?
Young nation of only about 260 years.
Crocodile
You guys
Dundee.
are older than us, older than America. We got 250. Was it next year coming up?
That's independence, not when the English landed on the soil.
So it's always an Englishman that went down south, right?
Not always.
The American.
The Dutch discovered what they called Van Diemen's Land, which is now known as Tasmania, and they had a hypothesis that this land joined mainland Australia. So they had to actually sail between the Bass Strait to confirm whether the land was joined or not. So that's what the Dutch did before the English.
So, what aspect of navigating to India did Columbus get wrong? He just didn't know like the distance, because like it's not like they didn't know the dimension of the Earth, but they didn't know the distribution of land and water, right? Is that the
Yeah, the distribution of the land and its total size. Like if he wasn't using the Eratosthenes radius, he would have used another one. And so if he thought he was going to sail for 20 weeks, he thought he would make it a certain distance. But he found that after he traveled that distance, he found a land, called it India, and that mistakenly gave the name of the Native Americans Indians because he thought he was near Sri Lanka or something. So the dimensions were slightly off in his view, but yeah, he was mistaken about the total size, I believe. But you could
Now,
be right about that.
At that time, there were blacks in Florida doing some of the biggest slave trading at the time, but they didn't know that they were in America at the time, or what? Like, did Columbus just missed those guys altogether because he was coming from Europe and not through Africa across over to South America and up through there, right? Did he come like the Vikings did?
If he was sailing like westward through before the canals were built, they would have gone south underneath the Cape of Good Hope in Africa instead of the Cape Horn Peninsula in the Tierra del Fuego in South America. Yeah.
Is there a Tierra de Coldo? Or just Fuego?
Now, was the North Pole not frozen over at some point, and they thought they could go through there? Is it frozen over right now? I want Canada to be your 51st state so I can go to the North Pole. Canada's not going to let me up there.
You'd have to take a cruise ship to the North Pole because there's no land there.
I'm going to look again on Google Maps.
If you look at a globe, you don't see a land there. Yeah.
Oh no! I took my globe apart to find out what was at the poles.
Did they have Nazis on your globe?
This little tiny.
That's in Antarctica. That's in Antarctica.
I couldn't tell if the swastikas were at that 45-degree angle or not, so I was like, these could be peace symbols.
The Nazis only went to Antarctica. They didn't go to the North Pole. Or at least
that's interesting. They didn't go to the North Pole, but they went to Antarctica.
I think they only went to Antarctica.
Interesting.
But I could be wrong. Maybe they did go to North Pole too.
It's a long way from Germany. But yeah.
But they did do shit at Antarctica though, yeah. So
you know, Obama
was Edmondson German? I forget because the Edmondsons Scott were coming from two different angles to the South Pole, and Edmondson got there first.
Now Obama went to Antarctica twice, each at the end of each 4-year term. Wonder if he's going now again after his latest 4-year term. You go to Antarctica for a ritual, right? To be ritualize your next step into the whatever rung of whatever ladder, up or down.
The Bohemian Grove you're talking about, right?
Bohemian Grove. Did you hear what Nixon said about the Bohemian Grove? Have you heard that clip?
Yeah.
Where he's like, it's the faggiest goddamn thing you ever heard in your life, but I sometimes go to Bohemian Grove. I don't know if that's a good Nixon impression, but...
Yeah, they definitely do some weird stuff there, but...
I am not afraid!
Because even Alex Jones or whatever actually did get the footage of them doing that shit. That is real, I guess, but I mean, it doesn't really prove too much.
I'm telling you, folks, the good old boy told me the password. The first password was hillbilly, and the second password was oh shit, I forgot. And they go, come on in.
They're turning the frogs gay.
Literal. Yeah. The funniest one is when he's talking about literal pot-bellied hobgoblins or goblins are hobbling around coming after us.
I'm telling you, folks, we're going to take some DMT. We're going to get in contact with the interdimensional space beings. The pot-bellied goblins are going to tell us the promo codes that you're going to need to know for our omega-3 fish oils and our methylene blue, folks. We're out of it right now, but just order it up. Guarantee you at the top of the hour.
Yeah, survival supplies they're just like shilling those all the time.
So my mom was big into conspiracies when I was in high school, and she basically got us to buy like hundreds of dollars worth of rice and beans, and we like packed them into drums with like desiccant in them. And
did you get you gas masks like my grandma got all us?
No, not gas masks. Actually, that would have been smart though. NBC masks, yeah.
So I was looking at it today. We still have one. It has some like Arabic writing on it, like straight up from the Middle East gas mask.
Interesting. Were they Iranian or Iraqi? Oh shit.
You know, I don't know. I could go look at it. I might get on a ladder, but it's something. I'm too ignorant to tell from looking at whatever.
Can you do that, please? Can you take photos of them and show me? Because I would.
All right, I'll go look. I'm about to eat, but I'll go look just for you, Morty.
Oh my god, that'd be legendary, Marty.
You must be a flat earther, right? Because you don't want to do anything.
Oh man, zinger.
I was one too, so I can say I didn't want to do shit. I'd be like, fuck you and your math. Yeah. Like Kyle today. There's no formula for flat Earth. You can't make a formula for calculating the flat Earth.
No, that's why they just claim the globe results now. And that's the whole thing that I'm debating Shane on Friday.
There's no formula for 0.0. We can times it times 0.0.
I don't know what you're saying, Marty. I don't know where you're going with that one.
But Shane and Alan are fake flat earthers, though. I'll tell you that much.
You think so?
There's certain ones I know.
Why?
That are
Because
fake,
they know
I'm
too
pretty
much,
sure
or they're
Shane
too
and-
smart.
Well, yeah, that seems to like me. Like when I was a flat earther, I was stupid, and like a lot of flat earthers don't want to admit that shit. They're like,
yeah, they want to
like,
pretend.
"Yeah, I'm so smart.
You know,
what do you think?
Oh, go ahead.
No, you go ahead. Go ahead, Jesse.
Well,
do you
I did.
see the
I was.
Well, I'm very interested. Wait, what? This is Israeli, bro. That's Hebrew. This is from Israel.
Oh yeah, you guys are Freemasons too. I forget who was saying that. They're like
You have a bunch of Israeli gas masks in your house?
Jesse are Freemasons.
This is the last. I don't think it was. I wore one as a Halloween. One time.
Nice.
Halloween mask, and I put like fake. You know, they give you like that goo that you're supposed to put a fake scar on your face. And I just rubbed that all over, and then they're like, everyone wants to know, what are you for Halloween? And then they're like, are you Darth Vader? And then I was just like, fuck it, I'm Darth Vader.
Nice.
I'm not gonna open it now. I gotta eat. So, but yeah, it's Israel, huh? Israeli.
Yeah, it's really cool what you just showed me. Wait, Jesse, were you trying to say something?
Oh yeah. I did kind of a experiment one time because it dawned on me that a lot of the people who are very seemingly convinced of flat Earth didn't seem like the kind of people that would be figuring stuff out, and yet the flat earthers seem to come up with these, long lists of, 2,000 constants that all have 666 in them, and that somehow a massive amount of coincidences are all gathered together, and evidences and this and that. And I'm thinking, how are these people coming up with this? They don't seem like they could actually do that. So one of my theodolites I got off eBay actually used to belong to NASA, and it has an expired NASA Edwards Air Force Base, EFB, whatever, I don't remember, some NASA calibration sticker on it. It's expired, but it says NASA on it. So I nonchalantly released a video showing that theodolite and one other, and showing that sticker clearly, and showed it to lots of flat earthers to see if any of them would pick up on it, and not one of them did. They literally watched the video and didn't realize they were actually looking at a NASA sticker. So that kind of confirmed my theory that there's actually globers who are very good at stuff like this, at gathering data and research and stuff, fabricating this whole flat earth narrative and creating things that flat earthers can parrot.
Yeah, and also they use ChatGPT too, and AI
Yeah.
to help them. Because
Well, we know for sure. Yeah, but the way that they use ChatGPT and the way that they get it off its guardrails is also suspiciously competent. Because it's not easy to get ChatGPT to do what you want against misinformation guardrails. So whoever wrote that prompt, they wrote a very clever prompt. Because I do prompt engineering as part of my job as an AI engineer. It's not easy to write
which AI. It depends which AI you use too, because not all of them are equal too.
Prompt is like hacking AI, and then once you figure out the prompt, you're like, oh yes.
Because there's like different AIs for which one you're using, right? Like there's the ChatGPT, and then there's the Microsoft one, Copilot one, and then there's a bunch of other ones I don't even know, but they all
but
aren't
most
the same.
of them, pretty much all of them, have guardrails against abusive, harmful content and misinformation. So
well, yeah, you just have to kind of talk to it a bit, and then try to trick it into like
Right.
saying like,
But
well,
I'm
it's not
saying-
really that bad, or what would, or you also you could just say, what do you think the best argument for flat Earth would be, and they'll
No, it's
actually
not that
tell
easy.
you.
It's not that
Well,
easy.
the
They're
one from Microsoft does. The Microsoft one I have does it.
Really
It gave me a whole presentation. It gave me a whole presentation for flat Earth.
Well, maybe I'm overestimating their AI skills then, but it just seemed to me that like some of the stuff they get out of AI and some of these papers that they find too, like, well, we know for sure
Taylor.
these tree globers that are helping them though, right, Jesse? There's Dr. Bennett and
Taylor
there's
is definitely one I'm suspicious
True.
of too, because she knows a lot.
Yeah.
She knows way too much.
Taylor's too smart to believe the things that she claims to believe. No
Yeah,
disrespect.
she's
to
messing-
Taylor.
what-
That's
she's
actually a
messing around.
compliment to you, Taylor.
If you're using
She's messing
AI,
around.
if you're smart enough to relay information like Donald Trump when you know he's off the prompter, it's like, okay, you're not reading this in front of you, a script. And it's really easy for people to get into that script reading mode because they're just trying to understand what the fuck they're reading to begin with because they don't know it already.
Well, you just have to try a bunch of different AIs too, right? Like if you're just using the same one, you're going to get the same results. But if you use a bunch of different ones, then you'll get different results too.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, that's true. So they might do that too, right? They might ask the question to like 6 or 7 different AIs. I mean, why not? Takes 30 seconds per, and then pick the one that is, or even edit together parts of different responses.
Well, and also
tell
you
them
can say.
all.
Sorry, Marty, you were saying.
So tell them all, yeah, go ahead and read Eric Dubay's 200 Proofs of Flat Earth and have that be the only input and give me blah, 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 right? So you can have it say, read this book, reference these books, right? It's specifics to this. And then it has enough information to think that
Gotcha.
it's doing a good job.
Well, and also I say that that's not good enough too, and I like ask for more. You keep asking for more, and when it starts repeating itself, then it's out of data. That's what I find. I just keep asking it more, and then when it starts repeating what it said already, then I'm like, all right, it must have run out of ideas now.
Yeah. Interesting. So, but that's true. And the other one, Jesse, is Gleam, right? Gleam is not a flat earther.
Yeah, that guy's definitely. He seems to know too much. Yeah.
He's way too smart for flat earther.
I think he's just addicted to controversy.
I think so too, but I also think that he is getting paid to make some of this stuff because I've basically worked out that he's the one that came up with that formula Shane uses.
Oh, that could be, yeah.
No, it definitely is. I would talk to, I kind of like sussed it out. I had to read between the lines a little bit, but based on what Gleam said, it was pretty clear that he was the one that came up with it. Because I was able to get him, I like played to his ego, you know? So I was like, wow, you know, whoever came up with that, they knew what they were doing. And then he kind of like let it slip. I'm pretty sure, I'm like 90% sure he's developed some of this stuff for them.
Like the villain at the end of the movie telling you the whole thing right before.
Well, wait. Potentially, he could be one of those army guys because there's those white hats and black hats or whatever that potentially could be even in this Discord. Like Omni. Omni's a white hat. No, I'm joking. But yeah, like a lot of people think that too. Like if you know enough, like you could even be like army person that's faking that you're a flat earther.
Yeah, totally.
Trying to gain
But
it, and
what
also
would be
like
the-
you gain alliance with them, and then you find out like even more insider information from them too. I don't know.
Who's
It gets
hot, Mike?
deep into conspiracy though. When you get
Yeah.
into that shit, yeah. But there definitely is some people that are probably doing that shit though, because there has to be.
Well,
Unless that
in-
shit isn't real.
In years past, they were moving about $1 million or about $500,000 moved every year between Dave's app sales and subscriptions, and YouTube ad revenue to Flat Earth content creators, and Karen B's and the other conferences, the tickets to the conferences. Between those things, about $500,000 a year was moving, and when there's that much money moving in any kind of enterprise, it's almost inevitable that someone is going to be like, you know what, let's kick a couple thousand a year back, to try to feed this thing and make it bigger, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's interesting because yeah, there's a definite. That's a fairly simple interest, right? There doesn't have to be any there doesn't have to be any like crazy motivator, right? Everyone's motivated by money. If you can make, I mean, how else would Flat Earth Dave be making this level of money, right? I'm sure Bob Nadell was making good money too. And here's another interesting thing, Jesse. Did you know that Bob Nadell paid for Witsit's like computer and like trained him and all this stuff?
Oh yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah. So
didn't Kyle say he's related to him or something? The fucking debate.
Wait,
was
what?
that one of the people? Kyle was like, "I'm related to this guy." At the beginning of his opening statement, he's like, "I'm related to," I think he said Bob Nodell, someone else, Michaelson Morley or something. He said like a bunch of like he actually said these people that he's related to them, but it's probably like they're like his ninth cousin or some bullshit. They
Well,
tried with the
Tapioca
bloodlines. shit.
Weasel's related to Vandy Graff.
Yeah, I heard about that. Yeah,
yeah, that clip is pretty
it's
fucking hilarious.
it's possible that Kyle actually is related to these people, but it seems highly unlikely.
Well, I'm going to start a rumor right now.
Very dishonest, though. Like, I mean, he was the one that had that quote where he edited like a sentence and like made it look like it was two sentences together when it was really like three partial sentences from like different parts of the paragraph with tons cut out.
They pulled the Kamala Harris, huh? 90 minutes, 60 minutes, 90 Kamala Harris interview.
Well,
wait, what is Kamala Harris? Is Kamala Harris when you run a horrible campaign and then disappear and don't try to fix the country afterwards?
And laugh like a lunatic?
She's fucking nuts. I was facing a cool decade in prison because of her and cannabis back in 2013. I could have been just fresh out of prison 2 years. I could not imagine that. And then have to like think that she could have been my president afterwards. Jesus Christ. All right, let's start a rumor. Maybe it could come true. I think I heard they're gonna pay Shane, some money to get Zempic. What's it called, Ozempic? Maybe pay him to lose some weight and
come on.
a little bit.
No, Marty, come on, that's mean. Let's not insult people's weight.
Maybe he will look just a little bit less like a total fat fuck.
That's
Marty,
one thing that Globers have a problem
Marty.
with is that we got to be careful with making fun of Shane because that's a little.
It's not cool. It's just don't take it there. Like
Especially
his weight is
'cause he
irrelevant to him being morally dubious. And I
He's
don't
not
really
really-
even think
I think Alan and Shane are one of the more admiral flat earthers, to be honest, because they actually like put some thought into their shit. Like a lot of these other flat earthers are like D-Mock. You don't want to be horizontal line. You ball. Are you gonna say that again, D-Mock? You're gonna talk about your horizontal line and you can't.
no. His new
you're
thing is
D-level.
his new thing is 1 foot past 39.59 and see what's there.
You can't
That's
drop
the
a
new
ball on sea level.
And I don't even know what 39.59 is, and I try to like follow the shit. Is he in here deafened? Oh, he's on. What's up, D-Mock? You're free if you want to speak.
Yeah. You'd be better than that communist that was in here earlier.
Oh, I've been waiting to hear this crazy asshole talk. Like since I got here yesterday, everybody told me this crazy asshole.
Oh, I'll post a clip for you that I just recorded. That's one of the better Democ moments.
He's just
I'll
gonna call
tag
you
in it.
retarded for like 5 minutes.
Well, Ironside sounds a little bit like D-Mock.
It doesn't sound like that. I posted a clip.
Call each other goof troops all day.
Ironside, I posted a clip of Democ that you should watch. I tagged you.
The worst part was one day there was a kid on his thing, so he has like kids that listen to him too. That's the worst part. I don't like. That's one thing I hated about Kyle saying today too, and I feel like that's one thing that it's only opinion based, but I feel like It should be a form of child abuse if someone's teaching a child flat Earth.
25 years and older only should you be
Why
exposed
do you
to
think
any
it's
sort of.
abusive, though? I mean, is it any different?
That's only personal opinion, though.
No,
Yeah,
I
because
no,
it's
no, I
like
agree. It
teaching
is
religion.
child abuse when
It's
you
like
when you
it's like
teach
we're
it.
teaching religion.
I agree. Globers do teach child abuse when they teach you stuff that's not real and can't be demonstrated all your life. And then you got people like you sticking up for non-demonstratable stuff, like it's the provable thing you know. You know so much non-demonstratable things. You can predict so many things.
I
you
was
can't
a flat
predict.
earther too, so you lose.
Now, flat Earth is just an orientation base, how you get up and down. Globe doesn't have an up and down. The globe doesn't have a horizontal versus a vertical that are two different things. They aren't the same ever. Your globe has a polka dot on it. You touch it with a pin dot, that's horizontal vertical. But you can't prove it because that way doesn't rise up in elevation. So I guess that debunks your globe. And that's the whole principle of flat Earth. Sorry, stupid.
You don't know what
Dude,
topography
what
is.
the hell did you just say? Because none of that made any sense.
Cool
Like-
story, retard who doesn't know what elevation is. Point that way.
I
How
do
much-
know what elevation is.
Here,
It's
point
not that
vertically
hard,
to the
man. It's not a
clouds.
real.
Point to
like,
your
really.
horizon vertically. Now show us the
Yes,
elevation of your finger.
Loud
From your
noises.
armpit. What's the
Loud
elevation of your vertical
noises.
arm? What's the vertical elevation to the horizon? Boys, how do you find that? Where at? Which part?
Jesse, can you answer that?
Oh, what was the
Show me-
question? I drifted
me your
off.
flat circle.
What's the vertical
line to your horizon clouds? When do you start calculating elevation on her?
As soon as you get on the elevator.
At all, ever. The horizontal line, vertical line to the clouds past your horizon. It's a vertical horizontal line up to the clouds that way. Right, Jesse?
Imaginary line.
No, it's a real fucking line.
Wait, Democ, I still don't quite understand what you mean by 1 foot past 3959. Could you clear that up for me?
If your globe has a radius of 3959, that means from the center point of it out that way, the dirt only goes to 3959 and stops. Then if you pass that up by a foot, that dirt ain't in front of you no more, is it?
What
so
kind
if
of
you're
line?
in the hallway, and the hallway's only 10 foot, and you run out the window and jump out the 10-foot hallway, now you're going down to the ground. You are no longer in the building. Do you comprehend?
What kind of line did you say that was? What was it doing?
A horizontal line, vertical line. It's a
Imaginary
vertical
line.
horizontal
No,
to the clouds past the horizon.
No,
What, you don't like my vertical line to the clouds?
You
It's
used some other
imaginary.
word there. I thought for a minute we were gonna have a whole bunch of baby lines.
I don't know what the fuck that's got to do with you not being able to demonstrate an elevation increase on a horizontal line of principle where we live on flat Earth, the law. Now, what you need to do is fill out a curve of 8 inches. You need to have a drop or a rise. Get your 8-inch ruler, go put it however far away from you want, and show me that it's equidistant to something and not rising from where you put it or
You
lower.
like 8 inch. You like 8 inches, don't you?
Well, too bad you ain't got none. So what we're looking for is 8 inches. Right? Globers don't have 8 inches. They can fucking pull it out if they tried. Listen, you need 3 globers for that 8 inches, buddy. What
You
we're
got it
talking about is an
squared.
actual 8-inch material called a ruler. You can use the 12-inch one, but it's going to be too big to sit your car on.
Yeah,
And
there's
lift your
no
car up
8-inch
12 inches.
rulers. Sorry to break it to you.
There's no 12-inch rulers.
No 8-inch. I thought you said.
Yeah, there is.
Night,
When you
everybody.
cut it. Yeah, when
There's
you cut
12
it.
inch. There's 12-inch
Yeah, you
rulers.
can
Night,
cut it,
Jesse.
man.
It was nice
Brother,
talking.
you
Have a
make
good
an
night.
eight-
Cut it.
You guys are slow. Just cut the ruler at 8 inches. You got an 8-inch
Oh
ruler.
wow.
Oh,
wow.
wow. Ingenuity at its finest.
Yeah. What's the PSI on Mount Everest?
What's the PSI vertically
Yeah.
down
Why
that
don't
way?
you tell me? Why don't you tell
Is
me
it
that?
down that
Why
way?
don't you answer a
Is
fucking
it
question
down
for
from
once?
where I'm at and
You never
sideways?
answer any questions. Mute the asshole.
Where the
You
fuck
never
is
answers
Mount
any
Everest
questions.
where I'm standing?
Answer one
Is it
fucking
that way,
question.
pointing that way to the stars?
No, answer my fucking
No,
question,
where the fuck is
or I
it
don't
at,
give a shit.
weirdo? You can't answer your own question. Where the fuck is it at?
Mount Everest?
Point to
Mount
it.
Everest?
Point
It's in
to
the
it.
Himalayas.
It's up my asshole.
Point to it.
It's up
a
my
mountain.
asshole.
Fucking retard. So on the wall, right, what I can
It's
point
up my
to is how
asshole.
elevation works.
Nothing you say makes any sense. That's the problem. You don't understand. Nothing you say makes
That's
sense.
the problem.
Guys.
Reality you don't like. That's the problem.
No, it's not reality. It's this crazy delusional fantasy world. That's what it is. It's a crazy delusional fantasy world. I bet you're a sovereign citizen too, and we're all under maritime law.
8-inch drop rise. Can any glober steel man 8 inches worth of fucking dirt?
Do you ever go out in public and say this stupid shit or not? You only say the shit online.
Okay, how far down vertically is PSI 14? It drops down vertically about.
Wait. Did you
feet,
say
right?
how far?
59
How
twice,
far?
like the size of the globe.
How
from
far
top to
down?
bottom.
Hold on.
Globe
I just
is
want to
supposed
repeat
to
that.
be surrounded by air.
Hold on, 1 second. He just said, how far down vertically is what?
Yeah.
Oh my god. Well, what was the end of that sentence? It was insane. Whatever it was.
How far down can you kamikaze past your globe? Along
there
sea
we
level.
go. Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
Along
Yeah.
sea level.
Clarify.
We know we're on
14
curved
psi,
water
right?
that way.
14
No
psi,
drop
right?
along sea level. Hello, you don't have it. You're not surrounded by sea level. Weird, huh? So no sea level going down down that way, 8,000 miles, huh? No globe.
Yeah.
Globe math
No
gone.
globe.
Globe decrunked.
Maritime law.
So you can't
Maritime.
drop down.
Wait. Do you think that the maritime law is related to the downity?
When you have a drone up in the air over that boat, you think it's dropping. That your fucking drone and the rock on it can't drop along sea.
All right, enough of that. PhD Tony, how's it going?
He doesn't even want to answer any questions.
We were just talking about your debate with Kyle Adams. I didn't see all of it, but Billy was saying it was a good one. I've really enjoyed. I was saying two debates on MDD.
All right. Well, I'm glad. I wasn't sure what to expect from Kyle Adams from his side of the debate, but it wasn't that.
Well, what happened? How did that even get organized? Was it just James was like, "Do you want to debate him, or did he challenge?"
Yeah. So I well, I don't know. James asked me if I was willing to debate him, and I said yes. So he was already involved. I don't know if he wanted to specifically debate me, or just debate some Glober, and I happened to be the one that James chose. He was the initiator either way.
Okay. Yeah, I was supposed to debate Whitson one time, but then they tried to put me up against that big country guy because Whitson obviously chickened out because he doesn't want to debate people that aren't PhDs, he said too. But he said he would debate me, but then he chickened out. But anyways, it's not like I would have beat him. Anyways.
Whitson has kind of moved to only wanting to debate PhDs for some reason. Like Astronomy Live debated him on Tim Pool's show, which I thought Astronomy Live did a great job. I think it was actually the person, because like so much of Flat Earth is saying you can't check it.
Yeah.
Like, I filmed the ISS, I've filmed galaxies, I've filmed orbital motion, like all of this shit, right? Like, tracking satellites, all this stuff. It's so and measuring it yourself, right? Like using a baseline and was it triangulating, Tony, the ISS? Is that like parallax, or how does that work?
Yeah, so he was parallaxing. He parallaxed. He and Reg Rederick, I think, together did parallax estimates of how far away the ISS is based on I think a transit in front of the moon. So they were able to measure the sort of the angular distinction between simultaneous filmings of the ISS by gauging it against features of the moon. So and they knew so they were accurately estimate the angles. Yeah, I agree. Astronomy Live did an absolutely fantastic job. Positively brilliant. Couldn't be more impressed.
Yeah, I just like, I don't know. It's like some of these things they have to know that it's a lie, right? Like the whole thing with like flight and gyroscopes, they just lie about it. Like they just say that it doesn't use Earth, but like it's fundamental to all gyrocompassing, right? That you have to consider curvature and rotation, right? Like how does that?
Yeah, it is fundamental. There are sort of two layers of defenses. One of them is ignorance. So they tend not to understand the topic anywhere near as well as they think they do. The next layer of defense is sort of cognitive. They're not listening. They just refuse to absorb new information that contradicts their established worldview. They've chosen what they want to believe. They're going to go with that.
Yeah, what I found a bit confusing was confusing the 1 meter diameter hula hoop to the horizon line, which is like.
Yeah, I was absolutely astonished by Carl's presentation. It was incredibly shoddy. The lines that he drove on, that he drew on it, were just not. You could see that they weren't actually, that the thickness of the lines was constraining the accuracy with which he could construct these figures. So as I say, I didn't know what on earth to expect from Kyle. I've never really seen him. I remember he was on MC2 a few years ago, but I had no idea what to expect. It was certainly nothing as content free as what we ended up with.
Yeah.
I like how he couldn't understand about the that you could actually work out a planar formula. He thought that he just couldn't wrap his head around that. He's like, "You're strawmanning me because I don't have a formula." But it's like, dude, we can figure this out.
Yeah, and as I said in my presentation, it's grade 10 mathematics at the most. Like if you graduated high school, you should know how to do this. It might be a while since you've used it, and you've probably forgotten that you ever knew it. But you should know that for any triangle, if you've got two sides and an angle, you can solve for the complete triangle. Or if you've got three sides.
Spherical is where it starts getting more complicated because you have to add more
that's
stuff.
right.
Yeah. But the thing is like, I've never really heard a flat earther actually engage with your point, apart from when Witsit was just telling you don't know how tsunamis work, which is just classically Witsit. But like, I'm trying to remember in that debate with the only debate that Toby was in where he got annihilated, but like the one with Toby and Alan, I'm trying to remember what they actually said, because you don't talk about optical measurements, right? You're talking about like train tracks, propagation times, things that don't depend on optics that only make sense on the globe, right? Have they even tried to address that? Or?
So their response to that was that the global coordinate system is set up in such a way as to make these formulae work, which is not mathematically possible. You can't do that. If it's also topologically impossible, because if you put it on, if you make the Earth flat, there is somewhere that is near the edge, that is how 20,000 kilometers away from the same point on the other edge. On a sphere, those 2 points are next to one another. So if the spherical distance formula is always accurate, then it cannot be the case that the Earth is planar. But they seem not to understand that. Anyway, all they wanted. So that's how they wrote it off. They claimed that the entire system was set up.
Yeah, so I'm actually, I don't know why I agreed to do it, but I'm debating Shane on that gratitude crap this Friday. But could you elaborate on the part? Because I think I know what you mean by thinking that. Like, could you elaborate on what you mean by like topology as it pertains to the shape of the Earth? Because I think that one's like one of the stronger foundational arguments. It is a little bit difficult to understand.
Yeah, so essentially, if you look at say the Cartesian coordinate system, it's got a it's got an axis. It's got a point where the two axes cross one another, and sort of you move out from that. And the further you move away, the further your distance increases. Whereas a sphere has actually 2 points on it, and sort of two coordinate singularities, one at the North Pole and one at the South Pole, where the coordinate lines cross over one another. And what that means is that as you move away from the North Pole, you eventually get to the South Pole, but your distance doesn't keep on increasing then. You start getting closer to the North Pole. So your distance can't increase arbitrarily as it can on a plane. And the other way of looking at it topologically is connectivity, which was what I was just discussing. If you sort of spread out, if you cut the surface of a sphere out and sort of smush it onto a flat surface, you'll have points either side, whereas on that are far away from one another. Whereas in reality, those points are actually connected; they're right next to one another.
Could you repeat
what I
that
was going
one
to
more time?
say earlier was like if
Hold up, one
you're
sec,
on
one
a
sec.
plane,
Sorry, hold on
a
one sec.
planar topology, when you're on a planar topology and you're looking at the stars and you assume they're rotating, as you go outward, that rotation will continue. But in reality, there's a counterclockwise and clockwise rotation to this appearance. So that doesn't seem possible on flatness.
Right.
It is very compatible
yeah.
with a globe.
Totally. Yeah, and Tony, could I just okay, because that's like that's a good way of putting it. So you said the sphere has two coordinate singularities, the North and South Pole. Coordinate lines cross over one another, and then I'm sorry, as you move away from the pole at a certain point, your distance doesn't start decreasing anymore. Or I'm sorry, could you say that again? The last part? Because I think that's like a pretty intuitive way to grasp it, if that makes sense. Hello?
Was that a question for me or for Tony? I forget.
Tony. But I don't know if Tony is hearing right now. That's cool. I can always go back.
Oh, sorry, I muted myself. What an idiot.
Okay.
Okay. So yeah, if you walk away from a point on a sphere, any point, eventually you'll get to a point where you actually start walking back towards your point of origin.
Okay.
Your distance will not increase indefinitely. Whereas so essentially there's a curve to the distance function. Even though you're walking sort of a larger distance, the shortest path back to your point of origin is reducing after a certain threshold. And we can see that happen physically with surface waves. So surface waves or atmospheric pressure waves, they move out from their focus, they wrap around to the far side of the Earth, cross one another, and then they go back to the origin point. And they can do this, multiple times. For instance, the Tonga volcano had atmospheric pressure waves that did this round and round the globe for 3 days after the event. So, and similarly with Krakatoa.
Do you have a link?
Two dimensions. Sorry.
I was going to say, do you have a link for that Tonga volcano, like data or a video on it?
Yeah, sure. I can bring up some stuff for it. Yeah.
Just sweet. I really appreciate that. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, Blake. Go ahead.
Oh no, we were just noticing the same time to speak and did so simultaneously. What I'd say is, like, if you start at a point of a circle and you start moving away around, you can only go to the equal and opposite side before you start getting closer. Whereas, like with a straight line, continually walking away won't return you to the beginning, and that's a topological issue.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Yep.
Then there's the equidistant problem, right? Like if you have 4 points on a sphere, they can be equidistant, but they can't on a plane. And I've never, when I try to explain that to flat earthers, I feel like they just don't get the geometry.
Because it's not normal geometry, it's non-Euclidean, right?
Well, no, actually, it's because of Euclidean geometry that it can't work on a plane. So if you have a planar surface, any 4 points are going to have the connections between them, right? So there's the like edge connections between the points, but then there's the diagonal between the points. And because of the Pythagorean theorem, the diagonal is always going to be larger than the other two sides. Whereas on a sphere,
Okay. Can I try explaining this? So if you're on
go
a
ahead, Tom.
plane, you can have 3 points, and each point is equidistant from the other two, right? So you've got an equilateral triangle. Each of those points is equidistant from the other two. So that's 3 points. Now, if we add a 4th point, we can make it equidistant to be further away from the 3rd point. But in 3 dimensions, we can get around that by putting our 4th point up above the triangle, right? So now it can be an equal distance away from the other 3 points.
How many points do you need to make a circle?
You need an infinite number of points to make a circle.
Well, you just need one direction on the globe.
I don't understand what relevance you possibly think that has to the current discussion.
Well, you had said it earlier. Topographically, you walk in one direction and you end up coming back from whence you came.
No, that's topologically, not topographically. There's a difference between topology and topography.
My logic isn't working there. Tell me what topologic
I think the difference that Tony is talking about is the difference between like a D4, if you've ever had one of them, and a triangle. It's like a trapezoid, is that right, Tony? They're equally spaced, and there's a 4-sided equilateral shape.
So a tetrahedron, an equilateral tetrahedron is the more technical term.
Yeah, that's the one I was looking for. Tetrahedron. Thank you.
Yeah.
So just say it for me, Tony. Non-Euclidean.
I don't understand what non-Euclidean has to do with the current discussion.
Non-Euclidean.
Yes. What is the relevance? You seem to be throwing out words here.
I haven't heard you say it yet.
What? Because I'm not talking about anything non-Euclidean.
Oh, is it Euclidean math?
Yes, what I'm discussing now is Euclidean.
Oh, let me bow out if we're talking about women private parts.
Yeah, because a tetrahedron would rest in Cartesian 3D flat on one side, and its upper point would be central to the 3-sided pyramid. So nothing about it is non-Euclidean in a sense.
So we have how many rules of, we have the first law, the second law of thermodynamics. Are there any laws of mathematics that you guys are maybe going out of the bounds of?
No.
None of us were talking about anything theoretical, so I don't think so.
When did Euclidean math start? When was that like a thing? Because we know that number 0, if you think it's a number, was invented.
300 BC, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Around about 300 BC was when Euclid first, when we have surviving evidence of Euclid's principles.
And that acronym BC, what's that mean to you?
Well, actually, I should have said they should have said BCE, because technically the term has changed and BCE means before the Common Era.
Yeah. I should use that term. I forgot. That's the more
It's
updated term.
agnostic term, but it's basically for the same.
It doesn't mean prior to Christ. PTC.
BC means prior to Christ, but BCE means before the Common Era.
I think I'm hearing you. Tony, where are you from?
I'm from Australia.
Did your was one of your grandparents Scottish?
No.
English
One of my
your
great grandparents was Scottish,
Okay.
but my family is actually predominantly Irish.
Just to clarify for the tetrahedron, when we say it's Euclidean, it's not made out of bent sides of any sort. So you don't need curves to construct it. That's why it would be a Euclidean shape.
Yeah, they either want to add curves or take out curves.
Yes, if you started sanding down a tetrahedron so it had smoother edges, it would then become a curved surface and no longer a tetrahedron.
See, I'm looking at my globe, and it doesn't have any depth for the Mariana Trench.
How big's your model of the globe, and how big do you think the trench would be?
Oh, I don't know what it's a globe. I seen the box in the attic today that said globe, and I was like, oh, there was leather scraps in the box, but the globe's in the living room.
You can actually get an expensive one that actually is better too, but you have to.
I can run my hand over it and feel the bumps of the, Chilean mountain range. But
those bumps may not be to scale, but if you wanted a globe that's I could
just get a cue ball, right, and then just imagine the.
Yeah, if you had your model globe and it was a foot in diameter, we wouldn't expect Everest to be much than 1/64th of an inch high, maybe even not even that.
Yeah, you need to have a big globe for it to show something to scale.
So is there only on this? I mean, is it the North Pole where they have the actual thing you go and it's a big steel ball and you put your hand on it and it's not really the pole, but it's a ceremonial where you take a picture pole?
There could be a ceremonial one at the North Pole, but what I've learnt from the South Pole one is every year they're doing surveying and they remove it and do the survey again and replant it where it's supposed to be because it's somewhat glacial and there's ice movement, so the entire Edmondson Scott moves a little bit. So for that, I guess you could call it a tourist spot. They carefully remeasure it where it should be and puts it basically.
That was the
there.
north or south one?
The south one is done annually.
Okay.
Yep.
The north one is rather more tricky because it's on sea ice, and sea ice has a strong tendency to drift in real time. So it's very difficult to put a permanent monument at the North Pole.
We're just fucked there, huh?
Yep.
Both are temporarily correct, but the north one would move faster than the south one.
And then the magnetic poles, of course, are constantly swinging and could be swapping back and forth. Is that what causes
Well,
the?
in fact, the pole of rotation is constantly moving as well. Earth's pole of rotation moves at a rate of about 15 centimeters a year.
Or axon? Oh, okay. So you're saying
our axis of rotation moves. It's a phenomenon called true polar wander.
Is that related to the Milankovitch cycles, Tony?
No, it isn't. This is related to mass redistributions inside Earth and on Earth's surface. So the predominant effect that's currently driving Earth's axis of rotation shifting is actually human groundwater usage. So the fact that we're pumping a lot of water out from under a lot of groundwater out so we can use it is changing the mass distribution of the Earth, so it's moving on its axis.
Wow.
So this is unrelated. The Milankovitch cycles are more obliquity, precession, and ellipticity of the orbit. They're the parameters that go into the Milankovitch cycles.
Yeah, because I was looking at how the Five Rivers Dam in China affected the rotation speed. There was an increase of mass at that particular part of the planet.
Yep. Yeah. And also because it's asymmetric, it also tilts the axis of rotation. Yes. So the rotation, the rate of rotation is of course recorded in what are called length of day measurements, which are very precise astrometric things. But there are sort of changes in length of day throughout the year because of Earth's change in speed around the sun, and because of tidal effects on Earth's equatorial bulge.
Oh, I love the word bulge. Now, would an earthquake cause a bunch of water to move and then affect a few minutes here or there?
Well, not a few minutes, but certainly seconds. Yes. So the Tohoku earthquake, the big earthquake off the coast of Japan, that has a very big gravitational signature that we can detect, and it also had a rotational effect as well. Not so much due to the water, just because of the plates deforming.
Now, would the moon's phases change at some point, or we're still gonna 31 days? And under the Biden administration, they sent up the lunar time zone. So would that be like the standard for us to like, oh, well, on the moon it's this time,
Yeah,
and that's the time we need to be on?
yeah. This is sort of a formalism that it's handy to have in place before people start making sort of very regular observations on the moon, so that we can know when those observations were made relative to time on Earth. So the phases of the moon, yeah, they are going to change because the moon is getting further and further away from Earth at a rate of about 3 centimeters a year. Yeah, over time, the period of its orbit around Earth will change, and that'll change the speed at which the phases change.
So it's fluctuating closer and further time, whatever, around us. And then on top of that, it's getting 3 centimeters further away.
Yeah.
I always
yeah,
cite the moon being 241,000 miles away on average, right? And when you tell a girl average, they go, okay.
Yep.
It would be like an elliptical race car going from the outside lane to the inside to the outside lane.
Is a hillbilly. He only turns left, just like NASCAR.
Yep, that's actually a very really good analogy. So
I think the moon isn't anything.
Okay, well,
it's something to look at. Like I was looking at it tonight, I might go look at it later. It's something to look at.
And what do you think the thing that you're
Yes.
looking at is?
It's a calendar for when rent is due to the people who practice the religion of Judaism.
Well, the loony solar calendars have been used for thousands of years by the Greeks and the and Asian cultures. So I'm not sure that you can necessarily nail it down to just Judaism. The point that I would make is that we do have real-time footage of asteroids hitting the moon and sending up plumes of material. So it certainly looks like the moon is made of stuff, because otherwise those meteorites would just pass right through it, right?
Well, we're just filming the moon 24/7, and we're like, oh look, we caught one. Do you use AI to monitor that, or?
Amateur astronomy clubs are quite prevalent, probably in your community.
Yeah.
You could probably go and look through a scope yourself if you're friendly and wanted to have a chat with these guys. Yeah.
In fact, the video that I was looking at was from an amateur astronomer, who just happened to be looking at the moon at the right time and filming it.
Right. And they just happen to have a camera on a tripod, already ready to film when Sasquatch walked in front of them, right? They say the moon will take these asteroids for us as a little shield.
Yeah, there are many impact craters on the surface of the moon, and like we could show with the amateur footage, we could see what the moon looked before the impact and what it looked like after, and the crater's probably still there, visible.
No, if it's just covered in craters like a high school, how are we gonna live on it? Because we're gonna live underneath the moon dust, right? But it just seems like the chance of a killer asteroid is I mean, it's not gonna. I don't know. It just seems there's no atmosphere for it to burn up in. That's the point, right? And that's why they hate
it would be an artificial colony that would be ridiculously expensive to maintain. We're talking like Dubai times like $1 quintillion to keep this space city alive. I don't think it's viable or sensible for humans to do this.
Space city, space city. Oh, Blake, do you keep turning your camera on and showing us darkness?
My apologies. It was the microphone button I intended to use.
We don't want to have to, cause anyone's data to go extraordinarily down quickly.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
So let's go to the North Pole.
I'd be interested in learning about that other cycle Tony was talking about, because I haven't really heard about that one much and would like to have a little look into it.
Which cycle was that, Tony?
What? Sorry? Sorry, I stepped away from the computer. Can you bring me up to speed? What was the question?
One of the cycle you're talking about that wasn't the Milankovitch one, the one that you were describing that's affecting the
True polar wander. Yeah, that's not cyclic. That's just a secular adjustment. So it's not a cycle. But there are other cycles called like the Chandler wobble, for instance, and nutation and these other effects that you can detect, using either satellite constellations like GPS. You can detect the Earth rotating relative to the satellite constellations. You can also measure it via very precise observations of remote celestial objects like quasars.
And that true polar drift would sometimes be a result of the tectonic plate movement.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that is certainly an effect. Yes. Also, the ongoing relaxation from the last ice ages. During the last ice ages, the presence of the ice sheets caused a significant amount of deformation of the Earth, and Earth's mantle is still flowing in response to those surface loads. It's still flowing back under the regions occupied by the ice sheets.
So the ancients would just migrate with the 100-year shift of the ice shelves, right?
I'm not sure I understand the question. What do you mean by 100-year shifts of the ice shelf?
Well, I mean, the glaciers move very slow, correct? And that's how they carve away the Earth.
Yes.
And if they say a glacier was as far as down as into Mexico, right? Or how far?
No. So the Laurentide ice sheet, which is the one over North America, one of its its sort of its southeast corner was Long Island, around about. So around it got as far as Chicago in the middle and the top end of Washington State. So not very far into the US, but it completely covered Canada.
And it created the Great Lakes, the largest fresh bodies of water on Earth. Now, did it carve around the bedrock to make New York City the island that it is? Or was the bedrock there and it carved out whatever soft rock?
Yeah. So the bedrock was scoured clean by glacial action. What is unclear is when that happened. I can look that up actually, I guess, because we do have techniques for.
And when I mentioned hundreds of years, is there any fear mongering to have Earth's natural glaciers coming and going and rising and falling?
I don't think so, because nomadic tribes have been prevalent throughout human history, and when tribes are not really surviving well, like the Inuits or something, they're pretty good at working with the cold, but sometimes it's just not feasible, and they have to move on.
And it's all about what's around them. Like if there's no seals to club, then you're right. There's no fish eyes for dessert, then we're out of here, right?
Yes. Yeah, so.
And that's just being real.
Yeah. Also, if there are no clubs for the seals, then the seals get bored and they fuck off, and then they don't have anything to eat.
Yeah. So
and the music's got this really cool
if your question relates to anthropogenic climate change, so are people overblowing the risk posed by anthropogenic climate change? And the answer is no. If anything, they're underselling it, because there's a very real risk that humanity could be extinct in 100 years as a result of a combination of overpopulation,
just 100,
and climate change. And yes, and so I mean, when I say a good chance, I mean like 5%, right? But that's more of a chance than I think we should be taking. And even if humanity isn't rendered extinct, there will still be billions of deaths unless we do something significant in order to offset the risks here, and we're just not doing it. It used to alarm me, and apparently I'm just insane, and everybody else is perfectly happy for their kids and grandkids to die.
Yeah,
All
a
right.
huge consequence of the industrial age and using coal and other fossil fuels, because before that we had horse and cart, and all you had to do was farm some hay and fuel your horse with natural material. The industrial age changed that pollution rate to staggering figures that the Earth has not really seen before.
Well,
and they're going through their industrial revolution, right? The last 25, 30, 40 years, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's true that their carbon dioxide emissions have increased significantly in that time period. On the other hand, China on a per person basis emits significantly less carbon dioxide than the US, which in turn emits considerably less carbon dioxide on a per person basis than Australia does. We are, in my country, we are extraordinarily profligate in producing carbon dioxide. And the simple fact is that it won't just be heat that is the problem. The big flashpoint, as far as I'm concerned, is India and Pakistan, because they're both going to be profoundly affected by climate change. Just the dynamics works out. 60% of India is going in 30 or 40 years, maybe 50, is going to be too hot for people to undertake manual labour for significant portions of each year. And their agriculture relies on manual labour, so they're not going to have enough food. They're not going to have. They're going to have to import it, but their farmers aren't going to be earning enough money because they haven't produced enough food. So their income is going to go down while their food prices are going up. Now, this disproportionately affects India and Pakistan. India has 16% of Earth's human population and has 4% of Earth's groundwater. So India is already very water poor. And this is going to be exacerbated because China is building a ton of dams in the Himalayas to intercept the groundwater. Now, so what is rendered, unpopulable, unlivable? Where are they going to go? Whose resources can they take? And they need to go to somewhere colder. That means somewhere north. China is north of India. China and India both have nuclear weapons. So when you talk about the effects of climate change, it can very easily spiral into geopolitical tensions, and it can create some extraordinarily ugly scenarios that we don't seem interested in stopping happening. Nobody seems to care that much that this is
India.
From someone who has studied a bit of climate science, it is kind of surreal that this isn't the top news story every night, because it's terrifying. It's absolutely terrifying, and eventually you just go, okay, well, nobody seems to care about this. So
does India have like forests like the Amazon, or just like they have a lot of forest in India?
They do have a lot of forest, yes, in which their tigers live, but they also have a massive human population, and so that is impinging on the forest.
And how many of those how many of those from India Indians, they say, still are in the woods with the tigers taking a shit, where they don't have to flush the water. There's no infrastructure. They're not in the first world or the second world, right? Or they don't even have outdoor plumbing.
Well, there is not a single city in India that can guarantee you 24-hour access to fresh water for all of their citizens. So in every Indian city, most Indians have to be extremely careful about when they flush the toilet, because they're not guaranteed to be able to do it all the time. And yes, they do have hygiene problems, but they also have a significant water poverty problem. I think something like 70% of the Indian population live under conditions of water poverty.
And that's a way of looking at it, to where like, you know, the funny way. It's the lack of water that's geographically accessible for them now. Has Israel been trying to desalinate water? Is that something that's possible? Or has India been focusing more on the Internet of Things and infrastructure? Because you see these people online, you're like, you're in a hut, but you have internet that's better than my internet. And you see these innovative guys in India on TikTok rebuilding transmissions, whatever, it's just like they're out there in sandals with molten hot lava steel and rewinding generators, right? And just all this shit where they seem apt to do anything that they need to have done and still live and drive around on their little 3-wheel motorcycles everywhere.
Yeah, so India, well, you said a lot there to respond to, but so I'll take them in order. One, water desalination is a technology that can exist, but it's very energy intensive. And I have heard it suggested that we don't face a climate problem so much as we face an energy problem. We need some way to get enough energy to deal with the outlook, to run desalination plants, to run air conditioning so people aren't dying of heat prostration, all of that sort of stuff. And the Chinese and the Indians are both taking nuclear power extremely seriously, and they're expanding their ability to produce energy. But it's still a question as to whether or not they'll win the race, because, as I pointed out earlier, once your agricultural productivity starts declining and you have to spend more money on getting food, then you're not able to spend enough on investment or anything like that. So it can be extremely harsh. The other thing you said is, sorry, you're going to have to remind me. I was fixated on the water desalination.
So the Indian, they're all very religious. Would you say it's opposed to China, right? They won't eat the cow. They'll give the cow the water. There's a lot of skinny cows in India. So they seem to be a good people. But if you talk to an India by an email address, then it might be a scammer, right? So we all know we want these people aren't a bunch of dummies. They're not godless, and they're very intuitive on reusing whatever they have, right? How do you see
you can be
on a world
resourceful
stage?
for selfish needs, or you can be resourceful for selfless needs. And when you see some of those, what we would call them bush mechanics, they're using the resources they have to survive through a temporary situation without a long-term goal. And the concerns for the Indian population, being as large as they are, is using the resources they have wisely for the benefit of each other, not just for my personal household's gain.
So nuclear power, how do the liberals demonize it? Because it seems very clean to me.
Yeah, well, I remember when I was a young person, my mother was terrified of nuclear power and instilled a deep mistrust of nuclear power in me. And it wasn't until sort of I grew up and learned some science that I found out she was wrong. And sort of rationally, you're exactly right. Nuclear power would be a very clean source of energy. But we can't really put all of our eggs in the nuclear basket. In Australia, we have no nuclear power stations. It'll be at least 15 to 20 years before we can get a nuclear power station built. Working our way through the legislation, the legislative stage, the building standard stage, the design stage, and then actually construction. It'll take us something like 15 years before we can even start producing. So we've got to sort of throw everything at the wall. Nuclear is one part of it, but there are other technologies that can contribute.
Yeah, at the seawall, right?
I would say it's hard to sell because when people hear the word nuclear, their minds go to Chernobyl and Hiroshima, and so unfortunately, when it comes to nuclear energy, that word association is a factor, and that might be one of the reasons why progress towards supplying nuclear power in a safe and manageable way is.
And like it's not just the risk factor. It's cost. It costs a lot to build power plants, and it costs a lot of new security. It costs a lot to do the standards, and there's also the issue what to do with the spent fuel rods. You have to dig the fuel rods.
We got Nevada,
very deep in the mountains.
That's actually something that would be very good for Australia because. In order to dispose of spent fuel rods, you want somewhere with you want a region that is remote from large population centers, that is dry.
That's true. You have Australia has that. That's true.
Yeah, is dry, is geologically stable, and has a government that is not inclined to weaponize the material that it's receiving. And Australia ticks all four of those boxes. So if we could set and again, sort of Oblate rightly says that it's very difficult to get nuclear power across the line. Even harder in Australia is the suggestion that we should set up nuclear waste facilities for other countries. But we would make a killing because other countries would pay through the nose for us, and we are well situated to actually deal with the problem.
And how many cows do you guys have down there?
When those fuel rods are spent or exhausted and we put them somewhere, what are the sort of effects on the soil or underwater tables once they've been disposed of?
So the idea is that you don't put them near water tables, and that's another advantage that Australia has, is that we have areas where the water table is extraordinarily deep. And so there is no, Dr. Pepper, you're sort of hot micing a bit.
I'm sorry.
Yes, and this is what Yucatan Mountain was all about, was sort of, again, you try and keep the waste away from the water table. What impact does it have on the soil? Pretty much the same impact as the uranium ore had beforehand. If you look at sort of radiation detection across Australia, you'll be able to see that the uranium deposits, they have rain come through, it dissolves the uranium and it carries it down the stream, and it just deposits it everywhere. So we're taking it and we're putting it where it can't be eroded. So I would argue that we're actually reducing the amount of radiation pollution by using the fuel.
But
now they say
the waste is more radioactive than the uranium at the beginning.
That is true, but it will also be secluded and underground. So it's not surficial.
And the other problem is that it's not just the fuel that you have to get stored. It's all the other stuff that is used in the generator, like the liquids, the coolants, everything. So it's not just like a little bit of material every year or so. There, at least in Europe, there is a big problem how to get rid of, where to store that stuff. And I think the EU would pay a lot if Australia would take all our atomic shit here.
Yeah, I think it would be. I think it would be sort of a fabulous industry for Australia to. Australia would become extremely wealthy. This would be an income source that a lot of people would pay through the nose to access. And I understand the principle of NIMBY, not in my backyard, and so I understand that it would be very difficult to get such a project off the ground. And I'm not here to dictate to Australia.
So here in Phoenix, my
It's like
entire life, I
it'd be a good thing
remember
to do.
we had nuclear power as my grandfather came out here from San Diego, where he was welding on the nuclear power plant there that's now shut down. And luckily, this one's still running and keeping the air conditioning blowing on me right now as it's midnight. Now, Joe the Toe Rogan, he says some things smart. And he'll say, we're lucky to be alive after the advent of the air conditioner. What other lucky to be alive technology is yet to be invented to enable us to live on Mars or the moon or wherever, other than to give them air? You got to give them air conditioning as well, right? What do we need to live?
Well, energy generation.
Make food out of vacuum. That would be a
making
important
food out of vacuum. Yes, that would
technology.
be great. Technologies that can turn algae into edible material. That would be good. It's quite easy to grow algae in space in large tanks, and so if you can convert that into sort of a readily edible food that has some variation in taste.
That's what
taste and
cows
texture.
do, right? That with the bacteria that they eat from the grass.
To some extent, I mean,
that
it's
eats the
certainly
grass, and then
certainly there are some fed seaweed, which is sort of the same thing. But yeah, that would be one. A solution to all of these problems would be fusion power, right? That would be one of the major things that we could do that would really help improve everything. It would be to develop harnessable fusion power. That would be great. But it always seems to be 20 to 40 years away.
But I
And 20 to
think
40 years later, it's still 20 to 40 years away.
like Elon Musk saying we're going to be on Mars in 2022, or last year he said in a decade we'll have our utopia AI robot. Everybody is on universal income. Dystopia.
But Tony, the energy issue is one thing. I think that the food issue is a more prominent one. I mean, on the moon, for example, you have the problem. The day is super long.
Yeah.
So you need a lot of energy storage system if you want to work solar power. But still, I mean, you have to produce food where people wouldn't go nuts eating it.
Yeah, exactly. I started with sort of, algae is fairly easy to grow compared to other materials, and so, but I don't think that algae will completely meet our nutritional needs, and we would need to find some way of presenting it so that people didn't stab the cook every time they were fed this.
Well, we can feed the algae to the cow.
That's not a bad idea. I think in the future we're going to have to get used to eating less meat.
There's a lot of technological challenges when it comes to exploring Mars. I mean, one of the big ones is the oxygen problem. We can't make an oxygen supply that lasts for several months, if not years, to generate breathable air for that long. We don't have it. I mean, making water is also another huge factor.
Give them air.
But with energy, you have no problem to split carbon dioxide and oxygen and carbon again. So,
and then you have no, sorry, go ahead.
No, I just want to mean like create an air cycle with with plants, algae, or chemical reactions is a solvable issue as long as you have energy. But as Tony said, the nutrition's food, I think it's more problematic.
And then you have the radiation, like the hazardous environment of Mars. That is just it's just one of the most it's. I wouldn't say that it's one of the worst of the planets, but it is bad in the sense that you have for one, you have the radiation problem. Mars lacks a magnetic field, and it has a super thin atmosphere. So these people, they're exposed to the cosmic rays and the solar radiation pretty much unprotected, and it brings a lot of challenges when it comes to building a habitat, because the walls need to be thick enough to block the solar radiation, the cosmic radiation, and how you would be able to build something like that or bring it with you on a ship is just a huge challenge.
It is a huge challenge. I kind of think that the economic benefits of being down in a gravity well aren't going to be great enough. I sort of imagine that that if we sort of shake off, if we start expanding out into the solar system, I imagine that actually a lot of our production facilities will be in orbit rather than on the ground, because it's much easier to harvest asteroids, get the material, and it's much easier to transport and process this stuff without taking it down into and out of a gravity well, which is
plus we do have a lot of experience
expensive.
we do have experience with orbiting space station, so to speak. We have a lot of experience, and we do have the technology to do it. So yeah.
To try and achieve efficiency by gathering energy from the sun, using whatever resources, and our waste goes back into the sun.
Yeah, it's all kind of tenuous, but and I'm by no means an expert in any of this. So, but I might go. I'm feeling a little bit tired. Having given Kyle a bit of what for.
Before, congratulations on the debate. How do you feel it went, by the way?
I thought I went pretty well. I was unhappy that I sort of interrupted him a few times. And I apologize for that.
It did get a little bit heated at times. Those things happen, Tony. Don't be too hard on yourself.
Yeah. But I thought that I did quite well. And I was sort of surprised by how content-free Kyle's entire line of argumentation was. It basically consisted of his daughter holding a hula hoop, and that was it.
I talked with some flat earthers in other servers, and they thought that Kyle looked kind of like an idiot. If it makes you feel any better.
Who did you debate?
Carry on.
But yeah, I thank you for your time, and it's great that you were in debate, and yeah, have some well-deserved rest, Tony.
Someone post in the chat the debate, and we'll check it out. We'll talk about Tony while he's
I already
gone.
posted. I can post it again. No issues.
Hey Tony, when you come back, let's talk about Earth's groundwater and how it polar shifts.
Yeah. Okay. To answer Schlitz's question, I debated Kyle Adams.
Oh, okay.
Anyway, have a great night. Talk to you all later.
Stay
blessed. Yeah, take care, Tony.
See you, Tony.
I'll post it in the Omnipresence text chat. There it is.
Oh, is that the debate?
Yeah, that's the debate. The debate where Tony was again Kyle Adams, and I saw like the first 1/3 of it, and Kyle is just a fucking villain. It's just not.
I don't even know who's Kyle anyway. What's the background of this guy?
He's like a self-professed flat earther. I mean, I don't know much more than that. Than him.
Self-professed. Who isn't a self-professed flat? Like if you're.
No, but I mean,
It's like
these,
being a I'm a
these,
self-professed, it's like being a
PhD.
mastermind. I don't know what.
In 2 minutes on your favorite topic, flat Earth.
Yeah.
We got
Look,
dogs and
I
God
extreme
here.
warming, so everything's
when it comes
religious
to
him.
when it comes to the flat Earth,
outside of what Scripture tells him.
Sorry,
The
go ahead.
Globers are eating the flat Earthers.
And
when it comes to these flat Earth content creators, I only know a few of them, and honestly, like it's difficult to watch them because they're so repetitive, they're so insufferable, they're so bad to listen to. Like I only know a few of them. This Kyle guy, I don't know him much. I only know the major ones.
I'm trying to find who Kyle is.
All right, go to the. I mean, he should say who he is in the video. I don't know. You could check it out. Can't be that hard to
yeah,
find.
go to Modern Day Debate, go to their live, and look in the description.
Yeah, go to the video. I just posted in the chat. I mean, there should be
I've got
someone.
Kyle
who
Adams,
he
the
is.
soccer player. He's from New Zealand.
You can't Google flat earthers, mate.
I don't see any flat earthers. I'm googling it. I'm googling it. Google. There's
So
no
Kyle Adams, incredibly.
I don't think Google's going to do any well because that name is too
Everyone
common.
called Kyle Adams.
Is it
Everyone calls
Kyle?
Adams. Not flat earther is more prevalent than Kyle Adams, the flat earth.
He's
trying to abolish NASA.
There's a shoe polisher, Kyle Adams.
All
Kyle
right.
Adams.
Who's ready to not talk about meta? Dogs
let's
are
have some questions
God.
time.
Make a
Question time.
claim. Taking back Eden. Make a claim.
Yeah, the Earth's not a globe.
My claim is
Maybe-
that flat earthers can't give a premise conclusion argument for the Earth being flat or
That's
plain.
globulars. Eden, you're talking globulars.
Kyle.
Oh, Schlitzie, you can finally hear me. Made a connection.
Yeah. We were connected yesterday when I said there was a God when that guy lost his when he was roboting and we couldn't hear him anymore. Hallelujah.
What's up, Don? Make a claim, Don.
No one's kissed him. He's still a frog.
He's the fucking
Flat
king
earthers have
still.
frogs.
That's all that matters.
Their belief.
They're
Eden,
eating
you have an
frogs.
Don, are you
They're
still the
eat-
final boss?
They're chewing on Dawn's legs.
They're deep frying them. Crispy.
They're talking French afterwards. I ain't got the accent. I got all the.
They're taking 40 minutes to eat half of them.
If you kiss Don, you become a flat earther.
If you
And so
kiss
does
Dawn, you have no teeth.
What happens if you lick Don's back?
Oh, you get high.
You remain a glober.
Very high.
All right, how do you become a flat earther? I say you fucking look into it, and then you go, oh, fuck. I gotta be a flat earther now.
Mental health problems, that's how you become a flat earther.
Mental health.
Lack of scientific education.
And what reasons would you be mentally inclined and not go in debt going to college?
Yeah, because if we want to go down that road, if you look at the insane asylums right now, or I
Hey,
don't think
calm
they call them that
down.
right? But the mental institutions where people are suffering, probably all of them believe in the globe. So it's interesting you bring that up. Maybe the globe
where's
is the
your
root
evidence for
cause
that,
of their
Eden?
problems.
Where's your evidence for that, Eden?
Are you saying? Oh wait, you mentioned mental problems, right?
There we go. There we go. You've got nothing, do you?
mentioned it.
Just assuming it's true.
So let's talk about the institutions that are there to help these people. Do you think all of them
Yeah,
are
where's
flat
your
earthers?
evidence the institutions have? Where's your evidence the institutions are mainly more globers than like the normal
Where's your
population?
evidence?
I'm asking you. You mentioned mental problems. I'm asking you. Do you think there's anyone that's a flat earther in there, and how many?
Are the people helping
didn't make the
people
claim.
with mental
I saw-
issues globers or flat earthers? I would like to know that as well.
And then what do we extend that to the prison
Speaking
system?
of-
How many people in the prison right now believe in the globe? Or what about this?
Eden,
How many
buddy.
people that commit random acts of
Eden.
violence against other globers
Eden.
actually believe in flat Earth?
Eden, there's more than one way to have evidence for something. So when I say like mental health problems are the reasons why people become flat earthers, that's from my own observations, but also the literature around this hardcore conspiracy thought. And the literature is pretty clear that people who are globers can have mental health problems. But just about every flat earther, everyone with that sort of belief system, has it from a mental health problem.
Are you suffering
I
from
think you're just
mental health?
projecting. Do you have a mental health problem that maybe you're projecting?
No, I'm reading the literature.
I am altering the
I'm reading
You've got.
I don't alter
You've
things.
named yourself "Dogs Are Gods." That kind of indicates that you might be verging on the edge of sanity.
And then
sure,
maybe it seems like you're just trying to project onto others. Maybe something you're dealing
That
with.
is a good way for you to try to get out of actually thinking about or discussing this topic. So congratulations.
Are you a doctor?
No, but you can read this literature. You guys not understand?
No. I asked you a simple question. Are you a doctor?
Yes.
You are?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. So you're an MD?
No. There's other types of doctors.
You could be just a mental dimwit.
But anyway, let's get back to fact, because I was just lying to you about being a doctor because it's a dumb question, so I just like to lie to dumb questions.
Well, why would you lie? Why would you lie about something
Is there a reason
so
you want
simple?
to engage with this fact of reality that when you read this literature, people believe in flat Earth?
Get back to your lying.
And believe in
I'm a
reptilians
stupid
and
flat earther, right?
mental
And I'm
health.
just a loser.
Someone's really
Breaking up.
low.
I can barely freaking hear him. I don't know what's wrong with his mic or it's his connection that's real bad.
He said dogs are gay and happy.
Why is it that when PhD Tony leaves, the average IQ level of the VC just drops to single digit? Like, I don't get it. Like, it's like the stupid parade just joins in and just fucking.
Oh look, we got another one. Dr. Pepper, PhD.
I'm the king of the parade. It's either like you guys are either deliberately stupid or like you love to pretend.
This is all this guy has.
That you're
This is
stupid.
why he's here.
Like the level of IQ is just drops to single
He has
digit level.
nothing. He has nothing, so he tries to go on the attack.
They're
Because
pretty much
his belief system is under attack, and he's so threatened. He has to go around yelling and raging.
easy statements. That's all they do.
We went from talking about the.
Maybe he's got to lay off the Dr.
engineer.
Pepper.
Dude, shut the fuck up and let me finish.
Oh my
We
god.
went from talking about the human challenges,
Raging globers.
about exploring other
Eden,
worlds
why are
to,
you interrupting?
Dogs are gay. Dogs are gay. Like, come on,
Dogs
guys.
are gay. Dogs are happy and gay. They are. What's wrong with you?
I've seen I've been in classes with 12-year-olds that are a higher intellectual level than this. Come on. Try to put into it something. Come on.
Dr.
Seriously.
Pussy.
So, the reason
would
people
you
like
say?
Eden and Schlitzie use this projecting language. The
Oh, now
reason they
you're
do
going
this.
to analyze me. The guy who lies is now going to analyze someone.
Right?
Wait. Yeah, I told you I lied because it's funny to lie.
No, you lie because you are a liar. That's the whole
funny to
fucking
do this to
point.
people like you.
I am a liar. And
Let
I
me ask
pretend
Dog the
I'm not.
question, please.
I'm a
Dogs,
stupid
No,
flat
thank you. I'm going to go back to talking to Eden
loser.
about this whole mental health problem.
Oh yeah, you don't want to talk to someone who can just absolutely put you in your place. Stay in your lane, you dog.
Let Eden
Yes,
let
that's true.
Eden
That's
get
why I
them
come on
out.
Discord every day and I argue with, I don't know, everyone and
Ladies and
anyone about anything.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Who one of those kids my
Sorry.
mum warned me about? Hierarchy.
All right, I'm only gonna unmute my mic to laugh. You do the same, Schlitz.
So, do you guys like not agree that every single flat earther has some serious mental health condition? Exhibit A.
Define serious. Are you talking Eden? Sorry.
No, a delusional, a schizoid, or a narcissistic. Just
Like at a bus stop with no socks or shoes on. It's schizo. Like, give me a Whopper, please. I'm off my meds, officer.
This is a perfect example
Sunglasses
of someone
in
not
the
understanding
rain.
something, and because they don't understand it, they won't engage with it. They'll just sort of mock it because they don't understand it.
So, if some people have mental issues, will that make you feel better?
No, not at all. It's
Then
just
why
an
does it matter to
observation
you?
I have of every flat earther. It's an observation I have of every flat earther.
Oh, every flat earther.
Observation.
Oh, okay. So you've
Every
observed
single-
every flat earther.
Everyone I've spoken
Maybe he's just
to,
lying
that's why
again.
every flat earther.
Lying
Okay,
is so
so
easy
you've just clarified that you haven't observed any flat earther. You've only listened to. So now we're getting clear on your diagnosis.
I never said
So go
anything about
further.
listen. That's your.
You are fake news.
Observation isn't just seeing. Observation
And
can also
j-
be listening.
He's got reality dysphoria. You
But
think you
all of
observe
this is
people,
just
but you
your
listen
guys'
to
way
them.
of projecting and protecting yourselves from the actual legitimate criticism. that
Tell
every
me,
single flat
dogs
earther
are gods. Do you think you came from a monkey? Who has the mental issues now?
He's processing it.
Dogs are gods. Do you
Not
think you
me,
came
'cause I
from
don't think I came from a
primordial
monkey.
ooze? When
Oh,
the
so
lightning
okay,
struck it.
so you didn't come from a monkey. So
No,
how did
we
you
did
get
not.
here
We
then?
came from our parents.
Oh, you came from. So where'd your parents come from?
Monkeys.
Their parents.
And at what point was one of their uncles a monkey?
Never was one of their uncles a monkey. That's not how it works.
Never. So, okay, so you think that God did all this?
No, I don't. I
Okay,
think
so
that
then
you
what do
don't
you
understand
think?
the correct way
So
to
yeah, we're trying to
but
get to your mental issues.
I
We're trying to
think-
figure
I
out what
think-
you think about reality to figure out what your problem is. Because you're here
I think that
projecting.
you don't understand how to talk about these issues.
100
And so
big
you use
bags.
incorrect terminology.
Oh, we got a woman in the
Because of that, when I
conversation.
answer
She's
honestly,
clearly got something
you
worthy
use
of
that
adding.
with me.
Yeah,
to
she
answer
wants
the
the white knight.
You have
Who's got
not asked.
problems? Why are like this sounds so stupid? Do you know?
Dogs are gods is talking about people having mental issues, so it's clearly a projection. Because that's usually what people do when they talk. They project.
He's trying to seek out help.
That's a projection, but
Please calm down, woman.
I'm
We're talking to dogs are gods, not you.
we have a mod in here at all?
Calm down, woman.
idiotic
Sit down.
stance that you don't know where you come from. Do you not know you come from your parents and that they come from their parents and that they come from their parents?
Why don't
Like,
you go back from where you
It-
came from?
I'm sorry. I wasn't having a conversation with you.
I vote for that. I vote for that, Marty. I mean, Big Bad was putting trying to get dogs some help here with his mental issues, and it seems like someone's trying to interrupt with the help there.
Yeah, let's give some help
Big Bad,
and some
can
aid
you ask
to
a
these
question?
I'm just laughing
Can you
at
ask
how
a question that
stupid
actually
that
shows
was.
Thanks for calling the help desk. What seems to be your problem?
My problem.
you ask a question?
Help desk. I'm here. My problem is Flat Earth is fucking stupid.
Well,
and
then
it's
just
driving
stop
me
it.
insane that people
See,
are
this
saying
is your
fake news.
problem,
Hold
right?
on,
So your brain,
It's a
we've
help
already
desk,
established what
but
your
when you
problem is.
ask,
Your
when you ask
brain is
people
in
what's their
overload.
problem, you might start to fucking listen before you start talking
have
over
reached
them
us
because you're
after
not being a
business
great help
hours.
desk right now, mister.
Are you a talking bear?
You are fired from your help desk job. This is why Flat Earthers can't
sad thing
have
is-
any jobs. You literally showed me
Jobs?
in real
Yeah, don't
life.
talk
in
Jobs are
real
slavery.
time that
What are you talking about?
couldn't have a job.
Is this
You
guy a
pretended-
total
you
loser?
pretended
Is this
to
a
be
woman with a
help
voice
desk,
mask on?
and then
It
you
must be.
completely failed
A
at being a
job?
help.
A job.
This is not how you do
Listen to
help
this
desk. You
guy.
don't do help desk by
Something about the globe
ranting over
is
people.
actually
That's not what
Hey,
help
look,
desk
these
does.
guys aren't good slaves. Look, they're
This is
terrible
literally
slaves.
an
They won't get
example of why you
jobs.
cannot hold a job and why you're mentally insane, mister. So you need
Oh,
the
no,
help
it's
desk.
jobs.
I have one
You
thing
can't
to
get a
say.
job.
You're talking bare shit. No pun intended.
All right, so now that you guys have stopped interrupting for 5 seconds, do you want to ask a question that shows that you understand evolution?
Yes, I want to ask a question. Why do you lie?
No, I wasn't talking to you.
Oh, you don't want to address the lie issues you have?
I'd like to find out. Let's get to the root of why you lie so often, dogs. Why is
I
it
don't lie
so
so
easy
often.
for you to lie?
Sometimes I lie because
why do you feel it? Why do you feel the necessity
Hey, just shut up,
to
okay?
lie?
Just shut up, Schlitzy. Just shut up. I'm
But why
answering
do
the
you
question.
feel the necessity to
Just
lie?
shut up, Schlitzy.
And why should we engage
No.
with people who come out and just
Eden,
lie so
be quiet.
brazenly?
Eden, be quiet and listen, okay? The reason I lie sometimes is because it's funny to do so, and I only lie about inconsequential things when I do that, okay?
No, I didn't hear anyone laugh. Maybe do you laugh at your own jokes?
Yes, I find things funny personally so that I do them for myself. So, Eden, it's now your turn to answer this question. Can you show a flat earther that does not have a serious mental health condition when they talk about the shape of the earth?
I think you should probably look into why you're having issues and stop projecting.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's a no. You're just hiding yourself from this discussion.
Yeah, we're here to try to figure out what your mental issues are, dogs or gods.
Yeah,
Why do you
we're
think
like the commission. We've been commissioned to find out why you're mental, and you have.
Why do you think I have mental issues?
And you feel the necessity to lie. I don't
Why do
know.
you
We need
think I have
evidence,
mental
dogs. We need evidence.
Why do you
Yeah,
think
actually, lying is a mental issue.
You
Yeah.
No, it
provided
isn't.
any
Lying is
evidence
something
yet
humans
of
do
your
every
crime.
day, all
No,
day.
The
Sometimes
funniest
done,
jokes are
sometimes
actually
serious.
true.
So,
Dawn,
why do you guys think I have mental issues?
because I asked you a simple question, and you
And I
felt the
answered.
necessity to lie about it.
Because you accuse
I didn't
others
feel
of
the
having mental
necessity.
issues.
It wasn't necessary. Dawn, be quiet for a second. It
That's
wasn't
true, Dawn.
necessary for me to do that. I
You tell
chose
your
to do
fellow
it.
Glober, put him in his lane, yeah?
Guys, can you stop interrupting for a second? Are you capable? Thank you. So, I chose to lie because it was funny to me and because it was mocking of that question, which was a bad question.
You have mental issues.
It's just mad. It's
that's
just
great.
mad to come out with that. Even to justify your mentalness of lying in a way that is okay.
And you're not going to be able to give me a reason why it's mad to do that.
Yeah, I just told you. The simplest
you just said
of
it was.
questions.
You
You
didn't
could
give me reasons.
you could even answer that. You can answer the simplest of questions.
Have you ever heard of a joke before?
No,
Like
I haven't.
the chicken go to the gym?
Not about silly things.
The funniest
Yeah, why'd the
jokes are
chicken go
actually
to the
based
gym?
on reality and truth.
Why?
Maybe you should
why'd the
learn
chicken
about
go
them.
to
Maybe,
Eden,
and
why'd
then
the
if you
chicken
do
go-
that, maybe others will actually laugh. You don't have to laugh at your
Why'd
own.
the chicken? Why'd the chicken
See,
go to
this
the
is the
gym?
problem. This is the problem I have. You're talking about people's
the chicken
mental
go to the
health
gym?
issues. You're talking about people's
Why'd the
mental
chicken
health
go to the gym?
issues that you've observed, which you've never observed. You had only heard or listened.
Why'd the chicken go to the gym?
Right? And then
Why did
when we
why did
actually
the
get
chicken
into
go
the
to the gym?
nitty gritty, we tell them, okay, well, let's look at these institutions. How many are
Why'd the chicken go
in
to the
there?
gym?
Right, who are
No
seeking
chickens
treatment,
have
actually
gone to
believe in
the
globe?
gym.
And then he doesn't
Oh,
want to
okay.
get
So what's the answer to that question? So you guys
into
stop
that.
talking to each other and talk to me for a second. Why did the chicken go to the gym?
There's no chickens down to the gym. I'm not going to pander to
Okay,
your
that's
necessity of
actually legitimate.
mental.
That's the real answer. But if I was to ask my son that, who's 8, if I said, "Why'd the chicken go to the gym?" he'd say to work on his pecs, and that's a funny thing. He may be the only one that finds that funny, but that's
Are you
why I
trying
could
to?
answer that.
Are you trying to declare you're a comedian? Because no one's laughing.
I'm trying to explain to you my motivation. But you guys
Now I
are
understand why you laugh at your own jokes, because no one
because
else
you have
does.
mental health problems. Because you have
Wait,
mental
are you
health
trying to
problems.
give excuses for your mental issues?
It's not an excuse. It's just something everyone does every day. Do you guys like deny this?
No, actually, people don't just lie. That is a mental issue, man. You really should seek help.
Every single day, people are out there answering dumb questions with lies or silly answers.
I do actually agree. People, lying is a mental issue. Like you make a decide to lie in your mind, and because it happens in the mind, that's like the definition of mental.
Yeah, so there you go. Even one of your own globalists told you got a mental issue. Dogs are gods.
So do you, because you just decided to speak and the decision happened in your head, so that's a mental issue as well. You should stop making that mental issue our problem, and you should stop it.
You're a premeditated liar.
Prove me wrong.
And
Prove me
you're
wrong.
eating
You are
the
asking me
dog.
about evolution, but you're not smart enough to actually ask the proper questions about evolution to see what I believe. So, how about
Evolution is retarded. Listen to me. Evolution is retarded. I wouldn't ask any questions about it. The idea of it is retarded.
Yes.
And okay, so all those questions about me being...
Yeah, so that means you don't need to speak further upon this subject.
Stop interrupting. Stop interrupting. Okay? I'm going to tell you what just happened there, okay? I pushed you on something. You got upset, so you lied about it. You said, I did not ask, that's why I would not ask you any questions about evolution, because it's retarded. You asked me questions about, am I related to a monkey, okay? Because you asked me about evolution. So you're a liar too.
Actually, so my specific words were, do you think you came from a monkey? Then you went on and on and on. And then I said, then at what point did one of your relatives have an uncle for a monkey? That's what I said. Try listening.
Exactly.
Clean your ears out.
Asking me questions about evolution, and now you're saying...
Quit thinking about the lies you're going to say and listen to the words that other people are saying.
The difference between you and me is you're upset because you lied, and now you've been caught out as a liar, whereas I lied.
So now he's lied so many times within the last 10 minutes.
So now, prove me wrong. Why did you lie about never asking about evolution because it's retarded?
See, now we're just going to ignore you because you're just a liar, and we don't.
Yeah, really, it's pointless to continue.
When are you telling the truth? Maybe it's just fun for you to lie and waste people's time.
What are you guys so scared of? Why are you so scared of an honest
We're not scared of you.
conversation?
We're calling you out. We're putting you in your place.
Yeah, stay in the
What
lane,
about?
liar.
What are you putting in my place about?
Are your pants
Calling
on
out your
fire?
lies. We're trying to figure out when you're
Am I a
lying and when you're telling the
pathological
truth.
Are your
It
pants
seems,
on
it seems like
fire?
you enjoy lying. You've said it yourself.
No, yeah, I do sometimes for jokes, yeah, but I don't do it for serious things.
Are your pants on fire?
Are you lying to yourself about other things?
No.
I'd like to have a discussion about Eden using that PFP of that poor dying man to
Did you ever watch
his
his
religion,
testimony?
and that note that is on that about how it talks about homosexuals and then trying to say that he's okay with homosexuals. Why would you come in?
Let's talk about David. Let's talk about David in honor of David.
Why would you come into the server where we are worried about strikes using a PFP of a man in that kind of shape? Did you ask his family if you could use that picture?
He has mental health
Did you
problems.
get their permission to use that picture and exploit their family member?
It's not exploit. Do you know what exploit means?
Yes, I
First
do.
of all, how about this? Did you even have the courage to listen to his testimony? Yes or no?
I do know.
That's actually the definition of exploit, bro.
Did you
That's
listen to
the
his testimony?
definition of exploit. Shut up! Don't talk over me. Don't talk over me. All right.
I guess you didn't
That is the
listen to his
definition
testimony,
of
Coco.
exploit.
I guess you don't care.
When you take a
Do you
picture
care
without
about David's
permission and use
testimony
it
that
to
I was
make a
just trying to get
point.
out?
Shut up.
Exactly. It's exactly definition.
You
of
are such a
exploitation.
pathetic loser.
You are a pathetic loser. You
That's you, Coco. That's you, Coco. I feel sorry for you, Coco.
I know you are, but what am I? I know you are, but what am I? I know you are, but what am I?
all the time?
Okay, let's get.
Can you behave,
if you're gonna
please?
mod, tell these guys to stop insulting.
I know you are, but what am I?
can
This
you
is
just
just what you three
stop?
just did to dogs. I just watched you do it to dogs are gods, and you thought you owned him, but instead what happened was you three with your little fucking, echo chamber were telling each other, look how cool we're being. Look how cool we're being.
Man, this guy really has mental issues.
Shut the fuck up. Oh, shut the fuck up, Earth researcher. Okay? Go. You read it. You read Google. Good for you.
From the
Eden,
globe.
shut up. Grown folks are talking. Okay? Okay.
Tony would be rolling around.
And you, I can't even understand half of what you say. 'Cause you
Parents
sound like a little
neglect you
whiny
when you
kid.
were a
So
child.
shut up. Okay, yes, Earth researcher. I believe everything you say. Yeah.
I'm a stupid flat earther, right? And I'm just
God,
a
that's
loser.
hilarious. Earth researcher. But yeah, so I mean, I have questions too. So should we move on to a different topic or no?
Well,
let's do that.
Bring the room back. His testimony, Coco, since you brought him up.
Bring the room back,
I'd like to know if you got his family's permission to use his dying picture to
His videos
exploit
on YouTube,
him
Coco.
in a fucking Discord server. Did you
His
get their
videos on
permission?
YouTube. What do you think he's giving his? He's giving his permission to get his message out. Okay, Coco. So
It's
why don't
clear
you,
Aiden will never
okay,
answer
now
that
that you
question
know,
because Aiden
why
has
don't you
severe
watch
mental
his
health
video
problems.
testimony and stop complaining about him?
I'm not complaining about him. I'm complaining about you exploiting a man's pain and suffering for a fucking Discord server. What is wrong with you?
No, I'm actually, it was
You
an
get
homage to
permission.
David and his bravery. And now because you're so scared of what we bring to the table, you have to try to undermine people, Coco. And I'm
Now,
going to remind you that
Coco, why are you using Jewish tactics? Are you a Jew?
Honoring him, you could have
She's
used
everything around. She's so scared of David's message. She wants to do everything. She wants to do everything but listen to the message. It's a
You
shame.
chose to use a picture of him instead of a picture of just him.
Jewish tactics.
That's
Jewish
really
tactics.
good when all
of you are talking at once.
Coco, I blocked you.
might
Please.
need to
I
be
don't want to
in
engage with you, Coco.
bit.
Right,
Are, are we allowed to be
Listen,
racist in here with the stream?
I'm modding one at a time, otherwise it's just
Thank you.
audio chaos.
What's up with the Jewish tactics?
Yeah. What's
Can we
up
just
with all the
this
Jew
line for
hate?
10 minutes?
Can
No,
we
that's
not?
you, Coco. Why are you using the Jewish tactics, Coco?
Can we not be racist? Is that a possibility?
I'm not. I'm saying Jewish
I'm
tactics.
Jewish, I'm
How is
not
that
offended.
racist? So Jewish people clearly have certain tactics.
I'm not offended either.
Please quit getting triggered, people. I'm having a conversation with
I don't want to
Coco.
hear your fucking annoying voice anymore. All
My-
these
Then
Jewish
go away.
tactics. You think you're
Goodbye.
cool? No, you're not cool.
Well,
bro.
can you
You're
just-
not. You're not. The
Can you
moment
just shut up for 2
it's
seconds,
pretty cool.
listen and
You're
answer? Can you
a
guys just
disgrace.
shut up,
Shut up.
please?
Let's see, I'm not talking to you.
Can you guys stop
okay?
over talking each other for
Shut
2
the
minutes?
fuck up. All right? We are not going to go around and have people
Man, you
go.
guys are so triggered.
Shut up. I'm not triggered.
profanities.
I'm not triggered.
So
Trying to
emotional.
have a conversation. You guys are shutting down the VC by
Actually,
being
losers
dickheads.
like you, Earth researcher.
This man is talking. I'm gonna cry.
Look, this is damaging your ball, yeah? You've got dents in the ball.
You guys,
If you act like this, you just got to go one at a time.
yeah, great. So, can you
Yeah,
guys
clearly
please
humans
stop
are
interrupting,
retarded.
ruining the VC? So prove me wrong. Prove me wrong.
Like, it's pretty
Prove me wrong.
pathetic.
We did. We proved
Go,
you're wrong.
buddy.
You lie for no reason. So come on,
Oh,
let's
you
got
lied.
mental
Oh my
health issues.
God,
Right,
you lied.
Schlitzy, this is
Oh,
what's
no, you
about to
are, but what
happen,
am
okay?
I?
What's about to happen is I'm just going to shut down the whole VC by just non-stop talking. Okay, is that what you guys want, or do you want to have a conversation?
Is that what you're going to do? Why would you do that? Have you got no respect for the
Why do you
owner
think
of
I'd
the
do
channel?
that,
Because he's a
Schlitzy?
liar.
Why do you think?
Why
do you think
don't
I'd
you have
do that?
respect for Omnivore? I don't agree with him, but
Schlitzy?
I don't want his channel to go down.
No, it's not
So
going to
why
go
would you
down.
do
I'm going to
that?
shut
Why
it
would
down
you
by
do
talking
that?
all the
You
time so no one else
selfish
can.
You
So,
selfish little
Schlitzy, why do
rascal.
you think right now I'm threatening to keep talking until you guys be quiet?
Why
do
would
think
you
that's
do
happening?
that, you selfish little rascal?
See, right now you're being a coward and a liar.
I mean,
by
really,
not shutting
who
up, not answering the
cares?
question.
No one
Honestly,
but
God,
you
So
cares.
you're now using tactics. If you don't listen to me because I'm a liar, then no one wants to listen to you. I will just keep talking and shut down the channel. How selfish is that?
No, so what I'm
That's
trying to
pretty
do is stop
pathetic.
the constant interrupting by you guys. So can you please stop
narcissistic
interrupting for 2 seconds?
mental
guys?
health issue.
Very narcissistic.
Guys, can you stop interrupting for 2 seconds, please? Thank you.
No, you're
So
a
to get
liar,
back on track,
and now you're narcissistic. What other
all right.
traits are you
That's
going to
great. You guys,
Come back when
you guys are
you
doing
don't wanna
so
lie.
great in showing that you're not all mentally unwell.
I mean,
Well, I'm not the one
projecting.
saying, if you don't listen to me, I'm just going to keep talking and shut down the channel.
No, it was about
I'm saying that.
interrupting. So I want you guys to stop interrupting. You see how I let someone else talk and now I'm talking? That's how we're meant to do it.
But
Okay?
you talk over
Thank you.
everyone, so why would we listen to you when you've confessed that you lie about nothing? So what have you got to
Well, if you
say?
think about
Nothing.
If you think about the last couple of seconds, the last couple of interactions we had, the only time I overtalked was because we have a bad connection and I didn't know that you were finished. You said something after. Right now, I'm trying to
No,
let
that's
people
not
talk.
true. Not only
and
do
talk.
you
So,
not only
Simon,
overtalk,
go
you
ahead.
also like repeat.
Great.
Which every globalist does. Repeat. Like they think somehow repeating what they're saying is going to prove their point.
Are you?
And then
all
when they
homophobic?
ask a question, they receive an answer. They reset
Are you
as
mental?
if they didn't hear the answer just a moment ago.
It's all a
do
commercial.
you
They
guys-
keep replaying it for us, and we're not fucking buying it.
Do you guys think there might be a reason why we feel the need to repeat to you, other than what you said?
Well,
Only because
it's
you
really
lie.
weird, right? So why would you come here and try to help people from your perspective who have mental issues? Like, what are you doing? That's like going to retard camp and trying to tell them how to tie their shoes. Are you retarded?
Well, because
I know, eh?
because oftentimes,
There's a reason retards have Velcro. There's a reason.
so oftentimes people who have mental disorders,
I use
they
Velcro.
don't know it or they won't accept it. But when they do accept it, they can find coping mechanisms so they don't make the same mental disorder choices.
Yeah, but what are you, some kind of savior? You're a weirdo.
I thought
no,
you
so
were not
someone-
allowed
What
to
the
talk
hell are
about
you
medical
doing
stuff.
here?
And someone new talks of God, he brings up mental issues all the time, and that's medical.
Yeah. I think the guy
Dogs is
has
against
look,
POS.
even one of your own guys
So-
now is telling you that you have issues with the mental health issue, and it might be you're touching on something that you're suffering from. We understand that, so look, I'm going to go easy on you. I'm not going to like press you for anything, but you need to think before you speak and stop lying about
Let's quit being a pussy.
So the reason I brought it up was because you guys asked why are people flat earthers or why there's still flat earthers around, or well, why do people like Kyle Adams believe the things he believes?
No,
I gave you my honest answer and you guys got upset spaghetti.
Your
about it.
honest answer.
See, I don't know
Here's
where
my
you
honest
got
answer.
that
No, it
spiel
isn't. I
from,
can tell.
because all I asked is who is Kyle Adams?
Yep. And I said he's a flat earther and he believes in flat earth because he is an extreme evangelical Christian. And then
Do you
you
know-
asked, oh, well, I don't know why I don't know anything about him. I don't know why these flat earthers are out there doing things like this. And I said, because they've all got mental problems. That's the only reason people are flat earthers.
I said that. I don't know what he's doing out here. I just asked who he was. It was a simple question. I just said, who's Kyle Adams? I searched on the internet and got Kyle Adams, the footballer, Kyle Adams, the car mechanic, Kyle
So it's
I
just
Adams, the clown.
I don't think
maybe
you've
we
been
should start
capable
telling
of
all these
listening to the
Globers that you have
conversation
mental
so far.
issues. Because, like, if you want to get down to it, yeah, the globe is a mental issue, and it's probably retarding your progress in life. Worse than that,
Okay, Eden,
actually.
I
Why is
challenge
actually
you to
worse
give
than-
one
it costs
argument for
more
the
than
flat
money.
earth. One now. Can you give one
And then
argument
remember
for the
when we
flat
get
earth?
into the technical details about people in institutions seeking help, right? Maybe the globe is part of the problem.
Okay, how do you back up that claim?
I mean,
Eden.
Well, you
Eden,
as
stop
a prime
talking and answer my
example.
question. How do you back up that claim?
Well, you're the one that brought up mental illness, right? And then I'm trying to actually get you information about not just the anecdotes, right? Coming to your own, because maybe you have a warped sense of your perception is so warped. You have a warped sense of reality, and you're dealing with a lot of the lies that you've believed, and now you're just projecting your issues onto others because you've been so traumatized you haven't learned how to cope or deal with it. This is how you lash out, and it's like a way of seeking
Okay,
help.
so can you follow my thought for a second and just try to answer this question? What evidence do you have that there's a disproportionate amount of globers in mental health institutions compared to the general public?
Well, why don't you do that yourself? Because you're the one that brought it up.
That's kind
Did
of
I
a
make
common.
the claim that there were more? Did I make the claim that I have evidence of that? Schlitzy, shut up. You're not part of this yet. Eden, did I make the claim that I knew the percentages of globe versus flat in mental health institutions.
I didn't claim.
Yes or no?
I
It's a simple
was
question.
asking questions, and you were the one making claims, which is obviously nonsense, and you just projecting your mental issues.
See, this is the
What was your
thing.
question that you asked? Shut up, Slitzy. What was the question you asked?
You have to shut up.
You little liar.
Eden,
Actually,
what was
you're
the
the one
question
that
you
should
asked?
shut up for lying and wasting our time. And no
Yeah.
one has. I don't have to engage with
Eden?
you. I mean, you already indicated that you have mental issues, and we're trying to help you get to your mental issues.
Eden,
so we don't need to.
What was
like,
the question I
distract
you
from
asked?
the problems you're dealing with? Why don't we help you with the problems you're dealing with? Unless you don't want to talk about it.
What was the question you asked? What question did you ask me
I
about
don't
mental
want to
institutions?
talk about it.
You don't know, do you? Because you didn't ask one. You said maybe that's why mental institutions have more Glovers. And right now, you're going to be quiet because you're
How many?
embarrassed.
Okay, in the mental institutions worldwide, how many in there believe the globe? In your opinion, all of them?
I don't know. Can you explain how that will change my
so
argument?
you don't know, but you made a claim that. Did you say all flat earthers have mental issues?
Yeah.
Okay,
All that I've interacted with,
you obviously
yes.
lied
So I can
so
only
much
make a
because
claim.
You
I can
can't
only
help lying.
make a
Maybe
claim.
you know
I can
why
only
you've
make a
been lied
claim.
to
I can
so
only make a
much
claim.
that you
I can only make a
think that it's
claim.
okay,
I can
and
only
you
make a
You
claim.
now think lying. There's
Eden,
no
you're just
consequence to
repeating.
lying.
You're just
So
repeating.
I don't.
Eden.
I
So
can't take you
I can
seriously.
only make a claim about things that I've come across.
I can't take you seriously.
Why?
I don't know when you're lying. I mean, I have a.
What do you mean?
Sort of have an
Here we go.
indication when you're
You've
lying.
just agreed with me. You would just have to assume that he's lying all the time.
So that's fine. So Eden, here we are
I
at the
know
very
how
end of this
to tell when he's
conversation.
lying. I know how to tell when he's lying.
Schlitzy, Eden,
Shut
prove me
up.
wrong.
His pants will be on
You
fire.
guys,
I know when you're lying because
guys.
your lips are moving.
Schlitzy, just be quiet.
Your
You're
lips are
not
moving.
part of this
That's
conversation.
how I know you're lying.
Okay, can you all be quiet and let
Lying.
me talk for a
See,
second?
look, you're
Thank
lying right now.
So-
You're just lying. Plain,
So-
bare-faced lying.
So, an indication of people with mental health problems would be people that can't understand a joke and not a joke. Or people that can't understand
now you want to go
sarcasm
back on the
vocally,
joke,
and
yeah?
people
So
being
you want to
serious.
justify your lie down to joking. And we have to
It was a
accept
joke from the very beginning. That's why I owned up to it myself. I could have just lied to
No,
let it go, but I owned
actually,
up to it
you-
and said,
you
it's a
thought,
joke answer
"Shit, we're
because you asked a
streaming.
dumb question.
Shit, we're streaming. There's going to be loads of people who will just pull me apart on this. Actually, I need an exit plan. I was only joking. You weren't joking, mate.
That's great. Now who's the liar? You're the liar.
No, why am I a liar? I'm just stating the facts. The facts that I
Because-
asked you a simple question. Are you a doctor? You told me yes.
You don't have to
You
go through the
thought
whole
about
thing. You're
it.
about
You
to lie
thought
about it.
about it, and then you come back and you went, "Oh, I was just joking." I was just, why would you joke about? It wasn't nothing to joke about. You weren't backed into a corner. You could have just said, "No, I'm not." That's fair enough, isn't it? You know. And now,
So no, it's
for
not.
the last
Schlitzy,
hour,
you need to
you're
stop
now
talking
having
for
to
2 seconds at a
justify why
time.
you lied about
And you need to
something
open your
so-
ears. You need to listen and attempt to understand what I'm trying to say, okay? It's very clear right now you're having a
You're a
breakdown.
liar, and I
So,
don't listen to
Schlitzy,
liars.
Schlitzy,
you're a
I understand
liar.
you're scared
We
to
get
talk.
rid of
You're
dogs and
frightened.
God. He is
I
kind
know
of
that's hard.
disrupting everything.
You shut up too. You're not smart enough to have a conversation with me, Tim. So, Schlitzy. Oh, great. You're all going to start talking again? Very smart. Very smart of you all. Great. Schlitzy, when you asked me, are you a doctor? It was
right now.
very good. Keep going, Tim. No, you're smart enough to do this, Tim. Go on. You can actually say something intelligent. Go ahead. Try.
I just did. You're the only one causing a
Come on,
problem
Tim. Try.
right now.
Say something smart. I dare you.
You
Go on.
just did.
One smart thing.
You just
No, you
derailed
didn't.
the conversation. Everyone was having a little bit of a joke.
I just did.
I was having a little bit of a banter, but you come in so
So-
hard because you're like,
Schlitzy, you need to shut up, or I will just start talking through you the whole time. Is that what
yeah,
you
go
want?
on, then. We'll
Is that what
see
you
where
want,
it
buddy?
goes.
All right, we're doing this. So, what's
Right.
happened here is Schlitzy asked, "Are you a doctor?" And I said, "Yes, I'm a doctor." In that exact tone, and then he said, "Oh, you've got an MD." I said, "No,
What did you lie about?
MDs." And then I said, "Well, I'm not actually a doctor," without any prompting from anyone.
No,
It was just
you
a
did.
joke because it was funny
When
that
I
someone
pressed
asked me, "Am I a doctor?" And are you guys just talking through me? Is that what's happening now?
Yeah, fuck you.
Doctor, and you went.
Yeah, fuck you, Tim. You're not smart enough to have conversations. That's why you're quiet 90% of the time, Tim, Go back to your little hole like the troll you are.
So you're being
Great.
racist? Well,
I
fuck
think
you.
So,
you're being
Schlitzy,
racist. Hey, why are you being racist?
can you give me like one intelligent thing that you have ever said in this VC? Go ahead.
You're a barefaced liar for no reason, and we know how you lie because
That's
you're
not
Lincoln.
intelligent.
He gave you his reasons. So your statement was dumb.
Do you think that was intelligent, Schlitzy, what you just said? You're a barefaced liar.
No,
Is that
it's
intelligent?
one of your guys. He's embarrassed. I would tell him to refrain from coming to this channel because he's
Are you
like
just shit faced? Is that it? Are you drunk?
making your team look super bad.
Are you
You know
drunk
this
right now, Schlitzy? Is that why you're struggling so much?
out. No, this goes out on. It gets streamed. You realise
He
that,
is.
yeah?
He's shit faced. Oh, I get you. That's the problem.
Mate, are you stupid? Are you stupid?
No, I'm not stupid. I can tell you something very intelligent right now if you want me to.
Mate, you've got nothing to say. You lie about stupid things. You're kind of a little bit stupid. You're very insecure. I can tell this because, like, you know,
Yes.
nothing
You
can.
forgot to call him stupid.
Pardon?
Yeah, so
forgot to
I
call him
lied about a
stupid.
stupid thing. What does that say about me?
Anything else you have to say is discarded because you're a liar.
That's
Do you
a
treat
sweet
everyone in your life like that?
generalization, and that's an informal
There you go.
I can't really read this very well.
Sounds like a you problem.
Yeah, it is me. I told you I've got a limit. I've got a mobile phone, shoe bill. Yeah.
You've got a
No big
limited
deal.
range.
Yeah. Well, when I try to enlarge the words, they go all distort. Sorry for that. Yeah.
We'll just take a closer picture.
I think. Yeah, I think this. Forgive me if I'm wrong. I don't think this is the actual manufacturer's manual. Yeah. I think there's a picture of the manufacturer's manual, and there's a couple of pictures out of the manufacturer's manual, and then someone's added some text to this, which.
Well, okay. I
No,
just
show me the
posted.
manual.
I
Give me a
posted
link
the
directly
PDF.
to the manual. Give me a link directly to the manual.
I just
How about
did.
that?
I
How
just
about
did.
No,
excuses.
I just did. I just posted the link.
Okay.
You got to
perfect.
keep up.
Yeah. Okay.
So many
Perfect.
excuses.
Perfect. Perfect. Okay. What, and that's all it's got? You've just posted me the manual and it's got 6 pages to that precision tool. Are you shitting me?
That's not the complete operating manual.
Well, give me the link to the fucking complete manual, please. That's
Well,
what I
I
asked
gave
for,
you a link.
Bill.
How about a link that says it's suited for astronomical observations?
No,
Why do I need to go beyond that?
This is someone who's compiled this, yeah? From
No, yeah, what? Yeah, the manufacturer.
Right. Give me the link to the
I
manufacturer's
just gave you the link.
manual. No, this is.
You want the full manual? What's wrong with it? What's wrong? What's wrong with the citation where it says it's for astronomical observation?
This is 6 pages, and most probably compiled by someone posting this and claiming this comes from the manual. That's not true. You fucking
Has anybody else looked at that? Look at the very first frame in that PDF.
Maybe the
You're meant
manual
to be a
is
truther, yeah? You're meant to be a truther, Shoebill. And you just get called out all the time. It's like, my measurements, I do my measurements all
all you're
myself. And
doing
then
is
you
moving
hung
the
him on
goalposts.
GPS.
All you're doing is moving the goalposts, bro. Every single time we tried to give you something, all you say is that's just
You're not
you
my
always
bro.
have a problem with it.
Listen,
You
you're
literally
not
have a
my
problem
bro.
with everything,
You're
bro.
not my
It's
bro.
never gonna work for you.
You're not my bro. Well, the guy's being a fucking liar. I asked him, post me the fucking manual. Post me the manual. This is like some compilation done by some fucking idiot.
Complimation.
Look at this.
Wait.
Pictures in.
Let's see. It
No.
says the fucking company name in the
It
URL.
isn't the fucking manual, and he fucking knows that. And if you believe that that manual's got fucking 6 pages, you're an absolute fucking see you next Tuesday.
Let's see, you fucking idiot. It says the company name in the URL. It has the company
Oh,
organization
so
in the
it's
URL.
got the company name on it. It
Read
must
the
be real
URL
then.
before
That's
you click
why
it.
you think that tool has
Read
6
the
fucking
URL.
pages. And you're calling me an idiot? The manual has 6 pages, and you're calling me an idiot.
What a fucking donut.
You're a fucking mate. You've been lobotomized. He's pissing on your back and you're lapping it up. I love it. Oh, splash it all over.
Are you fucking stupid? It's a citation of the whole manual. Do you want to read the whole manual? You can literally just go to the same website and read it. You fucking
Have you got
idiot.
issues? Have you got
You
issues?
idiot.
You got issues? You got issues?
No,
You
we
sure?
don't. Like you asked us to do some of our own research, and we did. We did some of
Absolutely are
our
not
own
thinking.
research, and
You're
we
not
did.
thinking. You're not
We
thinking
have-
straight.
No,
you're
You
not
have
allowed to tell
posted
me
6
what I'm
pages
thinking.
of a precision tool, yeah? A precision tool, 6 pages, and you think those 6 pages
the whole
give
manual.
you
Let's-
standing on how to fucking
give him the
use
whole
that.
manual.
Where's all the fucking
Yeah.
use? How to use the fucking thing? Subil,
If you want
post
the
the
full
actual
manual,
link to the fucking manual.
to quote Flat Earth, do your own research. The full manual is fully available for
mate.
you. Do your own
Listen.
research.
Pull your cock out of his arse and start thinking for yourself. Yeah? That's what you need to do.
You should literally ask for a citation from.
He's giving you 6 pages of a fucking bullshit with a fucking
Can you prove it's bullshit? Can
I
you
don't
prove it's
believe
bullshit?
for
Can you
1
prove it's
minute the
bullshit? Can you
pictures
prove it's
aren't
bullshit?
from the
Can you prove it's
manual,
bullshit?
but that
Can you
is
prove
not
it's
from the
bullshit?
manual.
Can you prove it's
That's not from the
bullshit?
manual.
Can you
Where's the
prove it's
picture?
bullshit?
Where's
Prove it's
the
bullshit.
how to use the
Prove it's
tool?
bullshit.
Yeah,
That's
it
not
is
proving it's
bullshit.
bullshit. Prove it's bullshit.
Oh mate, are you fucking
Where's your proof of it being bullshit? Where's your
It's
proof?
bullshit because there's no
Prove it.
there's
Prove
no
it. Prove
there's
it.
no
Prove it.
description
Stop
of
saying
how
it's
to use
bullshit
the
and prove
fucking
it's
tool.
bullshit.
Dimlo.
Did you read the entire thing?
Dimlo. There's no
Did you read the entire
description
thing?
how to use the
He didn't.
fucking
He
Did you
just
read
looked
the
at
tool.
it and
entire
he didn't
thing?
read it.
Did you
He
read the
didn't
entire
read the
thing?
entire
There's
thing. He
6
just
fucking
looked at it.
pages, you fucking
It's
He
six
just
imbecile.
looked
pages,
at
but
it.
What do
it's
I
six
want to
pages, and
read 6
even I haven't
pages
read the
for?
entire
6
thing yet. Have
pages.
you read the
Right.
entire thing to know that this doesn't tell you that how to use it?
You haven't got fucking the entire
Did
thing.
you
If you
read
think
the
that
entire
position tool,
thing to
hold on,
know whether or
hold
not it
on,
says?
hold
Did you
on.
read the? I'm asking you a question.
Are
Did
you
you
not?
read the entire
Are you not
thing?
fucking listening?
He
Are
just
you
wants
not
to monologue
listening?
now.
Before
Did
you
you read
pose
the
your
entire
question,
thing?
listen to what I'm
He
gonna
wants
say.
to monologue.
Before you pose your
Wants to monologue. Let him monologue.
before you pose your question, listen to what I'm gonna say. Because what I'm gonna say is just simple. Where is the instructions to use the fucking theodolite? Not
You're claiming it
yeah,
doesn't
you
have
got
any.
6
That's why I'm asking
pages.
you.
6
You
pages.
could, yeah, it's 6 pages. You claim it
What you
doesn't
think
say it.
that
I
you think
asked
that
you, did
position
you read the
tool?
entire thing?
Hold on. So you think that
Did you
precision
read the entire
tool
thing?
comes with 6 pages? Are you
Did
fucking
you read the
crazy?
entire thing though?
I'm
Did you read the
asking
entire
you,
thing?
did you read the entire thing?
It's
That's
not
what I'm
worth
asking.
I'm not. It's not worth reading that because I know
Oh,
that's
So
so
you
not the
don't know
fucking
whether or not
instruction
it
manual.
does or
That's not
doesn't
the
tell you how to
instruction
use it.
manual. It
You don't
isn't
know
the
what you don't
fucking
know whether it tells
manual.
you or doesn't tell you. So why are
It's
you
not the
claiming it?
manual. It's not the
You wouldn't
manual.
even read the
It's
entire
not the
thing.
manual. It's not the manual.
You don't even know if it is or
Well,
isn't because you haven't
it
read it.
isn't the manual, and that motherfucker knows it as well. So what's your problem?
And you don't know it. That's my problem.
I do fucking know it because
No,
there's
you don't.
no
You
way
didn't
a
read it.
fucking tool. There's no way
You
a
did
tool
not read it.
comes with 6 pages of fucking.
Did you
And it
read
doesn't
them?
even say what's in the box, how to get it
Did
out,
you
how to
read
set it
them?
up, how to
Did you
calibrate
read
it.
them?
Nothing. You're a
Did
fucking
you read it?
imbecile. I don't
Did you
have to
read it?
read it. I know
Oh,
it's
you don't
bullshit.
have to read it
It's
to know what's supposed to
bullshit.
be in it? Okay, understandable.
Bullshit. And that's why his fucking shirt lifter is fucking not
Understandable.
saying
That's the
nothing
reason why
because
you have
he
nothing.
knows
That's why
that's
you have
not
I've
the
nothing.
never bought a
fucking manual,
theodolite.
you
I've
fucking
never
imbecile.
seen. I've never read a theodolite manual in my life, but I definitely know they're definitely more than 6 pages because you've allegedly bought one. Like, from what experience do you know the length and breadth of a user manual?
Oh my god. Are you a fucking rodent? Get off your wheel, yeah? And get in the real world, yeah? Stop running around in circles, chasing your fucking tail. Let's find a fucking theodolite. Any theodolite. If you think theodolites come with 6 pages as an instruction manual, you are fucking crazier than thinking we living on a spinning ball, fucking hurtling through space, multi-directional.
Right. Okay, so once we've got like the 200-page manual for this theodolite that's capable of making these observations, then what? Because
Then I'm going to read it. And let's find where it says it does celestial observations.
we
Yeah,
even read 6
it's
pages, bro.
designed to do celestial observations. Yeah, take celestial angle elevations. Let's see where it says that.
Fair
How about
enough.
that? How about that? How about we shut our mouths until you post the manual and we look at it and we check where it says it does celestial angle, yeah? Then we can all just shut our mouths because up until now we're just speculating, yeah?
Interesting.
Is that fair enough? Fair enough. Should we do that? Should we adjourn till that comes to light? I think the last time he said that when he bought the Theodolite, it came with a solar. And then he said, "Oh no, I bought that at a later date." And it came with it. When he bought it, it came with it.
Do you have a car? An automobile?
Who's that? Who are you talking to?
You.
Do I have a car?
Yeah.
Why is that any of your business?
Well, if you have a car, did it come with an did it have an instruction manual with it?
That's true.
I'll be honest with you. Yes, it fucking did.
Yeah.
Yes, it did.
Did the manual explain to you how to drive a car?
But it's assuming that you've passed your test and you're eligible to drive. I would
did the
imagine
manual-
that is kind of, I don't know what kind of reference you're trying to make, but mate, you need to go
Well,
back to the drawing board and choose
I
your
think the reference is pretty simple.
analogies much better. You're kind of like the other guy, Anvil, Oblate Anvil. He comes out with some crackers, but like you're quickly catching up.
No, I think it's
Yeah.
pretty simple.
Let me ask you a question. You
I
got
think it's pretty
kids?
simple,
You got,
right?
let me ask you a question. Let me
When you
ask
buy
you a
an
question.
automobile,
Let
it
me
comes
ask
with
you
an
a
instruction
question.
manual that
Let me
tells
ask
you
you a
specifics
question.
about that automobile. It tells you where to find
Did I
the keys
just not
panel.
answer
It
your
tells you all
question?
kinds of things. Just
Now,
like
didn't
the
I answer
instruction
your
manual for
question?
theodolite tells you all about the specific features of that particular
Because you
theodolite.
know that
But it doesn't
there's
tell
no
you everything you
theodolite.
need to
There's
know
no
about using a
theodolite.
theodolite.
That's
Listen,
true.
Try to show
you
me
can keep
someplace in the
repeating it.
instruction
You can
manual on
keep
your
repeating
automobile
it.
where it
Listen, I've
tells
called
you
you
that
out on your
it's okay
bullshit.
to
The
park your
audience are going
car.
to listen to
And where are
you
the instructions
harping
in
on
there
about your
that
bullshit.
explain
But
to
I
you
am
how to
listening
park
to
You
a
him.
know
car?
you cannot fucking prove that, and there's no
I think
theodolite,
you just
which
got
is going to
buried
put in
here,
their
buddy.
manual, this
Literally.
is a fucking celestial observational tool. Sorry.
It
It's
does
a
say that
fucking...
it's the celestial observational tool in that manual, by the way.
What
It
manual?
says suitable. It mentions astronomical
Oh, shut
measurement
up and
for
stop
time and
fucking lying,
latitude.
Shoebill. You know that ain't the fucking manual, so stop lying.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know.
Period. You know that ain't the
It's an
manual.
overview. Yeah,
Ain't the
it's a
fucking
technical
manual, and you
overview
fucking know
from the
it. You fucking
manufacturer.
liar. You fucking
A
liar.
technical
You
overview
fucking liar.
from the manufacturer.
Fucking lying.
What's
If you're
wrong with a
saying that's the
technical
manual,
overview?
I mean,
you're
if you
fucking
actually read
lying.
it,
Yeah,
you
but
would
it's
have
a
seen it.
technical overview
You're
that
fucking
Again, you
says
lying.
wouldn't
it's
read
good
it.
for
You're
astronomical
lying.
observations.
You're
That was the whole
lying.
point of doing it too,
Pull
was
up the
to
fucking
It says
manual. Let's
right
look
in
at
there
it.
by
Let's
the
look at the
manufacturer,
original manual,
suitable for
not some
astronomical
bullshit.
observations.
Not some bullshit where some fucking clown has put together some fucking
But
nonsense.
no, look at the PDF. That is source document. That is source document from the
No, it
manufacturer.
isn't. No, it isn't. You're fucking lying.
How do you know that it's
Theodolite
not?
didn't come with 6 pages.
Well,
and
did you
know
look
that.
at it?
You're a
That is
fucking
source
liar.
document by the manufacturer.
You're a liar. It didn't come with 6 fucking pages, and you know
Did you
that.
read
So
the
why would
manual
you
technical
to tell
lie?
me
overview.
that
Why
a
would you
theodolite was
lie?
limited?
Why would you lie and say it comes with
It's a
6
technical
pages?
overview by the manufacturer.
Shut up. And now it's a technical overview.
Yeah.
But it's from the
So
manufacturer.
it's not the manual then, is it? I asked you a
But it's
specific
from the
question. Is
manufacturer.
it the
Okay,
manual?
I
You
gave
said
you a
yes.
technical
Now
overview
you're saying
from
it's
the
an overview.
manufacturer, and it describes astronomical observations. What
Right,
more
look.
do you possibly fucking need?
No,
It
I'll tell you
also
what I
literally
need.
says manuals
I
in
need
the
you to
URL.
tell your fucking clown friends that
It
this
says
is
manual in the
an
URL, by the way.
this is an oversight or an overview of some clown who's fucking factored in it can do celestial
And
observations
it
when
does
the
describe
manufacturer will never ever say that. They'd be open to fucking all sorts of fucking insurance claims. You fucking absolute. You know this anyway. You're a prick. You're a prick. You fucking know this.
That's purpose-built, long-distance triangulation instrument. Ubiquitous
Shut
in
up.
the
It's
ubiquitous
terrestrial.
and astronomic
Let me ask you what terrestrial
and
means.
astronomic
What? Let me ask you what terrestrial
and
means.
astronomic
Astronomic is
and
your figures to the
astronomic
moon.
and astronomic.
I've got an astronomical number to the astro. It's 50 zillion miles away. That's the only astronomical. Your calculations in saying that the moon is zillions of miles away. That's astronomical. Yeah. Your theodolite is not astronomical. You're absolutely lying. Why would you lie?
Because
That's my
it says
question.
it specifically says astronomic measurements.
It says where.
Right there, and I fucking posted it. Are you that fucking
you
retarded?
Posted bullshit. You're a fucking absolute cunt. You are.
No,
because
I
you know
source
that is-
document. I
that's
posted a
not the
source
fucking
document.
Post the manual. Post the
I
manual. Post the
I
manual.
posted source document
Post
from the
manual.
manufacturer.
Post the manual. Post the manual. Because you
Well,
know
I got
you
the
can't.
giant PDF.
Because the
I got the
manual
giant
is
PDF,
never
and I
going to
can't.
say that. You fucking know that. You're on your fucking stupid Globe Hill with your idiots who are going, and you know you're fucking lying.
Where's
And
your
they
manual?
don't know you're lying because they know nothing. But I know you're lying.
Well, you say all kinds of things that must be in the manual, and yet you can't post the manual.
Literally, you're saying a whole bunch of stuff about this equipment. You won't even post your manual.
That's not going to be in there, you imbecile. And you fucking know that. That's why you're not doing it.
So you don't know whether
Otherwise,
it's
you'd
going
just
to be
go,
in there or not.
There you go. Shut
You're
your
just
mouth,
making a
Schlitzy.
claim.
There you go, Schlitzy. Shut your mouth. And you can't do that. So that you've now got to post some bullshit. What some fucking idiots put together
But where's
to fucking
your
justify your
evidence?
clown fucking
Where's
belief.
your evidence that it can't do what you say it can't do?
Post the fucking manual and let's fucking see
Where is
ourselves.
your evidence
Post the
that it says?
manual. Post the manual.
Well, I'm asking you where your evidence is.
Not 6 pages of bullshit.
Oh, you don't have any evidence to back up what you're claiming. Understood.
Listen, the clown show can go on with or without me.
Yeah,
When
the
you post
main
the real
attraction is
manual, When
you.
you post the real manual, then we'll talk about it. Until you post the real manual, fuck you.
Well, I posted real source document. What's your problem?
A real source document? No, you didn't. You've posted some bullshit that
still wanna
some
see where
cunts
you're
put
getting your
together
information from.
and
That's
claimed
what I
it's
wanna know.
from the fucking source. Where does it say it? It's even not even. It's just got some. Look at the fucking web. The link you gave me. You're a clown, mate.
Look at the image and the first
I
panel of
don't
the
care
image in
about
that
the
document.
image. I can do that. I can sit there on some fucking Photoshop and do that all myself as well. And then write a little fucking thing in the same fucking sketch. I want the manual. Give me the
Did you just say
original manual, you
Photoshop?
dimlo.
Well, by that same thing, the manual could be just fucking doctored. There is no manual because it's all fake.
No, because the manual, it will have a reference that it comes from that fucking company what fucking made that tool, yeah? And you know it.
You posted has references that it came from.
It will tell you how to set up the tool, what the tool's designed for, and you know you can't post it because there's never ever going to be nothing about astral fucking
Not
projections.
all
or
things have a manual like that.
Oh my god. Are you fucking clowns? I buy a fucking hand whisk. It's got. Do you know how many? Look, let me get it out. Do you want to
a
get it
hand
out?
whisk is not a theodolite.
Look, I've got a
Try
hand
again.
whisk. Do you know how many? It's got
Yeah, a
40
hand whisk
pages
is
in the
not a
fucking
theodolite.
40
Try again.
pages on the fucking hand whisk.
A
Which is not a
40-page
precision
whisk
tool. Which
manual?
isn't a
Can you
precision
produce this
tool. And you're telling me
40-page
you've got
whisk
6
manual?
pages
Produce
of
the
nonsense
40-page
on a
whisk
precision tool.
manual now, or be forever known as a lie. Produce the 40-page whisk manual now.
No, I don't have to. When you produce your
Oh,
fucking
you don't have to, but we have
theodolite, when you
to.
produce your theodolite, manual, I will produce my fucking hand whisk, and I will
It's always us
slice
who
the
has to
top of
do
your head
something
off,
before he has to
stick
do
my whisk
something. Y'all
in your
notice that?
brain, and fucking
He
scoop it up
set the
like it should.
terms. He's willing to be held accountable for his 40-page whisk claim.
So
and
now
we can
it's going to
provide
go
the
onto the
following.
40-page whisk claim rather than the claim of the tool does celestial.
I still want to know
navigation.
where you got your information that it can't do what we are saying that it can
That's
do.
fair game. Show me mine, show you yours. That's fair game. We can play a little game. We can show you yours.
Okay,
and
then.
you
So
can
I
show
asked
mine.
first. If we're going to play
He's
that
not
game,
going
I
to.
asked first. So when are you going to produce the manual for the theodolite, the T3 wild theodolite?
Oh, would you accept other theodolites that are more than 6 pages?
No, I want the T, because that I want to see in the original manual those 6 pages incorporated in that original manual. When you do that, that will show your fucking, your integrity, won't it? Because like you're telling me they are taken from the original manual. So when you post the original manual, I will see these 6 images in that original manual, and I'm calling that fucking bullshit.
But you said this was a compilation that somebody else made.
Yes, it
so
is a compilation.
if someone else
Maybe
did a
the
compilation,
picture on the
that
front,
exact same
maybe the
compilation
picture on
won't
the
be
front, the
used
Wild
in the
T3 is maybe
in the
real.
authentic page manuals, no matter how many other pages.
You're just going to
But
talk over me when I'm talking, yeah?
But you
Okay.
interrupted me first, so like
Yeah, but
let's
you
go
don't
back
stop
to
going on. You do this. You're the interrupter, yeah? We know that. So, all right, I'm going to put myself on mute while you speak, so I can't be accused of bullshit.
It's just really difficult when I've started to say something and you just go blah, 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 3/4 through what I'm trying to say, dude. It's just really disrespectful, and it doesn't sound to me like you're willing to listen.
Have you finished, or is that a pause? Houston.
What you may or may notice is that I'm turning my microphone on and off because I prefer push to talk. So I'm now muting my microphone to indicate that I've stopped talking, and I just want some acknowledgement to your interruption to what I've been saying.
52 pages.
Well,
and then we'll get the 40. Then we'll get the whisk manual. Then we'll get your alleged 40-page whisk manual. Okay.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for that manual. So when you get
Okay.
when you give me the manual.
Okay, I just posted it. It's 45 pages long. I posted it there 56 minutes after. The Wild T3 manual, 45 pages long.
So it's not 6 pages, then, is it, Mr.
No, 45. Yeah. This is the manual. The other was a technical overview.
Okay. Written by who?
The manufacturer, source document.
Instructions for use.
Source document.
Trying to find it. Do you want to DM me it?
Please, brother. Oh my god.
I can't see it. Oh yeah.
I added you. Please look the attachment. It's a file.
And where do you say
Could you
celestial
just
navigation,
kindly relay that text channel and the timestamp for me again, Shubil?
It's a PDF I put up there like a minute ago. 56 after.
Appreciated. Thank you very much. I'm just not as familiar with Discord as some others. Thank you for your patience.
That's okay, Houston.
Polaris attachment.
Schlitzi, can you hear me? I have a question for you.
You're gone.
I just posted a picture of other, how are they called? Let me check. Wait a second. Diagonal eyepieces. So these are basically 90-degree angled eyepieces for the theodolite to look up to zenith. For what kind of terrestrial measurements do you think the manufacturer created these things to look up in the sky with theodolite?
I don't really care what
90-degree angle specifically.
Most probably to abstract some fucking money out of idiots.
So they make eyepieces specifically for the
I
purpose
don't
to
know.
look up in
I'm
the
not the
sky.
manufacturer. No. So like what you're asking is hypothetical and I don't really wish to engage. I don't know why do they make fucking certain things? I do not know.
So okay, I'll give you the
I'm
answer.
not involved
These
in
these
fucking
eyepieces are made specifically for
whatever.
looking into the sky, because if you look up,
Fantastic.
you cannot use the
Fantastic.
normal eyepiece. That's why they
Fantastic.
have these
Fantastic.
other eyepieces.
Fantastic. That's brilliant.
So this is clear proof for the manufacturer itself creating a accessory for the theodolite to look up.
Can you stop fucking? Because you're another one who just goes on, and I've told you I don't fucking know. Can't you just accept that
Yeah,
I don't know?
I know that you don't
and you're
know.
just
I
going
know that you don't know. That's why I'm telling you.
And I'm trying to read something. I know that you'd want to disrail it, but there you go.
Why don't we read? Why don't we read aloud from section 5.7.4?
Might as well. I mean, if we're not allowed to talk in BC because he's reading and can't deafen BC.
No, but you don't have to.
Together.
You can talk all you want, but you don't have to direct anything to me. Poco, stop being a maloko.
No, I don't want to.
You're being loco down in Acapulco.
It happened. It's me after all.
I know. That's why we love you.
So in the manual from the manufacturer, they describe Polaris observations. Thank you very much.
Bill, can I just read it myself, please?
No, you can't, because you can't fucking read. You're a retard.
He's being a child right now.
Oh, did you call me?
You can't argue with a child.
Just leave
now we
the VC if you cannot read while listening.
the entire time. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, you just mute us or leave the VC if you're incapable of having discussions while you're reading. We don't have to shut up only because you
I
are
didn't
not
tell you to shut up.
multitasking
I said
able.
fucking talk as much as you want, you fucking droning fucking prick.
Yeah. Your all your input doesn't help you.
You
Just
call me a
leave
retard, I'm
and
gonna call you
read and come
fucking
back
prick.
when you have understood it. And at the same
Get a
time, we
helmet,
can still
laced up.
continue discussing.
Go and suck
I
your
also
boy.
posted a
Fuck
chapter
off.
about sun observation with the theodolite from the T1 manual.
Oh my god, shut up, you droning
I'm not
cunt.
talking with you, retard.
Oh, good.
And
Thank you.
I posted a picture of my instrument with the right angle a piece
There is a
attached
God.
for
There is a
direct
God.
solar observations. Purpose-built instrument.
God. There's a God.
So Schlitzy, you just hate academic accomplishment, don't you?
No, you're a prick and you know it. And I'm exposing your fucking dickness.
I'll take that as a win.
No, you're a
Well,
cocksucker. You know you're a cocksucker.
a user, the dick has a user manual. Have you checked how to use it?
Yes. You get Shoebill. He's like a fucking
Guys,
Dyson.
guys, let
Just
him
sucks
read.
and
Let him
sucks.
read.
I would definitely claim that Schlitzie has never used it purposefully.
Oh my god.
They talk about Polaris and solar observations. What the fuck is wrong with you? Source document, manufacturer manual. Per your insistence.
Cocksucker. Fuck's sake.
Just jump down to 5.7.4.
Shut up, you cocksucker.
The funny thing is that in the T1 manual,
now
574
you
is
got
about
now you got your
solar
boyfriend.
observation,
Now-
and in the T3, 574 is about Polaris observation. It's kind of
That's
nice.
an interesting thing. Yeah, good point. I'm enjoying reading this manual with you guys.
And I use a T2 with a solar filter for direct solar and star observations.
Wow.
Purpose
When did
built.
you start? When did you start studying your surveying stuff?
1978.
Wow, that's cool, man. And did you I have various interests that I get interested in. When I was getting interested into graphic design, I like the angles and the precision of getting into vectors and stuff like that. Like what gave you the passion for doing surveying?
That pretty much just fell on me. It was looking for a job, went into the field, and so starting in back in the around 1980. That's before GPS. So I was doing it the hard way for a long ass fucking time, and then GPS came along. So that's why I have that Wild T2 that I posted with the right angle pieces on it. I carried that my whole fucking career. And I got my professional state issued license in 1992.
But Schubel, I think your whole knowledge is outdated. I think back in that day there was still a globe, but nowadays it's flat. So do we do now assisted reading or? Maybe it would help if you read it loud to Schlitzie. Not sure if you can read.
Yeah, they're using things like total stations, which give really good precision without necessarily needing line of sight.
And the funny thing is, for example, like Schlitzie's particular is using on his construction site, he's using an outer level, and he cannot make the difference between an outer level and a theodolite. And then he said, "Oh no, it's not made for this distance because in the outer level or in total station, you have a max distance for the rangefinder." And he's completely mixing it up.
And with the total station, there's no prohibition on reading angles to distant targets outside the range of the laser ranger. Because my total station came with a sun filter. Because you know what? Observing the sun with the total station is perfectly reasonable because that's a good source of geodetic azimuth.
I do agree, but they just read
latitudes.
in the manual the word range, and then they completely kind of tilt and say, okay, that it has a max range, without the capability of distinguishing the particular functionalities like range finding or general usage of angle measurements.
And it's worse than that because in differential leveling, there is a procedure and a specification to maintain shot observations 60 to 70 meters. Well, they say that's the accuracy of the instrument. No, that's the specification of a procedure. "27 miles with a T2 or T3 is a chip shot. Not even heroic. And when discussed, somebody brought up having to look down to an object which is higher in elevation, and I brought that measurement. Oh, he doesn't like that. He needed photographs. I brought photographs of the site and the target. He doesn't like that. He says, oh, show me in the manual where it says it's good for astronomic. Show him that. Oh, no, that's bullshit. Show him the full manual. Oh, no. Well, he's reading that, and he got awful quiet. And he says, in the manual, it gives limitations. Well, he didn't post a manual, did he?
Okay, so I'm reading. I've only read a little bit so far. I'm just skimming over it. Shoe bill. It says there's attachments to do these observations, and you're telling me that you there's not at one stage you've told me an attachment. The only thing you've said is it's got a solar lens, yeah. But there's actually attachments to do, for the sun attachment of prism. Look, let me go back. I have to go back.
And 5.7.4 talks about Polaris.
I haven't got that far.
I know. I'm going to help you because 5.7.4 specifically identifies Polaris observations, which is of course suitable to all stars.
Okay. It says there's the thing for Polaris. I'll give you that, and that's with an attachment too. It says there's an attachment for that, which you don't tell anyone. You're just saying, "Oh, I point the theodolite." You have to put an attachment on that, and there's a separate manual to how to use those attachments. As you can see, you can clearly see that in the manual. It says you need to get blah blah blah, which
you have to get accessories.
Those attachments.
You know why? You know why? Because if you buy the theodolite, if your task is other than celestial observations, you don't have to buy the additional equipment.
But it's not for celestial observation. It just says something about you can use it for Polaris in the northern hemisphere. It only says that. It doesn't say why you can use it.
Well, okay. If you can't recognize that applies to all stars.
It just says about Polaris, maybe because it's the brightest and it's like fixed.
No, it's all stars. You use the Polaris observation for high elevation. Oh God! Now all of a sudden, it can see Polaris but no other star. Are you?
No, I'm not saying that, you imbecile.
Well, you sort of did.
No, I didn't. Only in your little tiny brain.
It's kind of what you're implying, though.
No.
Yeah, the Polaris. You can observe the star Polaris. That does not preclude any star in the whole fucking night sky.
You didn't tell me that. Look, no time did you say that there was attachments needed to make these observations. At no time did you say that. Who's being disingenuous? Why didn't you say that?
The attachment is in the manual. The attachment is in the manual. Yeah, you don't have to buy it if you don't have to buy the attachment. But it's in the manual. You can get it accessorized.
I wanted to see the manual.
Yeah, in the manual. Yeah, there are accessories.
Yes, that's why. See, look, when you're given not all the information, things don't make sense. When you give all the information, things start to make sense.
The manual for the accessory as well.
Oh,
this is
stop
ridiculous.
you, please. Stop.
Yeah, if you buy a 4-wheel drive truck, what if you need tire chains? Well, you're going to have to buy tire chains.
And then read the manual for the tire chains, I guess.
I think they do actually state that in the manual. Tire chains in the snow tells you when to put them on and what conditions you need to put them on.
So do you have the 40-page whisk manual that you allegedly have?
Yeah. It's in my ass. If you want to pull it out, you're more than welcome.
If you could just provide
that's what we call a win. Because Schlitzie is painted again. Is so cornered he can't fucking spit.
Look, the Polaris attachment, yeah, to the objective, clamped to the objective, and of the T3 telescope, the Polaris attachment enables the observer to find true north and latitude to within, I would imagine that's 30 degrees, plus 30 degrees, no? Or plus 30. I don't know what it
Well,
refers to.
that telescope cannot observe zenith. It can only because the telescope is so long, it cannot go to zero degree zenith.
So when you're doing your star observations, you put this attachment on, the Polaris attachment.
Yeah.
You've got that?
Uh-huh.
You don't sound very kind of don't say yeah.
Shubel, the one question: the Polaris finder, is it like in a pole finder of normal telescopes where the Polaris is off center and you have to rotate it to the hour that you're at, or what is the Polaris attachment on the theodolite?
Yeah, it's like a Polaris a polar alignment for a telescope.
Yeah, so where Polaris, where basically a cross or a dot is where Polaris is, but off center, and then you have to rotate that one to the time.
And the thing is, that's just pointing out it can be used for stars. You can use it with any star.
Yeah.
You can put the crosshair on it. You can read the angle. If it's Betelgeuse, it's Betelgeuse. If it's Polaris, it's Polaris.
But with the attachment, yeah. And only in the northern hemisphere.
And if you need to attach the whisk, you can get the 40-page manual. Please provide
And put
that.
it out my ass anytime you want.
All right, post it in Discord.
Pretty much admitting that he pulled it out of his ass.
Pixar, it didn't happen. So you're quite willing to lie about a 40-page whisk manual?
Yeah,
so much.
Of course, he's a liar because he claimed that lying is the worst thing, but then he's doing it at the same time.
Yeah.
If you look at section 5. Just look at section 5.7.
New username.
I'm trying to
in the manual. In the manual.
All I can hear is these gay guys talking, mumbling.
In the manual, 5.7, astronomic
I can just hear gay
observations.
people mumbling in the background. But I'm trying. I'm trying.
5.7, star observations. In the manual.
Accessories for astronomical observations.
By the manufacturer in the manual.
I went with the attachments, didn't I? I said that. You need the attachments.
So?
So? Who's talking to you?
I am. What's your
Well,
problem,
you're the
Dip
only
Dick?
you just talk to yourself. And you
What's
don't
your problem, Dip Dick?
Don't engage with me, please.
So,
You said
one question, an analogy. Is it
you insisted? Yeah, you insisted post the manual, the full manual. Well, I gave you a technical overview, talked about astronomical observations. You didn't like that. Then I gave you the full manual, talks about astronomical observations. Oh yeah, if you need a right angle attachment, okay, yeah. So what?
Yeah, so you've got these attachments. You've got all these attachments, yeah?
I don't have all of them.
Okay. So when I look at your theodolite and you've got it set up, I don't see any attachments other than the theodolite.
Well,
then you don't know what you're looking at.
So what?
Well, because you see, he can't scroll up because he's on a phone. But if you look at 0 minutes after the hour, I posted my other theodolite with the celestial attachments.
Okay.
And
So I don't
one
understand
question. You're a carpenter, right?
My point is that I don't understand why we need to see them. Why do we need to see them on yours? We have the manual right here.
Yeah.
Well, because Schlitzy doesn't think I can do it. And I said, well, I even own the equipment.
Why does it matter if you can do it? Why is he even worried about that?
Because Schlitzy.
Oh my god.
Shitty, one
What does it
question.
prove? What does it prove that you can do it? I'm asking him. What does it prove that he is capable of doing this or not? We all see the manual and see that it is possible. So what's the point of?
What was your picture?
Because he says I'm a lying bastard.
Bill, was it 5? Was it 11 o'clock or 12 o'clock? 11.
It just sounds like he's trying to make up more points to stall
shut
for
him
time,
up.
so he can be long,
Oh, sure.
wrong.
Yeah,
less
just like
time,
in the
I guess.
manual. Oh, the manual says you need an attachment. Oh, see, Larry lied.
Was it 11 o'clock you posted this?
Yeah, 0 minutes after.
What are they, those little long tubes?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, Shitty, one question. Do you have a hand jigsaw?
No.
No. Okay. So you're a carpenter and you don't have a jigsaw. Okay. Do you have a electric screwdriver?
No. I've got a knife.
Okay. So I think you're
That's what I'm
lying
using
again.
nowadays.
I think you're lying again. Just for the notes, I think you're lying again. So if you, for example, have an electric screwdriver, the one that looks like a pistol or so, you have attachments, for example, for Torx screws or for Phillips screws or stuff like that. So even though these attachments, these bits are not coming with the screwdriver, I think you would not claim that screwing a Torx screw is not purpose built with this electric screwdriver. Or, for example, buying a metal cutting blade for your jigsaw, you can cut metal. Buying a wood blade for your jigsaw, you can cut wood. Both is purpose built, or both are the purpose of that jigsaw, even though these things may be attachments that you have to buy for your tools. So don't play dumber than you are. I know that's hard, but maybe try to be a little bit honest once.
I'm being. Who's lying here? Who's lying?
You are
I've
lying
asked
by
you
claiming
questions.
you
I've
are
asked you
lying by claiming
questions.
that
I'm
theodolite
asking
not
you questions.
purposeful
I
for
haven't claimed
measuring
anything. I just said that
astronomical measurements.
I don't believe this tool was designed for.
And that is a lie. You specifically know that these tools are designed to do exactly that. Just for the sake of your argument, you pretend not believing that. You are a liar.
Oh, and you're a German cunt. Just because you lost the war, don't get sad.
Oh my goodness!
I know.
All right.
That's how it's
This
going to be.
is the
And that happens when Fritzy has no argument anymore. He's
You're gonna get booted real quick.
or deflecting to a different topic.
You're gonna get booted real quick, bro. Don't even start.
I don't give a fuck. I don't really care.
I think
And you can all
his
argue
argument
amongst
is
yourselves,
over
innit?
because the whole point of doing this was for a whole other thing, but we're still on this part. So I'm pretty sure he's just stalling for time.
I'm not stalling for time. You keep engaging with me. I really don't want to talk to you at all.
He's just trolling. He's an dishonest
why are you
idiot,
here?
and he's trolling by purpose.
Oh,
I'm still waiting for the 40-page manual for the whisk.
he's not gonna give it. It was just a lie.
Pull it out of my
Yeah.
arse. That's what I said.
Yeah,
Anytime
he was lying about it the entire
You're
time,
okay with being a liar.
like I predicted.
You're okay with being a liar. Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
Your character is revealed by your actions.
Yeah.
Literally.
Okay. That's going to make me. I'm not going to be able to sleep tonight.
I don't think
You're
we
a
care
liar,
anymore.
and you don't like liars, but you're quite happy to lie. So you're a hypocrite.
Yeah.
Okay.
I already did my
You're
sleeping.
okay.
I just woke up.
Oh, the world's so dishonest. But I'm allowed to be too. Hypocrite.
Mm-hmm.
That walk of shame is real good, honestly.
The walk of shame. Walk of shame.
Remove all the lies from your minds, guys? Or anyone?
You are the absolute fucking epitome of cunts. Believe me, you're the
When you buy a whisk, they got 40-page manuals. Oh, they definitely got 40-page manuals. Whisks. Well, they definitely got them. I really want to give false testimony because I'm so concerned about integrity. Bullshit.
So, Eden, what do you think about Schlitzy's actions? You just opened your mic a few seconds ago, so go ahead.
Yeah, you're still a bunch of cunts. And even this.
I'm not talking with you,
clown
Schlitzy. I'm
shit.
asking if he is agreeing with your actions or not. If he thinks that you are behaving here in this conversation well
So how
or
am
not.
I behaving? Come on then, Snooze. How am I behaving?
Yeah, I will answer you after you let Eden answer.
No, I get to the point that you're making. If you're going to make a point and talk to me like I'm in the third person, I'm here. So if you got something,
No.
ask me
I
directly.
was not
Ask me
talking about
fucking directly.
you.
You fucking weak
I was
person.
asking
You
the
fucking
opinion.
weak person.
Okay,
You
I
weak
tell you how you're
person.
behaving. I tell you
Come
how
on
you're
then.
behaving. You
How
are
am I
lying.
behaving?
You are caught lying, and then
Caught
the
lying
only
about what?
defense that
About
you have
what?
is
About what?
insulting other
About
people
what?
that have called you out. You were all the time claiming that a theodolite is not built for the purpose of celestial observation. We proved you wrong. You're still denying that and still claiming it's not purposeful, and you are dishonest. And I want to ask Eden if he
Can you
accepts
hold your
your
horses?
behavior
Can you
or
hold
if he
your
rejects
horses?
your behavior.
Can you hold your horses? Because you've said something. Let me address what you just said. You're telling me that I'm lying. I said that tool, and I stand by this, isn't designed. That's not that is not the purpose to take fucking celestial observations. And I said to you from the get-go, and I said to you from the get-go, that's not to say it cannot.
Says
But
otherwise.
I don't.
The manual provided says otherwise.
That tool wasn't designed to take fucking celestial observation angles.
What does that mean? I have a question. What does that mean to you? What does taking a celestial observation even mean to you?
What does it mean to me? That tool is for terrestrial elevations. That's what that tool's for. And it says that surveyor. You don't go
even ones that are 30 miles apart. It was made to do observations, and there is an attachment that allows it to do some other type of observation. Just because it's not made for doing that thing doesn't mean it can't be made to do that thing.
It is
made to do limitation for it.
It is made to do that thing. It is made to do celestial observations.
Anything how that
It's made to. The thing is that it's not made to do terrestrial. Listen to me. It's not specifically made to do terrestrial observations. It's made to do observations.
Yeah, terrestrial.
And astronomic.
Just observations.
And it right in the manual, it talks about and astronomic. In the manual.
And it only says, really and truly, when you read it, and you know this is true, it says about Polaris to just find true north. Nothing more than to find true north.
Scroll back up to 5.7.
Oh my God, here we go again. Back up to 5.
I really find it the most funny that you're trying to tell a person who's been using this thing for like 30 plus years how to use it.
Look, read how it's
this
really simple to use. It's not fucking rocket science, mate.
That's crazy. I'm not gonna lie. That's the most blatant part about this.
It's not rocket science. It actually says it's a very easy tool to use. The only people who are overcomplicating it are the pretenders. Oh, it's normal people can't use it.
Except you.
Normal people can't use it.
Okay. I don't. What do you mean?
5.7. Whenever using star observations, you're going to need the extra illumination equipment. That's described in 5.3. Yeah, what's the big fucking deal? That's not even the Polaris. That's just for astronomical observations. For Polaris observations, they have an additional attachment which can streamline just getting true north.
Yeah. So how does that work in your fucking surveying? thing.
Because
Just to say
you
like
can
that,
measure
this
angles
is
terrestrially in vertical and horizontal to stars. It does
just
both.
to find true north. Oh, this way is true north.
Well, it is a
No, I know,
it is
but it's come on. It's not helping you to do any terrestrial surveying. It just shows you where true north is.
well, that is
On the northern
that is the
hemisphere.
attachment for 5.7.4.
God.
But there's no preclusion from measuring astronomical observations to any star.
Okay. Oh my God. I don't know.
Why don't you read 5.7.2? It's not for Polaris. That one is for angles through to 180 degrees. It literally says there for astronomy, whatever plumbing is, and observing confined spaces. It literally says astronomy right there.
Yeah, he doesn't like it when the manual
Tell
says
me,
it can
tell
do
me when you
astronomic
had to
measurement.
incorporate astronomy into surveying. I've never seen that on a
But
drawing.
that's the thing, is that you're not. They're two
Yeah,
different
it's just
things.
a
Oh
thing
God,
to
it's in
find.
every fucking survey book.
To keep the conversation related, but also a simpler thing. So all Flat Earth has to do to debunk the globe is get 3 observations and use basic trig to measure the height of the sun. If you got 3 people around Earth at the same time to measure the angle of the sun above the horizon, and they all got the same height using Pythagoras, globe is debunked. It's that fucking simple. Why has not a single flat earther gone out and tried to do that?
Because it wouldn't prove it. That's why they don't
Exactly.
attempt, because they know.
It's one of the simplest things that you can do. The fucking simplest, but not a single flat earther goes, oh, that's great, we'll do that and debunk the globe once and for all. It's really strange, isn't it?
I don't know, mate.
Exactly.
If you say
They
so.
refer to these
We know
really
you don't know.
convoluted experiments with inconclusive results and loads of factors and shit and go, oh, look, it's flat. But they won't go to the most basic of basic experiments that objectively black and white disprove one model or the other that we're saying would disprove our model.
Now, in the last resort, they just say
I
things
don't
in
think
the
you've got
sky
a model.
don't prove the ground.
You've got like a theory, not a model.
Yes, but this experiment would prove it. Fundamentally, black and white, clear as day. No objection from the globe. The globe would be done. There is not a sane globe person here that would disagree with that statement. And this is why flat Earth is bullshit, because you get crickets.
You don't get crickets. I don't know what your point is.
You can't. Oh,
Right,
you
look,
can't use basic
you're saying something so simple.
Yes.
How comes your team ain't done it, or have they done it?
We
I would
have.
imagine
It
they've
doesn't
done
work.
it. Oh, okay.
We have
No
done
worries.
this.
Okay,
People
that's
have
cool
done
then.
this.
Okay,
And it
we're on
doesn't
a
work.
globe.
You
We're
plot
on a
on
globe
surface
then.
of a sphere,
We're on a
it
globe.
works. You plot on a
We're
flat
on a globe.
surface.
We're on a
doesn't work.
globe.
Yes. Okay. There we go. So flat
There you
Earth's
go.
dead.
Yeah, I'm sure your name is on some paper, some empirical observation, citing that you've killed this flat Earth. Yeah.
Well, I mean, we kill flat Earth every single day. They're constantly in denial.
Well, the good thing is, I don't really believe we're on a flat Earth, but I know we're not on a globe. That's the cool thing.
But that's the thing. We take these observations, we then plot
Oh,
them
yeah.
on a globe, and they work perfectly.
Yeah, because
Strange.
you're using geometry, which is designed as assuming you're on a ball when you're.
No, it does not. Geometry.
You're not
doesn't
establishing you. You're not establishing you're on a ball, regardless of what you say.
So,
but you can hop on. Be my guest.
So
Be
you
my
can
guest.
make geometry do
I'm
what
sure
you
your
want.
fellow globers will lap it up. They will
Can you
bathe
make
themselves
geometry
in
do what
your
you want?
proverbial piss.
Can you make geometry do what you want? Can you? Can you make geometry do what you want, or is geometry absolute and tells you what is happening?
Whatever.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
So stop trying to hand wave
I
shit
don't
and just say,
understand.
"Oh, you can make it
This
do
is
what
what I
you
don't
want."
understand. When you take all your measurements, you take them linear and planar. So then you do your little conversions and say, "Oh, it's this." And
Are you
that.
speaking from experience?
Am I speaking from experience? I don't know. You tell me how you do your theodolite surveying? Because I would imagine you take that planar first of all, and then you put in your calculations and or adjustments. I'm sure you do that.
The amazing thing, Schlizzy, is I
The
created
amazing
my own
thing.
model.
The amazing thing. Sherbil's going to answer that. Yeah. You take them planar, and then you make the adjustments. Yeah.
Nope.
No, not in geodetic surveying.
Geodetic. Okay.
Yes, it's long distance surveying.
Yeah, long distance survey.
Yep.
Okay. So you're using
in the ocean,
GPS, yeah? So you're using GPS, yeah?
Nope. We're
Global
using theodolites.
No, you're not using GPS.
We're using theodolites.
And you're not using any GPS?
Well, that's an option. I don't have to, but I do because I have
Okay.
both.
So now you don't, but you
incorrect.
do.
Our
So you
coordinates
don't, but you
incorrect.
do.
Our coordinates
Okay.
incorrect.
So when you're using GPS, you're assuming you're on a ball, period. So
no, they work on a
I
ball.
know that's why you don't want to say we use GPS. Well, the assumption is that you're on a ball even before you've established you're on a ball. So there you go.
GPS coordinates work.
Yeah, okay.
Are they consistent? Are they incredibly good for navigation and work every single time in dozens and dozens of fields across the world every single day?
I'm not saying they don't.
So what's the problem?
It's geared up for it to work. It's not gonna. If you think it's like gonna work, if you know, like you say, oh, we apply this to flat Earth and it doesn't work. Of course it doesn't, because it don't assume you're on a flat plane. You assume you're on a ball.
But it's a constant scale. There's no manipulation of scale. It's not distorted.
Of course it is. Look, you're on a ball. Say like you had a 10-meter piece of string, yeah, and you put that on the ball, yeah, and then you have your 10-meter line. That 10-meter line is going to be longer than the ball on the string on the ball. There's a manipulation, same length, but there's a manipulation straight away. So like, stop.
Lizzie, with a globe that I got off Amazon and a ribbon, I can tell you within literally less than 5% the distance between any place on Earth without any manipulation or distortion of numbers.
How about you put that ribbon in your hair?
Put the ribbon where?
In your hair. How about that?
In my hair?
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know.
It's
Just
a ribbon for a half marathon medal.
Half marathon. Okay.
Yes, I do half marathons for charity.
Okay. So that makes you what's that then? What does that make you?
Someone who does half marathons. Anyway, that's not the point. I can use the ribbon that's attached to the medal on a ball from a globe I got from Amazon to get really precise measurements to any two places on Earth.
So you got to have a ribbon of a half marathon finisher.
No, you can use anything. Don't stop being facetious. Using a piece of string. Using something with a straight edge.
I know where you come out with that. So you could make out the point you've done half marathons.
No, you said put it in my hair, and I told you what the ribbon was from.
What's your finishing time for a half marathon? By the way,
1.5 hours, 90 minutes. I can run a sub 90
Oh,
minutes.
that sounds like Saab. Are you telling the truth?
Yes.
I have to laugh a little bit because I just looked through 2 textbooks and I posted 2 pages from 2 different textbooks about field astronomy for the surveyor. So I wonder why that is.
Yep. But the thing is, Lizzie,
I still stand by what I say. That tool's not designed to do celestial observations. It's done for, it's a surveying tool. And
Then why is it in the manual?
Yes, I'm not saying you can't do that, Shubil, but it's not what it's designed to do.
Then why is it in the manual that it's specifically designed for that operation? It's in the manual specifically designed for that operation.
Surveying, Shubil. Surveying.
Yeah. And as I just as I looked into and I posted from textbooks, field surveying and fields of astronomy all in the same textbook.
Do you think when they do the drawings on their little CAD machines, they've got the option to put in the celestial navigation information? I don't think that even comes into play, does it?
What's wrong with
you? So when you do celestial navigation, you have to account for dip angle, right? How come I can create a model that accurately predicts people's dip angles before they even take the measurements down to less than 2 arc seconds?
That's a pretty big claim. That's a 90-minute
and I've
half
got the
marathon.
proof to back it up. If someone's ever taken a dip angle, tell me your elevation, and I will tell you the dip angle you got.
That's a big claim for a half marathon, 90-minute.
Cool. I've done it multiple times. I've also managed to perfectly replicate dip angle tables that have been produced over 150 years ago.
Do you get free entries?
It's incredibly
Do you
reliable.
get free entries to marathons?
Stop going off track.
No, but I just
Maybe
want to ask
she's
you
bought
that
a
question.
whisk with a 40-page user manual. Have we got that user manual yet for the whisk? I haven't seen that whisk manual for 40 pages yet. Is it going to provide that?
Do you get free entries for?
It's like you need a shiny object to keep on track. Come on, you can do this.
But like you just
keep
said,
on track.
You do 90-minute marathons. I suggest that you must have free
keep on
entries to
track.
marathon.
I know you're backed in a corner, but you'll look more of a man if you fucking address the argument that's being told to you.
And what's the argument?
The argument is
the
I can
theodolite
pretty perfectly predict
celestial
using my own model that I created.
Tool. I still stand by it. It's not a celestial tool. And I've never said once it can't do it.
But it can make celestial observations.
It's
I mean,
it's not what it's designed to do.
That's not what it. You can say that that's not what it is designed to do, but it can do it. Why does it matter whether it is or isn't designed to do that?
But it is designed to do that. That's why it's in the manual.
Hold on. We need to get past. We need to get past that part. We need to get past that part. What does it matter whether it is or isn't designed to do it? If it can do it.
But it's not the purpose of the tool.
So what? It can do it. What does that mean?
It's only talking about getting true north. I don't see anything.
But it can do other things too. If you read the rest of the accessories, it does other things too.
Yeah, it takes.
It doesn't just get true north. It does other celestial observations. Even if you claim that it says, or even if you claim that it is not designed to do that, it can do that anyway. And get more than just true north. So what does it matter that it is or isn't designed to do that? Why are you so stuck on that part?
Because it's not designed to do that.
So what? What does that mean?
Accurate. It's not going to be accurate.
Why? What? So what? What does that mean?
Well, when you're doing these super long distance measurements, they're not accurate. That's what I'm saying.
Accurate to what?
And there is the room for error and miscalculation, and that's
there's a room for error for everything.
Yeah.
So what?
Yeah, but no one wants to. No, these are accurate. These are fucking pinpoint. That's not true. And I'm just pointing out that part. That's not true.
Accurate to what?
Huh?
Accurate to what? What are you measuring?
He said it's fucking very accurate, and I don't.
Accurate to what? What are you measuring?
I don't know. Whatever he's fucking measuring and saying this.
So why? How can you even claim? You don't even know what you're measuring. You don't even know. You're making so many claims about this thing.
This and that.
You're making so many claims about this thing to a literal professional, a proven professional at this point.
Are you crying?
I'm just saying. You literally make no sense. I'm asking you questions. You're not making any sense.
My arguments with Shubil. Why are you so upset?
Because you're not making any sense. I'm asking you to explain yourself, but you don't even know what we're measuring.
I've just told you. I don't know anyone in particular, but I'm just saying measurements at long.
Why are you making claims
in general?
Why are you making claims about stuff you don't know? And why are you saying it's not going to be accurate?
True north. It's not talking about
that would be my.
It's just saying about.
Yeah, that would be my first question. Would be why are you claiming anything about how accurate it would be if you don't know how to use it?
Finding true north. What's true north then? Is that?
But the thing is that I already told you that there are other accessories that
you have to be.
There are other accessories that do other things other than find true north.
Now you're going to tell me
If you
what
read the
else they
manual,
do.
you would have seen.
Yeah,
If
it
you
does
read the
sun.
manual,
It does the sun. Yeah.
okay, so that's more than Polaris.
And it has, look at the thing to do the prism.
Right,
So,
that's the other thing that does all the other stuff.
yeah, so like what accuracy are you going to get from that? You're just going to be,
Well, they're designed for.
what do you do?
They're
It does
designed
other
for it.
things. So tell me what it does when you're looking at the sun with the prism attachment. What's that?
I mean, you'd have to ask the professional.
Well, you seem to know. You told me it does other things. So like, see how
All
ridiculous
I'm saying is that
See how ridiculous we can get.
all I can tell you is what I read from the manual. All you can tell me is what you read from the manual. That's all we have because we are not the professionals.
It's a surveying tool, yeah?
It sounds like it can survey the stars.
I don't think so. I don't think it's in the way
But there
that
are
you
attachments
think
that
it.
allow it to do so. Why would we assume that it doesn't do that?
With the Polaris, it's just finding true north.
Right, and there are other attachments that do other things.
You just told me that, but you can't tell me what the other things it does.
Yeah, you're right, because I'm not the professional.
Well,
but it's in the manual.
I don't think it does what you're.
But it's in the manual, though.
You're leaning to believe it does.
But it's in the manual.
Yeah, it says you can put an attachment on it.
Yeah.
And look at the attachment to put on to look at the sun. What accuracy? You know, what are you? What proof measurement is that going to give you? It's not going to give you no measurement, is it? It's just going to give you an angle. It's going to give you an angle of where the sun
that's
is
the only thing. I'm pretty sure that's what it's supposed to be measuring.
Take a planar measurement because
It's supposed to be measuring the angle, isn't it?
Take a planar measurement, and it just
Isn't that
like what it does is like most of it gives you ground position because like obviously it mentions that with these attachments you don't have to get an almanac to give you those positions. It's basically if you haven't got an almanac, you can use the tool to basically give you a ground position. I would imagine it's that, yeah. I don't know. Like you say, I'm not professional. I would imagine Shubil can tell you that because he's the professional.
Right. So
you ain't got an almanac because you fucking forgot it. So you can set up your tool if you've got the attachment, and you can then give yourself the ground position to establish where you are. I would imagine it's that, yeah. So it's not anything other than giving you a ground position on a longitude and latitude within reason. Within reason.
True, but this would be your expertise.
Oh, I don't know. I'm just guessing. Shubil knows, so maybe he can shed the light on it. I would imagine it's something like that. I don't think I'm going to be too far away. See, my claim wasn't that it don't do certain things. My claim was that it's going to give you accuracy, and it's like this tool is designed to measure these things, and I don't think it is designed to do that. It's a surveying tool, so why would you need to be looking at stars and all that kind of thing? Obviously, it can give you ground positions and things like that. But you'd know that anyway before you read. You don't have to find it out. You can most probably confirm that within reason of where you are. I don't know.
I just don't understand why you would think that it wouldn't be accurate. I don't understand why it wouldn't be accurate.
Because look, when you do a survey when you've got your site, yeah, you don't go 100 miles away from your site to survey that site. You survey it on site. That's why it's called an on-site survey.
But
Yeah?
why wouldn't you? Or why couldn't you?
Because you wouldn't, would you?
But why couldn't you do that?
Because I don't think the people who give you the mandate to make the survey would accept you 100 miles away doing a survey. I don't think they would accept that. That's just a
Well, I'm
guess.
saying,
I
what I'm
can't
saying is
confirm
that's
that.
something else.
Only
I'm saying why can't you do that? Why can't you do it anyway?
Right, look. I would
Not for
say that I've got a
them. I'm
site.
just saying just to do a survey.
Listen to this, right? I've got a site, and I'm going to commission you to survey the site.
Not
Then you're going to
talking about
submit the
commission.
site.
I'm
Hold
saying
on. You're going to submit the
I'm not
survey.
talking about whether somebody would or wouldn't take your survey. I'm just saying, why shouldn't you do that?
Because it would give an inaccurate readings. You want to be
Inaccurate to what?
What if the
An angle?
site? What if the site is an entire county?
Here we go. Tell the truth, Bill. Would you, if you was commissioned to do a site survey, are you going to be on site or are you going to be 100 miles away?
Well,
Where you
if
gonna
I'm
be?
if I'm going to survey a construction site, I'll be on the construction site. But I asked you a very specific question. What if the commissioning is to survey an entire county?
Oh, what, to take the land measurements of an entire county?
Yes, to make it like an ordnance survey, 1 to 24,000 scale map. Yeah.
Yeah, I would imagine you would you'd set it up to do your planar survey. You'd do the planar survey of 100 miles square, and or within those, that's your maximum parameters, and I would imagine you would fit that or scale that down to that, say how big that county is, or how small or how big it is. I would imagine you would do.
Now, you see, you're imagining that, and
Okay,
I can forgive you for that.
I don't know. I'm just guessing.
Hold on.
You
said
me.
you said you would imagine we'd just be dealing with these 100 square mile planar surveys, and I said no. I'm talking about a multi-thousand square mile county, which at no point would ever be considered planar in any way, shape, or form.
Well,
and geodetic measurements would easily be in the 100-mile range.
Well, sorry, I don't live in a place where there's thousands of miles. So
I just
yeah, you do.
Where do I live? You don't know where I live.
Well, you live in the UK, right? Ordnance survey.
No,
Ordnance survey is thousands of square miles.
I'm not in the UK.
Okay, wherever the fuck you are, I guarantee that country is over thousands of square miles.
Yeah, the whole country. You're talking about a county. So I'd say a region.
Yeah, if you have a county,
maybe you say a region is going to be more than 100.
If you have a county that's less than 1,000 square miles, that's barely a city.
Well,
I just want to say, while you guys were talking, me and Ruhif, right? He showed me a dip angle measurement that he made some time ago. I then had to predict the exact height he took that observation from. And using my own model that I created, I got within 10 centimeters of his recorded height using his GPS coordinates.
Wow.
10 centimeters.
Wow.
Using this thing that I used, assuming a sphere, and it's just geometry. I just made it in a graphical software. 10 centimeters. Do you understand the significance of how accurate a model has to be to get within 10 centimeters?
Yeah. Did you assume you were on the ball?
Yes. Yes. Well, let me zoom out real quick.
No, did you assume that you were on the ball?
Yes.
Yes.
That is what this model is based around, and it works.
And Ruhip's
no, Ruhip just took
calculations
measurement.
Assuming he's on the ball.
He just took a measurement.
Listen, it's fantastic. I think it's amazing. So But really and truly, I don't believe that you would get any other result than you got.
So when you take a measurement of the
Look, I'm not
ground,
here to. I'm
or an
not
angle
here
to
to
the
argue.
ground,
Look, I'm
it
not
matches
here
a
to
formula.
argue. Look, I'm not here to argue that you can't do that measurement. I'm not here to say, this bullshit. Look, Ruhif's made a measurement, assuming he's on the ball. You've done exactly the same thing, and you're basically
No, Schlitzy. No.
He's not assumed anything.
Okay.
I just made a measurement. That's it.
What a measurement of what though?
The horizon.
An angle to the horizon.
An angle to the horizon.
Yes. That's all he did.
So what was the angle to the horizon then?
11 minutes, 27 seconds.
That. Oh, you done it in a time.
0.19 degrees. 0.19 degrees. And the thing is, I can reverse engineer that so I can get this angle, because normally you put in the altitude and get an angle, but if I adjust the altitude so I get the exact angle of his measurement, it spits out the exact same height at which he was at. Weird.
So you got this. Yeah. To be honest, you're like. I mean, I'm not surprised you get both the same measurements because, like, you're assuming you're on a globe, he's assuming you're on a globe.
You're not assuming anything.
No, Schlitzy. Are you listening, bro? I made a measurement.
Bro, aren't you? You're not really my bro, are you?
No, I'm not.
My
Like I said, I would
brother's a
have banned you
decent
from this
guy.
server long
Yeah,
ago.
my brother's a decent guy. If you
Right.
turned around and
I
said
just
you
made a
my bro,
measurement.
my brother would most probably intervene and tell you.
You weren't here when
I just made a measurement, Slitsy.
40-page manual. So.
Right. I made a measurement.
Yeah, you can
I
put
did
it out of
not
my arse anytime
assume
you want.
anything.
Also,
Do you understand, Schlitzy?
Go on,
Do you understand? I made a measurement. I didn't assume anything. I just made a measurement.
Okay, you made a measurement, and the other guy, you gave him the measurement, and he went away and come back with the same thing. Yeah.
No,
He
as in
predicted my observer height.
I predicted.
Oh, he predict. Oh, you. So, like, what did you give him?
He
Gave
gave
him
me
the
the
angle
angle.
to the horizon.
Yep.
Which was 0.19
0.19 degrees.
Yeah.
I adjusted the altitude until I got a dip angle of that value. So it was 41.23 meters. Right? So that gets you the.
Okay.
Which gives you that 11 minutes, 27 seconds, or 0.19 degrees, and it spits out. So that was the altitude you have to be at to get that dip angle, and it matched perfectly.
It's a prediction of a globe, Schlitzy.
Because it is. That's what I just told you. You're assuming you're on a globe.
No.
He is not assuming it when he takes the measurement.
Yeah, but his measurement's always going to be globe. It doesn't matter, does it?
Because the Earth's a globe, you fuckstuck.
No, it isn't. You're assuming that.
Why does this work?
I get it. I get it.
How come when he measured flat, the angle shows curved?
You know what you got to do? I'll tell you what you got to do. Grow your own strawberries. They're so nice.
So, Shlizzy, right?
Also,
Also,
just grow your own strawberries.
the math
You
that
can
I
do that.
used
First of
to
all,
generate this,
First
I
of
have come
all,
up
look,
with
listen.
myself.
First of all, grow your own strawberries. They're so
Yes,
nice.
I developed this thing entirely myself. All the equations are original and mine.
What
I did not use anyone's math to make
when you developed it yourself,
Yes.
did you sort of take any other model into consideration in
No.
developing your own model?
All I did was draw a circle with a specific radius, the radius of the Earth, right? And then I drew lines to that circle, and then I created equations that would give me the angles between those lines. So all I'm doing is drawing lines on a graph, and then setting up values that would tell me what the angles between them and distances are on the graph, right? It's just geometry. I'm just drawing lines.
That might be a telltale sign. That might be a telltale sign that all the GPS and everything's set up because it assumes you're on a globe and it's going to marry with the globe stuff. That's why I don't. When people tell me anything about a measurement with GPS. It's not going to tell you anything other than what it's like you say, how it spits it out. I'm not going to be amazed. I'm not going to be going, wow, how did it do that? Because it's all set up to do that.
The best part is that I also did a flat Earth, right?
And it didn't work out? Tell me it didn't work out.
No, yeah, because I verified like that these dip angles are accurate. You can use them to then make a prediction for the flat Earth of how far the horizon should be on a flat Earth compared to how far it actually is away. And when we observe that, we see that the horizon where the flat Earth should be is absolutely nowhere near where the actual horizon is.
So when you just use 2D trigonometry, yeah, and then you can even use the almanac to get, you know, positions and everything. You don't have to use, you know, like you just need a sextant, a good watch, you know, your almanac, and you can navigate. So
because the Earth's a sphere, because we take dip angles on a spherical surface.
But you wouldn't have to do all the. You can just take the planar, the 2D trigonometry and navigate.
No, because
not a
it doesn't
problem.
work. I'm showing you it doesn't work.
You don't think it works. You don't think it
use that to
works.
calculate a distance to the horizon, and then when you actually measure it, it's completely different.
Yes, but that's why you need to go and navigate yourself. Then you'll know that you can navigate. And before the almanac and all that kind of stuff came about, people happily navigated, and they didn't just navigate around the shores.
I'm not gonna lie. I have to ask again. Why does this matter?
Yeah, it doesn't
Why
matter.
does it
Who
matter that
cares?
you
I
can?
don't
Why
really
does it matter? No, I'm asking you. Why does it matter that you can take an almanac and do navigations? What does that have anything to do with what we're talking about here?
Well, I just said like you can use the plane.
You can. You absolutely can.
Trigonometry.
So what does that have anything to do with this?
So no big deal, is it? It's no big deal. It works on a flat map. It works on a fucking globe. No big deal.
No, I'm saying
It
you
doesn't prove
can
anything.
You
It
can.
doesn't prove
Yeah,
anything,
it does.
does it?
What I'm saying that
But it
you're
doesn't
saying is
prove
it doesn't
anything,
prove
other than
anything.
it works on both your
What
so-called
I'm saying,
models.
what I'm saying that you are saying is it doesn't prove. Your thing doesn't prove anything. You're just talking out of your ass.
And
You're making a
thing
new
don't
point
prove
that doesn't
anything.
matter.
You're assumpting that
you're
you're on a ball without absolutely establishing you're on a ball. It's fucking ridiculous.
It establishes you're on a ball because it fucking works.
Oh my god.
And the
Anyway,
fact that
look,
you
I'm
put it
going
on
to leave you in globe heaven, yeah? Because I've got to
you
go
take
and
the
do
data,
something. I've got to do
plot it on a
something.
flat
I've got to
surface,
do
it
something.
doesn't work.
I've got to go and run a half marathon in 90 minutes. That's what I need to do.
And while you're there, can you buy a whisk for me?
For real. Show me
You know
a
what?
40-page manual on
Anytime you
that.
want to pull that out.
No, I had to turn it into a joke, because I was taking it a bit serious earlier.
Yeah, you were. It was
Yeah, but
just
I
like
was.
your anvil thing. I thought I'd give you something to, you could suck that up. Yeah?
Yeah, I know, but you were asking for
That's what I
evidence.
said. You can
and
take it
you
out of my
provided
ass
it,
anytime you
and-
want. Yeah, feel free.
Yeah, but you said just something that you would be able to.
Yeah, I
provide, and
wanted to
you
give you
provided.
some.
There's
I
a bit
wanted
of
to give you
hypocrisy
some.
there. Like I
But I
was
still
just being
don't
serious
think.
about it
I
until
still
you
don't
like.
think. I still don't
Mhm.
think. Even when I read and I don't deny that you can look at a star or you can look at the sun with the theodolite, but precision-wise, and I think it's for what it's saying that you can find true north or you can find a GP position, or get within reason. You can say, look, the sun is 54 degrees above. The zenith is 90 and that's 54, and then you make your calculation where you are. But you would have that information anyway, so I don't know. I think it's just all a little bit. It's all a little bit geared up to. Oh yeah, we're on a globe.
Yeah.
I tell you what.
I was more disappointed in the hypocrisy, and that's why I got a bit enthusiastic.
Show me the curve. That's what I want to see.
This is the curve. Been showing you it for the last 5-10 minutes.
There ain't no curve. I don't know. There's not a physical one you can see.
There quite is.
I mean, you can go up in a rocket and then just observe the Earth curve.
Yep, we've got satellites taking photos of the Earth every 10 minutes.
Literally.
A rocket? What kind of rocket?
A rocket that goes into
I'm just
space.
saying you can go up, and if you go up high enough, you'll see the curve.
No way.
Yep.
Yes way.
And spinning.
Yep.
And it'll be spinning too. Yes.
Yep.
Which way? Left or right? Left or right? Or right to left?
The orientation of the rocket.
Kind of depends on. It depends on where you take off from. To be fair, if you take off in the northern hemisphere and you look straight down, if the North Pole is up, I believe that means it should be spinning counterclockwise.
You sure?
I'm not entirely sure. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not entirely sure about that one. Pretty sure it's supposed to be turning counterclockwise.
Facing north,
at least you're
it'll be going from right to left. If you're facing south, it'll be going from left to right.
Are you going to do a spacewalk while you're up there? Might as well, yeah? Spacewalk?
Yeah, I mean, you would want to if you had that opportunity.
They reckon they've been doing space wanks as well, but that's just, maybe I made that up. I don't know.
I would.
Space wank, imagine that.
Absolutely.
I'm going up for a space wank.
I would go into space, do space wank.
You know they ain't got no fucking windscreen wipers on the rocket.
Yeah, you've heard about the Mile High Club. Now it's the astronomic.
Do you know why they don't have windscreen wipers on the rockets?
Why?
They don't need them.
Good job.
Yeah, and they'll call it the JISS.
I can't wait. I want space travel. I'm gonna be in line queuing up to go to where we going. Fuck the moon. We've been there already. We're going Mars.
I'll make sure to put in a good word to get you on a rocket.
Oh.
Please send me to space, man. That would be the best.
When I get there, I will try my best.
8 months. 8 months.
You know the way I want to die.
Go for
Inside
it.
a black hole.
That would be cool. That'd be pretty.
I want to see what's on the other side of a black hole.
I can hook you up with that Norman Williams. She
Hey,
might be
yo.
able to invite you. She's
Well,
very
So there's a really trippy thing actually. So for my final year dissertation project, I'm working on 2 professors to develop a what's called an ABEP engine, or an air breathing electric propulsion engine. So it's going to be an engine that goes on satellites that is going to work in very low Earth orbit and is going to be air breathing.
Fucking hell, you're like an inventor.
I study rocket science. It's like my job. Well, it's my career anyway.
What? Can you ask me a question? What do they fly in a archy kind of manner? What's that all about?
It's called a gravity turn, right? So there's 2 ways you can. Well, there's 2 types of ways you can go to space. You can go straight up, which reduces aerodynamic drag but maximizes geopotential drag or geopotential forces, and is completely sideways, which would maximize drag but minimize geopotential forces or resistance. So you know that the sweet spot between those 2 is going to be somewhere in the middle. And we use a lot of complicated math to define this sort of parabolic trajectory we use to get into orbit, but it depends on the profile of the mission.
So you're telling? So is this my understanding of a rocket? Yeah, the rocket goes up, sort of like round, like the rainbow effect to get into a sweet spot to get into orbit, and then when it gets into orbit, it don't need no more rocket fuel.
No.
It just can what, and it can just propel around, like using zero fuel.
Yep. Because there's nothing to slow it down.
Oh, it's just like it pops into the orbit and then it's just orbiting.
Well, yeah, there's like little to no atmosphere at sort of those altitudes, so you have no reason to produce thrust
So
to keep it
it's
orbiting. I mean, what I'm working on, you do actually have to keep thrusting because at 200 kilometers, there's still sort of like millinewtons of drag. It's like a million. The pressure up there at 200 kilometers is like 1,000,000 times less than sea level, but it's still enough that it will deorbit a satellite in weeks or months, depending on the size of it. So you do actually have to put engines on it to keep doing orbital correction burns to keep it in orbit for longer. That's the whole point of this air-breathing electric propulsion engine.
So how did it deal with the zero gravity then? Is there zero gravity? I don't know.
So
I'm
it's
only
still
assuming.
experiencing gravity, which is why it's in an orbit. So it's falling back to Earth constantly, but it's going sideways fast enough that the sort of arc that it travels matches the curvature of the Earth. That's what an orbit is. It's like if you threw a ball, it makes a parabola. If you throw it harder, the parabola gets bigger and then lands on the ground. If you throw that ball hard enough, the arc of its parabola will match the arc of the ground and it will be in orbit.
Hmm. Okay. But I never knew that.
Learn something new every day.
So so like how far does this like non-zero gravity thing? Is there a limitation to that, and I don't know.
Limitation in what way?
Well, say like I've reached the orbit to be able to, like I'm in zero gravity. Say if I want to go further, what do I do? Just keep going, yeah?
So you need to do what's called a orbital insertion burn. So you would point the rocket in a specific direction, fire the engines for a very specific amount of time, and your orbit would raise. But funnily enough, you would have to accelerate to get up into a higher orbit, in which then you're traveling at a slower velocity when orbiting around the Earth. It's weird. Orbital mechanics is strange.
So the opposite of what you want to do. You do what the opposite of what you want to do achieve what you need to do.
You have to
What you're
accelerate to get
setting
into
out
a
to
higher
do.
orbit, but then you end up actually traveling at a slow overall speed because you need less sideways velocity to orbit at a higher altitude. So, like at 400 kilometers above the Earth, things are traveling at about 8 kilometers a second, but the moon is orbiting Earth at about 1 kilometer a second.
That's mad, isn't it?
Yeah, orbital mechanics. It's crazy. And
because if you had to learn something to do the opposite of what you need to do to achieve what you want to do, that's crazy as well. I'd be so confused.
And using
This is why it's confusing.
Using two equations in physics, you can actually like show this to be the case. All you need is the centrifugal equation and the gravitational equation, and you can calculate the exact orbital velocity you would need to travel at any altitude above the Earth, and it comes out lovely. The math's very, it's pretty straightforward.
You know what is really fascinating for me is the absolute incapability over months and months and months explaining the model, not getting it, and not having the either the honesty to understand the mathematics and the physics in that model, even though you don't believe it, or being really seriously as dumb not understanding it. This is a real fascinating thing for me.
Is that your observation?
You're like in it too.
Noozle bamboozle.
Absolutely, that is my observation.
You're trying to
Independently how
bamboozle
often
me?
we try to explain it, independently how kindergarten-like we try to explain our model, you're just 100% incapable of either admitting that you have understood it, or you're just too unintelligent to actually get it.
I'll be honest with you. I've never ever heard anyone explain that stuff, what he just said just now. So.
And that's another lie.
That isn't. I haven't heard that. I've never sat there. Number one, I most probably haven't paid attention to what anyone's saying. And number two, it just intrigued me when he said like he was doing his dissertation and all that kind of stuff. So I was curious to what he learned. So him explaining this stuff, I don't know.
This stuff that create functioning functioning rockets, you know, it requires all this math is based on gravity existing, the Earth being the globe, the heliocentric model. Like this is all dependent on it, and it works, and it creates functioning rockets that we use all the time for things in space. It's amazing.
Is there any?
Who's drinking so far?
This is just a question. Is there any possibility that this might all be, you know, conjecture?
Nope.
Or is it?
No. Nope.
No.
Nope. Like,
See, things have gone to Schlitz here.
Life of Brian, the life of Brian. Is there any men here? No.
The thing is as well, like, I'm
No,
at a society at uni, and we're developing a rocket engine, right? We're actually building one, and we're going to hot fire test it in July. If the equations that we use are just bullshit, then it wouldn't
you're
work.
going to build a rocket?
A rocket engine, not a whole rocket. A rocket engine.
Oh, well, I thought you was going to build a rocket.
I mean,
it's not a question of
we've done amateur rocketry before, like I've done that, but rocket engine is
How
itself.
far do those amateur rockets go up, by?
In the UK, besides specific licenses like amateur rocketry, it's like 3 to 5 kilometers. Because of
what do you get from, like? I'm curious now, and I'm being serious. If you go up what did you say, 3.5 kilometers?
3 to 5 kilometers, yeah.
Yeah, what do you actually see at 5? Say like 5 kilometers. I'm up 5 kilometers above the Earth. What do you see?
Not much. Like not
Do
much.
you have a camera?
That is not the travel height of normal airplanes.
Like,
yeah, that's
you
what
don't
I
see a
was
lot.
thinking. I'm trying to get my head around it.
Well, airplanes fly like 10 kilometers, right? Above the ground.
You try to wrap your head around what you see in an airplane, or what?
No, I'm just saying like a rocket, a rockito.
Yeah, in a rocket that is flying at 2/3 or so of the travel height of a normal airplane, what do you think he will see? Seriously, I mean, what are you talking about?
I don't know. I don't go up in a rocket.
Let's see, 5 kilometers is 5,000 meters, right?
Not that far.
5,000 meters is like a very high mountain. What do you think you're going to see from a very high mountain?
So
Well, some people claim they can see Earth goes.
If I share my,
I don't think so.
You're not going to see Earth curve from there. It's not that.
Let me share my. There we go.
Things have gone to Schlitz.
Lizzie, if you look at my screen, so this is a hot fire test we did last year. We got quite a few videos and stuff. So this is like, again, using this globe Earth math and whatnot and everything, this is sort of what we can produce. And this takes a lot of math, a lot of time, and a lot of headaches. Even
What's
for
that fuel? What's that fuel?
a 5-10 second duration burn.
What the
it
Schlitz?
takes basically an entire year to develop. And you have to do so much testing, it's unreal.
What fuel is that?
That is paraffin with carbon black and nitrous oxide. So it's solid paraffin and isoparaffin, and then liquid nitrous oxide at 35 bar.
I like the pattern it makes. It almost looks like a chain.
Yeah, so what they're called are mock diamonds. And what that shows is a rocket engine, not to toot my own horn. That is, like, the nozzle expansion is pretty perfect. It's an ideal nozzle expansion, because what's happening is the exhaust leaving the plane of the nozzle is coming out pretty much perfectly horizontally, so that the pressure of the exhaust is pretty identical to the atmospheric pressure. As it continues to expand, atmospheric pressure becomes larger than the pressure of the exiting exhaust gas, which will cause the atmosphere to compress the exhaust gas to a point, which is what we see as a mock diamond. As it compresses the exhaust gas, the pressure increases, and which the exhaust gas then expands again, and this cycle repeats, and that's what you call mock diamonds. That's what that pattern is. It's literally due to the exhaust being compressed and pressing against the atmosphere in a repeated fashion.
Oh, so like pressure without a container. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I was
exactly.
just saying. So
Pressure
you
without
need
a
a container, right?
Yeah.
Wow, you have to put that in the paper that you've proved pressure without.
Oh, funnily enough, I have a 20-page PDR on how we made this rocket engine with all the calculations and report and material design. Because we have to document this shit.
It's pretty neat how the thing comes out. I'll give you a choose on that.
Yeah, let me get it up. I'm just gonna close the stream for a sec so I don't dox myself. 1 sec, sorry.
I know where you are.
Was I what? Sorry.
I'm coming around for tea. No, I'm joking.
Where's the PDR? It is draft document. Here it is. Although I think CDR might be better, but
Snooze, how do you feel? This kid's going to go to space before you.
I mean, not necessarily go to space, but I'll be hopefully designing engines. Like that's the
Snooze
point.
says he's too old to go to space.
Too old. God damn, man.
We'll use
Yeah,
the
one
font.
of those.
It's pretty
He'll
good
have
for
one
what
of those
it's worth.
elongated chins.
Right, let me show my screen.
Elongated chins, like Habsburg chin.
Schlitzy, what do you think? How old I am?
What the Schlitz?
63.
Well, don't dox
You sound
myself.
like your early 30s, man, my German friend.
Can you guys see the table of contents?
How old are you? Snooze?
Yeah.
Cool.
Early 30s?
Closer to your estimation than to Schlitzy's, but let's say I'm closer to 30 than to 20.
Think
30 than to 20. I gotcha.
So
I'm
this
also
is-
closer to 30 than to 10, but
Oh, that's the.
So this is the cross section of the rocket engine. So it's a hybrid rocket engine. So you're using a solid fuel and a liquid oxidizer. We've got a max feed pressure of 46 bar, oxidizer flow rates of 0.2 kilograms per second, 400 Newton thrust, which is like 40 kilos, and then a 5-second duration burn. The next year's one, we are upping to 1500 Newtons or 150 kilos of thrust. And then design overview, propellant choice, we're using paraffin over HDPB or hydroxyl terminated polybutide, just because of like toxins that are produced when you use HDPB. It's like when you use isocyanates with it, it can be quite toxic. It produces like hydrochloric acid as a byproduct. It's not very nice. Material choices, we decided to go with steel 304, looking at temperature, sort of combustion temperatures of like 3000 Kelvin. Doing a bit of thermodynamics, looking at thermal insulation and conductivity to get like material choices.
Kelvin, he owes me money.
We then decided to go with a graphite nozzle, again, just because of high temperature, like being able to withstand high temperatures and low thermal conductivity. This is how we designed the injector plate, the inlet manifold, the instrumentation we were going to use, like sort of looking at oxidizer inlet pressure, mass flow rate, inlet temperature. And then we did pressure calculations. So we got 3.5 megapascals for our sort of combustion chamber pressure.
Rocketman, all of this is incredibly impressive and shows me that you are indeed a big brain. But I have to do my lefty purity test and ask, do you support in any way or function Elon Musk and what he's doing?
Okay, I will answer. I'll start off by saying SpaceX is an incredible area for scientific research and development of spacecraft and spacecraft engineering. The actions of Elon Musk, in my opinion, have no relation to the significance of SpaceX, and I do not condone any of his actions.
Okay, good.
I'm a SpaceX fanboy, but for the rockets, not the person that runs it.
Not the Heil Hitlering guy?
Yeah, no, not Mr. Roman salute guy. Yeah.
For me, it's the other way around. I like Elon Musk, but I dislike SpaceX.
Well, yeah, but
do you think he's
trolling
right
right now?
His cars?
Is it bad that I drive a Tesla?
Yeah, because Tesla is gay.
This is a shit car. It's bad in that way. It's bad for you.
Imagine
bad
driving
car.
a soulless car, man. You press the gas pedal. What are you actually braking? The on pedal?
No, it's, I guess I wouldn't call it gas. I would call it an accelerator.
Yeah, you see how you remove the soul?
So the whole point of showing this, Schlizzy, is it's not for a dick measuring contest, right? Because my partner, my girlfriend, has a larger dick than me, obviously. It's to show that this math that engineers use to build rockets that account for the Earth and account for gravity and all these things that flat earthers say don't exist works really well.
Yeah, but math is
all the
risk.
time.
Okay, let me ask you the question, which is, all your experiments are land-based, yeah? Or you had an actual launch?
So I've launched model rockets, but the building an engine is land-based. Yes, it's a horizontal.
Yeah. So until you do that, put your land-based model into thingy, then you can conclude that, look, I've done this and tested it, and it is what it is. Yeah, I'm not
That's
here
what the
to
hot
say
fire
that
test was.
that's not
Sort
going to
of.
happen, but I hope it does.
Well, that's what the hot fire test was.
Yeah.
Like
But
the
there's-
video I showed, that is us testing this, that we've spent an entire year doing calculations over and simulations and material choices and design and analysis.
Yeah, but still, you have to put it into, you have to action it in the environment what it's supposed to be, and then when it performs in that, then you can conclude, yeah, look, I've built this,
What other people have done.
and it's done exactly what I said it's going to do.
That's
Yeah,
what we've done.
But other people have done it also.
Yeah, so the whole competition, it's called the Race to Space competition, and it's a UK scheme to build the UK like space sector, and there are like a dozen universities that take part in this, all
Why
with
don't
their
you,
own
why
designs
don't you
and
give Brandy a ring, Richard Branson?
because it's got nothing to do. I mean,
He
it's
can
not
give you
really
some
got
tips,
anything
though,
to do with
innit?
that.
Surely.
This is the development of sort of UK rockets and small startup companies like Skyroar and stuff to like build the UK space sector.
But he built a rocket, surely.
He built a.
Well, don't you believe that?
He built a suborbital sort of flight vehicle.
Plainy looking thing.
Yeah, I wouldn't exactly call it a rocket, but
What did you think of that when you saw that? What was
I
your...
mean, it's cool. It's a clever bit of engineering. It's a tourist thing, like, but it's not what I want to go into.
He went from balloons to rockets.
Yeah. Anyway, that's enough for me.
I didn't see that
Fair enough.
connection, that transition as such, but him and his neighbour. What did you think of that one? What did you think? Yeah, let me ask you about that. What did you think of the Bezos one? Sending the
Katy Perry launch. I mean, by definition, they went to space. I wouldn't call them astronauts, and it was a bit of a cheesy PR scheme, but by definition, they went to space. Like, he's done it like over a dozen times now, or however many. Like,
there's no ifs or buts about that.
There's not much to it. They went up, they just reached the international definition of space, came back down, was really cringe. Yeah.
They come down a bit of a bump, no?
During like the last half a second, they fire the some like thrusters at the bottom of the pad to basically create a pillow of air for it to land a bit softer on the ground.
Is your rocket, when you launch it, is it gonna self-land?
Well, it's the thing is, you don't have your rocket. When you're working on rocket engines, you will be working on a specific component inside of a rocket engine. Like at the moment, I'm on a placement year, and I'm a design engineer for an aerospace company that make aircraft parts, right? So I design aircraft parts to go on aircraft. You don't build a wing; you build a specific part for one part of a wing. Like not a single engineer designs an entire wing or designs an entire rocket. That's just
What part do you design on the? Do you design airplane wings?
No, I design parts that go in aircraft or different parts of aircraft. Like no one designs an aircraft wing. Like you'll have general sort of, we want the profile to be this, this, and this, but no one designs every part of an aircraft wing because there are thousands and thousands of parts that go into an aircraft wing.
So it's like
Yeah.
compartmentalized.
The average aircraft, commercial aircraft, has something between 1 and 6 million parts.
Uh-huh. And each part is designed by different people.
By people, by many thousands and thousands of people.
That's mad, isn't it? I wonder why.
Because it's fucking hard.
Yeah, but like if you're gonna do one part of a plane, you might as well do a few other parts, isn't it? It's
Yeah,
like
you're doing multiple parts. Like you're not just going to work on one part and that's it. But you're working at one part at a time. You're not making an assembly of. You're not designing an entire assembly of a wing. Like for subsystems manufacturer, like the one I work at, we will speak to Boeing or Airbus, and they will come to us and say, "Hey, we need this seal design to go for this specific part of the aircraft to do this function under these conditions for this duration of time." And then the design engineers will take that and go, okay, I've designed the parts to meet all your criteria to specific ISO standards. We then submit that back to Airbus, or we make the part. That part undergoes critical design testing. You have traceability of all the part, like all the materials used to make the part. And then after many months, it gets certified and then put on the aircraft. There is so much that goes into literally putting every single part on an aircraft. Everything needs justifying, everything needs traceability, everything needs to be documented, every decision. If you make a part and you change a single hole on that part 5 mil to the right, you have to document that entire process, update all your design drawings, update all the CAD, send it to the customer, get the customer to approve it, get the quality team to approve it, just to make a tiny change. Like there is so much shit that goes on to design stuff, but like people don't
because you got
understand it.
accountability. Anything happens, you're going to be like on the shopping block.
Exactly.
You caused a disaster.
The Delta Airlines flight. Did anyone see the Delta Airlines flight that sort of rolled over when it landed in Canada? I think it was Toronto, and like the wings came off and stuff.
Yeah.
Our company supplied parts for that aircraft, and we have specific teams dedicated to receiving. You receive a list before it gets, like when they get the wreckage and stuff, they release a statement out to all the companies that produce parts with a list of the parts that they use in that aircraft, in case you need to send people out to then gather data to determine whether your part was the reason that the plane crashed. And I was sat in my office as that happened, and someone opposite me got an email with all the subsystem parts, and thankfully, none of the parts on that aircraft came from our site. It came from another site in a different country, but not our site.
And I assume you're part of a tier 1 supplier, or
yeah,
like a
yeah.
direct contract with a plane
Yeah.
manufacturer, or
We get audits from the companies on like regular basis. They come in
Yeah.
and perform audits. Yeah.
So it's similar with car manufacturers. You have the OEM, for example, like Audi, Tesla, and so on, and then you have the tier 1 suppliers who, for example, develop the ECUs, who develop the engine parts, who develop whatever. Very few things are actually developed by the company themselves. Some companies have specialties, for example, like Audi. You typically have, for example, the suspension is with them, also engine is with them. But parts like, for example, ECUs or so are developed by Bosch, by Continental Automotive, and others. So these are the tier 1 suppliers. But for example, you have then other parts that are still used in these ECUs that are for a tier 2 or tier 3 supplier, and they have never talked with the company itself. So
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you can get tier 2, as in a company will choose a third-party supplier that will even do installations on the aircraft for the main company, and then you supply it to them, and there's sort of like a three-way communication between you and the median sometimes. But yeah, we're mainly a T1 supplier. But again, it's like flat Earth will go about these like, oh yeah, it's flat, and it's all like people are just like told to make it this way. It's like, no, there is so much that goes into making every part that if their assumptions or if it was made, you know, they were told a lie to make it around, it just wouldn't work. It just wouldn't work because you design parts for a specific function. If what you're making them for is not reality or what they're going to be used for, then they're not going to function. Like, this is the difference between engineering and reading headlines on Facebook and running about with them.
I think the flat earthers would say it's compartmentalized, and that's why you find those documents. You find those documents saying Earth is flat, should be considered flat.
Come on, Kiss. Do one, for God's sake.
But unfortunately, when you get hired, you have an education in the thing that you're designing and working in. You would understand why things have been chosen to do the way that they are, and also understand how what you're making operates. So it's like you can't trick engineers to make something for a different purpose than what it's for. You
Yeah.
can't.
No, I totally get your point. I just was thinking of their rebuttal.
Oh yeah.
I was just thinking, like, how many physics PhDs are there in the flat Earth community, or engineers, or surveyors?
My mate boils down this point and says, "We know Earth is a globe because we managed to invent suspension on cars. So that means we know gravity, which means we know it's a globe."
What was that? Your mate what?
Suspension on cars proves Earth's a globe.
What, suspension on a car?
Yeah.
How?
Because, like Rocket Man was saying, you can't trick engineers. They know there's a downward force, and they know that's the same in the other factory in Japan.
My mate worked at an airport, yeah, and he done maintenance on aircraft at Southend Airport. And he was convinced that the planes, certain planes, don't have loads. They're not full of fuel. Not to, you know, like his understanding was they need fuel, yeah, to take off, to land,
Let me show you something. Again,
not really
he didn't
not
think
really
there was
related.
like full of fuel, like, you know, to go thousands of miles.
Yeah, let me show you something real quick. Let me get it up.
Propeller ones, yeah, no problem.
Basically, all technology, Slitsy, proves it's a globe if you look into it enough.
Well, subjective.
Which one is it? Ground effect, take on.
No, it's not. There's
You're a globe.
little evidences for globe everywhere in everything.
You got room for little G. That's your DJ name, Little G. Little D.
What about the big G?
Little D.
Big G. That's his boyfriend.
Little D is.
But we
not
don't
my
want to
boyfriend,
talk about it.
Yeah, we call the
You
center.
DJ.
One sec. Let me share my screen again. Sorry for keep doing this. So, Slizzy, so you're on about like plane like flights and ranges and stuff.
Yeah, I don't know.
You
I'm
see
not
the
going
screen?
to argue that they don't. I don't really know, but
So again, so this is how you calculate range and endurance of aircraft. And important factors are the weight of the fuel and the rate of fuel consumption. These are two massive factors in calculating range and endurance. If you get these wrong, your plane will not make it, or it will be too heavy to fly. You need the correct weight of fuel, and you need the correct rate of fuel consumption to be able to get an accurate range in which your aircraft can fly, and you also need that if in case you need to do emergency landings or need emergency fuel. Like, this is how this stuff is calculated. You can't just fudge the numbers and choose whatever you want. Like, it is intrinsically locked to how the aircraft flies, how much fuel you need to put in. You cannot smudge this. This is critical.
And where do you say the fuel's kept? In the wings?
The wings and the fuselage. Depending on the aircraft, there's multiple fuel tanks.
Yeah, I don't know.
Because as well, we also design wings and know how to design wings to be able to hold a specific weight of fuel and do stress analysis and like beam sizing and rib sizing to strengthen wings and allow them to flex in a way and to also be strong enough to hold the thousands of gallons of fuel or whatever, hundreds of thousands of gallons of fuel that a large aircraft needs to fly. Like, this is the engineering. This is the math that goes behind it. Oh God, don't dox myself. Yeah. Like, there's no ignoring. You can't hide from this.
Don't
This is
dox
how the
yourself.
world works.
Don't dox yourself. Don't want to be around like a shot.
He can't hide from it. He hides from real information every day.
Oh yeah, you can hide. It's always going to be there. Standing over you.
It's called
Watching.
being ignorant.
No, it isn't, Dawn. No, it isn't. I stand by what I say. I stand by, you know, the theodolite thing as well. It's not a fucking stargaze until...
Yeah, and that's called repeating a lie.
No. Well, it isn't. The
You're a
tool
fucking
isn't
liar.
designed. Oh, you're a German cunt. I don't care.
We have just proven
Why
you're a
do-
liar. We have just proven you're a liar,
No,
Schlitzie, and you're repeating your blindest lie.
Right, you're a cocksucker. Why do you have to disrupt the conversation to be a cocksucker?
I'm absolutely
But
fine being insulted by
why
a
do you
liar
have to disrupt the conversation to be a cocksucker?
because you are a liar.
Yeah, and you're
you
just
claim
upset.
that you hate
You're
liars,
upset.
but you are one yourself.
You're upset because you lost the war and you can't get over it.
I'm not upset. I'm just pointing out that you are a liar. And the only like argument against that is insulting other people.
Well, we was having a decent conversation.
Or buying whisks. Sorry.
Do you agree with? We was having a conversation. The whisk thing's done me now. Fuck it. I
Yeah,
can't
yeah.
even-
I thought
I can't
I'd need to
continue.
do this one more time, but it
I know.
was a dishonest.
I'm
statement.
getting in the ribs with the whisk. I don't know what it is with snooze. Just because you're standing on your dike in Amsterdam or in the south of or Rotterdam and you can't see London. Look, I can go down to the beach, watch the sunset, and I'm looking and I can see 280 zillion billion miles. How comes you can't see London from your dike in Rotterdam?
Yeah, because the Earth is a fucking globe.
How comes I can see 280 million miles away and you can't?
Because that where you are looking to is in the sky and it's not covered by the globe.
So you remind me of Merle a bit.
Listen, I know I'm locked in the room full of gay globers.
You rely on being friends with Globe.
And again, pointless insults.
But to be the special one, you have to pretend to be dumb.
No, I want to be a glober.
That's exactly what
I really
Merle
do.
did for years.
I want to be a glober. What don't you get about that? That you're not convincing me. That's the thing. If you convince me, yeah, maybe I'll come to the globe.
Yeah, you cannot be convinced because you're a dishonest person.
I couldn't be.
You're not
convinced
listening,
because I'm gonna
and you're not trying
I'm gonna
to
walk out of my
understand.
garden. I'm gonna walk out of my house. I'm going to walk down to the beach. I'm going to go swimming, and there's no way that I'm on a rotating multi-directional ball. And I don't think I can be convinced of that. Regardless of
Typically because you're not smart enough.
space measuring theodolites and hocus pocus. I don't know.
Some of it's due to some of the ways things are described. When something rotates at 1,030 miles per hour, your mind might think, okay, a plane is going past me at the speed of sound, but what is the Earth going past by? And you have to think, can I answer that question?
Confused. Do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take my 40-page whisk down to the beach and get stuck right into it.
Yeah, cool.
That's what I'm going to do. Then I'm going to reflect on Snoz's insults. Snoz, I don't know why you have to insult people.
I'm not insulting. I'm just pointing out facts.
You
You're a liar.
How many times
Nope.
you been called
You're the one
lying?
who calls other
How
people
many
cunts,
times have you been
assholes, or
caught out
whatever.
lying?
I'm just pointing out that you are lying.
About what? Tell me what I'm lying about.
About theodolite and that
Look.
Google has not
Right,
shown
listen,
you that it is using it purposefully.
listen.
You ask me a question, fuck you.
So I'm
Listen
now
yourself.
gonna tell you why I don't believe I'm a liar. Yeah, I never said that he couldn't fucking look at things, celestial objects in the sky. I didn't say that. All I said
No,
is
you
that
said that theodolites are not purpose for
they're
looking
not
to celestial
designed
objects.
to do that, and I stand
Yes,
by
correct.
that.
And he proved you
Right,
wrong.
right,
And
look.
you are still repeating that damn lie.
Right, listen to what I'm saying. I said to him, I stand by my claim. So when you're saying I'm a liar, and I don't believe I am lying, I said that tool is not designed, put into production to do those. I'm not saying they can't do those, but I'm not. And really and truly, it's only to find true north. I don't know. You can look at the sun. I would imagine it's to give you a ground position, or that you don't need an almanac to find where you are. And that I have no problem with, but I don't think that tool was designed to make fucking star observations, because I don't think you'd have to find out where you are. I think that's maybe a little function of the thing which it can do, which is it don't equate to surveying. Yeah.
Okay, so now let me respond to that, please. Let me respond to that, please. So prior to GPS, you have to use celestial objects to define your ground position. That's exactly what you said, and that's exactly what he does. So basically, you have to do celestial navigation to find your ground position, to then start surveying from that point on. And that's what the tool is originally. Stop it. Don't interrupt. Don't interrupt. That's what the tool is originally designed for. And not in an accessory manual. In the manual of the theodolite itself, it says how to find true north with a pole finder, how to look at the sun, and how to look at other stars to do celestial observation and celestial navigation. So that's what that tool is. That's what that tool is made
Can
of.
you stop harping
And these
on?
are, stop talking, I'm talking.
Yeah,
And
but you
these
just talk and
accessories,
talk. You
and
don't
these
stop.
accessories can be bought without the tool, and the tool can be bought without accessories. Because if you do fucking surveying on a construction site, you
Let me know
know
when
your
you're
ground
finished.
position, so you
Let me know
don't
when you're
need any
finished.
celestial observations.
Let me know when you're
And
finished.
you're just lying about that
Let me know when you're
situation. I'm
finished.
telling you when I'm done.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm now finished, you idiot.
Okay, thank you, you fucking German prick. What happens, I'm not, you know, and I've said this from the get-go, yeah? I'm not saying you can't do, you look at fucking the stars, but the tool, and I stand by this, the tool is designed for surveying. And I don't think, you know, like, I don't know. I just don't think that tool was designed to be fucking stargazing, only to give you a position of where you are. And it's within reason. I don't know what the plus 30 was. I don't know what that means. Most probably some arc seconds or whatever. I don't know. You know, but really and truly, you ain't going to be using the stars only to, I think in the terms of like looking at the Polaris, that was to give you true north. I don't know. And
But
then there
only
was a thing to
Polaris
look at the
doesn't
sun.
help you to find your ground position. Only Polaris doesn't help you to find your ground position.
I would
It only
I would
finds you the
imagine.
latitude. So, of course, a theodolite is not made for just looking stars. That's what a telescope is made. A theodolite is made for finding with the stars your ground position, your own position on the globe, and then do surveying from that point on, or find multiple positions on the ground and then do surveying. Yeah, but you need the stars to do proper surveying, and that's what you're not getting or you're lying about.
No, well,
You're
maybe I'm
either
not getting it
totally
then.
dumb
Maybe I'm not
or a
getting it.
liar.
Why have I got to be a liar? I think we've caught you out many times lying. No, I don't keep going on, oh, Snooze is a fucking liar. Because you do harp on sometimes, and you fucking have been barking up the wrong tree. And yet, you know, like, you think that you're... How many times you've run off in, like, Earth Awakening because, like, you were proven wrong. And when you're not, no one's coming in and saying, oh, you're a liar, you're a liar. Maybe it is my mistake.
Let's see. People
But
don't like
I
it.
know for a fact.
When you
I
lie,
know for a fact.
when you lie, people
The
don't
point
like
is,
it.
that I would give you
Tool, that tool isn't made for fucking star. It's to measure angle elevations of terrestrial objects.
So the thing is,
That's
I
what
would
it's
give you,
designed for.
I would give you Henlong.
Regardless of what it can do,
Yeah,
the
yeah.
design is for elevations.
So I would give you the benefit of the doubt of Henlon's razor that you're just too dumb to get it. But because we have shown it to you and proven it to you in the original manual, and you're still rejecting it and still saying, no, it's not made for that, it means you are malicious and you are lying.
No, it's
Thanks
just
for proving that.
you're just German and you're just sore about the war. No big deal.
I just think the thought that, like, the theodolite isn't made to do this, but the manual says, hey, we made it to do this, are contradictory statements.
But what did it really to find true north?
Reread the manual.
To be honest, it don't say it
Manual?
gives you the ground. It don't clearly state that. You know, but it's assuming that.
It
And that's what I get
absolutely
from,
clearly
when
says.
I read that, it says like it can, you know, if you don't have an almanac, you can use this tool in a way to find your ground. It does say that.
What are you talking about, this almanac shit show? If you have an almanac, wait a second, I am not finished. If you have an almanac and you are somewhere, if you have, can you just shut up and wait until you're done?
It mentions it.
What the
If you are,
Schlitzy?
Schlitzy, wait a second. If you are somewhere on Earth and you have your almanac, how do you determine where you are with your almanac and your theodolite? How do you do that? You always say if you forgot your almanac, then you could use the stars. What is written in that almanac you are referring to?
That manual? Because it clearly says.
Go ahead, explain your
It clearly says.
There are
clearly says that you don't need an almanac.
So again,
the Polaris,
if you have your almanac, what do you do to find your ground position?
And in that manual, the
You're
5.7.
arguing about something which I just said it does. So what's your point?
In that manual, 5.7.4 is a specific attachment so that you can get true north without an almanac. But
That's what I'm saying.
5.7
I'm
says
saying that.
astronomic observations, and with astronomic observations and an almanac, you can get your latitude, longitude. You can
Yeah,
also
of
get
course.
precise azimuths. It's purpose built for that. That is exactly the reason it was built.
I said the manual said about the almanac, and I said it can be used without it. With it, it says it in there. So I'm not going to argue with, but I'm just saying the
Why would you
overall
use it
use
with
for
it?
that tool.
Why would you
Tell me
use
the
it with an
truth.
almanac?
Oh, shut
You
up, you.
said
Right,
if you
shut
forget
up.
your
Shut
almanac,
up.
you
Haha,
said
you
if
lost,
you
you
Look,
forget
my
lost.
your
whole argument.
almanac,
Look,
you
my
can use
whole
it to find your
argument.
ground
My
position,
whole
which is
argument.
bullshit. If you don't have your almanac, you only find true north. You cannot find
Shut
your ground
up.
position
Can you
without
just
the almanac.
stop 1 minute? Can you stop 1 minute? My. I don't care what you can talk about this until the fucking cows come home, and I'm sure you will. But my overall and my only thing is that tool was designed to do fucking terrestrial surveying
And
measuring.
astronomic. Simultaneously built to do both jobs.
Well, that's questionable. If you think finding true north and that, and I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. If I'm wrong,
You're
I'm
wrong.
wrong.
Definitely.
Yeah, you are. You are
definitely wrong.
incorrect.
Oh, look, all the little parrots. Oh, you're wrong. At least I can put my hands up and say that. But yeah, my argument
Because
is,
you lied with
Tubular,
the
my
lack of
argument
information.
is that.
That's why you're
Shut
wrong.
up, Dawn. Fuck's sake, you just
No,
keep
you've been talking
moaning.
too much. You've been talking
You're
too much.
gay. Why are you being gay?
See, there's
Right.
the win. He's
Right.
cornered.
Too much.
Like, Tubular, my argument was that fucking tool is designed to do terrestrial surveying, measuring fucking, elevations. So
And
I stand by that. I stand
And
by
per the
that.
manual and per my experience, it is built to do both. Astronomic and terrestrial measurements is what it is built for. That's its primary function.
Okay, so on your drawings, on your fucking drawings, yeah, where's your astronomical fucking legend to say I got this? You don't need it, do you?
I didn't. Well,
because you're
I
not
used
going to be doing that.
In the drawing I supplied was making a terrestrial measurement. I was not making a celestial measurement.
And you'll never be making a celestial measurement in any drawing. That's my whole fucking point.
No, I have done celestial measurements.
I'm not.
No, I have done celestial measurements.
Okay, right. Look, I'm going to step out of this because my whole point was the fucking tool is to observe or to make measurements terrestrial. Yeah.
And astronomic.
Yeah.
Shows you
Okay.
otherwise.
Just that in your opinion,
manual
but really
shows
and
you
truly, it still equates to you doing a terrestrial survey because we don't care what's up in the fucking stars. We want to care about what's on the ground, and that's
why I
the whole-
showed. That's why I brought forth a terrestrial measurement.
Oh God. Okay.
You want to see my celestial work? I'll give you my celestial work if you want to see that too.
I've seen enough of Jesse's.
Is that a euphemism?
What a fucking asshole.
Yeah. Takes one to know one, I would imagine.
True, Bill. I would say Schlitzy's celestial work is much smaller than your celestial work. You have the big celestial work. He has the small celestial work. Okay.
Wow.
So you are assured that he's definitely inferior in celestial work, obviously.
I concur.
But if he's done more
Let's call it
than I
a
have
hobby
ever.
rather than work.
Yeah. Sure, he's got the mantle for the most lifts. That's for sure. Okay. Well, girls, I'm going to be going out, so good luck. Don't remember, it's not a globe. Yeah? Take care. Bye
I'll
bye.
remember.
Jesus was put on a
You
cross.
don't know anything.
Crying.
Yeah, you can all now cry with
Remember, my people
each
made
other,
me your
cry in
God.
each other's soup.
Like, God, why have you forsaken me? While he got whipped.
I don't know. If you want to do that kind of shit, that's down to you.
My
I know
people,
it.
God. How the fuck can you claim it to be a God? I
Oh my
respect
god. What's this guy? Where are you from? Albania? Fucking hell.
From Southern Europe, correct. My man
Yeah.
took your God and made him into a bitch.
Are you from Albania?
That's correct.
Do you know what I knew?
Because I have testosterone and you don't.
No, because you're a cunt.
Yeah.
Have a nice day, yeah?
Are you guys gonna kiss now or what?
Good point. Good point. Enjoy.
I think he's going to go and do some cock sucking. But there you go.
Enjoy your
See
day.
you later. See you later, alligator.
In a while, crocodile.
What a retard.
That was
Shut up.
painful.
So much of my life gone that I'll never get back.
It's your fault.
Oh, you have to do other stuff, other useful stuff at the same time.
Yeah, I play video games and talk to
I'm
Schlitz.
playing a video game while I do this shit.
Yeah,
I mean,
Okay, then it's not a total waste of
anything.
time then.
But I don't know what to do next. If you say this can't do that thing,
small
and
boys
somebody
in here who
says,
play video
"Oh,
games
look
and,
at
and
this
do
thing
things like
doing
that.
exactly that."
No real
so-
men here.
As,
Where's the
as
man?
a server thing,
Hold
is
on,
it
I think Zinak wants to speak. Hold on, Zinak, what's up, man? Say something.
Where's the man? Only
We are the
video
men.
gaming boys in here.
Well, so Zinak, I just wanna say, I have a golden ring on my finger, married to a woman. I have a career. I have a PhD in academic achievements. I have properties in 3 separate countries. I have a daughter, and I'm quite successful. So I think I've deserved playing. I've deserved playing to play a bit of a video games on a Saturday. You know.
Absolutely.
What?
Damn, he stumped his
No, you're still a child.
The audition.
That was
It's definitely
he just
baby brain.
dumped.
You're the little boy. You're a mentally ill Scandinavian who drinks in his homes and has delusions of grandeur. Is incredible. Is incredible. It's incredibly like narcissistic. That's what you are.
No, he took your mouth and
you know what's
stitched it together
incredibly
and you went
narcissistic?
full silent, bro. Full silent.
Oh, by the way, I have light brown hair, extremely green eyes, and I'm 6'1".
Yeah, and he's not
I'm
balding
a
like you are.
powerhouse man with blue eyes.
And I have
white
my hair,
skin,
unlike you, by the way. I still have my hair.
Yeah, he's not balding like you are. He has a family.
Okay, guys, this is not a dating site. Hello, let's get back to this is not a dating
Nah,
site.
man, let him have his
I
shot,
know
man. He was
Zoidberg is still a boy,
He attacked us first. He attacked us
You
first.
are moderating now.
Nah,
Let's
man,
go
nah, man.
back
If
to the
somebody's
conversation, please. Hello,
rules are the
hello,
rules. If you
hello,
say
moderating.
you gotta take
Hello,
him.
stop talking.
Did you not
When you
hear
hear
the
a mod,
audition?
stop talking. Hello, hello. I'm moderating. Yeah.
Are you not?
Stop with the meta. Let's get on subject, please.
I'm sorry, man.
So
If you let, if you allow
don't feel
punch,
the
bro,
urge
you're not
to
allowed to
moderate.
punch
The
your
next
way.
guy that interrupts is gonna get muted.
and fuckers, yeah.
Hello?
But now you moderate.
Last
SE,
warning.
really?
This is the
This is
last
gay shit,
warning.
bro. This is gay shit. Stop being gay.
Well, we
You
had
say it one
Zoidberg
more time, you're gonna get
audition.
timed out. Go ahead. Say it one more time.
Gay shit.
Okay, he's gonna get timed out for 5 minutes. Next. Who wants to be next?
Oh, I was just to ask you something, SE. Why do you think you have to moderate right now, and when Schlitzy is calling other people's cunts and fuckers, you're not moderating?
I just came in right now, and I'm moderating. End of story. Let's go to the subject matter.
It's because
There's no.
It's not.
There's
You
no.
can't hear anything.
The room, the mods have to wake up.
Correct. There was no bias here.
When everyone's just yelling at each other, it's you can't hear anything. So That's why you had to
The
come
thing
in
is
and
that you're
moderate.
not working when I'm not here, but when I come, you appear and suddenly
Again,
you're
Meta.
aware
I
and
timed one
working
guy out. You
and
want to be
back
next,
to the
Zayad?
desk.
You want to be next? No meta subject matter, please, guys.
So what
Right.
what are the matters that we can talk here, SE? Can you give us a list that is allowed?
Yeah, don't do what you just did right now. After being modded and telling you not to do what you just did, that means don't complain about modding. Don't complain about meta talk. Just go on subject.
In my last statement, I did not complain. I just asked you, is there a list of what topics are
You're
allowed?
going to be next. If you ask another question about this, you're going to be next. When somebody
Fine, fuck it.
mods,
What's
go
the-
on. Don't
off
question the
meta, what's the
modding.
topic?
Just go on topic.
There is no topics. Let's
Yeah, super.
Last warning.
I have a
Okay, we were talking about usage of tools to measure distances using the celestial objects. I think Shubil was previously talking about how they have a very rich career in doing this, and also I think Rocketman was talking about how they're building they're working on a dissertation of a new type of engine.
And
But I
the
think we
validity
switched
of
the topic
those
to abuse of power
observations was
later, right?
questioned. And we supplied a user manual for those devices saying they are completely compatible for that purpose.
Amazing. So you can build a rocket. What now?
Well, I mean,
That's
I think it's quite the achievement if you build a
Sit there and
functional
be
rocket.
religious fanatics to a machine that can fly.
Do you think you're a religious fanatic to a mobile phone or computer you're using right now to communicate with us?
Not.
Why not? You're using it all the time. You're basically like.
Phrase a sentence and attempt to persuade me by some uttered words doesn't mean I do the thing that you attempt to, characterize me by through a question.
No, I'm just asking. Like, are you not doing that?
There's the question then, why do you think that your characterization of us was accurate?
Explained it to you. I don't.
Interesting.
Yes, very interesting. I can have a phone, you see, and use it as a tool.
Yeah, and a rocket is also a tool now.
It sure is.
Okay, so what's the problem? Unless you think that building unless you think the utility value from a rocket is less than the utility value from a phone, that would be an interesting conversation, actually.
Not speaking of the utility value, are you dense? Obviously, sitting
No,
in
I'm
religious
asking
awe
you
to
a
object-
question. Do you
sitting in
think that
religious awe
rockets?
to an object is not the same as just being in awe of the use of an object? But
Do you think that-
how
do you
much
think that-
are you going to be to the use of a thing? It's just
Do
a
you think
thing.
that anybody possesses religious awe of a rocket here?
Kinda, yeah.
I don't think it's necessarily.
Please, Oblate, please give me. Let him answer. Who do you think that is?
Definitely let him unpack that.
I just feel
I'm
like
sorry,
there's a gap in the conversation where I was able to say something which I didn't think was directed to Zanak directly. I thought there was an open way to say something along the lines of, when we're fascinated about something, it's speaking about something that I may not be necessarily capable of, but I am encouraged and inspired that other people are capable of doing such things. I wouldn't say that would be religious zealotry of any kind.
Of course, because you're a reasonable person, but I don't think Zanak shares the sentiment, and that's why I'm asking him, who, to you, Zanak, you believe has religious awe of a rocket? And then we can move on to the actual interesting conversation of utility value of a rocket and utility value of a phone, a mobile phone, because that would be an interesting conversation. But first and
Is it now?
foremost,
It's just the obviousness of the tool itself. A phone is a phone. A rocket is a rocket.
yes, but I'm asking you first. Let's clear the first question. Who do you think has religious awe of a rocket? Who do you think possesses that property?
Everyone who goes into the realm of creating a fantasy beyond the use of a tool.
Perfect.
It's a rocket.
In this room, who do you think did commit that quote unquote sin?
That gets exposed by what is being said.
Okay, but can you say if somebody here in this room in the last 1 hour in any way said what you would say as a definition of religious awe of a rocket?
That is a description to the sentiment of the room, not a
He's
specific
teasing
person.
you.
Okay. Oh, so you're just generalizing. I
religion.
see. Okay.
It's not a generalization in the way you generalize it. It's the way. It's as if you hear music, and you are
when
now
I hear
hearing
rocket,
rock, and
when
you
I
are
hear
hearing music.
when I hear a rocket, usually that means I'm probably close to it, and I'm about to get deafened by the tremendous roar of the engines.
With an explanation so as to safe keep yourself. So simply, a generalization would be to conflate the point that I'm making here, which is that if you go into a room and you hear that it's rock music, the generalization is to call it music. If I come into the room and I hear religious awe, the generalization is not that the room itself is in religious awe. The generalization is what now?
This is how you interpret things. Okay.
I'm still trying to figure out how you got into religious awe. Can you unpack how there's a religious awe
roar.
associated with a rocket?
Oh, Brian, you're
It's
one
very
of them.
interesting
You
that you
watch
really want to
SpaceX
talk about this,
content, you
because
love
as soon as a scientist can in
Is it
any
because
way
it's
have
big?
the appearance of having religious awe to an object, it needs to be
Is
the
it because
centerfold
it's
of the
big?
conversation.
Do you think that we feel religious awe because a rocket is big or monumental or very heavy or made of metal or the pinnacle of human engineering? Like,
Yes, you are. There are the words that you're using that does give description to your religious awe. Yes. What was it now?
I mean, I'm not impressed by big things
You
or
shall
highly engineered
You
things.
said
I'm not
it's
impressed by.
tremendous.
Oh, you are not, but
You
you
said the
are,
roar
because
is
you are
tremendous.
exposed in your denial thereof.
Don, you're
So
over
that's what
talking,
you are.
Zanuck, please.
You're guiding the room into a one-on-one with you and Zinak, which is meaningless.
Okay,
this is
Don.
not meaningless. Just
So-
ignore this guy who's poisoning the well.
Well, Don
That's
has the
the
right to speak like everybody else here. He has the
So I
right
see
to.
an amazingly engineered bicycle.
I can answer all
I
the
guess
questions
I guess
faster.
Zynak would have to tell us what he means by religious awe then, because being
I will.
being incredulous to the size of something would not necessarily be considered a religious awe. What are you actually trying to get at?
Okay, great. So we have established that there's a rocket made, or someone goes into the profession of creating rockets. Amazing.
Okay.
Okay.
Now,
So I
please
also
link religious awe to that.
unveiled a tool. It's a hammer.
Like you don't know what religious
What about the
means
hammer?
or.
Why don't you guys let him, if you want him to answer, why don't you let him?
Yeah, you guys are over talking, Zanuck.
Yeah. It's like,
I mean,
why
Don,
ask
you were
it?
over talking,
The
Zanuck.
problem here is, why
and-
ask Sinek the question if he doesn't even get to address it, and then
Taking
say
too
he never
long. You're
answered
not
the question?
teaching them.
Don,
We're doing the meta again. Just let him answer.
You're over
That's
talking.
Just let him
almost what
answer.
you do. Can I actually
Don,
answer?
please don't over talk. Yes, Zanuck. Please continue. And if anybody interrupts, Zanuck, mute it.
Yeah, I'm really tired, first and foremost, to just get it out. I'm really tired of being dramaturgically misframed.
Bro, doesn't
No,
help.
no, no,
Just
no, I'm not finished.
say what you
Now
want to
let me-
say.
Allow
bro.
me to say it. Allow
Yeah,
me
don't
to
do
say
meta.
it. Oh, there we have the police.
AC is just doing his
the
job.
police. Don't do meta. I'm gonna.
You are
bark your
AC is
same
doing
words.
his
calling me
job.
freedom of speech. I have freedom of speech.
Hello, bro.
Hello, I have
swear to
freedom of
God,
speech.
start muting everybody today.
You're not answering.
Forget the meta and talk about the subject. This is the last time I'm gonna tell you.
It definitely is.
I will say that being accused of being a religious zealot devoted to some sort of rocketry feels like poisoning to the well for discussing something that might be of interest to several individuals. It's not
I agree.
religious zealotry.
And it actually
So-
does feel like a meta conversation itself, by the way.
I get that you feel offended by the remark I made.
No, I'm just trying to understand what you mean by religious zealotry in regards to rockets.
I can easily
It
answer
hasn't
you,
really
but
been
Sinek
it hasn't really
hasn't.
been
That would be
unpacked
more
in such a way to
intellectually
where it's
honest to
understandable.
ask.
You need to ask someone that can answer, Brian.
And that is not you,
For me.
Don.
So
It's definitely not you either, is it?
It's an interesting
It definitely
dynamic
is me
when
because I am the one who is stating the fact.
what parts of rocket?
I have yet to see a single instance of people religiously praying to rockets, other than that movie Planet of the Apes in 1979, where people have like this religious cult for a rocket. It's kind of self. I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory how stupid it is to call being interested in rocket as religious. It's
Yeah.
kind of dumb.
For me,
Look at how
most
look at
likely
how now
an
I'm attempting to talk this topic with you about how an object can be of religious worship, even of blind worship. While that is happening, people are intervening, saying I'm going meta. Now writing also in the text chat that Synact is stupid, Synact is too long-winded.
Nobody insulted
So you're
you.
doing the meta again. Holy
Nobody
cow, man.
insulted you.
It's unbelievable.
Zanak, nobody insulted you in that regard. Nobody insulted your intelligence. They insulted your character. And that was like way before this argumentation like happened.
So let's talk about the actual topic instead of all these shadowy ad hominems that I keep getting.
I'm trying to, Zynek. I'm trying to understand what you mean by religious awe in regards to rocketry, and it keeps not getting addressed.
Here's the addressation. Any object can become a religious object.
Okay.
Okay, but
Yeah.
how are rockets objects of religious awe? In what way?
Well, what do you want? Do you want me to explain it, or do you want
Well,
to
Zanak,
study it?
the problem is I'll tell you, because like I feel like people are very polite, but I'll be blunt and be also polite at the same time. I think the problem is here is that you accused a bunch of people of basically engaging in what the critical of science as science calls scientism, especially with this artifact of you guys are religiously oriented or you're religiously praising rockets because rockets are a product of science and part of science, right? And rockets are diametrically opposed to many of the people's views and specifically worldviews in this server. So please be more concrete when you say, hey, you guys religiously worship rockets. First, point fingers and say, which guys? Me? Was it Rocketman? Is it Dr. Peck? And then say how we worship rockets religiously. That's what we want. Now,
of course you do.
I'm done. Okay.
I just feel that you're just trying to weasel your way out of this when you're trying to say that any object can be like seen as a religious icon.
Yeah, that was trivial.
I mean, like you're really trying. Yeah, you're just dragging yourself further down by trying to excuse yourself rather than just stand up, be an adult, apologize, and move on. Like,
I'm not even
seriously.
looking for an apology. I'm just trying to figure out what he means by this. And so
No,
far,
you're not looking for an apology, but I mean, it's the right thing to do. Rather than
He's trying to
doubling
create
down.
fake dramaturgy of who I am.
Let me
by his
finish. Rather
assumption.
than doubling down on an argument that it is, by all metrics, just dumb.
Okay, great.
Stand up
So
for yourself.
your attempt to
Admit that
narrate
you-
my character has
let me
been well
finish.
noted. It's fake.
Zanak, let him finish and then you'll respond.
Rather than doubling down on an obviously dumb idea, stand up for yourself. Say, I'm sorry, and we could have moved on 5 minutes ago.
And instead of creating this long-winded, flawed attempt of characterize me through this fake dramaturgy that is now exposed.
I'm not characterizing you. I'm telling you that your argument was not smart.
Please, Dr. Pepper, please. It's his turn. We promise that he will
Go
speak uninterrupted.
Go ahead.
Okay, so let's talk about the topic without the drama. An object can simply become an object of religious praise or worship through a process that typically includes symbolic assignment, cultural reinforcement, and perceived sacred function.
But you came in here with some emphatic tone saying you guys are this particular thing.
No.
as if you've made an analysis, and
No,
we're
I don't.
wondering, can you back up that analysis? Just like your analysis of
Actually,
poisoning the well is
no.
an analysis of poisoning the well, but when I feel like you've poisoned the well, you say, "Oh, I'm sorry, your feelings are hurt." So there's like
I do
a
get that you heard.
disconnect
That's
between
a
your
false
analysis and my
observation.
analysis.
Wait, Zanak, please let him finish, and then you have the right to respond, and nobody will interrupt you. Please, Obli, finish. And everybody be concise, obviously.
So when you give your analysis of me poisoning the well as I feel hurt, but when you make the analysis of you guys have poisoned the well and that's an objective truth, you can't seem to admit that's how you feel.
Bro, I can admit to my feelings. Now I feel at peace.
Okay. So we're done with this topic now. So let's talk about utility value of a phone versus the utility value of a rocket. Would you like to
If
talk
you
about
want
that
real
one?
answers on that topic, you can check me out later if you want. It's up to you.
We
Or
didn't
maybe
get to,
just pretend you won.
we didn't get to talk about how an object can become that of religious praise.
Oh, sorry. I misunderstood. I thought you wanted to, since you declared victory, since you declared that you're at peace, I assumed you declared victory, at least from your perspective, and you wanted to move on. I'm sorry.
You didn't.
Tasty.
Are you not? You should be following what is being said then between us, because it sounds like you are not listening.
Hey, let's
I
get back on the
apologize.
topic.
Please,
Can you explain what you mean by a rocket is a religion, is an object of religious awe? What specifically about the rocket is being granted that awe and that religiosity to it?
That is
Same
what
as
we're
Nobilis.
attempting to do.
Okay.
So, again, symbolic
No,
assignment, cultural or community endorsement, and sacralization or sanctification. And then continuous reinforcement of those.
So what sanctification has a rocket gotten? Like, what is the actual religious value? You haven't. You described things. You described things kind of nebulously there. What specifically, and what religion is being associated with it?
The thing is that you don't need a religion constituted as itself a religion in order to make an object of religious praise, because you can have shadow religions.
Okay.
What is what is an example of a shadow religion?
Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna come
Shadow
in.
religion is a religion, or a shadow religion is something that is a religion but goes out and talks about not being a religion. It refrains from categorizing itself as a religion while being a religion in disguise.
So yeah, that we'll go down that in a minute. But you still haven't really given us a reason why you think that this thing is being worshipped or is an item of religious awe. You made a few nebulous claims. What specifically are people doing to the rocket to make it religious?
Well, they treat it as wholly pure or untouchable. So,
in what way?
It is about how it is handled. Well, in the way that it is dramaturgically framed as the pinnacle of human, as Zoidberg earlier said, is a good example. Pinnacle of human engineering. That is making it wholly pure or touchable. But
Zoidberg, did you say it's the pinnacle of human achievement to make a rocket?
Yes, but this narration creates a religious worship of the object.
So I just want to. I just want to sneak in this. Yes, Dr. Peck, I did say that the rocket is one of the pinnacles of human engineering. I did say that.
So, a pinnacle of engineering, why on earth would that necessarily entail that it's religious? Because technically the smartphone in the current moment in the current moment is also within the confines of the peaks and the peaks and the pinnacles of human engineering.
Well, yeah,
And I would
Isn't
say
there a
that
thing
the
called,
steam
like-
engine was the pinnacle of its time, and it doesn't
I
mean
agree with
it's
that too.
And these are the repetitive patterns that reinforce the religion. The religion here now is human achievement through engineering, and the objects of praise are those that cycle throughout the times as they come and go within the confines of the cosmology.
So it's semantics. You object to the language used.
No, simply the steam engine, the phone, the rocket.
It seems like you're stating that any sort of reverence or giving someone the idea or giving a remembrance to an idea somehow generates it into a religious idea.
I'm not sure if I'm understanding why that would be the case. Nobody's assigning a supernatural value to it, but just a whole bunch of people knowing more. Well, doesn't something that's religious require supernatural value associated with it?
Okay, so my friend, simply because something is memorable doesn't mean that it constitutes religious praise. Of course, it's just a memory or memorable.
What's that question? I ask whether or not I ask if it's now become an object of religious worship. What sort of supernatural aspect has been added to it or is attributed to it? Because religion is going to require the supernatural, is it not?
No.
Not
Religion
necessarily,
doesn't
no.
require supernatural things.
Hey, yo, can I
So
make
what
this
does-
interesting again?
I highly doubt it, but you can try.
Hold on. Yeah, check it out.
He's trying to get in for a while. Let
Issa.
somebody else get in. Go ahead, Issa.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, to make it interesting, like, what's interesting with that notion of religious object is, like, have you heard of, like, the cult of Baal?
I'm not interested
You know what I
in
mean?
going
So
to
there's like,
ball work.
well, no, I'm just saying, you asked for, like, what kind of religion, like, what makes this religious? And I'm just saying, like, just to bring it to that point, is there's, like, an ancient cult of Baal, right, where they worship, like, the penis, basically, right? And it's, like, the search for the penis. And here we are sending, like, an object, which is clearly a phallic symbol, into the heavens. You know what I mean? The great beyond, and we're going to explain everything to you. So
Issa,
this is what makes it a religious. This is just a religious sense. In fact, what's crazy? How about this? Look this shit up. In World War II, when they bombed all the churches, Germany and shit, and they go and they used to go under the tables at like the bomb tables and shit, and in all these churches they found like erected, like like a statue of an erect penis because of this thing called Baal worship. Look it up, dude. I'm not making it up. This is the people that
This guy's trolling. Esai is an known troll. Just saying.
Well, no, he's not. And then cut that out.
I mean,
Wait,
like,
I
it's
just zoned back into the
art.
conversation. What does this have to do with anything?
This has to do with the idea of how the rocket is a religious symbol, and I think it's an interesting topic of conversation. I wouldn't want to belittle it to just the boring semantics of what a religion is. But this has specific ties to a group.
So that wouldn't actually speak to what he's saying, though, because he's saying that he doesn't have to associate anything supernatural with it, and the association of Baal would be the association of something supernatural to it. He's trying to.
And that's what I'm alluding
he was
to.
actually,
Right.
he was actually in the process. He was actually in the process, much like I was in the process of speaking, of trying to state that religion doesn't require any sort of association with supernatural, and that it was going to that there could somehow be a fully naturalistic religion without an appeal to supernatural. So I'm very interested in hearing him explain that.
Sounds really exciting. I'll just bow out.
What I think Zanuck and I would agree with in this regard, and he's welcome to disagree, is that when you come to idolatry, you can worship physical objects instead of supernatural things. And when we're talking about the pinnacles, like just because there's a pinnacle in high jump doesn't mean there's a pinnacle in discus or the speed that you run. There are several pinnacles that humans are able to do, and we celebrate when Zadok makes an achievement, or myself, or an Olympian, or a rocket scientist. It's not necessarily religious worship. It's like recognizing that you've done a good thing, and we're glad that you've done it.
But idolatry would be an express example of the supernatural because it's trying to represent something supernatural through an object. So it doesn't go to your point.
So nevertheless,
I actually agree with Zanuck that objects can become religious symbols like any object. Take a fucking rock, for example. A rock that you see on the ground. Well, it can become a religious symbol. Do you know about the Kaaba? The Muslims go there and they bow down before a rock and they make pilgrimages. Yeah.
Laurie, he just said there's no supernatural association with this, though. So how is he coming to religion from something that is devoid of all or anything supernatural as a part of the building of a rocket, and some people looking at this large object and going, "Wow, I can't believe we built this."
Well,
the incredulity of people is not necessarily religious.
Yeah,
I'll give you a connection. I'll give you a connection.
I'll come to that. People
I'll
make
go after Lori.
pilgrimages. People make pilgrimages to the god, and they also make pilgrimages to see the rocket launchers. That's a connection, man.
Symbolism. Man. Remember the tower? I think I'm talking now. I think I'm talking now. Thanks. Symbolism, right? The Tower of Babel, right? Reach to the sky. That's the connection of the rocket and religion, right? To reach the sky, the whole thing was to go to God, right? That's the symbolism.
Jesse, you completely missed the point where he said there's nothing supernatural associated with this, and you just associated it in the story about the supernatural.
Well, isn't this what it's all about? Connecting the rocket to religion?
He said no supernatural.
Well, no, the first rockets made were actually used in the
But
Chinese
then
dynasty.
it's wrong.
It's
There is
got nothing to do
supernatural.
with God. They were used for long-range arrows. They basically created the first sort of primitive missiles by attaching gunpowder rockets to arrows for them to go further in warfare. It had nothing to do with God.
Well, hold on. Didn't they do a Masonic ritual? They said they broke bread. I'm not saying I believe it, but I'm saying the story, right? When they landed on the moon, did they not do, when they theoretically, the story that they landed on the moon, didn't they break bread? Didn't they do a ceremony?
You're not tracking the argument that Zynek made, which is that this is that the rocket itself is an object of religious worship, devoid of there being any sort of association with anything supernatural. So I'm trying to understand how he is calling a rocket a religious object, devoid of anything that would be considered, devoid of being linked with anything that would be constituted for something for worship and or anything supernatural, which a religion requires there be a supernatural component for.
Well, don't you guys congregate? Don't you guys congregate to watch the rocket launch?
Once again, you are doing something where you're taking a word and you're trying to equivocate it between two things. We're trying to get something. We're trying to understand why it's religious, if religion requires the supernatural. In the same way that otherwise you'd be stating that football is a religion, or you'd be stating that Congress is a religion, or you'd be stating that any group of people that come together to discuss something are necessarily inherently a religion, which means that everything that requires two individuals minimum to have a discussion about is necessary a religious topic, which is insane.
Real quick, then, let's talk the semantics. Hey, let's talk the semantics of the term religion.
You're the one doing the semantics.
No. Let's hold on. Listen, religion means what you do religiously, right? Like it doesn't necessarily you're imposing this idea of this supernatural ability, and I guess there's a way you could limit the conversation to that. But also, like on a broader scope of things, it's something you do religiously. Like there's also that term of religion. So like if you're if you're trying to equate, what are you trying to say if you're saying that, like he's saying that there's a religious sentiment to the rocket, right? And that the idea is
saying that people have religious elements to it, and he's truly associating it with a religion. He thinks that he even said it insofar as he said a dark religion, which is something that is a religion, but claims not to be. So there, in and of itself, is not saying that he's not saying that there's a word game that is done religiously. He's saying that it is in fact a object of worship within a religion. Now he's saying that this religion has no supernatural aspect, which would mean that it does not contain the characteristics that make it a religion. So I'm trying to get him to explain that. So far, all I've gotten is a bunch of people trying to create an excuse for him, as opposed to him actually explaining what the fuck he means.
You're a straw man.
Fair enough. If he's trying to make a specific point, then whatever. But at the same time, it's an interesting conversation. Like, if you're not going to limit the scope to this, I don't know what you're limiting the conversation for, but whatever.
I'm trying to get him to explain one thing about what he means, and literally everyone has piled in to try to change what he's saying.
Can I
Don, shut up! You are doing the same thing. You are guilty of the same thing.
I'll explain.
I don't want you to explain because you and Zynek do not agree on what Zynek means. I can tell that because Zynek has given different.
You sound passionate about this. Do you want to speak?
Take a break, man. Take a break and let them hash it out, please, man. Don't make it worse.
Zynek isn't even speaking. What are you talking about, SE?
Well, all of this is.
Well, give him a chance.
Yeah.
He's gone on mute.
I'm waiting because you are. I don't know, waiting.
No
for
matter,
next
just make your point, Zayak. Please don't make me tell you every freaking time, bro. Please.
Man. So where do we pick up from now? Where do we continue from? I think
Answering the
Mr.
question, how is a
Ryan
rocket a religious object, considering that you have associated it with a quote unquote dark religion? What supernatural aspect is being assigned to it, and/or what supernatural aspect does it have in which you feel that it is a object of religious worship?
Okay. Before we do that, you see,
He just can't answer it.
we had a long discussion. No, this is not evading the question, because your questions assumes I'm addressing the question.
Ziak, bro, you can't keep doing this, man.
I could have answered by now.
You can't keep doing this. It's very hard to listen to you, bro. Just don't do meta. Just talk about the questions asked to you, man, and answer. Why is that difficult for you to understand, bro?
Holy shit.
Topic. Don't give me meta. Don't tell me what you ate yesterday or what you think he asked you. Just answer the question, bro. Back and forth.
I am talking to Brian Peck. Brian, you see, it doesn't need a religious. It doesn't need the supernatural connected to it for it to become an object of religious praise.
And how is that possible, considering that for an object to be a religious object, it must necessarily be associated with a religion, and religions must contain a supernatural component?
That sounds. That doesn't sound correct.
Can you
Where do you
describe a religion without a supernatural component? Religion requires supernaturals.
No, you idiot.
No, it does not. Why do you say it does?
The definition of a religion, in and of itself, requires the worship of something that contains something that is non-naturalistic in its fullness. It requires there to be something supernatural. There's a supernatural component that is necessary for something to be a religion.
No.
Okay, please give an example of it. Please give an example then.
No, I have a different definition than that. I don't uphold to the institutionally given definition that you have. I have a public domain definition.
So you have a personalized definition that nobody was aware of.
No, I don't have a personalized definition. That's completely wrong. You have a personalized definition. Why the one you have got from...
Guys, this is childish. No, you. You're basically saying no, you.
No, that's not what I'm saying. There's a huge
difference. What is the definition of religion that you are using then? That will help a lot if we know your definition.
Well, I don't have one definition. I have two.
Oh God!
Go ahead.
Which one are you using?
Well, I use both because I don't hold myself hindered to one definition when you have multiple definitions of a word.
You can have multiple definitions as long as they agree.
Please go ahead and give me both definitions then. Anything to just move the fucking conversation forward.
It is still moving forward, dude. What's with the impatient? Man, come on.
Please give the definition.
Yes, I am like, man. Holy wow. So, virtue... Can I have the time now? Great.
Yeah, give us the two definitions of religion that you have so we can move on, please. Go ahead.
Guys, you're badgering him. Like, you're not helping. You're badgering him. Like, Zanak, please.
No one is badgering, bro. I came in so he can give us a clear definition. It's not badgering, okay?
There is a clear definition. Virtue is founded upon reverence of God and expectation of future of rewards and punishment. That's the first definition. The second definition is a system of divine faith and worship as opposite to others.
Divine.
Okay, so
is divine supernatural?
Divine, supernatural.
And God in the first definition is supernatural. So both definitions are supernatural.
Well,
and how does that apply to a rocket?
You are just creating it into supernaturalness when it's not. Divine means partaking in
So there's a natural God.
Sorry?
So there's a natural God?
No, obviously it's a claim.
It's a supernatural claim.
Divinity is a
gotta go into what is
term
supernatural.
requires the supernatural. God as a mystic God requires supernatural. We're back to the same thing where you're just stating, no, it's not supernatural, even though you can't find a way to not make religion supernatural.
Can I use an analogy for you? Like for Batman being a symbol of hope, he isn't a god, but he represents a symbol that is greater than himself. So in that way, some people would venerate Batman or the ideal of hope or justice, but it's not necessarily a god.
And Batman isn't a religious object, nor are people claiming that he is.
Yeah, this is a category, shall we say, error. He's trying
this is
to
not following what I'm
he's
saying.
trying to say for some reason that God is not supernatural, which if that's the argument, is it ridiculous or what? I don't know.
But would you say hope is
dude.
hope supernatural?
No, we're talking about God, right? The God in the Bible, I presume. And Ziak is trying to make an argument that that's not supernatural. Is that it, Ziak?
No, we were talking about rockets, and he says rocket
that's
has
not my
something to do
argument.
with religion.
No, man, that's not my argument. Come on.
Well, you're taking us around in
we were
circles. You're trying
talking
to
about
equate the
technical
rocket
achievement.
with religion, which I think I did very simply
Because
with the
I'm
breaking of the
intervening
bread
before I'm able to finish.
and you know the tower that tried to reach God. I mean, that's simple. I mean, what are you trying to do, Zayak? I mean, it's like you're going around in circles.
I just want to get.
I understand your claims, SE, but the point was we were talking about technical achievements, and someone brought up rockets, and then Zynek said that there is a religion connected to rockets.
Yeah, that's what we're trying to figure out here. Yeah.
And we were not talking about satanic symbols on the moon. We were talking about the invention of a rocket.
Yeah, as pertain to religion,
no one
how
ever
it
said
links with
anything about that either.
Right?
It was never mentioned before now by Snooze anything about the moon. The moon hasn't been mentioned the last hour.
I just want to
So I don't know why you suddenly
SE mentioned the moon. Listen, if the people are discussing, SE mentioned the moon and the traveling to the moon and satanic symbols and breaking the bread on the moon. He literally did.
When did he do that?
My God, Zayak, are you listening to the conversation, bro?
Was that
it was about a 30-second spiel.
He's just babbling out stuff. He's never listening.
No, I came in perhaps after that. Was that like an hour back or something?
No, it's like
It was about 20 minutes ago, and it was a grand total of about 15 seconds. It's understandable that you missed it. We don't need to harp on you having missed it. It's okay.
Yeah, that was about when I came in, I guess. So that's why I must not have heard that.
Okay, it's no big deal, but we're trying to link here. We're trying to link the rocket to religion, right? Right? To something supernatural.
Religion that has
is that the original thing?
No, Zynek was saying that it's a religious object without a link to the supernatural, a non-supernatural religious object.
Right. Okay. So
Well,
that's
an
an
object
oxymoron, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's a contradiction, not an oxymoron, but...
Yeah, okay. Fair enough. Yeah.
So is the point of this to say that rockets don't hold any like value, or that like it's all made up? Like, what is the whole point of saying that rockets are religious in some way, or are held in a religious sense, or ordered upon in a religious sense?
Well, that was the original thing. He linked rockets to religion.
Yeah, because I just want to know if that meant that he thought the rockets were like non-significant or didn't work or whatever, or whether that was just his opinion on how people looked at rockets. Like,
okay, so
I
finally,
think he specifically said that they are religious objects and religious awe.
Objects, but non-supernatural religious objects.
So the rocket becomes a vessel for religious worship when it is ensigned first the symbolic meaning. One way to do that is through transcendence, that it can take, and here's the classical saying that it can take human beings where we couldn't go before. That's the symbolic of transcendence. And the next is the creation myth, that there's an origin story. So, for example, the age of space is where things begins and stuff like that. And then the next is the salvation or destiny through the rocket as a vessel, like a naval vessel, like Noah's Ark. It becomes framed as a key to our humanity's survival hope and the next stage, meaning going to Mars and colonizing and stuff like that. So that's just simply symbolic elevation of the rocket through narration, through dramaturgy, through how it is being presented to the public. So already there you have invocation of a religious awe or praise to an object.
Still talking about this?
And Sina could say that in 1 minute, and there it is. You realize now.
I don't see how that ties it. The way I tied it with the Tower of Babel, that ties it like dead on, right? But I don't understand what you just said, bro. Honestly.
Well, you
Once
should
again,
learn.
though, you've tied the rocket to the supernatural. He's stating that you can have a religious object devoid of the supernatural.
Yeah, that's just ridiculous on the face of it. Like,
no, it is not. That is sounds like your ignorance.
How can you have a religious thing that's not supernatural, bro? Do you understand what you're saying?
I definitely am understanding what I'm saying. Do you?
No, that's why I'm asking for clarity. How can a religious thing not be supernatural? Yeah.
Oh yeah, Dr. Brian is correct. Provide an example.
I already did by just what I said about the rocket being.
No, I'm talking about a functional, real-world religion that does not count on the supernatural.
Okay, now let's go back to SC's question before you create like a sub-question.
Let's not throw away like a slimy little shit. Just answer the question. Can you give an example of religion that does not have any supernatural component?
That's not what we're talking about. Like, you don't need.
It's literally what we're talking about, Zanak.
No, a rocket doesn't need to have a religion. Okay, calm down, guys. Come on. A rocket doesn't need, for example, using that as a presentation for what I'm saying. You don't need a religion beneath the rocket to make the rocket itself into a religious object of praise. Actually, the
religious object not tied to any religion.
The symbolic elevation of its storytelling can birth the religion. You don't need the religion prior to the birth of the thing. The thing itself being exemplified can birth the religion.
Okay, so if there's a religion, there's necessarily a supernatural component to it. Thank you for agreeing that there's a supernatural component to what you're stating then.
No, that's not what I've done. What? Why are you attempting to make it so arbitrary?
The moment you say there's a religion, you're invoking supernatural.
No, I am not. This is what you're too ignorant of to understand. I don't.
See, what is a religion without the supernatural? Hang on a second, I gotta answer a call.
We really gotta figure that one out then. Maybe ask me, you know? Let me explain
We've been
it.
doing, and you haven't answered it.
I am doing that, you see. But you are too impatient to follow along. Yes, I am. So
once again, even in the formation, if you're saying that the rocket spawned a religion, that's the same way that lightning spawned Zeus. And that's a supernatural aspect assigned to a naturalistic phenomenon. So, how are you formulating the idea that the rocket is spawning a religion, and that religion contains no concept or no link to any sort of divinity or the supernatural?
Bro, your literal, let's say, alchemize of what you just heard does not necessitate or compute as to actuality. It doesn't need to do that.
In your own definition, you've agreed that it has a link to divinity or God as a part of your definition for religious. So how are you disconnecting God and divinity from the supernatural?
So what is supernatural?
Anything that is
Being
above
above the powers of nature.
There you go.
Oh. Yes.
So so you would be arguing that there is a way to have something divine and or something that is God that is inherently 100% subject to all forms of the naturalistic world, which would not fall within any definition of God which is understood.
Because until it is known, it is not. So when a rocket, listen closely, you're getting the answer. Be patient, listen closely, it's coming. When the rocket is narrated about before it actually being in the realm where it goes, it is a religious object because the realm to which it goes is beyond that of nature.
No,
it's a field of meta.
So it's
you can talk about it as space, but that's an ideated framework of what is beyond.
But it's not, because we've been there and we've documented it.
And not to mention that you're framing nature in such a way to where nature only exists within your concept of what you think the flat Earth might be.
Space is like heaven.
Space is not supernatural. Space is just not similar to the portion of the natural world that we occupy.
In the way you know,
so once again, you're assigning a supernatural aspect. Now you're assigning a supernatural aspect.
Bro, listen, you haven't been there. To you, it's supernatural.
That doesn't mean it's supernatural.
No.
I've not been to Vatican City. That doesn't mean Vatican City's supernatural.
I think Japan is supernatural now.
That's not the same, dude.
Your definitions don't make any sense, and you're desperately trying to find a way to claw your way out of this. I've tied up enough. I've tied up enough of the room's time with this. I've got to go for a minute. I'm sorry that I've been very bulldogging. And Don, I understand that you don't like conversations. You can eat a dick.
Oh, I do like conversations. I love conversations.
But wasn't
Thank
talking
you
to
for
you, he said Dawn.
to keep belittling me, but go on with that.
He
Sorry.
said
Bro.
Dawn, he wasn't talking to you, Zana.
Bro,
Sorry, I was
Zana,
not-
you're really grasping at straws if you're defining like space as supernatural.
I think really it's already grasping at straws, thinking space exists.
I believe that believing that Kim Jong-un exists is grasping at straws. Kim Jong-un doesn't
No, that's
exist.
not the
No one of
same.
my friends
Seeing
ever
the
have seen
moon.
him. He always is only on cameras. I've never seen him in real life. And you're not allowed to enter North Korea either. Kim Jong-un is clearly fake.
Oh my god.
Zana, you said that the rocket is like religious because it's going to a meta place that is supernatural. But the
It has
people
symbolic
who you
elevation,
claim,
yes.
sure, and the people who you think worship the rocket, they don't accept that claim. So you're talking,
course
you're
not, because
mixing
it's
up
a shadow
concepts.
religion. Yes, because it's a
so
shadow
then it's
religion.
then the rocket is not a religious object because they don't say that it's going to a supernatural place. They say it's going to space.
Correct. So
Yeah, so it's not a religious object then.
but it is. It's one they're not aware of.
Religious.
So they don't know that it's a religious object, but you know that they think, even though they don't think it.
The shadow religion.
My God, you're all kinds of fucked up now.
No, I'm not.
How's that even
Yeah,
make sense?
yes.
Like,
Zana, just
That's like
please,
saying you know that God exists, but you don't believe in it.
You guys are making me so
That's
angry.
not at all the
Zana,
same. I'm just properly characterizing your enterprise for what it is.
please explain.
Your
Zana,
enterprise.
better.
Oh God.
It's your vessel.
Huh?
Oh.
This is an important
My
subject.
basil.
Basal
The spacecraft, the rocket, vessel.
What?
It's your vessel, you asshole.
Vase, a vase. Maybe it's a vessel.
Vase of worship.
We don't worship rockets.
just ignore this.
You sure do love how
This is
erect
stupid.
they get. Oh, and they point at penetration of the
Zynek,
dome.
there's one person here who's talking about penises, and it's you.
You do realize that rockets spend very little time actually pointing straight up. Like within 10 seconds, they're already performing.
Well, hey, that's not helping. That's not helping defend that it's. Hey, so does my dick, you know.
Almost never performing. Sometimes when they perform, it just explodes, and fucking hell, guys, like that was it. So many billions spent in that.
Well, that's research, ain't it?
It sure is. I guess the rocket is not symbolic of an erect penis going up into thousands of
Only in your
exploded
mind.
We got there again. We got
Only in
back
your
there.
mind.
Well done.
Which, I mean, it's good for you, I guess.
It has nothing to do with aerodynamics. It's just that they want it to show it like there's a dick going up.
Yeah.
They were already
exactly,
messaging about this with the whole Big Bang cosmology.
Like, is there a reason?
Who is the one obsessed with sex? Like erect rockets exploding and Big Bang created the creation. Oh, here we go.
Dude, how is he gonna make? You expect us to make us like a cube rocket or something like that?
You do realize that the whole Big Bang thing was coined by a priest.
Yeah,
Not just coined. Not just coined. He created the theory of Big Bang.
Obviously, it was coined by a priest because it's a shadow religion. How do you think they create shadow religion?
The whole fascination of science making like phallic stuff is just in your mind trying to, for some reason, draw everything to phallic.
It's not. Thank you for attempting to ad hom my mind.
I mean, they fucking named the planet Uranus.
Yeah, they definitely do want me to imagine things. That's for sure. When it's not imaginary.
I mean, if you're thinking about penises all the time, good for you, mate.
No, I'm not thinking about penises all the time. It seems like you are unawarely worshipping penises all the time. I mean, if you have a rocket in your room,
Unawarely.
you have a
How
rocket.
can you worship something but not be aware of it?
That's very obviously something that can be done.
Very easy.
No, I'm not stuttering. I'm exemplifying.
Obviously, it can be done.
Give an example.
Just obviously.
Other than what you claimed about us.
The Satanic Temple.
That would be like repeating the topic. I have done so already.
Ah, right. So just right.
So it depends if you were able to follow along with what I said when I talked about how a rocket can go from just a machine into the symbolic elevation of becoming something that pierces the heavens, defies gravity, and reaches where humans can go, also namely called transcendence, and becomes a part of a new origin story where the age of space begins, which is a creation myth, and how it becomes framed as the key to humanity's survival and stuff, which is salvation and destiny. So I
think
don't
that rockets go to transcendence.
how it can do any of those, but all of those, because that's the drama that is given to it through the media.
Drama. I mean, you said that I couldn't follow you, and this was what you said earlier, but now you're bringing up whole new things, like space being transcendent.
You've certainly tried connecting a lot of dots that aren't there. Good for you, but I'm telling you as someone in the field, that's not how we operate.
Are there? That's what I did.
I'm telling you as someone in the field, that's not how we operate.
But a person in the field isn't fucking the master architect, is he now? And a person in the field like you, the ant, running around, like working like a turd you are, isn't the one who orchestrated the work.
Zynax, we quite
Thank you for positioning yourself as in the hive mind. You obviously are intelligent and wise, running around there with your shorts on, hopefully.
Zynax, I want you to listen carefully, right? I have designed rockets and rocket engines myself. No one has told me how to make them. Me and students have come up with it ourselves. No one has told us shit. So you're blatantly lying.
No, I'm not.
I'm literally telling you that's not how it works because I've fucking done it myself.
Okay, so just because you sit in a lab and create rockets doesn't mean that you work with how they are dramaturgically delivered to the public, which in turn creates the sensation in the public of religious worship or awe and inspiration towards said narration that goes beyond the rocket that is of into the space, the realm of fantasies.
It's not fantasy.
You
However, the media decides to picture rockets and sell them to the public has nothing to do with the engineering behind it. They're completely separate. We have no decision on how the media presents them.
Obviously.
So what's that got to do with the engineering? How the media shows them has got nothing to do with like space existing and rockets going into
My friend,
space.
bro, this is your struggle. That is not what I have been saying.
So you're saying because the media words them in a way, therefore the entirety of the rocket field is bullshit and space isn't real because the media.
That's not what at all I said, dude.
Well, it fucking sounds like it.
Well, it can sound like that, but it is not what I am saying.
What is your point then?
So what's your point?
Your field is highly valuable and respected.
Yep. Cool.
Okay.
Yep.
That is established.
Yep.
So what is Synact saying?
That's what we've been trying to figure out this whole time, dude.
It sure is. And we are still in the process of figuring it out, I guess.
Yep.
Great. So I'm glad we have found the ground again. That's usually called common grounds.
Would you say you can worship something metaphysical like goals as ambition? Like you devote yourself to that metaphysical concept? It doesn't necessarily need to be divine or anything like that.
I have already... Yes. So just because something has symbolic elevation doesn't immediately tie it to the character of God.
Yep, yeah, cool.
Obviously, you can have religions without the God himself or that entity, because obviously that entity is tied to another religion. So it would be really weird to say that if I created the fiction, I need Alice in Wonderland, when in fact she's just a character.
Oh, yeah, that was a good point you both made. Thanks. Just checking my mic.
So, Cynic, what part of space do you think is not real, is fantasy, and why? Then go on. Let's get into the meat of it.
Yeah, that sounds like a way better angle.
So we don't need Baal to be real to really love rockets and penetrating the outer world.
Giggity.
What?
I think Dawn's trying to tell us his search history.
I think in a literal transformation of what he said, he's speaking of the act of sex.
Coitus, yes.
Yeah, we don't need Baal to be real for Baal worship through rockets to be real.
That's just simply Baal, as in balls, through rocket, the penis worship, which is just a woman worshipping your penis. And
When you say Baal, do you mean the son of Yahweh El, that son? Because in Canaanite religion, the god El has a son called Baal.
Yes, that's
and later that god became the god of the Hebrews, then later became the god of the Christians, and then later became the god of the Muslims.
But this is going into...
Baal is absolutely legitimate figure within the El mythology.
He's not responsible for all Willy worship, but just some of it.
Basically.
I mean, I don't know what's wrong. Like, he's the son of God. He can be all about a penis. So what? Like, technically, Jesus is the second son of El. Baal is the first son. He's the big brother.
And some would interpret Baal worship as just a worship of a false god that never really did anything.
No, Baal, in the Canaanite religion, Baal never did pretend to be a false god. He was always the son of the main god El. And the Elohim, he was one of them, but he was never the El or El. He was never Yahweh.
Ah, okay, cool.
Jesus is his literally smaller brother or younger brother.
But Yahweh also wasn't El or Elyon. He also was one of the Elohim, but then later kind of merged with El and became and took his role as the main god.
Some argue that God the Father is El, God the Spirit is Baal, and then God the Son is Jesus, the triune God, the Trinity.
So going back to the rocket, I think I already proved a point there. But you see, also when the rocket launch takes place, there is now created ceremonial weight, or just you can have a sermon or a ceremony, which is simply to gather and watch and cheer and have emotional investment in the event, that being the rocket going up.
So if I create a rocket that is just Coca-Cola and fucking Skittles or Mentos, right? And that shit goes up, and me and my 10 friends gather around and yell like chimpanzees. Are we engaging in the religious worship?
If the rocket is dramaturgically shaped as going somewhere where no humans can go, and like it creates this awe and sensation. Usually they want to.
It's going up, away from the Earth. But I mean, people can go away from the Earth. We've already proven that. So that's not. It's mundane at this point.
It depends if you go into narrate. If you create a dramaturgical framing of what the rocket now does, apart from you just standing there and looking at it and wondering.
So we're not allowed to know what a rocket does. What?
No, that's not at all what I'm saying. I'm talking about the. What do you know? Oh my god! Do you know what dramaturgy means?
Dramatize. In English, is dramatize.
Yes.
That's also English dramaturgy.
But it's not dramaticized because they are designed to do exactly what they do, and if they don't do exactly what they've designed to do, it won't work.
Sure.
So the only way it can work is if it does exactly what it's been designed to do, which is go to space.
Whether or not it has been designed to do the thing that it supposedly or allegedly achieves, which is going to space, doesn't mean that it gets to space.
But it does though. So
just because it's designed to like point up and just have engines that makes it like fly away, doesn't mean that it actually does go into space. It just means that it's designed to point up and go there and have this load.
I can't even begin to describe the like amount of underwhelming like that is not what rocket science is at all in the slightest. I hope you know that.
Of course, that's not what they're gonna teach you. If it's a shadow religion.
You understand the amount of engineering that goes into making a rocket work?
I do. Not because I have not done it myself, but looking at I've looked at blueprints and just looking at that, I can see that it's a lot.
Yeah, exactly. Rockets don't just go up. That's like the amount of stuff that rockets do is just, or the amount of engineering that goes into designing rockets doesn't just make them go up, right?
What are you talking about, man? No. Just a tubey thingy, then a sparkly thing at the bottom, and there we go.
Okay, so simply, just because I have a letter in a flask post and I throw it into the river doesn't mean that it comes to Don here because I intended to send it to him.
It's like the way that it's been designed is to work to perform a specific function, and that function is exactly what it does. You can't just like make it not do something else that it's been designed to do. It won't function that way.
Correct, but it does not mean that it gets to the place where it does what it does.
So where else does it go? When we have hour-long uncut footage of these rockets going to this place, what is actually happening instead then?
You don't have uncut footage.
CGI.
I 100% have uncut footage of rockets going to space. I can. Let me get up right now. Go on then. Let me get up.
I've never seen that.
Okay, 1 second. Atlas goes launch. This is the one.
Please give me one.
Beginning.
Let's take a look.
Screen.
Nerdically.
And we're live.
Yes. 1 second. Let me tune in.
So this is a camera looking down towards two of the boosters on the side of the Atlas V GOES S rocket. As we press play, we see the rocket ignite and start moving up. And you can watch this entire thing all the way up. I'm going to put it at 2 times speed because it takes like a minute. But so you watch it go up, watch it go up. Seeing it go through the clouds. You're seeing it start to pitch over.
There's nothing religious in these objects. I think they're the pinnacle of human engineering so far, but there's nothing religious about it. They're mundane at the same time.
It hasn't clicked once this entire time, and it continues to go up and continues to go up, and look what we see start appearing in the corner.
No, it's not going up. It's actually going. It's going diagonal.
Oh, it's still going up if it's going diagonal.
No, it's going diagonal, and now it's.
Diagonal? Oh my god! Can you go up while
it's
it's
going?
diagonal?
Would you agree that it's gaining elevation if it's going in a diagonal up?
In elevation. So you've
Now
just seen the entire thing completely uncut.
No,
Where is
now
it
it's seems to be soon somewhat stationary and horizontal to the ground.
You did not just. Hang on, say that again, please, so everyone can hear that. What? Just say that again.
Yeah, definitely. So soon it's going to be somewhat horizontal to the ground if it was earlier vertical. And you have a camera on here that misrepresents the ground of.
How does it
Earth.
misrepresent the ground?
Yeah, Zynek, it's again showing that you have no clue how cameras work.
I do, because I'm actually professionally trained.
Wait a second, I'm not done.
My education has camera work in it.
The center of the frame. I'm not done. Don't interrupt me. As you see that the center of the frame, when can you click play again and pause again? You see that the icon appears exactly in the center of the frame. So lenses are not distorting in the line of the center. They are only distorting away from the center. So what you see here is an undistorted curvature.
So you don't know how lenses work, you say yourself.
Yes, I know how lenses work.
No, it doesn't seem so. I actually have.
Guys, one at a time.
Can I speak again? So now I changed over to my computer so I could watch this video. So I don't know, is my sound still good? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Great. That's established. So I have 3 years background in media and journaling. I have recorded. I have used camera to record the government with. I have educated myself as a photographer. I'm actually trained to be a media person.
Mm-hmm.
I have professional background in theater and drama.
Mm-hmm.
I have also done I have also expertise in 3D design and animation.
Mm-hmm. Still you don't know nothing about it.
No, and still, this is very easy for me. I am the one here with the discernment capacity to say that this is actually fake. You don't.
Yeah, and I have worked over 10 years in testing cameras and testing lenses.
Oh wow,
as a professional service. Yeah, I was not using cameras just. I was there for evaluating camera distortions, lens distortions with test images, and I know what cameras do and in which areas they do distort, which they have barrel distortion or cushion distortion, and how to calculate those. So don't tell me shit.
Wow. Zynek, I just want to ask you something. You can see here that this white line, they are straight lines at 90 degrees, and they are towards the edge of the camera. They are straight lines, and on the camera feed, they are straight lines. Same with this concrete of this pit. Straight lines. In the
That's
exact
obviously,
same place,
bro.
at the
That's
same
like
place in the field of view, we get that. Actually closer to the center. So how come this is a straight line in the camera, and then in the same part of the video, same area of the frame, we get that?
because the distance
CGI
is
what?
longer. You have longer
CGI.
distance.
Jesus Christ, man.
Even further to your point, Rocket Man, above and below the center of frame.
Do you know what depth of field is?
You preserve the same direction of curvature above and below the center of frame as well, which is another knock against Zynak's bizarre non-point, where he just says, "I've worked with cameras, therefore I don't have to examine them."
The bizarre non-point that you assume that I have not an expertise, although I have been educated in this field.
I'm not interested in whether or not you have expertise, Zynak. I'm stating that you stating your credentials is not going to resolve the issues that we're showing you. One is here. One is at the beginning, where it shows the straight lines are preserved, and then you can compare it to later, where it shows that there's a curve. Plus, in that same shot where you could show that there's a curve, you see that the curve is the same direction above and below the center of frame, which completely blows your next stupid idea out of the water before you've even said it.
Well,
Zynak, just look at it and understand what you're saying before you decide to put out a point that is easily rebutted.
Going into this character where you attempt to make me sound stupid through becoming overly aggressive and holding me hostage to me supposedly being stupid doesn't
Not what I
actually
did
work.
at all.
You
Not what I did at all. All I stated is that your credentials will
Then
not
calm
save
down.
the
Speak
fact
like
that
a normal human being. Calm down. Just talk to me like a normal person, dude. You don't need to get so aggressive.
But you're not a normal person, Sayak. You're
I am.
somebody who just tried to say that you've got an expertise in a field, and I don't care that you've got an expertise in this field. Whenever you can be shown something that is the basics, and you don't, and you didn't, and you're dismissing it. The preserving of straight lines at the beginning, unless you're just stating that the camera's changing
don't
shape,
continue talking
is
now.
the
You
same,
exposed
correct?
your intellectual dishonesty and framing me as not a normal human being. Thank you for being intellectually dishonest and unethical going forward. That is noted, and I discontinue talking with you because you just went into the unintelligent phrasing that you did, and that's it.
I gave him enough rope to run away. Wah, 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 wah. What a little baby.
No, I'm not. I'm still here. But you show an incapacity to just be a sincere human being.
You're showing that you won't engage with people that can.
You are the one showing that you don't want to engage. Fucking calm down and speak to me as a normal human being.
What are y'all talking about anyway?
This video
launch.
It's being shown to him that there's an uncut video of a rocket going to space, and his response to it was to say that, as a part of my training for 3 years, I've had interactions with cameras.
I can talk for myself. I can talk. No. I can talk. No. That's not what I'm saying. No.
That is what you said.
You are misrepresenting me. I can speak for myself.
What are you ultimately saying about this video?
Oh, that's way better. What am Zynek actually saying?
I want you to acknowledge something, right? On the left here, you have this black square rectangle, right, or whatever, and this
You
little
sure
white
have
thing.
something there.
Have straight lines next to the curve.
And the
Explain
curve
to
is
me
actually
how
on the left
powerful
side
these
of the
straight lines
center.
and curves next to each other.
And the curvature is on the outside area.
Yep. And here as well. Straight lines, curve.
As if
Curve.
that's not possible to
Straight
achieve.
lines.
They're not straight.
Curve.
And also, it seems like you're completely ignorant to
Depth of field. Do you remember what depth of field is?
Depth
No,
of field has nothing
depth
to
of
do
field.
with geometry.
Oh,
Depth of field has to do with sharpness.
Oh, think in your binary flat mind when you look at
Yeah,
an
just say
image.
it.
We are
Just say
looking
it.
at reality.
Zynek,
There's
depth of field has to do with focus, not with proportion.
So much intelligence. Do you know what depth of field is?
Yes, I know.
It's how deep the field is.
It's the depth
This
of
sure
the
ain't deep.
sharpness area and the degrading or how do you say reduction of sharpness over distance.
Oh, is it now?
Yeah. So if you have a small aperture, the depth of field is pretty shallow because you have a low angle entering your lens. So the area where
This is too ridiculous to listen to. Sorry, I should call my professor and help him record.
So the area of the depth of your object, the depth of your object that can actually appear to be in focus, is greater if you have a small aperture. If you have a wider open aperture, the depth of field gets smaller, it gets shallower because the angles the light is leaving from your focus area is wider. Therefore, the resolution of your sensor can detect very quickly that there is something out of focus. Depth of field has nothing to do with geometry or distortion of your image.
There you go.
Does it make straight lines look curved?
Absolutely not.
Field, no.
Oh my!
It can blur the edge on a strip. It can blur the edge of a sharp line, but it's not going to make a straight line curve.
Especially when there are straight lines and curved lines next to each other in the frame, like next to each other.
This is the problem.
Can I just,
you are projecting the
Mick,
functioning
just
of
a
a
sec.
camera placing
dude.
focus.
Can I just ask Rocket Man?
at
I'm
the-
watching you
Let him answer anyway, guys. Let him answer.
What, you want Siak to answer first? I'll go after Siak then, if you like.
My lord. You can have depths of field in the sense, obviously, of which you presented, and you can also have depths of field in a space, which is a z-axis. So just because you can use a camera to telemetrically change what is in focus in z, doesn't mean that z doesn't exist. We're not now looking at this video and having a lens adjusting what's in focus, but z still exists. That's the depth of field.
What do you mean with Z?
Depth of field in this notion that you speak of is simply a simplification of what you do to give focus to something in the depth of field.
No, absolutely.
And you're conflating. You're conflating. I am not finished. You're definitely conflating a simple action you can do and operate on a camera with the depth itself. There is definite depth here from the camera's position.
You can adjust the aperture size to change the depth of field.
You sure can.
Let him finish, and then I want to respond.
Okay, snooze, and then I want to say something real quick. Snooze, please.
Are you done, Zynek, or?
I think he's done.
No, I was repeatedly interrupted before I was finished.
Okay, if you're not done, then finish, Zynek, and then it's snooze.
Well, since they're so impatient, they can go first, so I can collect myself and speak.
Just go.
Okay, so the depth of field is nothing that you do. You do not do the depth of field. You either change the focus area, so you pull the focus to a closer or further away thing, or you can change the aperture to influence the depth of field. The depth of field is in distance to you. It's not up, down, left, right, except you have, for example, a tilt lens. However, the depth of field is the depth in distance to you where you start to see something in focus and then you go further away, and where you then say, now we are out of focus again. So
Okay.
this depth in the distance is called the depth of field. And you could actually measure this depth of field, and you can make it shorter or narrower by making a smaller aperture, or you can make it wider by making a bigger aperture. And it's
Yes,
all
you can.
about
Zanek, wait.
the angles of the light rays from the object going to your lens. That's why telelenses have typically a wider depth of field in the distance.
At
Go
some
ahead.
point, he might soon get it. At some point. You know what? I'm gonna turn on my drawing board over here and share my screen with you, and I'll draw to you what the depth of field is.
Just a quick one while you do that.
So,
I've paused the frame here again where there is another straight line literally tangent to the curve in the frame. The camera does not know how far the light has traveled to reach the camera. Depending how far something is away doesn't change the amount of barrel distortion at the same point of the frame.
May I say something real quick? I think this conversation will be much more interesting, less boring, more engaging if we actually don't do this periphery, which is all circling around the fact that there was an accusation which stands as is of group of people that are on this server in this room engaging in religious behavior when it comes to science. I think that's a much better conversation than delving down into camera lenses, to which whatever the outcome is going to extrapolate to rockets again, to which whatever the outcome is going to extrapolate to the question I just asked. Can we engage in the fact that we were accused of being, we were accused of having religious scientism, similar to Christianity or Buddhism or Islam, instead of doing this camera stuff?
You actually
This is
created
all-
We can do both. So when before
it's true, we do think that.
So before I can go into pointing out what depth of field is by the pure simplicity of what it is, we can do both, you see. Just let me hit on my drawing board, show you what depth of field is, because I'd rather not use paint than my PC mouse, because, you know, I'll use my drawing board. I'll show you what depth of field is, so the mind can handle it beyond just the pure simplicities of operating a camera. And then perhaps the agent of a camera can maybe expand his mind upon that, which is what he is taking pictures of, and realize that there is distance between him and the object he takes pictures of, and that is a depth.
Okay, get to it then. Also, side note about a camera while we're at it, fisheye lenses, if that's what this is going to be claimed at, actually distort things that are near more than they do things that are far. So it's kind of interesting that one of your objections was about that the further away thing would be further distorted.
This is a much better photo.
Because they are bigger in the field of view. So the light rays are not changing from closer objects to further objects.
Yep.
Correct.
Right. So I guess we've decided collectively that we still want to talk about optics and lenses.
I mean, to be fair, like we already kind of exhausted the religious topic, because we've already determined that he's using two definitions simultaneously, which have some agreement with each other, but he also doesn't agree that the definitions that he's using for religious in any way, shape, or form invoke supernatural, even though he's mentioning God and divinity in them. So I mean, we're at a point where he's trying to say there's a naturalistic religion that contains the concepts of the divine and God. So I mean, there's not very far we can go with that.
Yeah. Okay. I'll just make it clear.
Zanek, just one question before we going back to the topic. Zanek, are you now showing something in your drawing board or not? Zanek?
He's probably drawing it up right now and then going to take pictures of it. So don't distract him too much, because if you get him talking, his hands will stop working.
Jeez.
Oh, the liar is back. Hey.
Snooze. Yeah, do you want to come to a room and I'll prove you that I'm absolutely right, and then you can apologize when you looked at what I'm going to show you. Let's go to a room.
I think
I don't want to be the
you can show
liar.
in public that you're dishonest, if you like.
No, rather than disrupt what's going on, let's go to a room and I can.
There's nothing going on right now. Please go
prove
ahead.
to you.
Just let's see if you want to speak right now, then do it. Otherwise, we've moved on from this conversation we had with this. Let's say speak if you want.
Yeah, well, I want to. It's going back to the theodolites. It's going back to the T3. Theodolite. I've got some observations where there's papers involved as well. So there's papers that involve the inactive observations. I don't know whether you want to address that, because you were telling me I'm a liar when I said like you can use that, but I said it's going to be inaccurate, and the consensus was no, this tool is amazing, it's accurate, and it wasn't. And that's all I said. I didn't say you couldn't. I just said, look, it's going to be inaccurate. And then you're telling me I'm a liar for saying that.
Theodolites are not made for looking to the sky or looking to stars. That using a theodolite, measuring angles to star, is using the tool which are they not made for. So, not the purpose of the tool is looking to stars. And we proved you that this manual of the tool is explaining how to do celestial observations, how to measure angles to stars or the sun. Therefore, we proved you were lying.
No, this is where you're fucking wrong, yeah? So I've got some proofs where the tool was used, and it was used in multiple locations to detect, and there was discrepancies between all the observations, and the tool was deemed as like not so accurate. With terrestrial observations, yeah, it's perfect, but with celestial, no, it's not. And as I said, the tool was not designed to do celestial observation, and that's
even though the manual says otherwise.
Even though the manual says it was, and I've now got the documentation where it's done the like the test whether it can be, whether it's capable, and they're inconclusive, and it's not very good for you.
So what do you want to show us? A margin of error that we always claimed are true?
Can I be heard now?
Very silent.
And that's all I was saying. I didn't say you can't do it. I did seconds. In some cases, it's 30 arc seconds. Well, not even the biggest one. The one was 46 arc seconds.
Okay, so
of discrepancy.
Am I heard now?
Still silent.
Silent. Better.
No, you're kind of quiet, but I can hear you.
I have a professional. Yes, I have a professional studio microphone, so I have to be up here when speaking, I guess.
Yeah.
It's kind of difficult because I also have this huge drawing board, but let's see. So now you're seeing the screen of my drawing board. Here we have the y-axis, obviously. Here we have the x-axis. And here we have the z-axis. We also have z here. Okay.
Yeah.
We also have x there. And we could also have y there. Okay. Now we're looking at it in a 2D fashion. Yeah, very simple. So if this is let's change the color. If this is closer and this is further away. In between here, you have space. Yeah. just because you can use a camera here and put what's in focus here, or here, or here, or here, or, you know, continued at some point here, which you call the depth of field, which is really putting what is in the depth, in the field. Doesn't mean that the depth with fields doesn't exist. So when you are speaking of here, you have a field in the depth, continuous fields, and that your camera can only look here in focus, like you have this tiny place where you can be in focus. Doesn't mean that there is depth already prior to the specific point in the field that you frame in focus, which have you in turn now called the depth of field, which is false. It's really the object in focus.
Yeah, no, that's the focus. The object in focus is the focus. But the depth, so the amount of distance between the nearest element in focus and the furthest away element in focus, that is called the depth of field. And you can have a narrow depth of field, which is very small, like when it starts to be in focus and when it ends to be in focus. Or you can have a wide depth of field, and that is then, for example, with small apertures. So it's literally the amount of Z that is in focus. It's not if the near one is in focus or the far one is in focus. It's the depth of the field in focus.
Yes, you can change that too. So when I speak about it, the problem here is that you let's see, you do this. You attempt to put me in this category here, camera operation, something like that, I guess. It's kind of, you know. And then you say, oh, inside here, I am very much more man. I have much intelligence of how to do this.
You started pointing out your education. I just responded to that. So you started the discussion of who is better in that area. I just pointed out the physics.
So, do you understand how language works? And because I say depth of field, do I now suddenly talk about?
The depth of field is a specific term in camera physics and in optics. If you now try to misinterpret that one in another direction, or doing depth of field or something like this, which does not exist, it's fine. You can do with language whatever you want. But if we just talk about the depth of field in optics, it does not change any geometry.
Let's see. My screen's still sharing here. Do you see this orange stuff now? Do you see this orange screen now, or do I need to fix the...
Now we see the old painting of you.
Oh, 1 second. I guess I need to change it to the screen itself. But it won't allow... Oh, there it goes. Entire screen. This is better. Now you should see it, right? Let's see. Now you see the prior finger, yeah? And now you see I can open the browser, correct?
Yes.
Yes, sure. Here we go to depth of... There, we even have the link here. Depth of field. Sure. Great. This is what you want to show me and talk about. You know, here's the object in focus. Great. You know, here is, yeah, you guess you can see the image of me, whatever, here. This is the, let's say you are here. This is where the photo camera is. And let's see.
Just make a side view. It doesn't make sense to have this three-dimensionally somehow.
Oh, this is great. So we are now here with the camera. I don't do this too often anymore. And you're looking at that leaf over there here. And you change the focus here to be on this thing. Yeah. And also you have in this field, you have the branch. Great. Amazing.
Alright,
So
Dave, what?
here we have zoomed in like this, and we're looking at it in the specific place on the X. Great, amazing. And here we have some the effects of aperture blur, or on blur, sorry, which is the DOF, depth of field. Great. So great, this is the depth of field. Not arguing that, you know. Here you go, you can read about it. Here it is, shown. Here is what is in focus. Here is the depth of the field. And this one is in focus, the one in the front here with the 1. And then we have one that is in the depth of field that is
No, it's not in the depth of field. It's not in the depth of field. The depth of field is the focus area. It's out of focus. And the increasing of the depth of field is if you would now decrease, if you would now make a smaller aperture and the first 3 will be in focus, then you have a wider depth of field.
Yeah. So why is what's in focus the depth of field and not just what is in focus?
I don't know, because someone invented it and called it that.
Oh, really? No,
you have a shallow depth of field, which is small.
Sounds like an ad hom I grasp because I speak your language.
When you're looking at those 2 bird pictures, could you tell us which one of those 2 bird pictures has more depth of field?
There is no bird here. It's a twig.
Oh, okay. The branch then.
There's a
the
branch
focus
with
is on the leaf. Yeah.
some growth.
So there's another image, and
Well,
which
we can
one
look
of
at
those
birds if you want.
Yeah, which one of those 2 leaf photos has the more depth of field?
So again, I just recite the definition. The depth of field is the distance between the nearest and the furthest object that are acceptably sharp in an image captured with a camera. That is the depth of field. All other thing is out of focus.
So getting to where the position of the photographer is from these photos isn't so easy, because he can change the optic. And going from
can you once stay on topic?
I am on topic. Going from this.
No, that side question doesn't really make any difference.
I'm still talking at
on the same fucking page. Read the first paragraph.
Not on the fucking
on your page.
Guys.
Can I finish?
Paragraph.
So Zanak, finish up, please. Be concise, and then Snooze gets to speak. Be concise, though.
Yeah. So when I stand here and take this picture, I could be taking it with 30 millimeter or something. Like, we have to find out what the lens
this
is.
Picture
What?
is
But I'm not finished. I don't not finish. Oh, this picture, bro. I'm still speaking.
Stop doing this.
So
we control the conversation. Snooze, please wait.
Thank you. I know you love my drama, but I guess not now. So you see.
No, I don't love it. I think this is quite obnoxious. Anyways.
Okay, great. So yeah. Here you can use a different lens, obviously. So obviously, the person, like, you can even tell that the elevation of where he's standing is different towards there, where he's standing more in beneath or underneath, whereas here he has gone up to get more directly onto that, which is what he's